The Committee on Public Education will come to order. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Buckley?
Here.
Vice Chair Allen?
Present.
Allison?
Here.
Cunningham?
Here.
Dutton? Harris?
Here.
Harrison? Hefner?
Here.
Hinojosa?
Here.
King? Longoria?
Present.
Schaefer? Tallarico? We have a quorum.
All right, a quorum is present. Just a quick announcement. We're going to, due to the extremely high number of folks that have registered to testify and the fact that we have many bills to get through today, we're going to close registration for testimony at 2:30. So just make sure that anybody that you know that might want to participate, just let them know. But at 2:30, we're going to close registration so that we can continue on and hopefully get through everyone. But we're certainly glad that you're here. Members, we'll pick up where we left off with testimony on House Bill 4340. The chair lays out as pending business House Bill 4340, and we will call our next witness.
There should be one up on yours.
No, Mr. Chairman. No. Chair calls Martin Lucan. Okay. We show you registered as Martin Lucan on behalf of Ed Choice and yourself, and you'll be testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Who's next?
Next one is Hera. Yeah, sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to speak today on the fiscal effects of educational choice. So opponents of school choice argue that educational choice programs, when introduced or expanded in their states, will weaken, dismantle, defund, or destroy public schools and public school systems by creating a mass exodus of students and therefore siphoning resources from them. While these concerns are legitimate, they are not based in fact or research. We've had choice programs around for decades now, and I want to present to you some data about the experiences of states that, unlike Texas, have private educational choice programs. So here are some basic facts about choice programs. Number one, in real terms, it's inflation-adjusted dollars. Spending per student in Texas public schools has increased from $11,700 to $13,700 over the last 2 decades. That's since 2000, that's about 17% increase above inflation. Number two, educational choice programs enroll just 2% of all publicly funded students. In terms of student enrollment, these programs have not led to a mass exodus of students leaving public schools. Number three, total public funding for educational choice programs is 1% of all public funding, funding devoted to public schools. So nationwide, you have 2% of students in choice programs that have access and receive 1% of public funding devoted to K-12 education. So this means that savings are accruing to someone when students leave public schools via these programs. Number four, in terms of take-up, that is participation as a percentage of eligible students, programs start small and they grow slowly over time. This participation is not a mass exodus, and it allows districts time to adjust to enrollment changes from office. Overall, choice programs in their first year, the take-up rate is about 0.46%. By year 10, the overall take-up rate of all private educational choice programs nationwide is about 2.5%, 2.6%. That's by the 10th year. Number five, the average per pupil funding for educational choice programs is just 36% of what the students in those programs would generate for their public schools. So that's like a 64% markdown. You're valuing the same student, one student, differently in two systems. Such funding gaps are substantial and indicate that significant fiscal benefits accrue to taxpayers in some manner when students leave public schools via these programs. Number six, nationwide, Choice programs have generated between $12 billion and $28 billion in cumulative net fiscal benefits. That's up to $4,700 per choice participant. So put another way, for each dollar spent on choice programs nationwide, these programs have generated between $1.80 and $2.85 in fiscal benefits. Number 7, a large body of research indicates that when choice enters the picture, public schools do better for their students. Choice is not leaving students behind. There have been 28 rigorous studies that examine the effects of educational choice programs on the outcomes of students who remain in public schools. Of these studies, 25 found positive and modest improvements in learning gains by public school students. One study, which was led by an economist from Northwestern University, David Figlio, found that expanding the Florida Tax Credit Scholarship Program not only improved learning for students who remain in public schools, but it also reduced absenteeism and suspension rates for those students. And to be sure, a 2019 meta-analysis on the competitive effects of choice programs concluded, and I quote, "In general, competition resulted from school choice policies does have a small effect on student achievement. The lack of an overall negative effect on student outcomes might ease critics' concerns that competition will hurt those students left behind due to school choice policies." Again, these are benefits to students who remain in public schools, not harm. Additionally, research also indicates that choice programs accrue benefits to students, families, and communities. Choice programs have positive effects on student learning, educational attainment, parent satisfaction, civic values and practices, and school integration. There have been at least 175 rigorous studies looking at these outcomes. 86% of those studies have found positive effects of these outcomes. Just 7% have found negative effects, and the rest cannot identify any effect. Educational choice is inherently good for students, families, and communities. It's a method of funding education that facilitates the best matches between students, teachers, and schools. It's not about favoring one kind of schooling or product over another, and it's certainly not about dismantling one way of providing education in favor of another. This simply has never materialized in any state that has educational choice. The choice offers a positive, uplifting belief that all children can learn, any child can learn, and it offers a funding method to support that belief, where parents are free to choose whatever they deem is the best option for their child to learn. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, members. Any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
We might have forgot to read out the substitute.
Okay.
We took it up as pending business,
Yeah.
but we didn't lay out.
Can we continue? Chair calls Hira Varma. We show you registered as, is it Hira?
Yes.
Hira Varma, on behalf of the American Federation for Children and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Please begin.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for letting me speak to you today and tell you a bit about my story and why school choice helped me. 12 is the number of children my parents had to take care of. I'm one of 12, born to 2 immigrant parents, one from Jamaica and one from Liberia. And when they came here, they didn't have money, and we grew up really poor. 9 of us were able to use the Florida Tax Credit Scholarship, and 3 went to 3 different public schools in the area based off of their needs, whether that was art programs or that was STEM programs that they benefited from to go to be in robotics or any programs like that. But now we have 4 college graduates. We have 4 in university and 4 that are currently in school. One is a chemical engineer, one's a mechanical engineer, one's in medical school, and I work for the American Federation for Children, fighting to give every child in America the right to an education that they deserve. I think this is very important because, like I said, I was one of 12, and we all learn differently. There's no way 12, I mean, if you have children, you know that each one of your children are differently. And And to your point, Chairwoman Hinojosa, when you said that some parents, that there are parents that have specific needs, whether that's children that parents were on drugs or they are currently in certain situations. Well, we were very poor. Again, we had two parents that were immigrants that didn't know much about the school system at all. They came from a British system that we had in Ghana. And so, but what they did want and what they did know is that they wanted the best education for their children. They knew that without an education, we would not be successful as we are today. I wouldn't be standing in front of you today talking about my story. I would have been one of the number of friends that I have that did not make it and ended up in the same situation as their parents. And so by giving a child the best education, you will see engineers pop up, you will see doctors, you will see lawyers, you'll see them being able to tap into their gifted minds. So don't hold them back, give them a chance, because the fact that they gave me a chance is why I'm standing in front of you today. So give children a chance.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Do you want to use the iPad?
Chair calls Amanda Ryan. All right. There. We show you registered as Amanda Ryan on behalf of yourself.
Yes.
And you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
First, my name is Amanda Ryan. I would like to thank Representative Frank for all of your work on the bill, and thank all of you committee members for allowing us to be here today to share our thoughts. As a matter of background, I am mom to 3 school-age children, and a few years ago working to launch an academically rigorous micro school, which aims to serve 3rd through 12th grade students. I hold a degree from the School of Education and Social Policy at Northwestern University. And like you all, I care deeply about the world of education. All of us here share the common goal of doing all we can to cultivate capable and well-educated Texans who will go on to do wonderful things with their lives, both personally and professionally. In the past months, and undoubtedly today, you will hear from many as to why one size does not fit all for learners and why educational choice is important to families. I happen to agree wholeheartedly with that point of view. However, it's my experience that one size also does not fit all for teachers. I believe that teacher choice is a critical but overlooked advantage of educational choice. Teacher recruitment and retention are currently huge industry challenges. Teachers are leaving the field in droves because, quite simply, they're exhausted and burnt out. When asking former teachers what went wrong, their answers always boil down to the working conditions, which turns out means different things to different people. Working conditions really come down to 3 things: culture, compensation, and career path. We'll call them the 3 C's. These 3 C's are the formula for a great career regardless of industry. In any market where there is choice, regardless of geography, employees have more power to choose their work culture, increase their compensation, and advance their personal career. School choice creates more opportunities for teachers in non-public teaching roles through the creation of new schools, learning co-ops, tutoring positions, specialized programming, charter programs, and other states which have led in school choice. More opportunities have indeed been created for teachers in urban, suburban, and rural markets. More opportunity for teachers across the state creates competition for talent. And where there is competition for talent, compensation increases. Increased compensation is better for teachers. With more educational choice, teachers have more freedom to choose a school culture consistent with their own personal beliefs and values. Many teachers choose to teach in public schools for their entire career. Others choose where they will teach based on a particular pedagogy that resonates with them. Perhaps they choose a faith-based or a secular culture, a program with a unique schedule to fit the teacher's lifestyle. Cultural choice is better for teachers. As do folks in all professions, teachers have unique hopes and dreams for their personal career. More choice would allow teachers opportunities to choose colleagues in a career pathway that fits their personal goals and interests. Some teachers aim to be a subject matter expert, teaching only science to elementary students, for example. Others want to be generalists. Still more may choose to teach at a liberal arts school or a program specializing in STEM or the arts. Having a broader choice in career path is better for teachers. However, in the current structure of our educational system in Texas, while some teacher choice exists in urban and suburban communities, when it comes to rural communities, Educators generally have one option, and that's the local public school, be it down the street or 3 towns over. Having grown up in a predominantly rural state and spending 6th through 12th grade in a town of 300 people, my concern for educational choice in rural areas is deeply personal. In states like Florida, which has been a school choice leader, the result has produced many more educational options for both families and educators in rural communities where previously options didn't really exist. More choice is better for our rural teachers. I want to thank you for listening to my testimony today. As someone looking at ESAs from an educator's standpoint, and as someone with a vested interest in educational choice in rural communities, I urge you to vote to pass HB 4340. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much. Let the record show that Representative Tallarico and Representative Harrison are present. And
Just for clarifying sake, we'll go over that we are. I'd like to be sure that we are laying, everybody's clear that we're
Okay.
laying HB 40.
Okay.
The substitute.
okay, just want to make sure that everyone's clear for the record that we're now laying out the committee substitute for House Bill 4340. I want to make sure that that's clear and for the record. Okay. Chair calls Ron Mattis. All right. We show you registered as Ron Mattis on behalf of Step Up for Students, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
My name's Ron Matus. I'm representing Step Up for Students from Florida. We are the nonprofit that administers the state's education choice scholarship programs. I'm really grateful to be here today. I'm hoping I can just touch on a few quick points about how school choice has helped us in Florida. So more choice, better outcomes has been pretty much the Florida story for the past 20 to 25 years. Over that span, we've expanded school choice more than any other state. And over that span, we've also seen some of the biggest academic gains of any other state. So if you, for instance, go back to the late 1990s, before choice really started ramping up, things were not that good in Florida. I mean, if you look, for instance, at our NAEP scores, if you looked at the 4 core math and reading tests that were at the heart of the NAEP, we were bottom of the barrel, bottom 10 states in all 4. Fast forward to today, and once you adjust for demographics, we're number 1, number 3, and number 8 on those 4 core tests. If you go back to the late 1990s, it was basically a coin flip whether your kid graduated from high school in Florida. Our graduation rate had fallen to 52%. For black students, it was 42%. Fast forward to today, and the overall rate is 87%, and it's 82% for black students. Those same rising trend lines you can see with just about every academic indicator you want to look at. We are now number 2 in the country in advanced placement performance, and we are number 3 in K-12 achievement, according to Education Week. The second point I want to make is that the sky did not fall. And I think that's a really important thing to emphasize, because every time a new choice program was introduced in Florida or expanded in Florida, we heard the same rhetoric, which was that this was going to destroy public education. This was going to blow the doors off public education. This was going to cannibalize our public schools. And none of that happened. What happened was our schools kept getting better and our outcomes kept getting better. I often tell people that if school choice supporters were out to destroy public schools in Florida, they botched it really bad, because our schools, our public schools, are better than they've ever been, and in many ways are now amongst the best in the country. The last point I want to make is just about why people are so enthusiastic about ESAs. We've had an ESA program in Florida since 2014. It's already serving 70,000 kids. It's already part of the fabric of public education. And the power really is in its flexibility. There are thousands of parents in Florida who would gladly come tell you how life-changing an ESA has been, because it's given them the flexibility to create an education program that is just right for their kid. As many of you probably know, we decided to to have a universal ESA program. Our lawmakers moved that this year, and our governor signed that into law a few weeks ago. And I think it's because they saw the power of ESAs, and they wanted to help even more kids and families benefit. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, Representative Hinojosa.
I apologize, I got distracted. What was the last part of your testimony you just said about ESAs?
Just about why people are so enthusiastic about them.
What was your reason? What did you just say at the end there?
Well, the flexibility is
Okay.
really, is that,
There was something else I missed at the very end. It's on me, I'm sorry. I appreciate the sheet you gave us. And what is the retention rate of students in the tax credit scholarship program after 2 years?
well, about 80% reapply and are awarded the program each year
Okay.
currently.
The figures I see say the majority of students leave after 2 years.
So that figure is widely circulated and I think widely misunderstood.
Okay.
That is from an Urban Institute report, and that data, which showed a 61% rate of leaving after 2 years, is from the years 2004 to 2010, if I remember correctly. So that's really old data, and that number has come down considerably since then.
Do you know what it is now?
About 80% re-up for the program every year, so the 2-year rate would be about 40% now.
So you're saying after 2 years, because I'm not as much interested in who applies as who's in the program. So I'm looking for a persistence rate for students in the voucher program after 2 years.
So 80% every year, so 60% after 2 years.
60%,
Right, because about 20% would leave every year.
20% leave every year. Okay, thank you.
Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Ron, for being here with us. A lot of myself and a lot of my colleagues in the Texas legislature represent rural areas of the state. Are there rural parts of the state of Florida?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, and I assume the public schools in those rural areas have been completely decimated by the choice programs you're here talking about. Is that correct?
That would not be correct.
Are there public school football teams in rural areas in the state of Florida today?
Yes, there are, and there's some really good ones.
Okay. What would be the impact? You mentioned earlier when you said, quote, the sky did not fall. Curious if you're able to elaborate a little bit more about the impact on public schools, especially in rural parts of the state, both on their budgets, their finances, financial implications of choice programs, as well as educational outcomes. What have we seen out there?
Well, thank you, Representative, for that question. So in terms of budget impact and enrollment, what we've seen is fairly modest changes in enrollment to rural school districts as choice has expanded. And if I could just give you two numbers quickly. If you go back 10 years ago, the number of students in our 30 rural counties enrolled in private schools would be 4.5%. Fast forward 10 years, fast forward after the most aggressive expansion of private school choice in the country, and that number is now 6.9%. So from 4.5% to 6.9% over 10 years of rapid expansion has been the change in rural districts. The other number I want to throw out real quick is even before we had this universal school choice bill, we still had pretty widespread eligibility. So more than 70% of families were already eligible for our income-based scholarships alone. And that number would have been even higher in our rural areas because the average incomes would have been a little bit lower. Throw in the scholarships for students with special needs and the other eligibility categories we have, like law enforcement, active duty military, foster kids, and it was probably closer to 80% in our rural areas would be eligible for school choice already. And yet private school enrollment is under 7%, and the take-up rate for those scholarships is probably about 5%.
How many public schools have closed as a direct result of school choice being implemented in Florida?
As far as district schools, I don't know of any.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Let the record show that Chairman Dutton is on the dais, and Chair recognizes Chairman Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tell me how the program works in Florida.
So we have several different scholarship programs. I guess to sum it up quickly, we've had an income-based scholarship program, actually two of them. So for many years, the heart of the program was a tax credit scholarship program that was funded by corporate contributions in return for dollar tax credits. At some point, we started hitting a wall with fundraising for that. And so in 2019, the state introduced a similar program that was directly state funded, but also limited based on income. And then on top of that, we've had scholarships for students with special needs. At one point, we had a quote unquote voucher for students with special needs and an ESA for students with special needs. A couple of years ago, those programs were merged. And of course, now, under the law that was just signed, we now have universal eligibility for ESA.
So what percentage of Florida students are taking advantage of this?
About 7 to 8%.
7 or 8%. Do you have a number that is a ceiling for you all?
There is no longer a cap.
Okay, so you would like to make it available for everybody?
The law that was just signed into law by Governor DeSantis a couple weeks ago does make it available to everybody.
So would it be fair to say that you could end up in a situation where every student was in this program?
Theoretically, that is possible. Practically, I don't think that's going to happen.
Why do you say practically not?
Because the vast majority of families appreciate and get what they need from very good public schools.
Okay, and so some parents don't, I guess, is what you're saying. What you're not saying, but what I hear you saying.
I appreciate the question. I prefer to dwell on the positive. I mean, there are certainly some families for which a public school, for whatever complicated reasons, isn't working. And so having choice allows them to find something else that will work for them. But the vast majority of families do get what they want from our public schools, which again have been rapidly improving.
And did the number of private schools increase after this program started?
The number of private schools has grown over time. Over the past 10 years, the growth has been about 30% over the past 10 years. I just looked at those numbers the other day. But they tend to be really small private schools. I mean, we have a ton of little micro schools and really small private schools and things like that cropping up. But the number has grown over time, yes, sir.
So would you find any objection to having only school choice available to parents?
I believe all families should have a choice.
So you wouldn't object to all parents deciding to opt into this program? Where you'd have a universal school choice program and you basically eliminate the public school program.
But I don't think it would eliminate public schools. I do think.
No, I didn't say, I'm not asking my question. My question is, do you have any objection to the program being so widespread that it eliminates totally public schools?
I do not have a problem with universal school choice. I think that makes a lot of sense. And in Florida, we were already at 70 to 80% eligibility.
Let me see if I can ask it another way, because you're still not answering me.
Yes, sir.
Let me back up. If school choice is a great idea, you assume that, right? Is that correct? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you think there ought to be any brakes on it at all, or should it be just wide open?
I personally think it should be wide open.
Okay. And if it's wide open and every parent took advantage of it, would you have an objection to that?
I would not.
Okay. So you don't have any reason to be against a program that would essentially destroy public schools?
I appreciate the question. I think those are two different things. I don't think expanding choice and making it universal would destroy public schools.
Well, if it has the availability to possibility, even though the probability may be low, that it could be so extensive as to cause public schools not to exist, then it seems to me that you're accepting the idea that you don't need public schools.
Theoretically, I guess that could happen. Practically, especially based on what we've seen in Florida, I don't think that would happen.
So why don't we create a program that essentially takes the amount of money we appropriate, divide the number of kids into it, and send every family, household that amount of money, and let them choose what they want to do. If they want to go to a public school, they can pay it over there. If they want to go to a private school, they could go to that. Would that work?
I think that is what we're headed to in Florida with universal choice.
So you do accept the fact that it would decimate public schools?
I appreciate the question. I don't think that's what it would do. That's not what it's been doing so far.
Well, if it no longer exists, what did it do?
Well, there would still be public schools that parents could choose. That would be amongst the options they could choose, and many of them continue to choose them.
Well, I'm just trying to determine whether or not, or to what extent, we ought to travel down the road of allowing private schools to take over our public schools, because that's essentially what happens. But let me ask this question. Did public schools improve after you did this?
I think without a doubt they improved.
Okay. And that improvement was based on, what do you attribute that to?
I think it's because of the competition from choice. In Florida today, the districts are the largest engines for choice options.
And you think the choice in that instance causes public schools to do something different than they were doing?
I think it's pretty clear that they have responded to the competition by becoming better, by becoming more customized, by becoming more responsive.
Is that an assumption, or do you have some basis to make that claim?
Well, one example that we like to point to is what happened in the Miami-Dade School District. So it is the largest school district in Florida, one of the largest school districts in the country. Nearly 80% of the students there now attend something other than their zoned neighborhood schools. Nearly 80%. And what the superintendent said about 10 or 12 years ago was, we have a choice to make. There is a tsunami of choice coming, and we can either try to outrun it and get flattened, or we can ride the wave. And what they chose to do was ride the wave and unleash all their talent into creating options that families want. And so they now have the most amazing array of choice options that I've ever seen anywhere.
So the Miami-Dade schools were failing the students?
I wouldn't say they were failing, but they were kind of an average urban school district that was kind of muddling along. And now they're amongst the best urban school districts in the country.
Only with 20% of the students they had originally then. Because you said 80% of the students now chose choice.
But most of those are in district choice options. So Miami-Dade has 400-something private schools, and families can access them with the choice scholarships. They have 150 charter schools, but then they also have an amazing array of district choice options, and that's where most of the families are sending their kids.
So charter schools are public schools in Florida, I assume?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they're out. But I'm still curious as to whether or not what Texas should expect if we did this. What should I expect for the students in my district?
I'm not familiar with your district, but what we can see in Florida as a whole is that we're going to see more options. I mean, that's what's happened in Florida. We went from a generation ago, 10% of the families were in something other than their zone neighborhood schools to 50% now. So you'll see a lot more choice, a lot more customization, and outcomes that continue to improve.
There are some functions of government that probably don't allow for choice. But do you agree?
I haven't, I am in my tunnel vision as far as education, but
I mean, okay, let's take law enforcement, for instance. Suppose we decided everybody had a right to be free from crime and law, and then they could choose which law enforcement they wanted to represent them. They could choose what court they wanted to represent. They could choose what DA they wanted to have. They just choose, make all these choices. That wouldn't work, would it?
I don't know enough about those realms to offer a good answer, Representative.
Well, I just wonder if there's any function of government you think that choice does not fit.
I don't know enough about those realms to offer a good answer about
Okay.
that. I know about education and
But you
choice.
think it fits in terms of education?
I have been at Step Up for Students 11 years. Before that, I was an education reporter for 8 years. And so I've been watching how the landscape has changed in Florida for 20 years, and I see almost nothing but upside.
Well, I do agree that we need to do something different in public schools in Texas. When we've got almost 70% of our third graders not reading on third grade level, we've got a problem. But I'm not so sure that what you say is choice fixes that. I'm not sure that would fix that, and I don't. Most of the private schools in Houston, which I represent, are on the west side of town. Most of the problem schools are on the east side of town. Now, how do I get them married? I mean, is there in Florida, do you pay the transportation for the child who wants to access a private school?
No, we don't.
Okay, so they'd have to get there any way they can.
So the transportation piece continues to be a challenge.
Okay, so that's what I'm worried about in terms of my particular district, which I have to represent, is how would these students get to, because that's essentially what we've got now in HI State. We've got a situation where on the west side of town, we have most of the campuses that have the better programs, the better teachers, the better everything. And so about 40% of the students in my district get on a bus every morning to go across town to get an education because that's the only place they figure they can get it. And so when we come back to choice, I get the question of how does choice do any different than what's being done?
It, to me, clearly opens the door for all kinds of other options. Are there still challenges? Without a doubt, there are. But there are 180,000 students using income-based scholarships in Florida today.
And the academic achievement of those students is what?
It is better than like students in district schools, according to numerous studies.
When you say better, is there any grade particularly that it's better at and not good at in some cases?
What we know is that for the program as a whole, the students are, first off, I don't know how far to back up and get in the weeds here. So they are required to take a norm reference test every year and send those results to a researcher who crunches the numbers every single year. And we know two things from that data. The students on scholarship are by and large the students who struggled the most in their prior public schools. And we know now on scholarship, they're making the same annual learning gains as students of all income levels nationally. So basically, they were falling behind further and further every year in their prior schools, and they're now gaining a year's worth of knowledge in a year's worth of time. So that's progress as far as test scores. And then more importantly, for long-term outcomes, we know that the students on scholarship are up to 43% more likely, this is from an Urban Institute report in 2019, to go to four-year colleges and up to 20% more likely to earn bachelor's degrees.
Well, I'd be curious to know the best students in your public schools compared to the best students in your private schools. How does that relate? Or do you have that kind of...
I don't have that information, sir.
Because the next question is, how do the worst students in your public schools compared to the worst students in your private schools?
I don't have that information.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Hold just one second. I'll just loop back to Miami-Dade. You talked about 80% of the students in Miami-Dade schools. I guess it's a county, or is it what? I mean,
Yeah, the district is the whole county.
oh, the whole county, okay. That 80% are involved in some sort of choice option,
Yes, sir.
but
Almost
not
80%.
not to public. So it sounds to me like that you kept talking about the district. I guess you're telling me that the public schools have created choice.
Yes, sir. If I
We're
was not
talking
clear about that,
go
forgive
go
me.
to a different than what you're zoned for. Maybe a magnet school, maybe an early college, high school. I'm just trying to describe what the public school choice option is.
It is what you listed and then many more. So that Miami-Dade has a phenomenal array of magnet schools. They have more than 100 magnet schools. They have amazing career academies. They turned a lot of their schools that were not into full capacity into K-8 schools. They have a bunch of schools down there they call international program schools where they have foreign languages. They have become incredibly creative with the options that they offer through their school district.
But what? How do we know they didn't evolve that way without a private? In other words, the private option. Did the private option drive that creativity and innovation, or would that have gone about its way towards that, or would that innovation sprouted, if you will, without the private option?
What the superintendent himself said was the tsunami of choice was coming and we had to ride the wave. And so he himself said the competition from private school choice and from charter schools is what spurred them to become more creative and responsive.
Okay, so using that same model of what we've tried to do in Texas, let charter schools sort of be that laboratory of innovation, which is overused term, but I mean that's what we say. So when you add another option to it, a private option, that was what finally tipped the scale to
These
have
things-
them evolve.
It's a great question. I don't know which came first and, what option spurred the most action. Charter schools in Florida started in 1996, and the first one was in Miami. And then we started with private school choice in 1999. The first program never got really big. In 2001, we started the tax credit scholarship program, which did get big. So, and then there were other things along the way too. There was Florida Virtual School that was introduced. There was the voucher program for students with disabilities. So I appreciate the question, but I don't know which part of the choice and competition mix would have spurred Miami-Dade to do what it did.
What about the Miami-Dade public schools and the choice that they offer within that public entity? What about transportation?
They do offer transportation to their choice schools.
So when a child, let's say one part of town, and parents feel like this is not the appropriate place for their kid or their student to attend school, then there is a transportation option in the public.
There is, and I don't know the details about it. I don't know if it goes to every school or if there's one bus that runs.
Well, I don't need that much detail. I was just trying to compare the two. All right, thank you. Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Matas, for being here. Seems like a lot of this discussion that's happening in our state is because of Florida, so I'm glad you're here to shine some light on that. Tell me, so you are the head of Step Up for Students. Is that a nonprofit?
We are a nonprofit. I'm definitely not the head of it.
Okay. Director of Research and Special Projects.
Yes, sir.
And I'm looking, y'all have about $821 million in revenue every year. Does that sound right?
That is how much money we bring in from the corporate contributions.
Okay. And about $972 million in assets and fund balance. Does that sound right?
I don't know much about the county.
Okay.
I know all that money there is converted into scholarships.
Got it. A lot of money coming through Step Up for students. I want to talk about the NAEP scores that you mentioned, because I know you mentioned fourth grade, but the numbers I'm looking at are that Florida kind of falls off a cliff by the time students get to eighth grade. Is that your understanding of the NAEP scores?
Well, that is how some critics, I would say, would portray it, but I don't think that's accurate.
Well, I'm just talking about the numbers. If I'm looking at this analysis from Stanford University, the size of Florida's regression is dramatic and growing, especially in math. No other state comes close to Florida's level of consistent 4th to 8th grade performance collapse.
Yeah,
Disagree with the Stanford analysis of your.
I'm not familiar with the details of that analysis.
I just think it's important to include, if you're trying to bring something to Texas from Florida, that we look closely at y'all's results. 4th grade seems to be encouraging, but it seems like the longer students are in the Florida education system, the worse they seem to do based on the NAEP results.
Respectfully, I don't think that's accurate. I mean, there have been gains in 8th grade as well. They're not as dramatic as the gains in 4th grade, but we've made progress in 4th and 8th grade and in reading and
But
math.
compared to every other state, your fall off from 4th grade to 8th grade is more dramatic and larger than any other state.
I'm not familiar with that analysis.
Okay, I mean, I'm not from Florida either. I'm just trying to tell you what I'm seeing as the results. But do you know what state does continue to perform either first and second in reading and in math and in 4th and in 8th grade in NAEP?
No.
Massachusetts. Massachusetts tends to be the highest ranking state in terms of public education student performance in the country. Do you know if they have a voucher program in Massachusetts?
I do not know.
They don't.
Okay.
They have no private school voucher program. They don't send any of their tax dollars to unaccountable private schools. And yet they are number 1 or number 2 in reading and in math in 4th grade and in 8th grade. So when we talk about kind of correlation versus causation, you come to Texas and tell us the way you get your NAEP scores up is by doing school choice, which I don't think anyone here is against choice within our system. All we're against is sending our tax dollars to private schools. But you're saying what we got to do to get our NAEP scores up is send our tax dollars to private schools. And I'm saying the top performing state in educational outcomes doesn't do that.
Well, first off, let me say that I don't think choice is the whole answer, and I didn't portray it that way. I think it gets really complicated when you try to figure out which policies and which choice programs led to the gains. I have no doubt that choice has been a significant part of our gains, but I would
But
never.
it's clear from Massachusetts that you don't need to send your tax dollars to private schools to have great NAEP scores.
Well, there's a lot of differences between Massachusetts and Florida in other ways, including demographics.
Have you
So, pound for pound, I'd say Florida does pretty well compared to Massachusetts.
have you visited any Texas public schools?
No, sir, I
recently?
have not.
Not any at all?
I have not.
Okay. Because I take some offense as a former Texas public school educator when you say the sky is not falling, and I know you made a joke about that, but right now we have a historic teacher shortage in our state. We have teachers who are working a second job, driving Ubers at night to pay the bills. We have teachers leaving the profession at a record rate. We have historic learning loss in our state after COVID. We have an escalating mental health crisis. So yes, in our public schools right now, because we are 43rd in per pupil funding out of the entire country, the sky is falling in Texas public schools. And so I don't appreciate folks from Florida coming here and making jokes about what's happening in our schools, because we have a crisis, and we're having a good faith discussion on how to solve that. But I don't want to make light of the situation that's currently happening and what we need to do to fix it.
I appreciate that. I would never make light of that situation. I was making light of school choice critics in Florida saying the sky would fall specifically because of choice programs. Everything else you listed, I understand, are immense challenges that we're all dealing with. I would never make light of it.
Okay, that's good. And I appreciate you being here, bringing the perspective. But I think you have to be cautious about the context that you're walking into. And in Texas, our schools are struggling. We're trying to figure out how to get them every dollar that we can. And any effort to divert dollars elsewhere is going to be viewed rightly with a certain amount of suspicion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any more questions? All right. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Laura Colangelo. We show you registered as Laura Colangelo on behalf of the Texas Private Schools Association and yourself, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. My name is Laura Colangelo. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Private Schools Association. We represent the 920 private accredited nonprofit schools in Texas. We are testifying for HB 4340, and we thank Chairman Frank and all the representatives here today who have filed bills and continue to work very hard to provide all Texas school children with the education that they need, want, and deserve. We are here to support education savings accounts for children who need an option other than their own public school, but we are in no way criticizing public schools. We appreciate the incredible work that public schools do in serving their children, and we consider ourselves a partner in that effort. So what I feel, I'm going to talk around some of the things that have already brought up because I think I can answer some questions that haven't been answered yet. But first, I will talk about the two things that seem to come up when we talk about this a lot. One is private school accountability, and then I'll talk about serving children with special needs in private schools, and then I'll circle back to TRS, some median tuition, and some other topics that have been brought up. Private schools have two layers of accountability. One is directly to the parents of the children they serve. When I was the head of a private school, my office was down the hall from the classrooms, and when something was not right in the classroom, I heard about it pretty quickly, and it was my job to solve the problem. And the parents could always leave and go to a different school. I was accountable to that child, those parents, and that school in a very real and immediate way. However, the second layer of accountability is accreditation, and I know you've heard about it. I'll talk about the process because I feel like that's not what's been left out a little bit in this discussion. This is a incredibly robust and holistic analysis of every part of running a school. You're looking at finances, you're looking at curriculum, you're looking at health and safety, you are looking at teacher qualifications, you're looking at standardized test scores, you're looking at every part of the school. Every accreditor, there are 19 accrediting commissions that are recognized by the TEA as accreditors in Texas. They all have standards that relate to all those different aspects of the school. And that when a school is up for accreditation, which is every 3 or 5 years, or 3, 5, 7, or 10 years, and they have reports in between, then they write a report, basically, how they meet all of those standards for all of those different areas of the school. And then a team of peer evaluators come to the school campus for 3 to 5 days, depending on how big the school is, and they look at every aspect of the school. They sit in on classrooms, they talk to the school board, they talk to parents, they talk to community members, they even go check out the carpool line and make sure that it's safe for kids. So they're looking at all aspects of the school. The norm reference tests, or if they take the STAR test, some private schools do take the STAR test, they're in the files that are kept, and the accreditation team has access to all the files, so they can see everything that's going on in a school. That is real accountability. And then one former Commissioner of Education, when I had a conversation with him, described this process to me as the best possible way to ensure school quality, and he wished it were scalable to public schools as well. So when we talk about strip mall private schools, a strip mall private school is not going to be an accredited private school. The way this bill is laid out, you have to be accredited in order to participate in the program, and a fly-by-night private school will not be an accredited private school. So second, I will just talk about how private schools fit in the landscape of special education law. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act is a federal law that tries to ensure the needs of children with disabilities are met in public school. It's very important. But this is not applicable in a private school context. So private schools operate under contract law. That means that there's an agreement between parents and the school of what they can provide. Everyone signs the contract, and that's the law that you operate under. And this is the enrollment contract. This way, the school and the parent can design and deliver the type of education that fits the child. Perhaps the parents are attracted to the smaller class sizes in the private school, or the fact that the teacher is freed from the burden of IEP paperwork in order to actually interact with and teach the child when they're together. The reasons to choose a private school under these circumstances are infinite, just like the needs of our kids in Texas. I think I'm running out of time, but after 30 years of studying education, there's only one thing that I know for sure, and that is that there is not one school or one type of school that fits all children. And so every child learns differently, and I think we need to give families the options that they need. We wouldn't presume, Chairman Dutton, that this program will fix public education. I don't think anyone is saying that. I want to continue to work on that. But in the meantime, it would allow for those children that need another option to have another option. Sorry. Okay.
That's all right. Members, any questions for this witness?
I have a question.
All right, Chairman Dutton.
Did I hear you correctly, Mr. Colangelo? You said you all private schools operate on a contract. Does that mean they can contract out of federal law?
Federal law, the IDEA law is not applicable in private school settings. Contract law is the accountability there.
Why
IDEA is not in private school settings. IDEA protections exist in public school settings and then in these programs.
Does IDEA exempt out private schools or something?
Well, they're not recipients of federal financial assistance, so they would not be under.
So as long as they don't receive federal assistance, you can contract out of it. Does that mean that private schools, if this program were instituted in Texas, would private schools take every kid that shows up that had one of these vouchers?
There will still be an admissions process, and this is to ensure that the school is able to meet the needs of the child. It wouldn't be fair to admit a child if you could not meet their educational needs.
So that's a no.
That's it, there's a process.
That's a no. So public schools don't have to take every child that shows up at the front door. But under this program, the private schools could pick and choose which students they actually take.
The admissions process would remain the same.
Okay. And do you know what the current percentage of black students in private schools in Texas?
I don't have that number.
How about Hispanic students?
I don't have that number.
I don't either, but I'm guessing it's probably relatively small.
I do know that every private school has efforts to increase diversity of all kinds in their school.
Well, I appreciate that effort, but I was wondering whether or not. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, 99% of private schools have scholarship funds to increase the diversity of all kinds in their school for kids that can't afford private schools.
Do you know the number of private schools in the state of Texas that sort of devote themselves and their mission is primarily dealing with exceptional children or children with
Children with special needs?
Yes.
50 exclusively, but 87% of all private schools serve children with special needs currently.
Okay. You know, one of the things that I hear about when we talk about special needs children in private school is the fact that some of the federal protections, for lack of a better term, are lost. And I also find that the documentation requirements, when I talk to public school teachers in the special ed sector, talk about that could be some of the most onerous burden that actually prevents them from being able to serve kids.
Right.
It's a paperwork game.
That's what I heard when I talked to heads, when I was preparing for the Special Education Funding Commission. I talked to a lot of those 50 heads of schools specifically for children with special needs. And they say that they are have a very easy time recruiting teachers. They have teachers want to stay because they are released from that paperwork and they can actually interact with kids, have more time to do that and teach them.
And so the accountability system for that would be the parent, correct?
That's one.
In that environment would be that where, if the services being offered at the private school were meeting the needs of that child, then we're good. If they're not, then we go elsewhere.
Yeah,
Is that
and
correct?
with accreditation too. I mean, you would have a standard about how
Absolutely.
you serve your children with special needs, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any more questions? All right, Representative Hinojosa.
I just want to clarify, did you say that there are 19 different accrediting organizations
Commissions. Yes.
in Texas?
Yes.
So with I'm sure, a wide variety of standards.
So it's a peer review process. We meet twice a year. We're actually meeting next week. So as Jennifer explained, the Lutherans evaluate the Catholics, evaluate the non-sectarian commissions, and a member of the TEA is there watching to ensure that the quality remains equivalent to or greater than those of public schools.
The TEA goes on every inspection of every
No.
campus? Okay.
No, but they, when accreditors accredit each other, this is getting a little meta right now, but so the accreditors accredit the schools themselves, and the other commissions make sure that they're doing their job well, and by accrediting the commissions themselves. So they go on an accrediting visit. A representative of the Catholic Commission will go to a Lutheran visit to make sure that all of these people are holding the schools to the standards that they should be.
I understand. So it's members of the organization reviewing each other's work, but I'm asking the TEA's role.
the TEA just sits in on these twice-a-year meetings. Is that what the TEA's role is?
They do, because we exist as a sort of an MOU. I think I sent you, the
Right.
Commissioner of Education every year sends a letter that says what accreditation means in terms of public school classes and credits and that sort of thing.
But-
Salary scale, the TRS is not part of that, which we can get into that
Okay.
again. It's for salary scale only, not for retirement. So
Okay.
nobody's funding private school retirement, teachers' retirement.
Okay.
So the TEA is overseeing the whole process to make sure it's a valid process, because they are recognizing those 19 accreditors.
But by overseeing, they attend 2 meetings a year?
Yes.
Thank you.
Chairman Dutton.
I had another question. Under charter schools right now, they're under the three-strike rule, where you have a combination of financial or academic failures, you can be closed. Would something like that fit with charter schools?
You mean private schools?
I mean, private schools, yes.
Well, we wouldn't, so this could happen in a couple different ways. If the creditor came in and there was something egregious, say if money were being stolen, if there was a financial thing, they could remove accreditation immediately. That could happen the next day. I think realistically, if a school, I don't know which 3 strikes you're talking about, but if something terrible is happening and parents in a private school find out about it, that school is not going to last very long.
Yeah,
That could close.
but I was thinking about the state sanctions charter schools, such that they have to meet certain accountability standards, both financially and academically, or any combination thereof. Can't be 3 strikes, and you can't miss it 3 times, or otherwise you're out of business.
So the accreditor could do a 1 strike, depending on how serious it is, and remove accreditation, and then that school would not be eligible for this program.
Could the state do that too?
The private schools under this program are overseen by the accreditor, so that would be who would institute
So
those
the
sanctions.
state wouldn't have any say-so at all?
Not according to the bill as written.
That's what I thought. Okay. Thank you.
Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for being here with us. One question, because we get this a lot on, the amount of the ESA versus the cost of private schools, and I hear lots of numbers thrown around about what it costs to attend a private school in the state of Texas. What's sort of the range, and then what's the median that we would be looking
So
at?
the median tuition for the state of Texas is $9,831. And the reason we do the median, that we collect the median information, is because there are some very expensive private schools that sort of skew the numbers there. So there are half as many above 9831 and half as many below 9831. And so I know Representative Allison mentioned a $20,000 average. I think there are websites like privateschools.com or something that I think they call a couple private schools and come up with an average. But we have actually the Accreditation Commission has asked the private schools themselves a $920. So this is the median tuition for the state of Texas.
Thank you very much. And it's been a very long time since I've taken a course in statistics, but just want to make sure everyone's clear. You said a median,
Median.
which means there's an equal number of schools that charge a tuition below $9,800.
Correct.
As there are above. Did I hear that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. One thing that we hear talked about a lot is the issue of transportation. How do a lot of your members handle that issue, given that, ISDs do have, busing systems and transportation budgets, whereas a lot of the private schools don't have that?
Some private schools do have transportation. Private schools, they have buses that meet in a certain part of town. If there's a wide range of people, geographic area that go to the private school, you'll have one on the east side, one on the west side, buses that come pick up in areas. It's similar to public schools. There is also I think it's $750 in this bill for transportation needs, but I also think that parents will find a way to get the children to the school that they need to get to.
What about rural parts of the states? I hear a lot of times that it would never benefit rural Texas because there's no options out there outside of the, admittedly, in a lot of cases, very good and high-quality public schools. How would choice programs like this bill or several of the other bills that we're contemplating today help rural Texas, or would they not help rural Texas?
I think it would help everyone. I think rural Texas, the The communities in rural Texas do seem to support their public schools and love their public schools, so there may not be tons of children out there that need another option, but there are probably a few. There are private schools right now that are adjacent to rural areas. I can tell you that Grace Community School in Tyler is looking to have micro schools under the umbrella of their accreditation in the more rural areas to serve, so the parents don't have to drive 2 hours to get to their school. So there will be other options available in the rural areas.
Great, thank you. And one other concern we hear a lot, and I'm sure we'll hear today, so maybe go ahead and just let you get your perspective on this. People do have concerns about tax money going to institutions that are non-public by definition, that may have religious affiliations, and that may not align with their potentially deeply held personal faith. I assume, or maybe I shouldn't assume, I'll ask the question, is there a wide variance amongst private schools in terms of the religious creeds, in terms of the faith that they adhere to, and are there some interesting ones that maybe you want to address?
I'd love to talk about Wiccans and Satanists, because we get that a lot. And I'm no expert on Satanism or Wiccanism, but that has come up in other hearings, so I would love to address that. In order to start a private school, you have to have a community and an educational philosophy. You have to have money and passion and an ethos, and you have to have a coherent educational philosophy. My understanding of Wiccanism, I think no offense to Wiccans, but I think they worship trees, and I do not see that there is a coherent educational philosophy, even to become a private school, and they certainly would not pass the accreditation standards according to that philosophy. And I'm pretty sure Satan does not have a coherent educational philosophy either. So I think those, while entertaining, are a little distracting to the conversation, but I appreciate being able to point that out. Thank you very much.
My guess is this will not be the last time we hear those terms in the hearing today, although maybe I'm wrong. One final question, because you did mention accreditation at the very end, and I do want to just end with a question to you regarding accreditation. Is it objectively true that the accreditation standards that private parochial schools in the state of Texas who are accredited do adhere to the same lower or higher standards than public schools in the state of Texas?
That is the agreement by which that we exist. So we exist. The TEA did accredit private schools until 1985. When they stopped, they thought it was too expensive, so they offloaded it to what's now TEPSAC. That's the 19 accreditors that I mentioned. So the agreement is among these 19 that they must hold the same rigor, have the same academic rigor as public schools, same or greater as public schools in the state of Texas.
Thank you very much.
That's the assertion.
Thank you, Chair.
Representative Hinojosa.
How is that rigor measured?
They're looking at the norm reference tests, and they're sitting in classes, and they're analyzing the curriculum, the scope and
TEA sits in classes in all your private schools?
No, the peer accreditors.
You all sit in each other's classes?
Yeah.
So in our public schools, we have an accountability system whereby we rank each school A through F, and we compare schools to one another. And that's how we hold our schools accountable. Do you have anything like that?
We do not have an A through F rating.
Do you have any kind of accountability system on each other where you rank your campuses to see how they are performing, and specifically subgroups of your private school populations to see how they're performing, and if they don't meet certain standards, there are strict accountability measures?
So the accreditation team is the accountability. They're coming in and they're pulling out those norm reference scores, and they would have to look at subgroups with those norm reference tests when they pull it out of the file. So the accountability is within the accreditation team that comes in and evaluates the school. And there is an A through F. What we do is called commendations and recommendations. It's a constant improvement process. It's not a checklist. So they are looking and saying, you're doing this really well. It's a comprehensive report after a few days. This is what you're doing really well, and these are the things that you need to improve. And if there's something that needs to change immediately, we're not leaving campus until you fix whatever that is.
Okay. And is that online? So there's full transparency, so everybody, the public, can see what that is?
The standards are online.
No, but the actual report of how campuses are performing?
No, but the report through the accreditation commissions, the numbers of schools that were accredited and And not reaccredited, that is online.
Okay, but we don't know where schools are missing the mark and which schools those are and which subpopulations.
The parents of the private school would. They get those reports at the end of the accreditation commission.
So
The
those
state of
parents
Texas would not.
attending, but the public would not see that?
No.
Thank you.
Representative Harrison.
One final question, because the topic of accountability is obviously of utmost importance, I think, to every member here on the dais and in the body. If a public school is not meeting the needs of a student in your school, can the parent leave that school with their child?
If a public
Of a
school-
private school, one of your member schools?
Oh,
Sorry.
yes, they can leave.
They could leave your schools?
Of course, yes.
What about a poor family who does not have financial means? How easy is it for them to leave a public school that is not serving the needs of their child?
I would think that would be very difficult.
So which of
without
the
a
two,
program like this.
which of the two would you say has actual greater true accountability?
I believe the private school where the parents can leave at any point.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Members, any more questions for this witness? All right, Representative Allison.
Let me ask you a little bit more about the cost situation. You said the average that you looked at, the medium, was $9,000,
$831.
and that's based on all 900 private schools that you mentioned? And do those private schools include parochial schools also, or are they
Correct.
independent?
There are about 250, if you mean Catholic, there are 250 Catholic schools
Catholic or other religious
And-
schools?
and other, yeah.
Okay. And are they all comparable? By that I mean, do they all go K through 12, or is it a mixture?
There's a mixture.
And will that mixture affect the cost?
Usually upper school is more expensive than lower school, yes.
Okay. You know, one difficulty I have with a median or an average, it's not very helpful when you're looking at your locale, what you're faced with. So I really have trouble. Just while we were sitting here, I just went on different websites of schools in my area, in Greater San Antonio, and they range from like Antonian, very good Catholic school, $12,320. Central Catholic, another parochial school, $13,780. Incarnate Word is a girls' school, $13,425. St. Luke's kindergarten, $16,610. Grades 1 through 4, $23,100. Grades 5 through 8, which is the extent of that school, $24,695. TMI, middle school's $26,312. The high school's $29,477.
Now,
Cornerstone, and I tried to cover a broad area. The ones I could think of are sitting here. Cornerstone, $23,000.
Now, the more expensive schools, part of that tuition goes into scholarship funding. So they tend to have more scholarship available in order to increase the diversity of their student body.
Well,
So
I'm sorry.
this is what this is proposing is a way to augment an already very successful scholarship program to allow access for children that can't afford private schools.
Well, on those examples they just gave, there's a wide gap that's going to have to be covered.
Well, many schools give 100% scholarship money for truly needy students.
For up in the $20,000?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
And how long will that last? Any
Well,
guarantee
we've
that's
been
going to
around
continue?
for a long time. How long will what last? This private scholarship money?
The scholarship money.
They raise it every year. There's fundraisers, and then it's actually part of the full pay tuition is for scholarship to allow children that can't get there.
We heard from the witness in Florida that they had to cut off their scholarship program because they were tapped out and couldn't raise any more money.
That's the tax credit scholarship piece.
Well, I don't care what got a scholarship. We had a recent situation, a recent article in the San Antonio papers about a scholarship program that existed in the Edgewood School District maybe 20 years ago that initially attracted a lot of students, I think close to 3,000 students, which is sizable for that district. It's no longer in place because the scholarship, the money, whether you call it scholarship or whatever, dried up. It wasn't continued. The students all came back.
I believe, and I'm not an expert on that, but I believe that was one funder. What I'm talking about is scholarships of 920 private schools, and that's not going to dry up. That's the way private schools operate, is raising this money and paying for kids who can't afford to get there.
As long as they can.
Well, as long as they're in existence, yes.
Okay. Well, I know
I mean, we've been around for hundreds of years at this point, so I think that we'll be able to continue funding children that can't afford the
Well, I
private
can,
schools.
I can cite a couple of examples of Catholic schools in San Antonio that recently have had to close down.
That is true.
Okay. Thank you.
I just
Chairman
had-
Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a couple of questions. Of the 920 private schools, how many students actually get scholarships?
I don't have a total number. I do know that 99% of schools offer scholarships, but you're asking for how many students are. Anecdotally, usually it's between like around 20% of the student body currently would be on scholarship, 20 to 40% depending. Now, Catholic schools are different because I think we talked about the subsidies, and I think a bishop's going to talk about that and can speak specifically to Catholic schools. But for the rest, I would say between 20 and 40% of the student body, and we have 270,000 students currently in private schools.
Could you get us the number that reflects the number of students that actually get the scholarship in any one year?
I can try to do that.
Okay, all right, because I know we talk about scholarships as if they're widely available, and I guess what we heard earlier is that they're not really widely available because they have a end of the rainbow, so to speak, that happened. And finally, let me ask this question. You mentioned that private schools don't have to comply with the IDEA.
Yes.
What other federal laws do they not have to comply with?
Well, if private schools are not recipients of federal financial assistance, then they do not have to comply. They do have to comply with the Federal Non-Discrimination Act. But
They have to comply with the Federal Non-Discrimination Act.
yes, so you cannot discriminate on the basis of race, you know what it is, national origin, you know, that's the Federal
I mean the
Non-Discrimination.
Civil Rights Act or something?
Civil Rights Act.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'm with you. I was just curious. I didn't know it. I'd never heard it called the Federal Discrimination Act. But so private schools do have to comply with
Yes.
the Civil
And
Rights Act.
they would post in the paper, you would see these, you had to put on your website or post in the paper that you follow that, and that, you used to see that in the newspaper, that Saint so-and-so does not discriminate.
And that relates to students and teachers, I suppose.
That would be the hiring, they can have their own hiring processes for teachers, but that would be for students being admitted to the school.
And if it's a religious school, it could, as I understand the law currently, it could discriminate against people who don't choose to support that religion.
What private schools normally do is ask that the family that is requesting admission to respect the tenets of the religion and to be a part of the community. And that's the way to make sure that it's a fit for the child.
That makes sure what?
I'm sorry?
Make sure it's a fit for the child, you said?
Yeah, so if you're a Catholic school or a Lutheran school, you ask that the family respect the teachings of the Lutheran Church, which will be taught in the school, but they don't require that the child be Lutheran.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate you recognizing the diversity. And I know personally there are, in addition to Christian schools, there are some Islamic academies that
There's some incredible Islamic academies.
that are looking forward to taking advantage of this program if it's passed. And so I'm glad there are multiple faiths represented in these
Absolutely.
different schools. So we just you mentioned that a public school district that's underperforming, there are mechanisms for the state to intervene. In fact, the largest public school district in Texas was just taken over by the state because those are our tax dollars, and so the state has the ability to take over if a school is not serving students. Would that be possible for a private school accepting my taxpayer dollars?
That there is no, in the bill that it's written, the state would not come in. That would be the purview of the Accreditation Commission to determine whether that school was meeting the standards and could admit children in this program. And if they can't, they cease to be accredited.
But as a
And your
taxpayer-
tax dollars would no longer go to that.
As a taxpayer, I don't elect those members who are accrediting. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. So if we believe in taxation with representation, which we believe in this country, my tax dollars going to your school means there has to be some mechanism for me and my elected officials or appointed officials by an elected official to intervene. So would your member, I know it's not in the bill currently, but would your members be open to ensuring that if you're taking my tax dollars, there's a mechanism for us to intervene, whether a parent stays or goes, a mechanism for us to be able to intervene for poor performance?
Your tax dollars are going to the family, and the family is choosing the school that fits their child.
Well, my tax dollars go to public schools to serve everybody, whether a parent stays or goes or moves, whether a parent in Houston ISD goes to a charter school. My money is there because I'm invested in making sure that school is providing for everybody. And now that's going to include y'all. You're being brought into this because that's my tax dollars. So would you be open to ensuring that our elected officials have a way to intervene for poor performance?
I would be open to the if it's if the school ceases to be accredited, your tax dollars cannot go there anymore. If the child is not performing the way they should, then that taxpayer-funded child could not be able to go to that school anymore.
Can I ask a question about admission? You can deny admission for any reason you'd like as long as it doesn't violate federal non-discrimination. Is that right?
Correct.
So does that mean you can deny admission to a student who has had behavior problems?
There are some private schools that do incredible jobs with children.
That's
with
not my
behavior
question.
I know, but I'm about to answer your question. The admission process is designed to make sure that the private school can meet the educational needs of the child. Behavior problems, educational needs, whatever. So that process would remain in place.
So the answer is yes?
Yes, they could deny.
Any private school in Texas, the ones I'm about to send my tax dollars to if this passes, can deny admission because the student has behavior problems?
They work through a very respectful process to make sure they meet the needs of that
I'm
child.
sure it's respectful. I just need a yes or no. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Can a private school in Texas that's possibly going to receive my taxpayer dollars, can they deny admission to a student based on their academic performance?
Again, it is a respectful discussion to make sure they can meet the educational needs of that child, but yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to stop everybody right here and just remind everyone that the public testimony registration is going to close here in just a few minutes. So make your way there if you want to register to testify. I'm sorry for interruption. Please continue. All right. Apologize for that. Thank you. Members, any more questions? Representative Harrison.
Thank you. Last series of questions real quick, because there is something that I feel like is an implicit strain throughout a lot of these questions, which is that the public schools are doing what they're able to do with far fewer resources than the private schools. And we were talking about the median private school tuition a minute ago. I think you said around $9,800. Is that correct?
9,831.
What is the median spending per public school student in the state of Texas, do you know, by district?
Well, if it's, what was it, 90% is 10,000?
I can look at, I can tell you.
I'm guessing you know.
I just looked it up. The median public school spending per student in the state of Texas is $14,547. That is almost $5,000 higher than the median you just told me that your member schools were charging students. Is that roughly
That's right. That's
okay.
correct.
And also, it is also not to be assumed that all the public schools are right around that median either. I just pulled up Austin ISD while you're sitting here. I'm guessing you don't know what that is, the spending per student. So I'll tell you, it is over $26,000 per student that Austin ISD is spending. So the idea that there's fluctuation or variance within tuition, that is something that is certainly not unique to private schools in the state. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you. Members, any more questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much for being here. Chair calls Anita Scott. All right. Okay. Give me just 1 second here. We show you registered as Anita Scott on behalf of the Texas Homeschool Coalition to be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Buckley and committee members. My name is Anita Scott, and I am testifying on behalf of Texas Homeschool Coalition in favor of HB 4340. I am the fourth of 8 children born to the parents of James and Ruth Scott, who began homeschooling my siblings and me in the 1980s, when it was uncommon, unpopular, and native to the African-American community, especially in a neighborhood called Oak Cliff in Dallas. We lived in a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom home, and we made it work. We made it work so well, my mother, who had already earned her teaching certification and bachelor's degree, began homeschooling the children of her friends. Their lives very much mirrored my family's, children of hardworking parents who only wanted an education free from the onslaught of what our district schools offered: gangs, guns, teenage pregnancies, dropouts, and often mid to low performing standards. My neighbors and close friends had no idea parental choice would ever be available. In fact, it was not uncommon for our neighbors to borrow the address of their family members in order to attend a school outside of the school predetermined for us. Our neighbors did it all the time, and it is because they couldn't afford to send their children to the school of their choice. Choice is what they were pursuing because the status quo was what was prescribed for us based on the name of the street where we lived. As an adult, I have worked in the school system in the traditional ISD as well as the charter school, both as a teacher and an administrator, and I have listened to parents express the same daunting concern. They want choice. They want the ability to make decisions for their own children, especially regarding education. They want to give their children a choice that will enable them to have the very best education. So the emphasis of choice is not about defunding or refunding. It is about freedom. Thank you. I welcome any questions.
All right, members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Okay. Chair calls Crystal Bernard. Crystal Bernard. Okay. Okay, we're going to, they may be coming from one of the overflow rooms, but we're going to wait just another couple seconds. Crystal Bernard. Okay, we're going to show Crystal Bernard from the Braveheart Christian Academy and herself registered for the bill. Okay. Chair calls Michael Olson. All right. We show you registered as Michael Olson on behalf of the Roman Catholic Diocese of Fort Worth and yourself. You'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
All right. Thank you.
I'm in favor of HB 4340. I'd like to thank Representative Frank for his sponsorship. I serve as the Roman Catholic Bishop of the Diocese of Fort Worth, Texas, which covers 28 counties in North Texas, over 1.1 million Catholics. We have 18 Catholic schools, of which 50% of our students are on some form of scholarship. It is our position as a church that parents have the primary and inalienable right and duty to educate their children, and they must enjoy true liberty of schools in their choice of schools in order to exercise that right for it to be meaningful. What is very attractive about this bill that's sponsored by Representative Frank is that it recognizes that, and it's not just simply a coupon for the wealthy to have access to the schools they already have access to and have choice. We welcome especially the prioritization that he offers, which begins with those who are most in need, who are denied that choice because of their financial status. And it provides these parents with a real choice for access and education. Also, his bill safeguards and protects the privacy, autonomy, religious liberty of participants, that is parents, by ensuring that educators are not required to modify their creed, practices, admissions, policies, curriculum, performance standards, or assessments to serve ESA students. The money goes directly to an account that the parents can access, and if they don't use it, it returns rightly to the Fund for Education. Many students will continue to benefit from thriving public schools. Parental choice programs provide hope for the thousands of families who need better access to personalized education options. I should mention that there are 63,000 students in the Catholic schools in the state of Texas, and more than 350,000 Catholic students who attend our catechism classes in our public schools. I'd also be negligent if I did not mention, with esteem and praise, the number of Catholics who serve in our public education system, driven by the mission of educating the young. and I'd like to recognize them. Once the natural right of parents to educate their children is respected by the provision of real choices for schools, all schools will respond with new programs, improved curricula, and a renewed focus on the quality of education they are providing their students to help them to develop and to flourish for their entire life. This also includes proper care for faculty, for training and education to provide for the school. To be an adequate means to assist the parents in their primary responsibility of education. I wanted to say just very briefly, and I'd be glad to take questions on this. The issue came up about the Blaine Amendment earlier, Blaine amendments that were entered into many state constitutions, including Texas. There is the term sectarian is not a synonym for religious, and it's also not a synonym for denominational. Sectarian indicates, in a sense, a segment of the dominant religious, or something that is aberrant to the dominant religious tenets. And so that term was applied in 1875 by James Blaine when he tried to rewrite the First Amendment of the Constitution, excluding Catholic schools because of their, what he called sectarian. Now, interesting enough, Mr. Blaine himself was a baptized Catholic, though inactive, but had presidential ambitions. Now, I'm not going to draw any other comparisons, but he was not active, and he saw that in order to court the votes of the dominant anti-immigrant nativist ethic, he had to abandon that. I think that that prejudice, in a sense, remains today in many of these Blaine amendments that are currently in our states, precisely not because of Catholic identity. They've just layered it over for any church denomination that has a hierarchy, that has an understanding of pastoral responsibility, as opposed to a spirituality or church that recognizes, in a sense, it begins with individual expression as the height of religious. So, strangely enough, Blaine amendments have actually introduced a type of establishment of religion in our school systems today.
All right. Thank you. Chairman Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Father, for being here. How many Catholic schools do you have in the state of Texas?
I know there are 18 in my diocese, I think, Ms. Almond. 250 total in the state of Texas.
And over the last 5 years, how many schools have you closed?
I have been forced to close 2.
I mean, in the whole state?
In the whole state? I don't know.
Well, I can tell you there's 2 and 3 in my diocese.
I know.
Yeah.
If I could speak to that,
sure.
I think that's precisely what ESAs will do to help prevent, because it will help us to make these schools more viable, especially where, from our point of view, the mission of the church is most needed, with those who have no other access, no other real choice for education, and are denied that because of their financial impoverishment.
Because the only ones that closed were the ones in minority neighborhoods.
Oh, that's not true, sir. I mean, I understand.
In Houston, it was true.
I couldn't speak to that, but I take your word for it, sir.
Yes, sir. I don't know about the rest of the state, but I know in Houston that was the case.
I know.
My own parish, our Mother Mercy parish, we closed our school, and that was not to my liking, at least. Anyway, let me say
it's decimating to a community.
Yeah, it was, and it still is. But I don't know how. I'm not sure this is the track that gets you back to where I think we ought to be in terms of.
I'm not 100% sure either. I have had concerns. One of the things that I liked about this bill was that it assuaged my concerns about religious liberty. I've been very, very careful about accepting title money and other things that would, in a sense, impose another religious viewpoint, a secular one, but albeit a religious one, upon my faithful and our people. And so that is a very important concern. I think that what I like also about this is its focus is upon the parents as the primary educators with responsibility and assists them in carrying out that responsibility instead of just adding to their burden, already quite onerous, as we've heard, because of poverty and access to other basic human needs.
Yeah. Well, I think we could go back and forth about this, but again, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Members, any more questions? Representative Hinojosa.
I heard you mention, Father, that you support public schools. Did you say something like that?
Yes.
Can you explain that to me?
Well, as I said, 350,000 Catholic children are in our public schools. They're in our religious education programs as well, where they not only get religious education, they get safe environment training, they get accountability that way. They have a sense of belonging in a community and also an ethic which shows they have a responsibility to contribute to society that reinforces those lessons within a public school that are meant for that.
And as Catholics, are we only concerned with the well-being of Catholic children?
No. I thank you for asking that question so I can expand about that. Precisely, all of the Catholic school teachers, all those Catholics who are teaching in public schools, really by virtue of their baptism, are really engaging in their mission entrusted to them by God, which is to the common good. Not to proselytize, but really to educate children for a better society, to contribute to the common good.
So we care about all children in
Right.
our schools,
Yes.
not just the 350,000 Catholics who are in public school.
Yes, I care about them too.
And it's, in fact, we're called to do right by all children, not just the Catholic children.
Not only called, but obliged to by the Ten Commandments and the precepts of the Church, and also the Beatitudes.
And so in this building, we fund our public schools and make policy for the vast majority of students, of children who are receiving an education in Texas.
Yes.
Did you come to testify for them when we were talking about how much money to give to our public schools where the vast majority of our children are educated?
Oh, I'm here to help public schools as well, and I think this program also assists that. Children is what the focus is, not schools. See, the primary educators, even in public schools, is still the parents, not the state, not this building, also not even schools or teachers. As excellent as public school teachers are, obviously it's a community, but it's a community anchored in the primacy of the family, not the individual, and certainly not the state.
And I understand that. I have children, and I have a pretty good education, but there are limits to what I can teach my children, and so I need to send them to professionals to be educated. And that's what this is. That's what we're talking about here, right? We're not talking about. We're talking about children who are going to school, whether it's private school or public school.
Absolutely. There is a legitimate state interest in the education of children, public school and private school. What we're talking about especially, I think what this bill is the first priority, are those parents and therefore their children who don't have access to choice. All right? They don't have a choice to move. They don't have a choice not to use the school. That's the public school that's there, and there's choices limited because of access of real costs.
So you talk about access and choice. Do the children who go to Catholic schools in Fort Worth have transportation costs covered for them? Are they, in other words, are they afforded transportation to your schools?
In some of them there are, yes.
Okay, but not all of them?
No. In some schools, there's a greater need for that than not.
Are there students who you would agree there are students who can't access this option because they don't have transportation?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I think
so.
I think precisely with our communities, there's a way, precisely whether it's parental carpooling, other things like that, that no one is kept out of that precisely because they can't travel there.
Okay, so do you think that would you agree that the vast majority of students, whether or not this bill passes, will remain in our public schools?
Oh, I certainly think so, yes.
And if this bill passes, do you think there are still students who won't have access to private school?
I think so.
There are barriers still for some families?
There are there's barriers to good education in a public school, as we've said. There's barriers to good education, which is overall the problem that we're trying to address.
But I'm asking specifically about private schools. If this bill passes, will there be barriers for some kids and some families to
Yes.
access them? And what might those be?
That would be particularized on a case-by-case basis.
Can you think of some?
You're a hypothetical. Could be more specific in the question.
Well, I can think of some, and I would.
Okay, then what are they?
Sure, yes. I mean, I think you have families that aren't as engaged because unfortunately there are parents who are not as engaged. And whether it's because of addiction, whether it's because they're going through some other problems of their own, whether it's because they don't care for their children.
Right.
In the public school, we have a responsibility, a duty to educate those children regardless of whether they're
We have that obligation as a society of which we're parts of, yes.
And that's why we have
But
our
it's
public
also,
schools.
but again, education is, would you admit that the hypothetical case that you've brought up, which is too real in too many circumstances, that those are particular needs that require a particular assessment and approach to an education, which currently public schools are able to have with a $58 billion budget, and as well in structures where it's not just the school that they're accepted in, it's the system. And there are particular schools within that system that address those particular and special needs. Our approach in those cases is family-based, not student-based, all right? So that in a sense that it also involves helping the parents to be part of the school community, not only with obligations, but also with benefits.
Okay. And so here's the challenge is that when students, you mentioned the budget of educating our public schools, of course, and you acknowledge our public schools have to educate all kids, and private schools will not have to even, and this bill would not change that. So those students are left behind in this situation with less money in their school for their needs.
No, not necessarily, because that's another budgetary concern. We're talking about a small budgetary amount, as I understand it, $500,000 to be adjudicated. Now, that'll be handled in a budgetary process.
500 million.
500 million, okay, out of 58 billion. Okay, very good. And so still, it takes prioritization. So I don't think that necessarily follows that those children who will be in a public school will be left behind. All right. In fact, if anything, it enables us to focus more clearly on them with particular needs that are going to be more pronounced in a more limited universe.
But we have less money, less resources.
That's up to you.
Well,
Isn't that a taxation matter?
Yeah. Yes, you're right, sir.
Right.
But were you here to testify for those children in our public schools?
I'm doing that right now.
No. You're testifying for money to go to private schools, to your schools.
No.
What
Please. Don't foist that on me because it's not.
Please, that's why I'm
what
asking.
I'm testifying for is for parents to have the money that they're paying into their taxes, all right, for so that they have parental choice. I don't want government money directly given to our schools. I want parents who are not even citizens, who are participants in our community, who want for their children to have a better opportunity that they have more problems than education. They have poverty. But without education, there'll be no solution to poverty, addiction, any of these other things. I'm talking about access for these people. I'm not talking about public schools, all right? In that sense, I'm talking about the students in public schools and their parents. That's what I'm talking about.
No, hold up. Hold up. Hey. Let me just remind everyone, I appreciate your applause, but we're not going to do that here. We're having a real serious discussion, a spirited discussion between two passionate folks, and so no more outbursts. Okay, let's keep this. It's not like the baseball games. Sorry.
Thank you, Father, for engaging with me in this conversation. I just would like, it would be very helpful to have you here when we discuss funding the students in all of our public students, which the vast majority of our children in this state go.
Please invite me. Thank you.
You're invited.
Thank you very much.
So, in your Catholic schools in Fort Worth.
Yes.
And there were how many? You said
18.
18. Are any of the children that go there, do you think their parents suffer from drug addiction?
Yes.
Poverty?
Yes.
All sorts of other human frailties?
Yes.
Does the Catholic Church offer services to help parents like that?
Oh, my, yes. Catholic Charities. Yeah. We have Catholic Charities. Our parishes do outreach. There's also the assistance that is organized just simply by people going to church together.
Yeah. I know in my district, St. Joseph's Catholic School, which has been around as long as I've been alive, but 86% of the kids there are on some sort of tuition assistance, and the tuition is $6,300 a year. So that tuition assistance, where do those resources come from?
We, in the Diocese of Fort Worth, we give, every year we are about $2.4 million annually for tuition assistance, all right, with a prioritization on those, much not unlike what's proposed in this bill. Those come from donations, those come from people's wills, that left behind. They call from endowments for schools, for the mission, a general collection, the parishes sacrifice and contribute to the mission. It's really part of our mission as Catholics.
So is it fair to say that if there was an education savings account that took some of the cost or covered some of the costs, that those resources could be directed to fighting poverty and drug addiction?
Oh, I think...
And
all right.
other community issues that are really impacting our society?
Those particular resources, the $2.4 million that I mentioned, those are going to expand and focus on education especially. They're not going to be redirected. It's not, in a sense, cost shifting to parents. It's really rather expanding, the ability for parents to participate in the school of their choice, whether they're Catholic or not. I think so. The resources, in a sense, are specific towards that, so they're not like, I think that this is such a great need, essential to our society, our presence and our future, that it has to be one of the number one priorities, along with immediate outreach and the eradication of poverty.
Thank you. Members, any more questions? Representative Harrison, then we'll go to Representative Allison.
Just real quick on some framing and context I think might be helpful here.
Sure.
Because you threw out a number a minute ago, and I know it's highly speculative at this point, given that the House budget I don't think has any line item set aside for school choice. And the Senate budget, if my memory serves me, is around $500 million that's set aside over on the Senate side. Do you know what we spend in Texas for K-12 education as a state right now, by chance?
I'm hoping you know. I bet you know better.
I just looked it up. Good guess. $84,854,165,000. So even if the full amount that's set aside in the Senate budget for school choice were to pass, it would not even be a rounding error of a difference.
No.
I just want to make sure that was in the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Representative Allison.
Thank you. Father, let me answer that this way. 3 of my grandchildren go to a church school, private school.
Okay.
And as part of Well, they have daily chapel required. And they're also, as part of the required curriculum, Bible, which I think is great, both of those. The Catholic schools have a similar course, chapel, religious studies.
Yes, the prayer would be part of the day, all right, and religious education, theology, right, and also worship.
Is part of the curriculum.
Yes.
Okay, required of each student.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any additional questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Representative. Thank you.
Chair calls Crystal Bernard. Okay, we show you registered as Crystal Bernard on behalf of, there it is, Braveheart Christian Academy and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Crystal Bernard, and I am the head of school and founder of Braveheart Christian Academy. We're located in Arlington, Texas, and we started 2 years ago as an individualized mastery-based private school, and this was spurred by our community who really wanted smaller class sizes, individualized learnings, and faith-based. And so we started, and our students are doing absolutely amazing. Instead of placing students in a box, what we do is we bring education to their level. So when they come in, we complete a placement test, and depending on what level they are in, we assign curriculum to where they are and what they need versus just a standard grade level. This has shown to have absolutely remarkable success. We had one student who came into our program as a first grader academically, but age-wise, he was a fourth grader. And this was through the learning loss associated with COVID, plus all his prior academic experience in the public schools. To this day, about a year and a half forward, he is now almost caught up to his fifth grade peers. His parents can tell you, his teachers, that this could have been accomplished in a smaller mastery-based learning environment. Now, we don't solely just focus on academics, but character building and spiritual growth is a huge part of our curriculum, as well as our parent-teacher-student collaboration. So we make it very clear that we are collaborating with one another, so the teacher, the student, and the parent are all on the same page in all that we do. Now, as great of a school that we are, one thing I do want to acknowledge is that our tuition is $7,000 per year. Now, this ESA bill could pay for over and above. It could provide for transportation, it could provide for uniforms, but even with that, some students still struggle to pay tuition. We have a financial aid credit that is $25 per hour, and parents can volunteer up to 8 hours per month. So essentially, they can receive a $200 credit on their tuition every single month. And this is huge. About half of our parents take advantage of this. Half of our student body come from one-parent households. 100% of our student body are African-American students. We will enroll our first Hispanic-American student this fall, which we're really excited about. This ESA would allow us to pay our teachers more. Our teachers are from public schools, and they have to take about a 40% cut in their pay, but they absolutely love what they do. They love that they're able to teach the kids more one-on-one and share their faith, but they have to DoorDash, they have to babysit, they have to provide all extra means just so that they can provide themselves with a living wage. So this bill would be absolutely incredible, not just for our students here, but for a lot of students across the state of Texas who just want something different. Not every child is successful in a traditional learning environment, and we see that because our students are excelling academically and morally. So our ask is that you will consider this bill universally so that all students can take advantage of it, particularly not only our low-income families, but all students across the state of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Senator Eddie Lucio Jr.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I was afraid I was going to follow that speech right there.
We show you registered as Eddie Lucio Jr. on behalf of Texans for Free Enterprise and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir,
All
Mr.
right,
Chairman.
may begin and welcome.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman and members. I am humbled and honored to be able to address you on behalf of HB Committee Substitute for HB 4340 by Representative Frank. I have a tremendous amount of respect for the House of Representatives and all of its members, as I was a member of the House back in the late 1980s. I also taught at the Brownsville Independent School District as a teacher and a coach for 5.5 years. I added 48 years of public service myself, and I'm proud to say that my top priority has always been education. Educating our children and preparing them to be our next generation of leaders has been paramount for me. What must we do when it comes to our children's education? We have asked so many people around the state how they feel about parental school choice, and their response has been a resounding yes, we want school choice. The real issue today is going to be whether or not we answer the cries of our parents by empowering them. If we do, my opinion, parents will become much more proactive to not only address education issues, but other critical issues that need their attention. President George W. Bush proclaimed that no child should be left behind in pursuit of a quality education in our country. However, many children have indeed been left behind because of social and challenging issues that should never be part of our children's education environment, including drugs, bullying, low-performance schools, lack of discipline, gangs, poverty, sexual assault, and so much more. I just close with that, Mr. Chairman and members. I know you have many people to talk to today, but I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have for me.
Yes, sir.
At this time.
Members, any questions for Senator Lucio? Okay. Sir, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very kindly.
Chair calls Larry Taylor. Welcome, Senator Taylor. We show you registered as Larry Taylor on behalf of the Texas Conservative Coalition Research Institute. Be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. Members, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. My name is Larry Taylor. I'm here, as you said, on behalf of TCCRI. In favor of House Bill 4340, as well as registering in favor of the other bills you have before you today. I'm a longtime supporter of our public schools with a proven record here in the legislature of doing so. I do not believe that being for parental choice is anti-public schools. I believe that by enacting school choice in Texas, parents and all students, both public and private, can all win. We hear dire predictions of doom and gloom for our public schools if parental choice passes in Texas, as if this is a theory. School choice is no longer a theory. It has been enacted in over 30 states, including 8 of the 10 most rural states, has been in place for 20 to 30 years in some cases. Here are the facts of what we've learned from these other states, based on 175 peer-reviewed studies of different facets of the educational impact in those states. Overwhelmingly, these studies show positive impacts for the students who exercise school choice and for the students who stay in their traditional public school. 25 of 28 studies show overall tax savings, with 3 of those studies being neutral. Improved racial integration in 9 out of 10 studies, with 1 again being neutral. Has it privatized public education? Absolutely not. In over 30 states, no more than 7% of the students have exercised private choice in any one state. There were a couple questions brought up earlier today, and I just want to address one of them was about Massachusetts. As the chairman of education, Senate Education for 8 years, we have a much different demographic group here in Texas that we're dealing with. It's much more challenging. But Florida, if you compare with adjusting for demographics, Florida is actually doing better than Massachusetts. I think that's important to know. And finally, we talk about the accountability, if I could, Mr. Chairman, on accountability. You understand we have accountability in the state of Texas because that's the only accountability our schools have. The parents can't say, that's not working for me and leave. Now, our private schools have a very high level of accountability because every individual parent can say, hey, this just isn't for me. The rest of you, that's fine. I'm out of here. That's a pretty high level. I would almost go out there and say, look, if you give our public school students that same level of choice where those parent individuals can say, I'm done, if you want to do that, then you can talk about getting rid of the STAR. But I will remind you that the federal government does require some testing of our students, having had to deal with that. But I will say we've done a lot to help improve STAR, and I'll hush there, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for going over.
That's okay. Thank you, members. Any questions? Representative Harris, Chairman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Taylor, I've always had a great deal of respect for you and the work that you've done when you were a member of this legislature. And I know that you're a straight shooter, so I want to ask you a question that does have to do with this bill, but school choice in general. I don't know if you're aware or not, but over this weekend, many of the members on this dais had mailers sent out in their districts attacking us for a position that we haven't even taken yet on this issue. Knowing full well, too, that this hearing was coming. We hadn't even started hearing any of this policy area yet. So the question I want to ask is, was your coalition part of or responsible for the mailers that went out? And if so, what was the goal behind that?
Well, first of all, let me just tell you, I've seen a lot of falsehoods going out by mail. I've seen attack ads going out. I can assure you that any group I'm a part of is not a part of that. I, as a former legislator for 20 years, I know that doesn't help your cause. In fact, I would almost think of it as a sabotage. If you're really promoting this, to send those kind of things out is actually hurting the cause. So we're trying to track down where that came from. It's not part of our coalition. We do not do that way. And frankly, I just think any kind of false mailings in any kind of deal don't help, particularly in a session when you even hadn't had any chance to even have this discussion, which I appreciate, by the way, Mr. Chairman, being able to have this discussion today, where we can have an honest back and forth discussion on this, and I appreciate that. But thank you for that question, because we are not a part of that.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
And I apologize as a member of the general public now that you have to put up with that kind of stuff.
All right. Members, any more? Representative Hefner.
Thank you, Senator, for being here. Can you elaborate a little bit further on the differences between the demographics and the socioeconomical issues of Massachusetts versus
Well, thank you. And I appreciate, like I said, I was trying to get all in 2 minutes, but I sat here when that was brought up, because this one that we hear about Delaware and New Hampshire, and you compare where they are with us, their demographics are totally different. Low-income students, for example, I looked this up and wrote it down while I was sitting there. Their low-income population in their schools in Massachusetts is 30%. You know what ours is in Texas? Of our student body today, over 60% qualify for free and reduced lunch. So we're dealing with a whole different level of challenges and things that we're dealing with. And you guys, this is your task you have, but it's challenging to do this, but it's hard. But we can still, there's still a lot of room for improvement. Like I said, Florida is ahead of Massachusetts. We're behind Florida and Massachusetts. So we're working on doing better, but the status quo is not getting it done. I mean, you want to go through the racial breakdown. It's just totally different than what we have here. But the bottom line for me is low income. And when they have half the low-income population that we have here in Texas, it's not exactly fair to compare us or them to Florida, for that matter. I think Florida's demographics are very similar to ours. And that's why I think, they adjust NAEP scores for demographics, and on those charts, Florida is ahead of Massachusetts. Thank you.
All right. Representative Harrison?
Yeah, actually, Representative Hefner got to the main point of what I was going to ask you about, because it seemed like you were kind of rushed over trying to make that point about Massachusetts. But it does bring up an interesting question about the NAEP data, and I'm curious your understanding of the previous witness from Florida's testimony and what maybe the main point that he was trying to make versus the question that was asked about where Massachusetts sits, because the point was made that, Massachusetts is at the top, #1 spot per the NAEP, and they don't have school choice. Well, I went and pulled up the scorecard of all the states, and the state that is at the very bottom, which is New Mexico, also does not have private school choice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, totally different.
Right. So is it possible that the previous witness, and I know you have looked and familiarized yourself greatly with the data coming out of Florida, was maybe the point that previous witness was making was that once competition was introduced into Florida, there was a change in results over time. And is that your understanding of the data coming out of Florida?
That's my understanding is, they were like 33rd in one category when they first implemented this, like in 2002. I think it was overall NAEP, and they end up being number one for adjusted for the demographics. We've all had to deal with COVID. So when they were talking about some kind of drop off, I'm not familiar with that. The question that was being approached on the drop, I'm not familiar with that. But I've seen pretty recent data on it that I was not brought to my attention. That's why I think he was done with that as well, because that's the first I'd heard that about this drop off. We could look into that. But overall, the states, we could talk about Indiana. Indiana did this the same thing. They were like in the 23rd, 22nd, they came up to third. So we have examples of states where they've enacted this. It has not been the downfall of public education. You are still going to fund public education. When I talk about this all the time, people talk about public education is going to go. Our traditional public schools have a home field advantage, particularly in rural areas. I mean, that's the heartbeat of that community. Parents and kids want to be a part of that. But there's a few that still need something different. And I've had colleagues say, I went to the football game on Friday night and the whole town was there. It looked like it and it felt like it, but there really wasn't the whole town that wasn't there. There were still other kids that have different interests, that have no interest in that, or have different needs, that they need something different. And my goal as public chair and a Senate education chair was always about making sure that every student in Texas has the opportunity to get a great education, no matter where they are in this state, no matter what their economic background is, because I don't see individual students. I see family trees. Every low-income student you take from being in that situation, you give them a good education where they can go out and get a good job, their kids will not be in the same situation, and you've just changed a family tree. Sometimes it's even their siblings, see what their brother or sister did. Well, I can do that. And they go off and do great things. So we're not talking about numbers of students. We're talking about family trees. We're talking about the future of Texas. And our demographics are going the wrong way if you're looking at historically. With the low-income students being 6% of our student body and being the fastest growing, historically that's been our least educated. You can't continue on that path very long when Texas doesn't look like Texas does today. So that's why I'm here before you today. I think this is something we can do in Texas. It's different than the status quo. We've done a lot of things to improve education, and we're still working on that. You guys are still carrying that load, but this is one thing that's been proven to work, and that's kind of what we did in House Bill 3. We took things that saw that worked in other places, particularly for our low-income students, and that's what we tried to implement here in Texas.
So final question, since you raised it, would education freedom, universal education freedom program in the state of Texas, would it change anything in any way, shape, or form for Friday night football in the state of Texas?
Oh, absolutely not. Once again, you're still going to have the home field advantage, both on the field and for the people staying in the school, because they want to be a part of that.
Thank you, Senator.
For the vast majority, and like I said, I heard 7%. The numbers I'd heard before was 5% was the maximum take of any kind of private school choice. So the vast majority of our kids are still going to be there. The public school still needs your support, still needs everything we can do to improve that, because that's where the vast majority of our kids are going to be. And I appreciate y'all's willingness to work on this effort.
Representative Hinojosa.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator, for being with us here today. So I've received information that says at the same time Florida implemented a voucher system, it also implemented the largest decrease in class size in the nation. Program to decrease class size substantially, biggest one in the nation. And so you've been in where I am before. We have to figure out what caused Florida's success. I mean, I haven't looked at Florida's success. I take your word for it. But couldn't have also been that when you have smaller class sizes that some of these private schools tout as a benefit, that when you have smaller class sizes in your public schools, that could also bring about growth?
No question, particularly in some ages, the lower ages, the younger kids, smaller class size is very important. We tried to do that here. But if you look at this, when I talk about the savings, these kids that do go to a private that cost less, the state actually saves money for each student that does that. You can actually lower the class sizes in an efficient manner.
That's interesting. So, because what I hear from superintendents is, we have a kind of school choice with charters, that because when you have competition from a charter and you have students leave, you don't have an entire, say, fourth grade class up and walk over to a charter. You have a student, two students from fourth grade, a couple of students from fifth grade, and so you still have to pay for the same amount of teachers, still have to pay for the same buses, but now you have less money. So I'm curious how, when conventional wisdom amongst our school community is as students leave, then you have less money to spend for your students?
Well, two things. We're in a growing state, which we have a fast growth schools coalition that's trying to deal with that issue. This kind of helps some of that. But even in that case where you have some students leaving, there's hold harmlessness that are being discussed right now as far as these bills are out there
Not this
that will
bill.
help the school. Well, see, I can't talk about the particulars of this bill because I know how this process works. I'm in favor of what we're talking about in this bill. But as
Okay.
far as the particulars, I know you are going to continue to work on this through the process to take it to the floor with something that can actually pass, and that's going to involve some type of hold harmless. And that hold harmless gives the school a time to adjust and adapt, but the school is still going to have more money per student than they had before because they still have the same population still living there. So all the local M&O that they raise is still there. They don't pay local M&O based on number of students.
Right.
That's based on the taxpayer raising the money. The M&O, the enrollment, or the ADA, what we pay is based on number of kids. So as a kid, one or two, like you said, 2 or 3 leave, they still have the money from the local tax dollars still there.
But our
That make-
recapture payments go up
Yes.
and are saying we have less money in the school. So for instance, in your rural schools, they get more money per student because they don't have the economies of scale that we have in our urbans, right? I mean, that makes sense. And so why doesn't the same thing apply as you have students leaving, you have less money for a school community, you don't have the same economies of scale to do more for those kids?
Well, you're getting into some school finance. Recapture, obviously, we cut that in half in 2019, but it's still there because Austin ISD has a lot of property values, and frankly, they're losing students. And that's, it's kind of hard to imagine the population growing the way it is in Austin that you're losing students, but part of that is performance. People are actually not enrolling here and they're moving to other places, but the property values are still going up. Austin ISD should be growing by leaps and bounds in students. So part of the problem is self-inflicted.
Part of the problem is affordability. We have fewer families
We got a lot of
who can afford
issues.
to live in the district.
But I hear a lot that people are leaving because their kids getting school age and they're having an issue with that. So those are things that you still can work on, lowering the class sizes. Once again, your task is still going to be fully funding our educational system and make sure we give them everything we can to make sure they take care of the 95% of the kids that are going to be there, even the long haul. But once again, even on the hold harmless, you heard the take-up rate nationally is like 0.46% in the first year. And after 10 years or 5 years, it's like 2.6%. So we're not talking like a massive withdrawal of students in any other state that's happened. Once again, these aren't theories. We've seen 30 other states go through this experience, and it has worked. None of those, every state that's done something, I won't say every state, most states that have done this have expanded at some other point. Once they saw the benefits of it, they added a few more into it, and they added a few more into it. And it did not kill their public schools. So that's actually a positive. If you implement a program that works and you expand it, that means it's working. Why do we not do more of it? We've done the charters in Texas. We had issues early on. We've gotten rid of some of those issues, but now we've had our public schools, some are actually being innovative enough to work with the charters within their district and helping turn around campuses and stuff. So those innovations are out there. And I also hear one more thing, and I'll hush. People want to talk about what's available today. When you do an innovation like this, you can't say what's going to be there tomorrow. In Florida, for example, the rural schools, we talk about there's not a lot of private options in rural areas. They've doubled the number of private schools in those rural areas because they're meeting that need as they have the ability to do that. So to talk about what is today versus where we could be with innovations and implementing these different policies, we could do better for our kids here in Texas. And this is an opportunity to do that. It's been proven to work in over 30 states, and that's why I'm here before you today. This is not anti-public education. I'm for the public education students.
All right, Chairman Dutton.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Senator, good to see you.
Always.
I want to talk back about the recapture portion of this. That, if this passes, that would have a significant impact on some districts in terms of recapture. I mean, it could, I mean, I'm not sure, I was looking for the fiscal note on this, but the way I look at it is it could potentially have a significant impact on a district like Austin, for example, or HISD, for example, that would have significant increases in payments to the state under the recapture formula. and I'm not sure whether or not we ought to deal with that in this, because we didn't contemplate that when we created charter schools, remember? We didn't we didn't calculate the impact that students going to charter schools might have on recapture. And for example, in HSD, part of the problem that they've got is they typically would be a poor school district in the way we measured in terms of the student population, but they still increased the amount of recapture that they pay. One of the questions I had, though, was, since the whole theory is that the money ought to follow the child, I think it ought to do that going forward and backward. So it's that the campus that they would normally be assigned to, that's where the money comes out of.
I'm not following that.
Well, I mean, if all of the kids came out of HSD and used this and to go into private schools, why should all of the districts pay for HSD?
Well, first of all, once again, this is not a theory, because I heard you ask that question earlier about, this, if all the kids exercise this choice. That hasn't happened.
Right.
Anywhere. Like I say, the maximum is 5%. I heard 7% today from this individual, but I'd read 5% before. Somewhere 5 to 7%.
Yeah.
And real quick, when you talk about significant impact on recapture, we're talking about a take-up rate of this option at 0.46% in the first year and 2.6% after 5 years. This is not what I would say is significant, that you guys will be back next session. I could just tell you this for a fact. You're never going to pass a major piece of legislation without having to come back the next session and do some fine-tuning and adjusting. But if it works, isn't it worth it?
But let me ask this then, Larry. If it's that insignificant in terms of the population that would use this, who are those students that are going to use it? They're not going to be the students who are failing in the public schools now.
I think you find, if you look at the demographics of the people who've made exercise that choice, it has been a higher percentage of low-income students have done that. And particularly the parameters that Representative Frank has put into this deal, it's going to be prioritized on those kids that need it the most.
But what we heard already was that typically the private schools are on one side of town, the kids that you're talking about on the other side of town, and nobody's providing for transportation.
Well, if I could, real quick, first of all, there is ability to have transportation included in the bill. But secondly, once again, that's kind of talking about what it is today. You implement this thing over time, these things can adapt. They may well put a branch campus over on a different part of town. If they've got enough people that they're transporting, they realize they have a need there, why don't we just put a campus there? The thing is, we're trying to say what the future looks like based on today, based on today's parameters. But if we open this up and allow this innovation to happen, they will adapt to that. And you'll have some churches in some of the rural areas to put together a small church school that they can get accredited and do that, and they'll be able to offer that. Once again, the home field advantage goes with that traditional public school. That's the main part of the community. We're just talking about a very small percentage of kids that for whatever reason, whether it's bullying, just have bad relationships, don't do well, and the changing classes for some of our kids with their emotional issues, just changing classes takes them half the class period to get settled back down where they can even start to learn. Whereas they just need something different. Yeah. This is a small percentage of our kids, once again, giving every child in Texas, regardless of their situation, the opportunity to get a great education. And that's what we're challenged with doing right here.
Well, you got to be able to look forward, because that's what this bill presupposes, is that we're going to change the way we fund schools. And we're going to now put part of that money, not an increase in money, but we're going to take part of it and give it to private schools.
Can I correct that real quick?
Sure.
The foundation school program is not being addressed with this bill. That is still there. This is money coming outside on top of that, around that. So we're not taking away money from the public school system.
School. I understand that. But I'm still assuming that's not an endless bucket of money that's going to public schools now. And if to the extent that we could have an opportunity to put more money in public schools, I assume we would do that. But
we keep growing our state economically, well, we'll keep doing that.
Yeah, but what we're doing now is we're looking at and saying part of that available money we're going to put in another into private schools, and the hope is that the future is going to be better for these kids, for these families, and for the state of Texas. And I guess the part I'm troubled with is the fact that all of these things that say it's not going to happen, like transportation, for instance, like recapture, secondly, and who are the kids who are going to really benefit? I'm not so sure that I can see that future the same way everybody else does who is for this bill. But I got my eyes open.
Yeah, well, Representative Dutton, like what I was saying earlier and what the studies have shown, even the kids who don't exercise any choice, we've heard about parents that aren't involved. They're disconnected. The idea of some competition, even if it's a small number of kids moving, if the school district is feeling a little bit of that, they have the initiative and the input to say, well, why are we losing those kids? What are they doing over there? Why don't we do that here? And when you've done that, you've just raised the tide for all boats. So even the kids who are still in the traditional public school system, which is going to be 95%, are going to benefit just by having some innovation going on. Charters have done that. You've seen this. When the charters have come in some areas, they've increased and they started getting some students. The traditional public school has to respond to that, and if they want to keep their kids. And who benefits from that? The kids. And eventually the state of Texas.
One of the things I'm most concerned with is, that keeps bothering me, is the fact that private schools are doing something that we obviously think is better for some students, right? Why don't we just do that in the public schools?
Well, that'd be a wonderful thing. I think there's some things they're doing in some of these schools that you can't do, that we've had ruled unconstitutional.
Well,
starting the day off with a prayer, for
example. Why don't we fix that?
Well, that's a constitutional issue. But I think there are things out there that private schools are allowed to do within their system that sets a tone for the rest of the day. And unfortunately, we're not able to do that.
Well, I just think that, if something better over here than what we got, then we ought to not just be making a beeline over there. We just ought to start doing it over here.
Well, like I say, even then, though, private schools can't offer some of the same opportunities that some of our public schools can.
Yeah.
Well, which obviously, for severely handicapped and special needs kids, our public schools are the best place for some of those. Now, we have some public schools who don't do as well as others. We have some that do an incredibly good job. And I know of parents who have moved into districts because they knew the services would be better for their child in that district, but they could afford to do that.
Well, but I just think that things that, for example, my grandchildren, two of my grandchildren, go to Sacred Heart schools. Mm-hmm. And every year they have something I went to called the Daughters with Dads Day. But, for the kids who go to public school, they don't do that, but
they should. They could
do that.
Yeah, I agree.
I have no idea why they don't do that.
Well, that's a campus that a principal could do that, a district could do that. These are independent school districts. These things are out there that there's no one keeping them from doing that.
And to the extent that there's anything preventing them from doing it that we needed to do legislatively, we ought to do that.
And I'll add one more thing. Someone was brought about educating parents. We should be doing more than that in our public schools as well. We should be bringing more parents onto the campus and talk about, we've had this discussion about teaching parents how to, do the kids have a place to study at home? We've had that set up.
Yeah.
In House Bill 3, we had those discussions around getting our counselors to work with parents to teach them how best to allow their kids to learn even at home how to do their homework. Do they have a quiet place? What are they, all those kind of things. Those are things we should be doing right now, and our schools should be doing that. There's nothing preventing that. We try to promote that from here, but it should be done.
All right. Then, you good? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
One quick question, and I appreciate your time here. The other night at a hearing, we heard a local school district talk about charter schools in their area that were siphoning kids off. And when we really dug into it, what we found is that kids weren't learning, and that black and brown kids were leaving.
They weren't
charter
learning
schools
at the traditional public.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And so parents were making that decision to do that. How is this bill, if you will, any different than that? Isn't that what's often that would often drive the choice that parents make?
Oh, absolutely. And, once again, I'm a huge proponent of public schools, but if the public school is not getting the job done for those kids, I would hope that those kids would have some other option. Until that public school gets their act together, Mr. Dutton,
yes,
you know this, HISD, we had campuses failing for 7 and 8 years. 7 and 8 years, you have a public school career is 12 years. And we've had campuses that were failing for 7 years. Those parents needed something else. And if they'd have had that, they may very well have fixed that campus and brought it back a lot sooner than they did. That's why this is important. It puts a little onus. We had the whole point of that, we talked about the accountability system, because the only thing we have for parents who are trapped in that attendance zone, if their school is failing, all we have is the state going, you're not doing well. The parents can't say, hey, you're not doing well, I'm out of here. They're stuck. Versus if you'd had this option in some of those areas, which we did have charters, and they did lose some students, some did a better job reacting to it than others. I would rather have that competitive spirit. I heard you talking about competition. You played basketball. Did you practice to get better? When you had competition, did it make you a better ball player? Having a little competition will make you a better educator. When you see what's going on in other places, they're doing that, and they're getting, just like once again, House Bill 3, we found some high percentage low-income districts and campuses who are doing a great job for those kids. We wanted to export those ideas all over the state of Texas because they were proven things that worked. This, what's before you today, has been done in 30 other states and has been proven to work for the very students we're trying to impact here in Texas. And that's why I'm here before you today. This, straight from my heart.
All right, Representative Allison.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator, for being here. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you again.
Now, you made, I want to ask you about accountability. You made a comment a moment ago that the federal government requires testing.
We got into that. We were talking about STAR and all that. They required it. We went from 15 to 5 because the feds required.
And they tie
funding,
federal funding, and it's substantial.
Yes.
$12 billion.
So we can't get rid of it.
$12 billion, I think we receive a year.
I don't remember the exact number, but it was significant.
That primarily goes for special education and meal programs.
Yes.
Okay. And Texas has no control over accountability or the sufficiency or adequacy of accountability in any private schools, correct?
We required them, even in this bill, to have a norm reference exam, a nationally accepted norm reference exam that they take. So the parents can see how their kids are progressing. They have that measurement. But the state does not do that on our private schools.
And a question whether we can impose that.
Well, I would say I'd rather go the other way. I don't want to mess up what the private schools are doing. They've already got the ultimate accountability. Each individual parent can say, even if the school is doing well, it's not working for my kid, they can say, I'm out of here.
Right.
We don't have that public school. But if you give the public school parents the same kind of accountability level for that public school, if the feds would let us, get rid of the test.
Well, that's really the crux of my question.
Yeah.
If the federal government will allow it.
Well,
So I'd hate to see us put our substantial funds at risk if we're not careful where that money goes.
Go to the minimum required by the feds. But I will just say one thing, the national tests that we have, the private schools, the STAR test is aligned with our TEKS, which we, as a legislator, consider important that we want Texas kids to learn those things. And our test is matched up with that, where these other tests would not be. But like I say, I would rather see us go the other way. We do not want to impose the STAR test on private schools. They've already got the ultimate accountability. I would rather see us go the other way, take away the STAR test, and give parents the ultimate accountability on our public schools.
If we can get the federal government to agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You also made a question. You questioned or commented on the constitutionality question of prayer in schools.
I did hear that.
I agree with you. Right or wrong, we have constitutional issues we've got to deal with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I do feel, and I think it's been addressed earlier, but you have the Attorney General's opinion and those things. This is not coming out of the foundation school program. So I think there are several things that have addressed those constitutional issues in this bill that was not violation of any constitutional provision. Once again, it's been done in over 30. I say it's like 32, and there's other states enacting as we're talking, so it's probably 32, 33. So.
But whether they have the same constitutional provisions that we do in Texas.
Oh, you're talking about the provision of an efficient public school?
Talk about two provisions, yes.
Yeah. Well, on that particular part, we are doing that. You're going to be required to continue doing that. Like I said, 95% of our students 10 years from now will still be in that traditional public school. We are not forsaking that. But it doesn't say you can't have another option outside of that.
Doesn't say you can't either.
Yeah, but it doesn't say you can't. I think it would have to. You may be more the lawyer than I am, but I think it would have to say you can't, rather than I think you have the latitude. And once again, the federal laws, what's not specifically in the Constitution is left to the states. And I think it's probably the same way if it's not specifically in the Constitution, it's left to the people.
Well, it's a concern. We know those issues are there. We're going to have to deal with.
Well, we'll take care of those. Let's get this thing done.
Hope you appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Allison.
All right, Chairman Harris.
Thank you, Mr.
Feel like I'm watching a tennis match here.
Senator, in listening to your testimony, one of the parts that I tend to resonate with the most is on this idea of competition. When you provide competition, it forces the others to perform better. And so in sitting here listening to it and my thinking about it, it seems to me that's 100% accurate when the playing field is level. But in my conversations with my local schools, teachers, administrators, all of that, I think their perspective would be that this body in previous legislative sessions, going back however far you want, has essentially hog-tied them and thrown them in the corner. If you have the public schools here and all the others here who are not subject to the same rules and regulations that the public schools would be. So should we also reduce the regulations or the restrictions that we've placed on the public schools in order to really provide that level playing field?
Well, if I could remind you, I passed a bill a couple sessions ago, Districts of Innovation, allowing schools to get out from under a lot of mandates that we have passed over the years that meant well, thought it was a great idea, maybe not played out well for all of our districts. We allowed them to become Districts of Innovation.
Right, and I've got several, and they love it. Yeah.
Unfortunately, a lot of them, the only innovation they came up with was the school start date. And literally, that was their number one only innovation. That was not what my hope and, once again, intent is follow through, how it's implemented. But they had that ability today. If they have an innovation they want to do, they can do that under District of Innovation. They can file as a District of Innovation. I'm sorry, I'm getting a call. No, they can do that today. So once again, I'm a huge proponent of public schools. I've done everything within my power while I was here to try to make sure our traditional public schools did better, our charters did better. I mean, we tried to get rid of the bad charters. There were bad charters, and we had some discussion about somebody starting up a private school or whatever and going away. You know what? That's fine. It's not going to be perfect, but we also have public schools that should be closed or have been closed. So that goes all the way around. There's not a perfect thing out there. And what we never want to do in the legislature is let the perfect be the enemy of the good, right? Because it's never going to be perfect. There's nothing you can do for a state this big and this diverse that's going to be perfect in every part of the state. That's just not going to happen. But if you could do something that's good for a large number of the people in this state and it doesn't hurt other people, you should do it for the benefit of those people and for the benefit of our great state.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Representative.
Representative Hinojosa.
Senator, you mentioned that some people go to the private schools to avoid the STAR test because there is.
I didn't say that.
You said something like that. What did you say?
I don't know that I got near that, but anyway.
Okay.
Can I just say real quick on the STAR test?
Please.
People still talk about the STAR test from like 10 years ago. We've taken away the high pressure. The kids are not taking it over and over again. We did put in a tutoring thing, particularly while the federal government had given us $16 billion to help kids along. And I know you are looking at reducing the tutoring. And that's fine. But I don't think anyone should be running from a traditional public school to private to avoid the charter, because we've taken away the pressure. You're not required to pass it to move forward, but they are supposed to come up with a committee to help that child keep moving forward.
Well, I beg to differ about the pressure. I just was hearing from my fifth grader last night that he's getting anxious because the STAR is coming up, and so kids still really do
feel that pressure. And I've often said if there's anything that brings Republicans and Democrats together, it's hate for the STAR test. But 2 sessions in a row, the House sent you in the Senate a bill to reduce the number of STAR tests to just the federal requirement and to.
Which, how many is that now?
I don't recall how many that is anymore. But I think these bills passed unanimously on the floor of the House, and 2 sessions in a row, you did not give us a hearing in the Senate for those bills. And so I want to know why not.
Because, I'll tell you why. Because I think the STAR test is important, although it's not being done well. Part of the reason, like you said, your 5th grader, they're having stress over a test. When I went to school and I'm looking around the room, there were a lot of us took the Iowa Basic Skills. Not one of us stayed up overnight worried about taking that test. We knew the material. We went there. We were prepared. The fact that our schools are having pep rallies and all this leading up to the day of the STAR test, that's like bad coaching in Little League. That's like seeing your kids on the field. Look, you kids, this is the most important game of your life. If you don't win this, we're all, that's crazy. Now, guys, we're all prepared. You've been practicing. Now let's go out there and have some fun. That's what a Little League coach should be doing, not putting pressure on them. But here's what we did for the STAR test. It's in the process of being revised, being broken down into like 3 tests. Rather than having one multi-hour test in April, the kids fail. Oh, you wasted a whole year. We're now going to have part of the test at the beginning of the year to see where the child is to start with, so the parents and the teacher know where the kid needs help before waiting until April to find out. And you can have an intermediate one at the end. But it's a smaller test, taken online, so you don't have to shut down the whole campus and all the 3-block radius around the school, so you don't have any noise while they're taking the STAR test. All the things we do now, you could have like one bank of classrooms take it today, another bank take it tomorrow, because the test could be randomized. I'm sorry.
I think I'm failing Chairman 101 here, and we've really gotten off topic here, though it's a valuable topic. But no, I think so. Let's
For the record,
everything.
you didn't answer the question.
Okay.
I'll be happy.
All right. Are there any additional questions for Senator Taylor?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
That's all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you all
Thanks
very
for being
much.
here.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, Tracy. All right. Chair calls Tracy Hansen. I'd like to remind everybody we're on the 2-minute testimony portion now, and Jessica is quick with the clock over there. We show you registered as Tracy Hansen on behalf of Oak Creek Academy and yourself, and be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Hansen. I'm the founder and principal of an accredited private school in Killeen, Texas, Oak Creek Academy. I'm here today in favor of House Bill 4340. I founded Oak Creek at the urging of parents wanting an educational option. As an inclusive school, our student population is made up of neurodivergent students, with 87% being on the autism spectrum. Our students learn alongside their same-age peers and are educated individually with differentiated instruction. If needed, they are supported in and out of the classroom by clinical speech, occupational, physical, and behavioral therapies. Teaming educators, therapists, and parents, the success rates of our students are enhanced. Due to the small teacher-to-student ratio, students receive a personalized and tailored education that fits their needs. As the principal, I have the privilege of meeting many families that are in need of an educational option for one reason or another. Some of our students have spent time in residential treatment centers that need a small, non-judgmental environment to continue their education. Some have been bullied to the point of suicidal thoughts. Others have not had a chance to flourish because no one saw the potential in them. I could go on with stories, but I'm sure you've heard those. Just with everything else in this world, there is no one-size-fits-all, and education is no different. The most heartbreaking part of my job is meeting families, giving them a tour of our school, sharing our curriculum, and knowing that the tuition is going to be too difficult for them. Educational options should not be determined by how much money you have. No parent should have to walk away from a school that is fitting to their child's needs because of the dollar amount. Today, I'm here as an educator, a principal, a sister of a neurodivergent brother, asking you to support parental choice in education under House Bill 4340. Choices are everywhere we turn, from meals to housing to jobs. Adding educational choices only continues to support what the educational system is about: no child left behind. In the words of Governor Abbott, parents deserve the freedom to choose the education that is best for their child.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson. Members, any questions? I have one. Could you tell us briefly about some of the challenges your parents are facing? Your tuition is about how much?
$9,300
Okay.
a school year.
And just tell me about what some of the parents have to go to make sure their children can attend your school.
We have parents that are working multiple jobs. A lot of our children are in therapies, and so there's co-pays on top of that. And so being able to afford the yearly tuition plus the therapies is very daunting, especially in a community that, is just a middle income, range.
Yeah.
They're working multiple jobs. We are not fortunate enough to get government money or get huge donors. Even though we are a nonprofit, it is very difficult to find extra money for a school like Oak Creek Academy. We brought in about $20,000 in scholarships this year, which doesn't go very far.
Yeah. So most of your students, when they come to you, tell me just a little bit about their experience that they've had prior to joining you at Oak Creek.
Some of them have been, bullied. They have been in a treatment center and I know STARS have been brought up a million times, but yes, I do get kids that have had emotional breakdowns over a STAR exam. They have spent time in residential facilities. They need more one-on-one with behavioral therapies. We have kiddos that have destroyed classrooms because of sensory issues, but we are trained in that we can understand what's going on and give them the support that they need.
Do you believe that some of the federal regulations that our public schools face and battle with, do you think that restricts their ability to serve kids sometimes?
Yes, I do.
Are you burdened by that?
Yes, very burdened by that.
What about your school? But you don't have to adhere to some of that? I mean, to some of the guidelines, the IDEA guidelines?
Well, we accept everybody that we can serve. And the resources, we have put resources in place so that we can serve many. It does break my heart that I can't serve everybody, but that's not what's best for the student. And I have to take that into consideration.
Okay, thank you. Members, any other questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much for being here. Chair calls Amber Dankert.
She may need help if anybody has questions. Pointing out who's asking a question.
Okay.
She's like,
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, we show you registered as Amber Dankert on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying for the bill, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I started out as a foster parent in 2007. A product of a small public school myself, I participated in every sport and every academic option available, and I excelled. I assumed that was everyone's experience. I had no idea that my first foster child would change that perspective. I met Max in 2007, a 3-year-old who suffered extreme abuse and neglect, had a TBI, and was extremely delayed. I accepted the challenge and I adopted him a year later. I worked tirelessly through Medicaid, which does not cover all of the needs of these children. That's a discussion for a different time. To seek additional educational testing, his delays paired with dyslexia and dysgraphia made learning almost impossible. I fought with public schools to get testing, adaptations in the classroom, technology, and extra individualized help. The same school that I had attended so successfully suddenly could not serve my child. I was told by the school that I should prepare he would never be an independent adult. They were wrong. I found Oak Creek Academy, a nonprofit school for students with disabilities and academic differences, and our world changed. Individualized education, integrated in classroom therapy and other services, helped him grow. In a few years, he was on grade level, and at age 17, he graduated. I searched for scholarships and worked multiple jobs as a single parent to make school possible. but that's just out of reach for so many families that, like us, desperately need that help. You'll hear today, and you've heard, that this program's to help the rich. Well, I pay taxes, and I assure you I would rather my tax money go toward making children like Max into successful adults rather than pay for his government-funded programs later. He's not a leech on the taxpayers. He is a taxpayer. He's currently living independently, has a job, and is in college. Please help other families remove their children from public schools and choose, because those schools cannot and will not support special needs children and give them the tools necessary to be successful. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we thank you for being here. Yeah. Chair calls Deborah Rawlings. All right, we show you registered as Deborah Rawlings on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm just a grandmother of twin autistic grandsons. I am here to read a letter from my daughter and her husband on behalf of their boys, because they both work 2 jobs and to pay for therapy. Good morning. Sorry. I have twin boys with autism. One is verbal, one is nonverbal. The boys started out in public school, and for the first few years, things went well. Then, because the lady in charge of the special needs program retired, everything changed. My nonverbal son, Keldon, who was reading and communicating, began regressing. He stopped communicating at all and started having frustrated outbursts, which were new and very unlike him. He literally became scared of school when before he happily went. When you have a child, it's hard to entrust their heart and their mind to someone else, but when that child can't tell you what's happening to them, it's heart-wrenching. On his therapist's advice, we pulled him out of school and we started full-time therapy, and that has helped. But the therapists are all in agreement that he's ready for the classroom. They say he's extremely smart and needs the academic training from a teacher whose heart is gifted to patiently guide a child with obstacles. He also needs interaction with his peers to be able to assimilate into the world and become a thriving member of our community. My husband and I work 2 jobs each already to pay for the boys' therapy. Keldon desperately needs to attend a wonderful school for special needs children, but the tuition is almost $10,000 a year. His brother Bronson is soaring and attends this school because of a wonderful sponsor that we found, but we have no sponsor for Keldon. He's extremely bright, but needs, like all kids, relationships with friends and a school that celebrates what he has to offer. We pay school taxes, but my boys fall through the cracks in the public system. They have the potential to learn a trade and contribute to the world, but they need an education in addition to their therapy. I just ask, at the very least, that the school taxes I pay go to a school that values them, believes in them, and teaches them in a way they can learn. My son Bronson attends Oak Creek and is living proof that this school is life-changing. He was pushed aside in the classroom of the public school also. It's not fair to the teachers. We don't blame them. But even more so, it's not fair to the students. The teachers don't have the training. Not only do the students become frustrated, but they become viewed as an increasing problem and attitudes worsen towards them. They don't stand a chance. And when I attempted to try to pay to change them to a school district that has a stronger special needs program in the surrounding area, I was told, quote, they cost a school district more than they could possibly add to it.
Ms.
They
Rawlings.
simply aren't wanted.
I appreciate that. We want to stay on our schedule, and we'll finish reading your letter.
Okay.
How are the kids now? How are they
Keldon,
doing?
He was 7 when he was not talking, and he's 13 now, and he's just beginning to recover from what happened to him in the school system and saying a few words. Bronson is soaring. He sets his alarm and gets up and does math problems on the computer. He loves math. And that's because of the school where he was placed that had teachers trained to teach him.
All right.
They had, I feel like this, I love my state, and I feel like it's failed our boys. And I hate having to admit that the state of Texas would fail at anything ever, because I love this state.
Thank you.
But our boys need help, and we just ask you to stand with them.
All right. Members, any more questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Shannon Garcia. We show you registered as Shannon Garcia on behalf of yourself, testify, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank you for your time. I'm here to talk about my daughter, Gabby Garcia. She is on the autism spectrum. She's currently enrolled at Oak Creek Academy in Killeen, Texas. This environment has helped her to excel, and this is much in contrast to our public school experiences. Now, I'm not here to bash public school. I'm just telling you about our experience. In the public school that we were started out in, we were told not to worry about academics. Mind you, she ended up in the 4th grade and unable to read, not even at a kindergarten level. We were told by teachers, social worker, principal, and the art specialist that she wouldn't be held back related to social reasons, that it was more important for her to be with her peers than academics. Needless to say, you could understand why this was very frustrating and problematic. My daughter was one of those that you've talked about today that were falling through the cracks. However, today she is a thriving and productive student and member of the community. Academically, Oak Creek has specialized and individualized her academics to fit her and where she is and needs to be. Granted, she's not on track where she should be for a 15-year-old. However, she has much improvement since she's been there for the last few years. The most difficult part of this journey with private school, of course, is money, which we've talked and y'all have heard plenty about. It has been one of our challenges, and things that we've done and had to do is work overtime, both me and my husband, take out a loan, and now we're looking at taking out of our 401k savings just to pay for this. Any help would be greatly appreciated for this. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? At what age did she enter the private school?
We took her out of school, actually, and started homeschooling her in 2018.
Okay.
And I believe it was in 2021 when she started, September of 21.
Okay.
So since 21 until right now today, September of 21, when she started at Oak Creek, she has dramatically, I would say, greater than 80% improved in academics. So.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any more questions? All right. We appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Ross Schumann. All right. We show you registered as Ross Schumann on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, committee, I would like to thank you for the time and the opportunity to come speak with you today. I know my time is limited, so I'll get right to it. I am the product of Old Dime Box, Texas. I am one of the only people that's probably going to come in here today that went to a school that did not have a football team, not even a six-man football team. I understand what it's like to grow up in a rural community to where you don't have a lot of access to opportunities, to where your opportunities are limited to what's right in front of you. We don't have the programs that a lot of the bigger schools in the bigger cities have. And what bills like this would do is give kids in my community, kids who are growing up in the same way I grew up, who grew up in houses that didn't have running water, who grew up on family farms, who grew up working every day of their lives at 6 a.m., coming home at 2 p.m. to go back to work on the farm to keep their families fed and alive. These give those kids opportunities to learn skills and trades that are not going to be available to them in their local public schools. Gives them access to programs that are going to allow them to pursue careers that make them more economically viable adults in our growing industry in this state. Our state is moving past agriculture. Our state is moving past oil and gas. Although that's still major industry here in this state, we need citizens who are ready to go into work in the financial and tech industries. And we need kids who are learning those skills and those trades. And they're simply in rural communities not going to have access to those skill sets with the current schools they have. Bills of this nature give them access to programs from across the state via either virtual programs or through traveling programs, such as I attended at Blinn College in Brenham, that allow us to have those access to those programs. And I appreciate your time.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Chair calls Mandy Drogan, and then we'll hear from Austin Prochko, then Nathaniel Caneen, then Matthew Brown. Hi there. We show you registered as Mandy Drogan on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mandy Drogan, and I'm a mom of 3 beautiful babies. I have traveled the state for the past 6 months talking to parents night and day, receiving emails, but more importantly, carrying the hugs and the tears on my shoulders of moms and dads across the socioeconomic spectrum, racial spectrum, in our urban, suburban, and rural areas, begging for the legislature to listen to them, begging for the opportunity to make the choice of where they send their child to school. When we talk about choice for parents, right now, there are so many parents that are begging all of us to stand with them. And when I say that, it's not just the parents who want the private school choices. It's also the parents that have their children in schools who are teaching counter to their values. If we ignore what is going on across the state, if we ignore the crisis of low expectations, in which 19% of our curriculum is on grade level, according to Commissioner Morath, if we ignore the moms and dads who are literally crying when they talk about the fact that their child is being bullied in a school and they have no ability to remove them from that class, regardless of what it is, the message stands firm. Parents should be the ultimate decision maker in their child's education. Every single parent, regardless of their race, regardless of their income, regardless of any other deciding factor, should ultimately make the decision, not be mandated by the government based on the street they live on. And I ask you all to stand together with the millions of parents across Texas, those that want to choose an excellent public school, those that want a private school, those that want a homeschool. Please stand with us, and we will stand with you. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Drogan. I am aware that you have been traveling around the state talking to parents all across Texas on this critically important issue, and I am quite confident that the stories you've heard from parents are sincere and heartfelt, but by definition, those are anecdotal. What do we have that might be more in the way of data that could show us where we all are here proud and honored to serve 30 million Texans. What does the data show regarding support for education freedom in Texas?
Well, if we look at the March 1st, 2022 Republican primary vote, Prop 9 stated that that Texans would agree, or Republicans that were registered to vote would agree that money is meant to educate a child and should follow the child to the school of the parent's choice, whether that is public school, private school, or charter school. Over 88% of Republicans voted for that. If you look at the handouts that I gave, you'll see dozens of stories from parents. These are parents that I asked to send, excuse me, their personal testimony of why they're asking you to support the education savings accounts. But also you will see the data broken down as to how districts voted in that primary. But we can look across the political spectrum. If we look at the 2022 Real Clear Politics poll, we can see that 67% of independents and 68% of Democrats said that they would like to have school choice and parents should be the ultimate decision maker. This should not be a political issue. If we actually break it down to its core, this is truly about freedom of parents to be the decision maker for their child. And that is what those numbers show us.
Did I hear you say a majority, per the data you cited, of Republicans, Independents, and Democrats support this?
That is correct.
What about rural Texas? Do we have any data from rural Texas?
We absolutely do have data from rural Texas. They also overwhelmingly support, over 80% support parents making the choice of where their child goes to school.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Members, any more questions? All right, thank you very much for being here. Chair calls Austin Prochko or Prochko. I blew that one.
Austin Prochko, Ukrainian.
Close. We show you registered as Austin Prochko on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Testifying in favor of the bill. Chairman Buckley, Vice Chair Allen, members of the committee, thank you for your time. My name is Austin Prochko. I'm a former teacher, currently a project manager, most importantly, the father to 2 young sons. I'm testifying in favor of House Bill 4340. I spent 3 years teaching, 1 year at a private school and 2 years at a public charter school. Both of these schools took a classical approach, although 2 different ways for the classical approach. At these schools, I was able to see that the benefits that the classical approach education offers to students, especially those of a disadvantaged socioeconomic class. But most importantly, I was able to see that classical education didn't work for everyone. The same way a Common Core education doesn't work for everyone, or a Montessori education doesn't work for everyone. What really works is parents having the choice to leave a public school and go to a school that does classical ed or Montessori ed or a different kind of Common Core ed, or to leave that classical ed and go back to a public school. This is why we need that choice. So many parents, including parents of students that I taught and the parents of kids I went to school with, sacrifice much, working second jobs, third jobs, skipping vacation, driving cars older than I am, and I'm not that young anymore, pinching pennies, eating cheaply, to get their kids into a private school, or many of them moved to get into a charter school that they want. There's 66,000 kids on charter school wait lists. Education savings accounts would help parents meet some of that demand, not just the 66,000 on charter school wait lists, but kids across the nation or across the state, to fully unlock the potential of every student. Surely, most students will do well and continue to do well under public schools, but some schools are going to be some students are going to do better with classical ed or Montessori ed, and this is why we need education savings accounts to unlock the potential of every kid in the education method that is best for them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Nathaniel Canine, and then we'll have Matthew Brown, Candy Pay, Sophia Smith, and Michelle McCord. We show you registered as Nathaniel Canine, is that?
That's correct.
Okay, on behalf of the American Federation for Children and yourself, testifying for the bill, is that correct?
That's correct.
You may continue.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathaniel Canine, and I am a communication strategist at the American Federation for Children and a proud resident of Dallas, Texas. Before that, I was a private school choice beneficiary growing up in the state of Florida. School choice changed my life for the better, and I believe that every student deserves the same opportunity. I have attended both private and public schools. The public school that I left was one of the best in the entire state of Florida. They have not lost any funding from school choice because families want to go to that school. Despite this, it was not the right school for me. I struggled academically, I struggled morally, I struggled socially, and I knew that for my future, I needed a different education. But my family could not afford it. Without school choice, I never would have been able to have a different education opportunity. And school choice is the reason that I have become the first in my family to graduate from college. The sad reality is that there are some, including some in this room, who do not believe that I should have had that opportunity. There are some who believe that the status quo is more important than that opportunity and opportunities for students like me. The school choice debate boils down to a really simple question. What is the education system for? Is the education system to educate kids or to support a group of schools? Who are we here to support? Students, individual students, or a system? I argue very strongly that the purpose of an education system is to educate kids, not to support any schools. And I urge you to let families choose the education that will best lead to quality outcomes for their children. Thank you very much.
All right. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Matthew Brown. We show you registered as Matthew Brown on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, you may continue.
Mr. Chairman, honor representatives, we have come to voice our support for true school choice. Prior speakers have spoken better than I can, and I agree with the statements of the previous supporters of the bill. Parents want their options. They want to choose education that aligns with their family values. True school choice involves school savings accounts for every eligible student in Texas. The bill cannot have income restrictions, and the unused funds need to be available for college and tech schools after. Sitting here, I heard that the pie never grows, and I also heard that all of the schools may close because of this bill. Well, I believe that school choice is also, and more importantly, a jobs bill. Tens of thousands of jobs will be created statewide, thousands in each county. And what that will do is support the education of our children and give them a cafeteria-style choices as to what they need at that moment in time. Tutoring companies will sprout up all over every county. There will be people employed by those tutoring companies. Those employed people will pay taxes, buy better houses, pay more property taxes. Those businesses will pay property taxes. It will all go in and make the pie bigger. It's not a zero-sum game. Okay, so we can also encourage employment among the youth. So college kids, high school kids can be supervised by these accredited tutors, schools. Okay, and they can, and so that way they be helping our elementary school kids, and they would be getting off the couch and not playing Xbox anymore. Thank you.
All right, members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you very much for being here. Chair calls Candy Pay, and we'll have Sophia Smith, Michelle McCord, Selena Brown, Louis Luckert.
Okay, good afternoon.
I'll show you registered as, just give me 1 second. I'll show you registered as Candy Pay on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
All right.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, committee members. I'm so glad today I'm testified to support the House Bill 4340. My name is Candy Pace. I'm the homeschool mom from the Fort Bend County. During the pandemic, I had a chance to take a lot of my children's classroom during the virtual school. I'm terrified by the sex indoctrinations and the low-quality math teachings in my kids' classrooms. As a result, I resigned my job at the school district and withdraw my kids from the public school and homeschool them until now. I'm so blessed. My two kids love homeschooling, and both of my husband and I work remotely from home right now. And I have a PhD in the educational psychology, which make our homeschooling experience so happy and easier. However, not all the parents as lucky as me. In fact, during these few years, a lot of the parents told me that they are not satisfied with the public education. However, they are forced to keep their kids inside the public school because they don't have the resources and freedom to choose a private school or homeschooling. I conduct research. I find that the best way to provide the resources and freedom for the parents to choose their best education to their kid is the school choice. Therefore, I'm here to strongly support the House Bill 43 and 40s. Because I believe that the public education should include all school settings, not just the public school. So we should not misunderstand and mess up these two concepts. I believe that every kid is unique and special. No only one school setting to fit all the kids. School choice is the best way to empower the parents to have freedom to choose the best school setting for the kids. However, there's a lot of lies out there. The school choice only benefits the rich family is not right. Actually, according to the data of the Heritage Foundation research, majority of the students enrolled in the private school is switched from the public education, public schools.
Please wrap up your testimony.
Okay. So I believe our committee members are really smart enough, not fooled by all these lies. So in the March, Arkansas and Florida already have their universal school choice law as a testament. I don't want the Texas to be the last red state to have their universal school choice law to empower our Texas families. So I wish all the committee members stay together to support the HB 4340. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Chair calls Sophia Smith. And then we'll have Michelle McCord, Selena Brown, and William Baker. We show you registered as Sophia Smith on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Sophia Miles Smith, and I'm from Friendswood, Texas. I'm a former school board member from Clear Creek Independent School District and a graduate leadership TASB. I'm a member of the True School Choice for Texas team that came today to speak in favor of HB 4340. First, I want to express my appreciation for your service on this important committee. I know many of you have served on school boards, and all of you care deeply about our children's education. Both my parents were educators in Taiwan. Teachers are well respected in the Chinese culture. I wanted to follow my parents' footsteps because I saw the positive and significant impacts they made in the lives and success of the students they taught. I changed my mind because I'd often saw the lack of respect and support teachers received in this country to do their primary job. I decided I would pursue an engineering degree. I've worked at Johnson Space Center since my graduation and just retired last year. I ran for the CCISD Board of Trustees because I wanted to make a difference. I served on the board for 3.5 years, including being the board president. I was a champion for parents, demanding more education options and keep taxes in check. Parents are the primary caretaker and have full responsibility for their children. School choice allows the money to follow the children and parental choices on their children's education without getting hit twice by paying the school taxes and extra expenses for either home or private schooling. School choice encourages competition to improve the public school system instead of being the monopoly and maintain the status quo. School choice gives teachers a choice where they can apply their professionalism and talents to their best ability. Thank you for standing up for parental rights with the proposed school choice option bills. Our children are the future. Let's ensure they have the best opportunity to make this right. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Thank you. All right. Chair calls Michelle McCord. Michelle McCord. Okay.
No, I'm Selena.
Oh, okay. Hold on just one second. Okay, we'll show Michelle McCord on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls, Selena Brown. All right, we show you registered as Selena Brown
Yes, sir.
on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Selena Brown, and I have to come to voice my support for two great school choice bills, HB 4340 and HB 4807. And we
sorry,
homeschool.
Please stop. You need to only reference this bill in your testimonies. Could you
Yes,
go back and
Only HB 4340.
Yes.
Okay. We homeschool our kids, and it was because of the public school poor performance. And right now, parents have to pay twice for their school choice. Regular families have to struggle to afford outside education options to pay taxes. And your bill cannot have income limitations. And tax money should follow the kid. Families should decide the best environment for their students. Competition will improve the public school. The study shows this. True school choice includes the school school saving account for every eligible student in Texas. So I agree with the statements of the previous supporters of the bills. And, this is so important to us and to our neighbors, to our friends, and to our church. And so that's not to worry about the union and their pensions. And that's worry about our kids' future. Thank you so much for listening.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls William Baker. Okay. All right. We show you registered as William Baker on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you.
I noticed throughout all the testimony today that there seems to be quite a bit of selective misunderstanding about the bill. And I believe someone on the dais mentioned earlier that that the members of the committee were very lucky that they were in a position to make choices for their children and take advantage of whatever educational opportunities were available. I think that's very nice, but is it really correct to withhold this same offer from the public at large when since day one, the parents of a child are the ones who are given the commission to raise and educate that child? I would like to thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. And at this point, y'all have a nice day.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Yeah. Chair calls Lewis Luckhart. Lewis Luckhart. Okay, we're going to show Lewis Luckhart testifying, Lewis Luckhart on behalf of himself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Michelle Smith. And we'll have Charles Ramirez, LaTanya Goffney, Paul Cordova, and Veronica Sanchez. All right. Hi there. We show you registered as Michelle Smith on behalf of Raise Your Hand Texas, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Smith, Executive Director of Raise Your Hand Texas. I'm here testifying in opposition to House Bill 4340. Raise Your Hand Texas is focused on improving educational outcomes of all students, as well as ensuring that every student in Texas has access to a fair, equitable, and accountable education. I know that the members of this committee want the same thing, as have the members of this committee who have served before you. Education savings account programs or vouchers like the one in House Bill 4340 are neither fair, equitable, nor accountable, and here's why. Regarding fairness, ESA schools can exclude any student based on their educational needs, disabilities, the language they speak, their religion, or their lack of religion. They can simply tell a family that this school is not the best fit for your child. Look somewhere else. Meanwhile, every public school in this state opens its doors every morning and tells every family, come on in, you're welcome here. Regarding equity, public schools are required by law to provide differentiated funding based on a student's needs. ESA programs don't provide enough funding for the most desired private schools, which can be $20,000 or $30,000 a year. Meanwhile, our economically disadvantaged students could end up in a low-performing ESA school that costs the amount of the education savings account. Lastly, regarding accountability, Texas has one of the most stringent accountability systems in the country. And we've always been told that we have to turn up the heat on schools because the future economic prosperity of our state depends on student performance. Meanwhile, with an ESA program, the legislature will have the testing data on ESA students, but no way to compare it to STAR or to pull students back in if they're being underserved. Raise Your Hand Texas is here to raise the alarm. Education savings accounts in other states have caused a bloated bureaucracy of expense requests for things like trampolines, kayaks, and bunny cages, and have opened the door for constant expansion. If you're trying to solve a problem, this committee has the ability to address those issues within our public schools. Education savings accounts or any type of voucher simply won't get Texas where it needs to go.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Thank you. Chair calls Charles Ramirez. Okay. We have you registered as Charles Ramirez on behalf of the Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD, and you're testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's right. Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Charles Ramirez, and I'm Chief of Police of the Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD Police Department. We're located in North Fort Worth. Prior to that, I served 30 years with the City of Fort Worth Police Department and retired as an assistant chief. And one of the reasons I went over to EMS ISD because the superintendent and the school board had the vision of starting their own police department. And I thought going back to the district that I graduated from my daughters graduated from, my wife graduated from, and still live in the district was a great idea so I can use my expertise as a law enforcement officer to help start a police department. I'm here today to speak against the bill because the bill uses public money to fund private schools. No matter how it's done, it takes money away from public schools that could be used for safety. Even if the funding comes from general revenue fund, the student using that fund to attend private schools would mean less ADA funding for public schools, which is less for safety and security. But here's what concerns me the most. Our state has done a lot to put stronger safety measures in our public school. I believe this legislature is poised to do even more this session. The safety and security mandates don't extend to private schools in our state. When students enroll in Eagle Mountain ISD, I'm confident myself, my police department, and our staff are doing everything we can to keep our students safe. If a student goes to a private school, that level of safety and security is not always guaranteed. In fact, it doesn't currently extend to charter schools. In fact, we had a charter school in the area that had a man on campus with a gun. They had a part-time officer, so my police department actually responded to that threat as well as Saginaw Police Departments in that instance. The fact is, the bill would fund schools, whereas parents, taxpayers don't know the safety standards. We do know that private schools are not accountable for the same safety standards that our public schools are. By funding these private schools, you would take funding away from our public schools that could be used to further security standards and keep our students safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
That skipped one. I didn't even call that out. Okay, let's do this one first. Chair calls LaTanya Goffney. LaTanya Goffney. Okay, we're going to show LaTanya Goffney on behalf of Aldine ISD and Texas Urban Council and self to be registered against the bill. Okay, we'll go back to Soto. Chair calls Samuel Soto. Samuel Soto. Okay, we're going to show Samuel Soto on behalf of himself, registered against the bill. Okay. Cordova. Yeah. Chair calls Paul Cordova. Paul Cordova. We're going to show Paul Cordova on behalf of Aldine ISD, registered against the bill. Chair calls Veronica Sanchez. Veronica Sanchez. We're going to show Veronica Sanchez on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Mary Lowe. Mary Lowe. All right, we're going to show Mary Lowe on behalf of Families Engaged and herself to be registered against the bill. Chair calls Adrian Johnson. Yeah. Hey, finally.
Stephanie.
Like everybody left. All right.
Should we give Stephanie Michael?
Yeah, and I want
Let me see it here because they both show up here.
to Stephanie Stobie, Michael Lee, Charles Cooper, and Diana Freeman. You'll be next. Hello there. We show you registered as Adrian Johnson.
Yes.
On behalf of Hearn ISD and yourself testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Well, kinda.
Oh,
I'm against it, but I want the Chairman Frank to know I like the discussion, though. If there was a discussion item on there, I definitely like the discussion that's going on. But I had.
So you are,
On the bill we are.
but you're against the bill.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We brought you back around. There-
Okay, all right. Well, glad to be back around. Thank you for y'all being here and for the time you put in. And I'm going to be really brief because many of the questions I have you've already asked and they've been answered. But the one thing I want to clear real quickly, as a school superintendent, I am not against choice. I welcome choice. I exercise it myself in my own life and in education. It certainly should be there. I just want you to know that as we work through this problem, we must recognize when you talk about Massachusetts, Delaware, Florida, Texas is a huge state and has huge demographics. And you can get statistics and data from different parts of the state that just is not the same. I have a district that's 96% economically disadvantaged. That is a totally different number of poverty number or challenging economic level than other districts may face. And so we have to be real careful when we're making these comparisons. And the last thing I would say is all my career, we have based our educational system off of transparency. How are we spending the money? I go through that process once a month with the elected officials and how we're spending the money. And I've learned to be accountable for that. And I have a concern, and I thought this would never happen, that money would go to private organizations and they didn't have to be transparent. And my question would be, if you had to be transparent, would you still want the money? That's all I'd like to know. And if that could be a part of it, then that certainly we're making progress. Last, I would just say, I'm just not sure this is the right time to act. Coming from the school systems and working with teachers from around the area and around the state, you've heard about the burnout. After coming through COVID and everything we're going through, we've heard about the accountability system. It is tough out there, and a lot of teachers are walking away. And we need to do where we can to fortify that teacher system to keep these folks in place and on the job, and the staff that supports them as well. They need to be making sure that our system is fully funding education so teachers will stay on board and our staff will get an adequate raise, continue the mental health to support our staff after the pandemic, and emphasize school safety is the utmost importance right now. And last but not least, special education is critical. We should be careful how we use the term special education and describe kids, because it's a much broader context than what some people have talked about today. And parent engagement, my teachers want me to tell you, parent involvement is the main issue we're facing.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions of this witness? Representative Harrison.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your commitment to public education. You say you support choice. You say you support choice.
Yeah.
I'm thrilled to hear that. That's great.
Yeah.
Who do you support choice in education for?
Everybody.
Everybody. Every Texan?
Every Texan.
School choice for every Texan.
You know, when I move to a community, I make a choice where my child will go to school at. Now, it may be more difficult for him or her to go to a school that I'm not in their zone, but I make the choice to take them to the school I choose to, if they accept
Right.
the kids.
You make the choice, right?
Yes.
You're a superintendent.
Well, yeah, but I'm a parent then.
Correct. But you're a superintendent, right? That's your job.
Yes, it is.
What is your salary?
It's $164,000. But
Yeah.
here's the problem. To get a raise, they just gave me a 3% raise.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And I have to wait until the board approves it in the minutes before I actually get it, so the number could change. because it has to be transparent.
Got it. No, but we're in the ballpark.
less than
That's helpful.
LeBron.
Yep. Well, less than what?
Less than LeBron,
Very good.
but I can almost dunk too, though. So.
If superintendents were making more than LeBron, we may have other issues. Okay, but you say you support choice for everybody, and you say you have that choice. Well, you are in an income bracket where you could actually make a choice for your kids. But you mentioned during your testimony, if I heard you correct, 96% of your children are economically disadvantaged.
Yes.
How much choice do their parents have as to where they go to school?
Oh, they had a great choice.
Explain.
We're creating a great school system for those kids. We're creating a dynamic system. We're improving instruction, improving the climate on the campuses. They have a great choice.
And I'm sure that's true for a good number of your students. Is that true for every one of your students?
Well, everyone?
Everyone.
Everyone that I know of. If they have a problem, certainly they want to come and see me.
Okay.
But
So let's assume that's true and universal school choice were passed in Texas. Why would any of them leave?
I would want to ask them. I'd do them on an exit interview. But you got to understand, the Hearn's a little unique because we actually have 5 or 6 buses that come in and pick up students out of that district and take them to another district. So they're exercising choice.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, 'cause where we do agree that there is some school choice that does exist in Texas right now. If you're a wealthy parent in the state of Texas, you have school choice.
Well,
And if 96% of your students are economically disadvantaged, I'm very concerned that we're playing games with semantics, saying they have a choice.
No, I'm not playing
But if they can't actually afford to leave, how much choice do they have?
I'm not playing games with the matter. I'm just giving the reality of my district. My area that I live in, that we work in, has 96% economic disadvantage. That is the community. That's not the school. That is the community that operates at that level. That means there's been a lack of jobs, a lack of health care, other programs that has caused these families over generations to drop to that level.
Correct. No one's disputing the causes that
But they do have a choice to go to neighboring schools.
the wealthy families in that area have a choice.
No. The 96% has a choice to go to other schools. They can go to the other school.
Can they go to a private school?
If there was one there, they could. But they can't go to those.
And based on these socioeconomic statistics you're citing to me, you're telling me that all of those parents who want to send their kids to a private school can afford to do it.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, then I just want to get you clearly on the record that that is not the case then.
What is not the case?
That all of the families who may want to send their kids to a private school cannot afford to do it currently in the state of Texas. Is that correct?
I don't know that about the state of Texas. I just know that there's
In your area.
private schools in our area.
Thank you.
There's some, probably the closest area would be College Station, which is about to be 20 miles, or 25 to 30 miles. They might could go there if they wanted to, if they could afford to. Uh-huh.
All right. Thank you, members. Any more questions for this witness? All right. We thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here.
All right.
Okay. Chair calls Mary Lowe. All right. We show you registered as Mary Lowe on behalf of Families Engaged and yourself testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So today I'm going to do something a little out of character for me. This is specific to 4340. And I have to say, this is the first bill that I have seen that does not, in fact, defund public education. However, it does seem to be one of the largest expansions of government agency and bureaucracy along the lines of education that I've seen. And we already have the largest failed agency in the state being our Texas Education Agency. So why would we create another? I do believe that students who fall into the special ed spectrum are being underserved, but I believe they're being underserved because of a cap that was put on the schools. It creates a hardship on the schools to serve them. So I believe that if we do this, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy that we're doing there. I listened to Representative Frank, and I was super impressed. He talked about that the parents are disengaged and that giving them this money is going to cause them to be engaged. Well, I don't see that. I see LBJ gave people money and they did the opposite. They became less engaged and less responsible. If you want a parent to engage in their child, in their child's education, you have to get them to put skin in the game. And giving out something, welfare, it doesn't add skin to the game. I'm familiar with a school district where the superintendent, the principal of the elementary school, hosted a dinner every week, and she taught the parents how to teach their kids how to read and how to do homework with their kids. And guess what? That school went from a failing school to an A school. Second thing I want to talk about is this dispelling the choice. Now, that I was a single mother, not by choice, and I moved from a very lovely home in a high-income neighborhood in Dallas, Texas, where I would have to private school my child. I moved to a home where my mortgage was $6,000 a month, but the schools were good because that's what I valued. I had choice. My zip code didn't define me. My ability to make good, healthy decisions defined me in the education my child had, and he had a great public education.
All right, thank you, members. Any questions? Yeah, Representative Hinojosa.
Ms. Lowe, you
Yes.
said this is the first bill you've seen that doesn't defund our public schools. Can you explain what you meant by that?
Well, it doesn't take money from PSF. I mean, I listened to him say that, you know, they were going to take the money out of the general fund. I mean, it's still taxpayer money. So it just moves us from spending 50%, 60% of our tax dollar on education to what, 70, 80%? I mean, and the fiscal note on it clearly is not an accurate fiscal note. It's totally, I mean, you're spending about $40,000 per student under this plan.
Okay, thank you.
All right, members, any more questions? All right, thank you for being here. Chair calls Stephanie Stobie. There you go. All right. We show you registered Stephanie Stobie on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I would like to implore you to please oppose House Bill 4340. Public schools need the money from the public. Money's tight all over now. I know you know this. Currently in my school district, 65% of the funding for special education students is coming out of our general education fund. This is affecting those of us in general education. Our class sizes have gone up to 26, and in 5th grade next year, they're looking at 27 or 28 students in a classroom so that they can get rid of one 5th grade position. Proponents of vouchers are going to say that this offers educational freedom. It does not. When a private school can turn away a student, where's the freedom in that? When a private school can say we are free from the burdens of IEPs. Let me translate that. That says we are free from the burdens of your special education students. I heard also that $1,000 could be used of this voucher money to pay for transportation. 180 school days divided by 1,000, that's $5.55 to get to school and back. Parents do have freedom right now. If you would like your child to go to a private school, put them in the private school. If you would like your child to go to a charter school, put them in the charter school. However, don't let the taxpayers of Texas fund your personal and private decisions. The funding of religious private institution goes against the First Amendment and the separation of church and state. There are currently right now 15 states that allow vouchers. We heard a lot about Florida, but let me tell you about Indiana. Students who used vouchers for 2 years had the equivalent of learning loss after Hurricane Katrina. And Ohio suffered worse than 2 years of COVID loss. Please, every year I have students in my classroom, and I have to repair and remediate as they come back from charter schools.
All right. Thank you, members. Any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Michael Lee. Okay. We show you registered as Michael Lee on behalf of the Texas Association of Rural Schools. You'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
My name is Michael Lee. I am testifying against House Bill 4340. In rural Texas, we already have school choice. We compete for students. They go to charter schools. The money follows the students. Parents, we have, like the superintendent before, have buses driving into some of the towns and taking students out, and that's good. But we also have when I read Proposition 9, when I went in the voting booth, I knew that there's going to be a high percentage of people, of those voting for that bill by the way it was worded. However, I think you will find on the studies that show should there be accountability and transparency, you're going to find that equally as high. So basically, we just need to boil it down. This is a voucher. We're taking public money to private entities without accountability, without transparency, and that is our issue. Our officers and directors do feel that this will be detrimental to our rural schools. If you lose kids, you lose money. It's pure and simple. So we feel that it'll be detrimental to our schools, and it is the lifeblood of our communities. And we stand unanimous on that. We would prefer that you focus as much time on trying to provide us security because we cannot afford security officers on some of our school campuses. If you want to make a difference, you support full-day pre-K for all kids. If we make those a priority, then you're going to see a big jump in student performance. Thank you.
All right, members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here. Chair calls Charles Cooper. Then we'll have Diana Freeman, Charles Luke, Andrew Johnson, and Yolanda Merritt. Charles Cooper. Going once. Okay, we'll show Charles Cooper on behalf of himself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Diana Freeman. Diana Freeman. Okay, we'll show Diana Freeman on behalf of Hamilton ISD School Board and herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Charles Luke. Okay. Hold on just one second. We'll have, after Dr. Luke, we'll have Andrew Johnson, Yolanda Merritt, James Cross, Georgia Head, then Barry Hainish. Okay, we have you registered as Charles Luke on behalf of the Coalition for Texas Public School, Coalition for Public Schools and yourself, and be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, Chairman Buckley, members, I'm not really quite sure what to do. I had my testimony predicated on Satanism and Wiccan stuff. So I guess I'm just going to have to strike all of that. And thanks, Laura Colangelo. There she is. Okay. So we do have, I'm testifying on behalf of the Coalition for Public Schools. We have over 40 organizations in our coalition that are public school advocacy organizations. We have several concerns about the bill. Of course, an accountability concern is one of those, and a concern of this being an expansion of government. I had a conversation with a House member in the hallway today who said, why hasn't anybody said that? And of course, one of the last witnesses, Ms. Lowe, did mention that, so we do have that concern. There are definitely separation of church and state concerns under House Bill 4340. The state would be required to fund any participating private religious school, whatever stripe of religion they are. And we have concerns about this as the establishment of religion by the state. And we also have concerns that there could be an incursion of the government into Christian schools. And I've mentioned that before in other testimony. And finally, as a parent of a student who is in a wheelchair and has spina bifida, my youngest son, Carson, who has graduated public schools and is now at Weatherford Community College. I participated lots of times in ARD meetings, and the few times that I disagreed with the school district, I had some kind of recourse for my disagreement with the school district. And because the IDEA provisions or protections applied to him. Under private schools, of course, they don't apply. We've heard that from multiple testifiers today. So those are the primary concerns that I would say today, and we thank you for your time.
All right, members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Appreciate it.
Chair calls Andrew Johnson. We show you registered as Andrew Johnson on behalf of the North Texas Commission and testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Andrew Johnson. I'm testifying on behalf of the Commission, the North Texas Commission, as board chairman, and our position is against the bill, as you know. The North Texas Commission convenes public and private sector leaders to ensure that the state and federal public policies promote strong local government, support excellent public schools, and increase the skilled workforce pipeline, and safeguard a thriving business environment. Together as a unified region, we advocate for policies that advance the economic success of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex and our 13-county North Texas region. The Metroplex is the fourth largest metropolitan region in the United States, growing by 1 person in every 3 minutes, with a population projected to surpass 10 million by the end of the decade. Our region doubled the nation's performance in job creation with a growth rate of 8.1%, and it represents the most industry-diverse economy in the state, and it accounts for nearly 1/3 of the Texas GDP. North Texas is a great place for business, but in order to maintain a conducive environment and attract more investment from the private sector, we must continue to produce a readied workforce. A skilled workforce pipeline begins with quality education. Our public education system and higher education institutions are vital to preparing the future workforce for our region and our state. Maintaining full funding for education is necessary to advance educational opportunities and create career pathways. Further investment in the Texas public schools is needed to ensure that businesses have adequate supply of talent to fill positions in high-demand industries. And our opposition to House Bill 4340 is rooted in our concern that it will divert public funds away from public schools, weakening our educational system and holding back workforce production.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Yolanda Merritt. Okay. All right. We show you registered as Yolanda Merritt on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right.
Good afternoon. I am a parent, grandparent, 11-year U.S. Army veteran, and a 15-year highly qualified, dually certified Title I special education elementary school teacher in Spring ISD. I am respectfully asking that you do the right thing by saying no to vouchers and yes to reinvesting in accountable public schools that serve all children. I teach and advocate for the most vulnerable school population, which includes severe and sometimes profound disabilities, in addition to incredibly challenging behavioral needs and at-risk students. I see firsthand the students that are rejected from the charter and private schools based on certain disabilities and or behaviors that are quoted by one of my parents as just too much to handle. So these babies are then returned to their home campus for teachers like me to mend the educational paths. Why? Because we are a public school that welcomes all students. We serve students with and without disabilities. We serve students from two-parent household to single-parent households. We serve low socioeconomic from well below $110,000 and well over $110,000. What my public school district offer, among many, is free pre-K for full day, school of choice within the district, and active parent engagement for all students. Instead of giving $500 million a year to private vouchers, let's reinvest in public schools and the staff who serves all students. May I offer by starting with paying our overworked and underpaid teachers, reducing class sizes, providing mental health care professionals, emphasize school safety, and bring Texas per student spending to the national average. et cetera, et cetera. I could go on, but my time is up. Thank you for your time, and remember, do the right thing. No to vouchers, yes to public schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls James Cross. We'll have James Cross, Georgia Head, Barry Hainish, Kevin Crusius, Larry Bethune, and Beatrice Gonzalez. We show you registered as James Cross on behalf of Southeast Texas Education Coalition and yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman Buckley and House members. Again, my name is James Cross, and I am here on behalf of the Southeast Texas Education Coalition, and we oppose any bill, and this bill in particular, 4340, that would use vouchers, tax credit, taxpayer saving grants, tuition reimbursements, or any other means to divert public tax dollars to private entities, homeschooled students, parents with little or no academic or financial accountability or transparency to the state, taxpayers, or local communities. Now, with that kind of out of the way, I would like to say, several people today on the other side of this debate have said that they have nothing but love for public schools. Well, I feel the same toward private schools. Not a problem with that at all. I think they're an important part of our society, and they are needed and valuable. What I would say is, as so many other people have said it earlier and this afternoon, is that public schools have never really had the chance to shine, in my opinion, because of we've not had the resources, the maximum resources that I feel like we've needed. And I say that as a retired high school principal from Katy ISD. I've spent 30 years as a teacher and administrator, and parent engagement is certainly a critical piece of that. We have schools in our district that 1 in 10 kids is economically disadvantaged. We have other schools where 3 out of 4 kids are economically disadvantaged. So the challenges are there. I would just assert to you that some of these things are such societal issues, so big that schools sometimes don't have the resources to take care of those. And I know I'm out of time. Didn't get to say nearly as much as I wanted to. That's what happens.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Georgia Head. And we'll have Barry Hainish, Kevin Crusius, Larry Bethune, Beatrice Gonzalez, Chris Moran, Aaron Bass, and Angela Richardson. Georgia Head. Okay, we're going to show Georgia Head on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Barry Hainish. All right, we show you registered as Barry Hainish on behalf of the Texas Association of Community Schools. Be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, I am Barry Hainish. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Association of Community Schools. We're an organization that works with and tries to help small, mid-size, and rural school districts in Texas. So I'm going to be speaking from that perspective. It must be your experiences that determine what you hear and what you see and what you think. Because I just heard a couple of people, maybe more, say that rural Texans are begging for ESAs. I've traveled this state. I have been to every part of this state. I put 70,000 miles on my car this year with my job, stopping in small towns, talking to people, and here's what I hear. We need more money for technology so that our kids can be on the cutting edge when it comes to jobs of the future. We need more money for CTE so our kids can have more opportunities, so that there's more places they can go to earn a great living. We need more money for for teachers. We need things that makes our community stronger. because we understand that our school is the heart of our community, and without the school, we have no community. That's what I hear in rural schools, that's what I hear in small communities, and that's what I hope you'll remember as you consider House Bill 4340, because the fewer funds there are, the less opportunities there are to spread those out across all of the needs that we have in our state.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Kevin Crusius. Kevin Crusius. We're going to show Kevin Crusius of the Young, on behalf of the Young Conservatives of Texas, being registered for the bill. Chair calls Larry Bethune. Larry Bethune. We're going to show Larry Bethune on behalf of the University Baptist Church in Austin, Texas, and himself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Beatrice Gonzalez. We show you registered as Beatrice Gonzalez on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thanks for being here.
Of course. My name is Beatrice Gonzalez. I am here on behalf of the Diocese of Brownsville in support of House Bill 4340. My daughter was diagnosed with dyslexia in second grade when she was in a private Catholic school. The environment and personal attention from her teachers aided in monitoring her condition. She received the assistance she required and flourished academically. The attention given in a small Christian center school aided in coping with her disability. She currently is pursuing her master's degree in clinical mental health and will complete her degree in December of 2023. Oftentimes, a smaller personal scenario aids in coping with certain disabilities. For those members who are concerned with the issue of accountability of private Catholic schools, it should be noted that the Rio Grande Valley Catholic Schools typically administers a standard test similar to the STAR exam, called the Iowa test. In most cases, this test is administered twice a year, both in the fall and in the spring, in order to more accurately gauge the student progress. For those of you who may not be familiar with the particular exam, the Iowa test is a group administered achievement for grades kinder to 12, which measures a student's knowledge in subject areas such as English, reading, language art, science, and social studies. Texas Catholic Conferences in a Bishop Education Department accredits all schools annually by submitting annual reports to ensure the compliance with all of their guidances. In addition, every school receives a 3-day in-depth school visit by the accreditation team once every 7 years. This on-site visit is presided by completion of numerous documents as part of the school's self-study.
All right, please complete your testimony.
In conclusion, every child is a unique individual with unique needs. Parents should be allowed to make their school choice based on those unique needs. The educational setting, therefore, should be selected by the parents who are best qualified to determine their child's individual needs. I urge you to support House Bill 4340.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Chris Moran. Okay. All right, we show you registered as Chris Moran on behalf of the Texas Association of School Administrators, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley and committee members. Today I'm testifying on behalf of the Texas Association of School Administrators. I'm the superintendent of White House ISD and a recovering high school principal. Today I'd like to just comment that TASA is opposed to any public school or public funds being used to pursue educational alternatives to public schools. Currently, public schools are accountable to the state in all areas. I believe in accountability. We support accountability, but HB 4340 does not include the level of accountability and stewardship that we would support. I'm thankful to serve with talented teachers, committed teachers who serve every child that walks through the door. House Bill 4340 serves a very narrow swath and percentage of students in the state of Texas. And I am speaking on behalf of every student in the state of Texas in opposition to HB 4340 and encouraging this committee to consider placing those funds towards public schools so that we can serve every student in the state, not the very few that might benefit from this particular bill. In East Texas, most public schools allow transfers, but schools control who is allowed in. I can speak from experience, having been on that side of the table. When we interviewed those transferring students, it was very easy to look at behavior, attendance, grades, state assessment results, and if they didn't possess those skills, they were not allowed in the district. And that is happening. So when we talk about choice, it really isn't the parent's choice, it's the school's choice who determines who gets in and who does not. So I testify in opposition of House Bill 4340 for the reasons of accountability and for a voice for every public school student in Texas, not just the few that might benefit. Thank you for your time.
All right. Members, any questions for this witness? White House, the home of Patrick Mahomes?
You are correct, sir.
All right. You had me at Mahomes.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Chair calls Aaron Bass. Hi, Aaron. We have you registered as Aaron Bass on behalf of the Belton Independent School District as a member of the Board of Trustees and testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman Buckley and House Pub Ed Committee. My name is Erin Bass, and I'm currently serving as a locally elected trustee for Belton ISD. I respectfully join you today, representing Belton ISD, to oppose House Bill 4340. Throughout my career as a teacher and as a parent of 4 children, one with significant special needs and one who was also adopted out of the foster care system, I do know and understand the positive impact that public education can have on students. We oppose the diversion of funds for K-12 public schools, including new revenue to school vouchers, tax credit, charter programs, until the state of Texas funds public schools above the national average. As you may know, Texas is roughly 4,000 behind the national average in per-student funding. It is clear that we in Texas don't fund education fully, and yet we hear constantly that an ESA is the solution. We realize public schools aren't perfect, but there is still great work to be done. But diverting funds to outside organizations to serve students would only exacerbate the problem. Properly funding schools to meet the needs of each and every student and teacher is the solution that we should be exploring in Texas, not ESAs. Proper funding for public schools enables the state to maintain accountability and transparency for our tax dollars, my tax dollars, your tax dollars, while serving the educational needs of our students. Without accountability, without transparency, and without quality control, we can't expect ESAs, private schools, and outside providers to properly support the learning needs of each and every student. We appreciate your leadership, and we want you to know that we strongly oppose House Bill 4340. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions of this witness? All right, Aaron. Thanks for being here today. Chair calls Angela Richardson. Angela Richardson. Okay, we're going to show Angela Richardson on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Brian Woods. Brian Woods. Okay, we're going to show Brian Woods on behalf of the Texas School Alliance, registered against the bill. Chair calls Stephanie Seba, or Saiba. Stephanie Seba. Okay, then we'll have Natalie Webb, Brandy Burns, Marcy Galley, Genevieve Collins, and Stephen Alleman. Okay, we have you registered as, how do you say your last name?
Seba.
All right, Stephanie Seba, on behalf of yourself and testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
My name is Stephanie Seba. As you mentioned, 2 of my children attended Catholic schools in the Rio Grande Valley for both elementary and high school, where I also served as a board member and president of the board. I'm here today asking you to support HB 4340. My son suffered from the disability of stuttering since the age of 3. Thankfully for him, he was able to continuously attend the same Catholic school for 10 years from pre-K to 8th grade, and then moved on to our local Catholic high school where many of his classmates followed. That continuity, safety, and Christ-centered culture made the difference in his life. In June, he will be graduating from Stanford University with a degree in electrical engineering and then completing his master's program next year with a degree in artificial intelligence. I can say without hesitation that this would not have been possible without the more individualized and personalized opportunities that Catholic school afforded him. I recently came across a young man about my son's age in the auto department at Walmart who also suffers from severe stuttering like my son. I could not help but wonder how different the trajectory of his life might have been if he had had the benefit of a small private school education. His parents should have had the choice. And I want to go off script for a second because I wasn't expecting to say this. I'm a newbie, my first time here. I knew there would be representatives both for and against, but I wasn't expecting this sense of, I don't know, a real protectivism of the public school system as though someone's coming after it with a hatchet. What us parents are asking for is a sliver of what is there so that we can attend to these students who have specialized needs. There is a small group of students who is not being served by the public schools. Is it so horrible to ask for a small portion to go for them? I don't think it's a lot to ask. If it were any one of your children, I think you would want the same. And as a matter of fact, what we did hear earlier is some of the members here today have either children or grandchildren who have the benefit of private school because they are blessed. Not everyone is as blessed. Give those parents the opportunity.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Natalie Webb.
Well, there you go. After Natalie Webb, I'll get to Brian Woods.
Okay. All right, we show you registered as Natalie Webb on behalf of Pastors for Texas Children and yourself, and you're testifying against the bill?
That's correct. Yes, thank you. I come to you today as a pastor and as a parent of a public school child in opposition to this bill. First, I'm very concerned about the ways this bill impacts the religious freedom of both our citizens and our private schools. I don't want my tax dollars paying for religious indoctrination, whether I agree with it or not. Don't get me wrong, I care very deeply about religious education, and the reality is that parents can and do have the choice to direct that education in their homes and in their churches, but directing state money to private religious schools is an affront to the separation of church and state that our founders, and particularly my Baptist forerunners, fought so hard for. Your constituents may be okay with this when it's going toward Christian schools, but I suspect many would have second thoughts about taxpayer funding, not just to Wiccan and whatever the other example was, but to Islamic schools or secular humanist schools here in Austin, or even liberal, progressive, Christian, or Jewish schools that are going to be teaching things that are at odds with their beliefs. At the same time, this bill puts our religious schools in a real bind. By taking state funds, they put their unique witness at risk. Taxpayers want accountability, and as Representative Frank said, and I quote, "The state at any point can come in and regulate private schools." Second, as a Christian, my faith compels me to care for all our Texas children, not just some. In the best case scenario, this bill helps a lucky few while actively harming millions of children whose class sizes will grow and resources will shrink even more. As a parent, my so-called choice should not be at the expense of other parents and other children's rights to a quality-free public education. If you are unhappy with the job that our Texas schools are doing, if kids are falling through the cracks, then you are the ones who have the power to fix that. You're the body who we've entrusted with that sacred duty, and I pray that you will do so. Thank you very much.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Brian Woods. All right. We show you registered as Brian Woods on behalf of the Texas School Alliance, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for hanging in. I know that you've had a long day and will continue to probably have a long evening. So thanks for the time today. As the president of the Texas School Alliance, which represents over 40% of the students in this state, many of whom are educationally disadvantaged in all the ways that you could use that phrase, we have profound concerns about the way students, communities, and taxpayers taxpayers will be impacted by public dollars going to private institutions. However, rather than repeat some of the concerns that you've already heard today and that I know that you're well aware of, I thought I would suggest some ways that this proposal that's before you this afternoon could be improved. For instance, any private institution receiving state funding for education should meet the same safety requirements that the legislature mandates for public schools. There's been a lot of conversation this session about safety, and we know that that will obviously continue. Next, private institutions receiving this state money should be required to provide special education evaluations and services. You've heard a lot about special education today. As you well know, the federal law that governs special education does not apply to these institutions. Just like independent school districts, a private institution receiving state funding should be required to have a school health advisory council that would empower parents to make local policy on health curriculum, including human sexuality education, which has been discussed in this body quite a bit in the last session. Similarly, the governing board of this institution should adopt instructional materials in meetings that are open to the public, as has again been discussed quite a bit in this body. The governing board could also be required to adopt a local grievance policy and provide information to parents to notify them on how to meet that process as they have in independent school districts. As you know, there are many ways that we could improve transparency in a bill such as this. That would improve its adaptability and its help for parents and their children. Thank you, members.
All right, members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Brandy Burns. And we'll have Marcy Galley, Genevieve Collins, Stephen Alleman, Molly Flores, Margarito Estrada, and Dr. Andrea Chevalier. All right, we show you registered as Brandy Burns on behalf of the Morningstar Academy and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So my name is Dr. Brandy Burns, and I'm the head of school at Morningstar Academy in Bonham, Texas. We're the only accredited nonprofit Christian school in Fannin County. So I'm here on behalf of some of those rural schools. We work in conjunction with our public schools to service children who often would fall into 504, as well as special education. Many of those, we are unique in that we take children as young as 18 months. And so many of those children start with us as toddlers. They receive child care services subsidies through the Texas Workforce Commission. They are thriving in our schools. So children that receive those funds are in the foster care system and low income. They're thriving, and then they have to be plucked out of our schools at kindergarten because they are unable to continue due to financial constraints. We serve a niche community, and because of our small size, we're able to give those kids a little more one-on-one than what they might get in the public schools. And so our desire is not to steal from the rural public schools. Our desire is to work together with them. Our kids integrate back into the public school system. We're not a K through 12 school. We only go through third grade currently. And so we want to be able to work with them when they're little and get the foundation that they need. And so we're just asking, on behalf of my parents, I'm here to ask that you consider this voucher program so that they can continue in our schools.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Marcy Galley. Okay. We show you registered as Marcy Galley on behalf of families engaged in yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks. You may begin.
Thank you. So I want to say thank you for hearing public comments before midnight. Just throw that out there. I'm handing out a flyer to please vote no on all voucher bills. I am a conservative Republican, have been one all my life. I have 3 children. They've done public, private, homeschool, hybrid school. Okay, so parental rights are God-given. They cannot be legislated. Parents already have school choice. I can already choose to send my kids wherever I like. Taxpayers should not be forced to subsidize private schools at a cost of over $2.3 billion in the first 5 years. That is from SB 8, okay, as analyzed by the legislature.
Only reference this bill in your testimony.
Okay, there was no financial analysis before public testimony, so I have to go look at the other bill, okay? Parents will have less rights to be engaged and knowledgeable about curriculum if they do decide to put their children in private schools. Private schools do not have elected boards. They don't have to show me their financials. None of that is open to the public. Public schools have been set up to fail by years of damaging legislation, social emotional learning, districts of innovation. That needs to be reversed like yesterday because of what the districts are doing to parents and students in districts of innovation. Parents don't have any rights anymore. They can just wave the DOI wand and there they go. Vouchers do not support special ed students. The special ed students can be turned away at the door by private schools that these vouchers are going to help fund. Please vote no, please. And I commend all of the House members that voted in favor of the Herrero amendment.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Genevieve Collins.
So happy to stand.
All right. Okay, we have you registered as Genevieve Collins on behalf of Americans for Prosperity and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. My name is Genevieve Collins. I run Americans for Prosperity and the Libre Initiative across Texas. I am here to testify in support of House Bill 4340. My team has knocked on over 24,286 doors since March 10th, many of those in your district. I say that because we are asking citizens across Texas what are the issues that they're facing and what do they want to hear? Or what do they want to solve? We asked them, do you think parents should have access to education savings accounts? 70% of parents and people at their door across Texas, and I'd be happy to share this data with any of you privately when we have more time, say that they want ESAs. I want to highlight and reinforce a few key points about why ESAs will be so instrumental in uplifting Texas students. One, this bill outlines an incremental rollout similar to Iowa's ESA program, and most important, it will focus by starting for expanding opportunities for low-income students. Those are the kids that need it the most. Two, ESAs will allow more students to have access to better curriculum and outcomes. Y'all know, currently, Texas students are reading 2 to 3 grade levels below, and only 17% of public school curriculum is on grade level. We need to expand opportunities that can provide teaching and academic rigor that matches students' needs and helps them grow. 3, please don't give in to the false choice that this is an attack on public schools. Our public schools are great. And none of the proposed money in ESAs will come out of school districts' funding. Each school will retain 10% of their funds. I just want to quickly highlight Houston ISD has been taken over by the state. Are we concerned that Houston ISD has failed our public school students in Houston? This choice about rural students across Texas that these kids don't want it. I have 13 offices across the state of Texas, and I'll conclude with this. I have 13 offices across the state of Texas, and whether it's Palestine, Gilmer, or Corsicana, these folks are just like the folks in Arkansas, West Virginia, Utah, and Iowa that have all passed education savings accounts and are here for kids. I urge y'all to please pass this bill.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Stephen Alleman. Then we'll hear Molly Flores, Margarito Estrada, Dr. Andrea Chevalier, Bonnie Gomez, and Teresa Trevino. Stephen Alleman. Okay. Can you pull Stephen up?
I'm sorry.
Alleman. Yeah. Okay, then we're going to show, make sure he's not, okay. We're going to show Stephen Alleman on behalf of Disability Rights Texas, registered against the bill. Chair calls Molly Flores.
Hello.
All right, we show you registered as Molly Flores. On behalf of yourself, you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Molly Flores, and I would like to share my testimony about having the choice to choose where my daughter goes to school. I personally come from a public school background, so I wanted something different for my daughter. My daughter is a straight A second grader reading at above a fourth grade reading level. She wasn't able to be here, but she wanted me to say she loves her school and is aspiring to be a paleontologist. As a mother, I chose a Catholic school education for my daughter because it is an expansion of what we teach in our home and a more individualized, tailored education to her needs. In our school, there is a strong sense of parental involvement through meetings, activities, and gatherings. I think it is important for parents to have the choice where their child goes to school. Investing in a Catholic school education for my daughter has helped her develop a strong, confident character, and her school plays a huge part in that. My ability to choose her school is something I hope all parents can have. Thank you.
All right, members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Margarito Estrada. Okay.
Good evening.
Let me see. We have you registered as Margarito Estrada on behalf of Lockhart Independent School District and yourself testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You may continue.
First, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I actually had a very impassionate document I was going to pass, but after listening to everyone's presentations, I want to go a different route. I think both sides are very passionate, and I don't really want to make an argument of ideals. I want to walk through the exercise that I hope every superintendent will do with their representatives and the problems that having a parallel system creates and the inefficiencies that it creates for our public schools and for schools across the state. In Lockhart ISD, for example, our actual revenue on the M&O side is $8,738 compared to the bill, I believe, was $10,355. The difference when you multiply that by our 6,500 students is $10.5 million. That money is enough for our district to give a 15% raise to all of our employees, or would be enough to add an additional 161 teachers. When we look at the loss of students, the loss of students doesn't scale. I think we had mention of students would between 2 and 3%. And I can go with that. And if you just look at 2 to 3% of students in Lockhart ISD, that's about 162 students. If you look at across K through 12, 13 grade levels, that's 12 students a grade level. If we just focus on one grade level, say first grade, we have 5 schools in Lockhart. That's 20 teachers that it impacts. And those, that'll impact 8 classrooms. That'll impact 12 classrooms, not impacting 8 classrooms. The issue of scale is that we still have to staff all of those classrooms. When you pick apart one student, we still have to staff all of those classrooms, but we have $776,000 less to do so with. That's real money leaving the public school system when we're still required to serve every student in every classroom. Sorry.
That's all right. Members, any questions for this witness? Chairman Dutton.
Thank you. What's the total population in your school district?
We have 6,532 students.
And what's the kind of the makeup of the students?
We have about 80% of our students are Latino students. Okay. About 75% qualify for free and reduced lunch, and 33% are English language learners.
And where are your 8th graders in math?
8th grade math performance around 65% on grade level.
And how about 3rd grade?
About the same.
Reading?
About the same.
About the same?
Yes, sir.
So 35% of your students are at less than grade level in 3rd grade reading and 8th grade math?
Yes, sir.
And do you realize that's what's kind of fueling this? I mean, the fact that you've got, better than the 30 of your students who are essentially failing. But that's adding the fuel to the fire here.
Yes, sir, I understand that. We take great responsibility. While we are not happy with where our students are, our district continues to grow academically. We are committed to growing every student a year and a half of progress. I'm very proud of the fact that last year, 80% of our students grew more than a year and a half in math and reading. That's a testament to the hard work of our teachers, our staff, our parents. We monitor that progress every month at our school board meetings. And in Lockhart, we're about 30 miles from here. We do have students who, have neighboring districts who have open enrollment, charter schools, et cetera. We do have about 100 students attending who are making a choice to attend the private schools that are available. I'm not so sure that I've seen
You have about how many that are attending private school? I'm sorry.
About 100 between private and homeschool.
Okay, how about just private? Private schools, how many students do you have?
About half of those.
About 50 students?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so there is a private school available?
There are 2 small private schools, yes, sir.
Okay. And you only have 50 students that choose to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many students do you have in a charter school?
About 300, spread out through numerous schools up and down the I-35 corridor, essentially.
Okay.
About 100 of those are attending one school in particular. When you look at the student performance of that school, that charter school in particular, we have 5 elementary schools. 3 of them are actually outperforming that charter school.
Okay. So, but you realize trying to improve the student outcomes at your school is the best defense against this offense.
Absolutely. And again, my stance is that while we are very thankful for us, and certainly for the House and this body for the support of public education, going back a number of years now, respectfully, there are still challenges that schools have with being underfunded.
Right.
And I know that's often talked about, but it is a reality.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions or additional questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Dr. Andrea Chevalier.
I would like to thank the committee for their time and for Representative.
Okay. All right, hold on. So we show you registered as Dr. Andrea Chevalier on behalf of Denton Calvary Academy and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. Sorry.
All right.
I just want to thank you guys for your time and just for the respectful discourse this afternoon and for Representative Frank's work on our bill. My name is Dr. Andrea Chevalier, like we said, and I'm head of school at Denton Calvary Academy. We are a K-12 university model school in Denton, Texas, and I'm here in support of the bill. The remarkable thing to me about being in education in 2023 is that we know more in today's world about education and how students learn than ever before. Research shows us that different students learn best in different environments. In my career, I have taught in public schools, great private schools, and many great homeschool settings. I'm a certified teacher and principal in the state of Texas, proudly, but I also have many years of experience in private Christian schools. And I believe what my personal experience has taught me is that research is correct. Students learn and thrive differently based on their individual needs and giftings. All schools can be great. We are here for the students. Because of this, I believe we need to fight for the freedom for our students to be in the environment that best suits their learning needs. We can change the course of their lives, as we've heard today, the testimonies of students, but we have to have the courage to do things differently than the way they've always been done. And we have to allow the students to learn at the school that helps them realize their best potential. And for the first time in our state's history, you guys have the amazing opportunity to let every student attend the type of school that is best for them. Now, many people I've heard today may say that school choice already exists. However, I beg to differ, again, based on my personal experience. My school receives many phone calls from families every year that want to put their children at our school for various reasons, but cannot afford it. I've also done, like we've heard described today, the tours of my school, and I've had parents leave heartbroken. We have several families currently in our school who have to choose to split their families up and only send one student to our school because it's all they can afford. These families are on different schedules and juggling various traditional responsibilities since they cannot pay for all of their children to go to our school. This tells me that students don't have a choice if they don't have the funding that could become available to them. School choice does not exist for families who do not have resources. I have colleagues and friends in other states, as we discussed today, that have passed testimony. Okay. And anyway, I just want to tell the bottom line to me is to empower parents, because I believe parents know what's best and they love their kids best, and that's what we're here for today.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Bonnie Gomez. And then we'll have Teresa Trevino, Gregory Labas, Joel Inge, Lynn Davenport, Ramses Mendoza, Patty Casey, Diana Long. Let me see. All right. Have you registered? We show you registered as Bonnie Gomez on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
We also have you in here twice. Do we have your permission to remove one of the registrations? You're in here just right one after another. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Gomez. I live in Mesquite, Texas, and I am a youth leader for the North Texas District Apostolic Youth. I come to you today as a representative of my youth in my communities of North Texas. I am in favor of giving parents the right to choose a better education for their children. I am witness to families not being able to send their children to more qualified schools due to their financial status. I have witnessed countless bullying, violence, drugs, and sexual assault at my public school. I was victim of bullying, and I was offered drugs all throughout middle school and high school. My parents worked hard to give me a better life than the one they had, but they could not afford private education for me. I believe that my life would have been different if my parents would have been offered the choice to give me better education. And I ask of you as legislators to consider the low-income parents who do their best to give their children a different life, a better life. Give them the opportunity to choose a better suited education for their children. Thank you for your time.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, Bonnie, thank you for being here. Chair calls Teresa Trevino. Teresa Trevino. Okay. All right. Can you pop it up for me? There we go. All right, we show you registered as Teresa Trevino, Teresa Trevino on behalf of Texans Advocating for Meaningful Student Assessment and yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley and Vice Chair Allen. I'm here representing TAMSA. We formed about 10 years ago to advocate for the fair and non-punitive use of the STAR test in our public schools. And we've kind of been at it every year, every session. You've heard a lot of testimony regarding this test, and we feel that this particular bill and all other bills pertaining to ESAs, while we appreciate the discussion and appreciate being able to bring all these things out into the light and into the open, we believe that this would be funding two separate school systems. And one is going to be held under the very tight and rigorous accountability system of the A to F, which is based solely on STAR test. And mind you, we are going into testing season, so we're going to have a lot of anxious parents, schools, teachers, students out there. So this really hits home for us. We believe that why not have a similar type of system apply to the private schools that would be enabled to get our tax dollars? We think that Texas put this in place in order to keep accountable to the taxpayers our tax dollars for public education. And so I appreciate the discussion that Representative Franks had on, thinking, oh, well, we're being too harsh on our public schools. And I think that is in fact true, and we would like to see more, we would like to see a little bit more fairness played toward our public schools in regards to STAR test. But going further, our public schools have to keep to the TEKS, which is the Texas Assessment of Knowledge and Skills. Private schools have multiple curriculums that they can choose from. We believe that students with disabilities are not guaranteed the protections under state and federal guidelines. So we think that that will also impact. So we're doing all of this really to fully fund our public schools, to make sure we're doing this in a fair manner, and to make sure that we are holding our schools accountable also in a fair and non-punitive manner. And I thank you for your time.
All right, Dr. Trevino, you talked about the STAR test and all that, so and the fact that private schools aren't under that edict, if you will.
True.
Are you for something like this if we were to have, instead of imposing that on a private school, but we were to have significant reforms of the accountability system in our public schools?
Well, like I said, I think what is most important is to try to fund our public schools appropriately and fully. If we could also allow a little more flexibility in how we handle the STAR test and the accountability system, I think that would go a long way. And I think once that is done, we can then entertain the idea of, okay, what aren't we covering? But I need to remind you, Chairman and members, that TEA fell under tremendous federal oversight because they were not adequately funding special education. And so I think we have a lot that we need to fix first. And if we can do that, given our great state and the money that we have available to us, which is amount to many small countries that do very well, we should be able to do well by our students and stand by them. So I'm willing to have the discussion as long as we can have fair and equitable processes by which to compare what's happening in private school versus public school.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Urbino. Members, any questions, additional questions? All right. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much.
Chair calls Gregory Labus, or Labus? Labus. Got it. All right. We show you registered as Gregory Labus on behalf of the St. Joseph School and yourself.
Yes.
Testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right.
So thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to speak and all the committee that's here. I'm here to speak in favor of the House Bill 4340 to give parents the choice for their education of their children. Many of our constituents in the valley, in the Rio Grande Valley, next to the border, are mostly Hispanic, and most of our parents do not have the financial means to send their children to a private school. I speak with many of my parishioners, and they would love to send their children to Catholic school, but they do not have that opportunity because of financial means. Even though we subsidize the school, we give a heavy subsidy, we raise money for scholarships. Most of our children in the school do receive financial assistance to help them because otherwise they wouldn't be able to do it. Even though our tuition is $5,000 a year, which is hardly anything. We have to still do much more to make sure that we pay our teachers and have everything that we need to for our students to teach them. So I'm here to say, please consider parental choice. Give the parents the choice that they may have to send their children where they would like. So thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. Labus?
Representative Hinojosa.
Labus, yes.
Representative Hinojosa.
I'm sorry, I don't have my laptop in front of me. Can you remind me what was the school that you are?
It's St. Joseph School in Edinburgh.
Okay. What is the median income level of the families at your school?
I don't know that specifically offhand, but I would say it's probably about $40,000 to $50,000 for the majority. Now, there are some parents that have a little bit more income and can afford $5,000. A lot of them, I do know that they don't have several children, because when a family has a number of children, that also factors in to their decision. Can they afford Catholic school? Or as I heard one parent say, we have to divide up. Maybe just one child goes, and then the others, they have to go somewhere else. So yeah, their income is not large.
And have you ever turned away any students?
Now that, again, I don't know specifically, because we try to help everybody. The parents do give us their financial, as when we're the monies that we do have for scholarships, they give us their financials, and based on that, a committee does look at how much we can help them with based on their financial situation.
Okay, so you don't know if you've ever turned away any students, and I'm not just asking because of financial reasons, but any reasons.
I know we don't, again, because we don't have the funding, that we can't help everybody. So some parents, we just can't help everybody.
Well, and I appreciate that sentiment, but I'm specifically asking if you've turned away a student, and if so, why?
Again, that would be
Is that the only reason why? Because
yeah, mostly it's financial. We have a lot of children that with some disabilities. We have several children with autism. So we're helping everybody as best we can.
So the only reason that you've turned away students
We don't have the finances. If it's scholarship and they don't have the money, and if we've given out all the money that we already have from fundraising, from other institutions, we get grants. The parish subsidizes, so the pie is only so big.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Dutton.
Thank you. Do you believe that there's a right to education?
I do. I think every child has the right to an education.
And likewise, do you believe that extends also to a right to health care?
I do. Yeah, they should have access to good health care.
And so this legislature should do what it can to pay for the right to health care, for example, just like you're suggesting paying for the right to education. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions, members?
Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Joel Edge. E-N-G. Did I get it right?
Inge, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
right.
That's a blessing.
Mr. Inge, I show you representing yourself, concerned parents, and that you are for the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Again, thank you so much for allowing me to speak this evening. I support education savings accounts for all students. Parents of K-12 students should have the right to choose the educational system that is best for their child. Thirdly, the money must follow the child to assure that the child's educational needs are met. I have 16 years of teaching experience in Title I schools of Tyler, Texas, where the percentage of minority students, which were Black and Hispanic, range from 95 to 98%, with the majority of them being Spanish speakers. I witnessed many of these very students with learning challenges fall farther and farther behind each year, only to eventually drop out. Since I live in the school community of North Tyler, I encounter them, many of them as adults, and I hear their stories of failure. In 2013, the Lord Jesus led me to start Kingdom Life Academy, a private Christian school that provides experiential learning for at-risk students from low-income families in my community. Maintaining a 6-to-1 student-teacher ratio, Kingdom Life Academy focuses on the success of struggling students. KLA's graduates that were enrolled in the Tyler Junior College Dual Credit Program have a 100% completion rate. With other graduates now serving in the United States military and in trade industries, the success of KLA provides evidence of the importance of parents' rights to choose an alternative education program that best meets the needs of their child. Education savings accounts will provide choice for all parents for their students as the money follows the child. Thank you.
Any questions from members? Thank you. The chair calls Grace Minchenko. Grace Minchenko. The record will reflect that Grace Minchenko was representing herself, and she was for the bill. The chair calls Lynn Davenport. Lynn Davenport.
Hi.
The records reflect that you are representing yourself and that you are against the bill.
Correct. I'm representing myself, a parent, a public school parent, had 3 kids go through Richardson ISD, and I am against House Bill 4340.
Yes.
One thing that I've been studying, what? I'm sorry.
That's all right.
One thing I've been studying over the last decade or so as I've been an activist and an advocate for public schools, trying to help fix them rather than privatize them, is that school choice, I now put a trademark at the end when I type in the word because it's a business. It's become an industrial complex, much like the military industrial complex or the nonprofit industrial complex. It's just another industrial complex. And those who are pushing it are paid to push it, and it becomes lobbyists and all these people wanting to shift the public dollars into private hands. But if you look at those who are really pushing it in the conservative move, or really it's the Republican Party, and I am a conservative here saying that this is from the Republican legislature. Every session, every 2 years, it sucks all the energy out of the room to talk about school choice and vouchers and ESAs and tax credit scholarships and all the forms that it comes in. Now you've got all the deceptive semantics saying, oh, but it's parent empowerment. Well, my parent empowerment comes from God, it doesn't come from the government. So that whole thing is a misnomer. The same people are pushing privatization, are pushing education technology for our kids. And I want to talk about the special ed cap, which was set in the 8.5 arbitrary cap was set. And Houston Chronicle did a huge expose on it. And this was set by the legislature. I have a legislator who was and a Republican one, who is on audio saying he was there to set the SPED cap. No one talks about this, but that arbitrary cap denied special needs kids services. So the same people who are sabotaging the public schools are those who are pushing the exit strategy. We also have Steve Leschelo, a high-ranking TEA deputy, on audio talking about sticking it to Joshua ISD when that parent of a special needs student was trying to get the TEA to help them. Instead, he was using the story for the governor's speechwriter. So you understand what's going on. The same people who are attacking public education, not helping us fix it, are the ones who are pushing vouchers and the money following the child. I say we should follow the money in education, especially at the TEA. We need to audit the TEA. Thank you so much.
Time. Thank you. The chair calls Ramses Mendoza. Ramses Mendoza. Mr. Mendoza, I show that you're representing yourself and that you are for the bill.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Ramses Mendoza. I grew up with my 2 siblings, and I have been raised by a single-parent mother. I spent middle school and high school years without a father figure. I graduated high school 5 years ago, even though we didn't have financial advantages that an average family could have. I graduated from the University of North Texas at Dallas. I took advantage of the opportunities that were presented to me through different financial programs that support low-income students. I was able to graduate with a bachelor's degree in business management last year. I have 2 younger brothers that I'm helping to raise. One of them is about to graduate and head to community college and continue his education. The youngest one just started middle school. I desire that they have options that I didn't have growing up. Offer the educational freedom to have choice, that dollars not go to systems, but rather students so that they may follow their dream career in the early stages. As an older brother looking out for my younger siblings, I'm advocating for them, for my family, and my community so that they may have the opportunity to educational freedom. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Mendoza? Thank you.
Thanks.
Chair calls Patty Casey. Patty Casey. Ms. Casey, I show you representing yourself and that you are for the bill.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all.
for your dedicated service to the state of Texas and for hearing and considering my testimony today. I am Patty Casey. I am with the Americans for Prosperity, but I'm testifying on behalf of myself and for every student who has never fit into the standardized program of public education. I am the voice of students who would have and will possibly be in the future benefit from the educational savings account. I can plead with you because of 38 years of teaching experience, 18 in public school, 1 in private school, 19 as a college professor, and 8 as homeschooling my granddaughter. This is not to minimize the success of public schools, but to bring to the forefront the need for a choice for those students who cannot be successful in a public school setting. I want to share a specific instance where an educational savings account would have made a tremendous difference. In my 6th grade classroom, a young male was bullied unmercifully, interfered with his ability to learn. I was aware and monitored diligently, but I was unable to catch the bullies in the act until finally, at an end of the school year party, I caught them. They were expelled from the district for the following school year. Moving forward several years later, teaching at the Tyler Junior College, a beautiful young girl sat in my class, and she happened to share the same last name as my student in 6th grade. I commented and asked if she had a brother by that same name, and she said, I did, but he committed suicide 2 years after his 6th grade class, unable to continue his education and focus in a public school setting. I was horrified, devastated. He never, ever regained the self-confidence he needed to attend public school. My students' parents could not afford a private school. An educational savings account would have given him a choice to save their child. ESAs can make a difference to so many, but yet so little to the masses.
Ms. Casey, can you wrap it up?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Please hear my plea and give parents and students a choice to secure success. Thank you abundantly for hearing this and knowing that an educational savings account will make a difference.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Representative Dutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it your understanding that there's an absence of bullying in private schools?
It is better monitored because the restrictions for classroom behavior and the support for teachers when it comes to discipline seems to be better in private schools. It didn't have to be a private school for him, however. It could have been homeschooling. They just could not afford to quit their jobs and bring him into a homeschool situation.
Well, I understand, but I thought your testimony was that passing this bill would help the situation regarding that young man.
It would have, yes, if his parents had had the funding from an ESA.
But if you have bullying in private schools, it could have happened there.
It could have. And they could have made yet another choice to homeschool him to where he was not in that kind of situation.
Which they didn't need this bill to do.
I'm sorry.
Which they didn't need this bill to do.
They needed the funds from the educational savings account.
Not to homeschool. They could have homeschooled without that.
She couldn't afford to quit her job.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Diana Long. Diana Long. Ms. Long, I show you're representing the Texas Legislative Education Equality Coalition and that you are against the bill. Is that right?
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Hello, Vice Chair Allen and honorable members of the House Public Education Committee. My name is Diana Long, and I am testifying against HB 4340. Our testimony today focuses on deep concerns regarding the establishment of an education savings account. TLEAG does not support any mechanism that inherently takes public money away from public schools under the false disguise of parental choice. Any plan to divert public money to private schools would compromise the services public schools can provide and make it harder to keep the teachers we need employed. At the same time, children will be subject to more discrimination from private schools because they are not required to serve all students equally. Students with disabilities in special education, bilingual education, or diverse religious and gender identities could be denied admissions in educational services. In this case, it is not the parent's choice, it is the school's choice. Public money should not be used to fund discrimination against students. HB 4340 prioritizes applicants who meet the income guidelines necessary to qualify for free or reduced lunch or have a disability. Yet, private schools can refuse to admit or provide adequate services to this specific target group. Private schools that participate in voucher programs may cancel out or even expel students they deem to be high cost. In addition, ESAs transfer much of the cost of education to parents, such as additional tuition and fees, educational services and therapies, transportation costs that are either not covered by the program or exceed its amount. This does not result in parental choice. Again, it results in parental costs. We urge the legislature to strengthen our public schools by investing heavily in the basic allotment, weighted funding for public schools, and thank you. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you. Any questions, representatives? Thank you. The chair calls Cesar Lopez. Cesar Lopez. Mr. Lopez, I show you representing yourself and that you are for the bill. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Hello, my name is Cesar Lopez, and I'm here today as a brother and an advocate for my family with the Libre Initiative. As a product of a public school education, I feel as if I could have received a better education. If would have had a choice. With that being said, I am for this bill because I want my younger siblings and the children of my community to have a future where they can determine and choose their education. As a witness of what I have seen in public schools, ranging from violence, drugs, and bullying, I encourage you all to think of not me, but my siblings who I represent today. I am not a lobbyist, I'm an activist. I'm a voter who cares about educational freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, representatives? Thank you. Chair call Meredith Potts. Meredith Potts. Ms. Potts, I show you representing yourself and that you are for the bill. Is that right? You have to say yes.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Good evening.
You may proceed.
Okay. Thank you, committee. My name is Meredith Potts. I am in support of school choice. I'm a speech language pathologist and also the program director for the Bridge program at the Vine School in Victoria. Our school is a specialized private school program for children with language-based learning differences. As a program, we provide core curriculums as well as therapeutic interventions for our students. During previous testimonies, we've heard issues about the accountability of private schools. So I just want to speak to that our school, along with others like ours, are ultimately accountable to the parents, of course, but we do administer annual testing for our students that is actually rigorous norm reference battery of assessments. We develop goal plans for our students and meet with the parents often to discuss their progress. The goal of our program is to close the developmental and academic gaps for our students by providing interventions to meet their needs. We have many parents that seek to enroll their students in our program but are restricted by financial abilities. By providing a class ratio of 7 students to 2 teachers, we have been able to have students achieve up to 3 years of academic gains in 1 year in the subjects of reading, writing, and math. In our program, students are able to have at least 3 hours a week of reading intervention therapy by a dyslexia specialist, as well as have individual goals for each subject area to support their learning needs to encourage mastery of skills rather than passing them before they attain skills. Learning differences affect many students in Texas. The data shows that 1 in 5 people have a learning difference, such as ADHD or dyslexia. Statistics also now show that 1 in 36 individuals have autism. More than ever, it is important that parents have the ability to choose the type of education that will provide the best options for their children. I meet with students and parents often from our local public school where the students are not learning to read yet are being passed through. If we don't allow parents choices, we will all be impacted as communities and as a state from graduating individuals that do not have functional skills. Again, please vote yes for school choice, and thank you for your consideration of my views and your leadership.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Thank you. Okay. Chair calls Julie Lawrence. All right, we show you registered as Julie Lawrence on behalf of yourself. And you'll be testifying against the bill, is that correct?
I am.
All right, thank you.
My name is Julie Lawrence, and I come to you today as the mother of 2 daughters who had dyslexia. Now, I'm just a regular, just a mom, and I was able to reach out and find resources so that when they were struggling in school, I took them away and I homeschooled them. And when they were remediated, I brought them back. Now, I say that because I want you to hear the whole rest of the story. The rest of the story is, y'all are offering $10,000 a year to special ed children. When my children had dyslexia, the cap on special ed was 8.25% of the students in a district. That's been raised. But the funding hasn't been raised for the kids. And now you're telling me for all children of special education, you want to increase the funding for them to go to private school. I'm not a selfish mom. I live in an area with I won't say we're rich, but lots of houses are worth $1 million. My local school board reduced property taxes to only the M&O. But on $1 million house, if that were my house is not that big, on $1 million house, I would pay $12,000. If I had both of my girls in school, the first $10,000 comes right out of the pocket, just like any other. But where does the money for that second student go? It looks like a deficit in the overall school funding to me of at least $8,000. Has anybody looked at it that way? I haven't heard anybody because I keep hearing the money follows the child. But it's not following the child. The money's coming out of somebody else's pocket. And I hope isn't at the detriment of all children in the state of Texas. So I am not in support of any type of ESA voucher bill that takes money away from all children for small group.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Cindy Nick. Okay. All right. And we'll see, after this, it will be Caitlin Potts, Alexis Menchaca, Elias Gamboa, Tracy Haynes, and Stephanie Ellers. We show you registered as Cindy Nick on behalf of Americans for Prosperity and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Greetings and honorable members of the Public Education Committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. I'm Cindy Nick. I'm testifying on behalf of myself in favor of House Bill 4340. My message is very simple. Parents should be empowered with the freedom to select the educational model that best fits their child, and in addition, the money should follow the child. I became a public education teacher in 1981 and retired in 2019. I taught in both public and charter schools and most recently in a private school. I am currently an independent educational consultant for a local public school district where I mentor and support teachers. So why do I support school choice? My oldest son, Cameron, was intrinsically motivated and craved a setting that was academically challenging, highly structured, and would ultimately lead him to his career as an anesthesiologist in the United States Air Force. At the time, the public middle school in our neighborhood was academically failing while struggling to maintain discipline and quality instruction. As a teacher, I decided to make the decision to send my son to a private middle school. It was a financial difficulty at the time. While Cameron thrived in the private school, my youngest son Chase, who was gifted in art and music, longed for a different educational setting that valued his own creativity and encouraged self-expression. I watched with frustration as Chase tried to fit himself into a traditional academic mold that was counterproductive to how he intuitively learned. Because we did not fully understand his needs, he often felt academically inferior and struggled immensely with his self-esteem. Chase eventually did achieve his dream of becoming a graphic designer. However, looking back, I now realize that I did not fully understand the magnitude of his academic struggles or the effects that a one-size-fits-all education had on him. That is why today I am boldly asking this committee to put aside the misconception that a vibrant public school system cannot coexist alongside educational freedom. I believe that it can, and I believe that it will. And when it does, all Texas kids will win. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Caitlin Potts. All right, we show you registered as Caitlin Potts on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Chairman Buckley and members of the committee, thank you for your time. My name is Caitlin Potts, and I'm in support of school choice. I'm 18 and a senior at Faith Academy Private School in Victoria, Texas. I've been diagnosed with ADHD, general anxiety disorder, sensory processing disorder, and have had 7 different vision impairments as a child, including Irlen syndrome. Early on, my parents made the choice to put me in private school because of the smaller classes and somewhat built-in accommodations I needed to be able to be successful in my academics. This year, I'm graduating with a 4.0 GPA as Student Council Vice President and as a 4-year Honor Society member. I know I'm extremely blessed and fortunate to have this experience. My parents have worked several jobs at a time to be able to put my sister and I in private school throughout our lives. I personally know many others like me who have benefited from private school or specialized school environments but weren't able to afford the cost. If those students and others like them have been able to afford it, I feel it would have greatly benefited them like it did me. Again, I'm in support of school choice. Thank you for consideration of my views and your leadership for Texas.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions? All right. We appreciate you being here. Chair calls Alexis Menchaca. Then we'll have Elias Gamboa, Tracy Haynes, Stephanie Ellers, Erica Hernandez, Tiffany Barfield, and Levon K. Oh, wait. I might have got the name. Hold on here. Levon K. Burton. All right. Okay. So, is this no more? Alexis Menchaca? All right, we're going to show Alexis Menchaca on behalf of herself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Elias Gamboa. Elias Gamboa. Okay, we're going to show Elias Gamboa on behalf of himself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Tracy Haynes. All right, we show you registered as Tracy Haynes on behalf of yourself, be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct. Hello, my name is Tracy Haynes, and I'm speaking against the bill. I'm a mother of 3 children, all of which attended public schools over a span of 19 years, so I've seen a lot. I would like to address this idea that ESSA's vouchers will offer freedom. Let me give you a glimpse into what I've been fighting against in my district of Victoria, Texas. Intrusive surveys and data collection by a third-party vendor called Panorama. School districts across the state are allowed to violate our children's private information by collecting data through intrusive surveys under the guise of campus climate. Behavioral dashboards are being created on every child who completes a survey without their parents' knowledge. Why? The dashboards are tied to their student ID. Are they also tied to their social security number? Is this laying the groundwork for a social credit score which will follow them for the rest of their life? If you think all of this will end because of school choice, you're wrong. because the same people who are behind this are pushing school choice and education freedom. If you aren't researching Agenda 2030, Klaus Schwab, the Great Reset, and if you haven't asked the governor of Texas if he denounces Klaus Schwab and the Great Reset, you should. By the governor's own words during his recent school choice tour, he admitted the same failed accountability standards will follow the child and money into the private and home schools. He admitted there will be a third party in charge of ensuring that accountability will be upheld. What third party, what oversight, and how much power will they be given? I believe school choice is about expanding the education industrial complex to go full throttle on UNESCO's global plan of universal government-funded education. Our children have become commodities and data points sold to the highest bidder. Tyranny is defined as government by a ruler or small group of people who have unlimited power. We witnessed tyranny when our churches and schools were shut down and our businesses destroyed. Government failures and a crisis is all it takes to push an agenda of compliance or acceptance. That's what is happening here with school choice. This is not a union or party issue. This is a liberty issue and whether we can keep our republic. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Stephanie Ellers. All right, we show you registered to Stephanie Ellers on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
I'm Stephanie Ehlers. I'm a native Texan, and I have 2 children. My youngest is a gifted neurotypical student who attends our public school, Clear Springs High School. My oldest attended public school. Private school, was homeschooled, and then we found hope in 2 special schools, specifically for students with learning differences. My story is like any other special needs mom in this room. During my pregnancy, I developed complications. My daughter spent time in the NICU, spent her first birthday in the hospital after her first of 5 surgeries. She went through public school for speech therapy, ECI. She attended public school for kindergarten. My husband and I are products of public school, and that's the only thing we knew. My mother's a retired school teacher, as is my sister and my uncle. In kindergarten, halfway through the year, her teacher of 30 years pulled us aside and said, "You need to get her out of public school. Her needs are greater than we can provide." My husband and I were in shock and disbelief. Even though she scored in the first percentile of all of her testings, she qualified for 30 minutes of support each week, but we kept going. First grade, her teacher pulled us aside again, said the same thing, and we listened. This is where my story may be different from others. In August of 2014, we opened the Momentum Academy. We're the only school accredited south of Loop 610 near Houston, serving exclusively students with learning differences. 100% of our students have special education needs. 100% of our students get some type of scholarships. 11% of our students are at or below the federal poverty level. 40% of our graduates have at least one parent who is or was a public school teacher. Another fun fact, 33% of our current students have one parent teaching in public school. Why? Because the parents know the importance of private education. They know the importance of having needs of their students met. They know the heartache, because they teach in public school, of not being able to provide the same education for every student in every classroom, because they must move forward with a set curriculum. Our teachers are highly qualified. 62% of our teachers taught in the public school where our school sits today. 55% of our teachers hold master's degree. We are a TAPS accredited TEA recognized school. And I'll conclude. I know I'm over. I want to thank you for serving on this committee. I want to thank you for the work you're doing for our current and future students of our great state. Our jobs aren't easy, and they come with compelling, valid, and opposing views. When we do the right thing and put students first, the rest speaks for itself. You, and I were all created for such a time as this. Today is that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness?
Sorry.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Ehlers. Chair calls Erica Hernandez. Erica Hernandez. Oh. All right, we show you registered as Erica Hernandez on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So my wife is going to speak in Spanish, and I was going to translate if that's allowed. That's her primary language. Okay. She is a U.S. citizen.
Oh, Oh, okay, hold just 1 second.
Just a second.
Yeah.
Did he register as well? 'Cause
Okay.
let's see.
Okay, did you register?
I am registered for a separate speaking engagement
On this bill?
on this bill, sir. Yes.
Okay.
We can just,
Add another.
yeah, we can do that, take his testimony next, and then I'll have him sign a form as soon as we're done.
Okay, so we're going to let your wife go, and then we're going to go right to you.
Okay.
After that, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, just want to make sure we get it right. Okay.
Hola, buenas tardes. Gracias.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you,
Miembros del comité,
members of this committee.
estoy aquí en apoyo de la libertad de educación.
I'm here in support of educational freedom.
Mi nombre es Erika Hernández.
My name is Erica Hernandez.
Vivo en Irving, Texas.
I live in Irving, Texas.
Y soy esposa y madre de 3 hijos.
I'm a mother and I'm a wife and a mother to 3 children.
El día de hoy vengo a expresar mi apoyo a la libertad de educación.
Today I come to express my support in educational freedom.
Como inmigrante de este país estoy agradecida
As an immigrant of this country, I'm grateful
por todas las oportunidades que me ha dado este país, especialmente este estado.
I'm grateful for all the opportunities that the state has given me in this country.
Cuando yo vine a este país, vine con la meta y el orgullo de hacerme ciudadana americana.
When I came to this country, I came with the goal of becoming a U.S. citizen.
Y el año pasado lo logré.
And last year, I met that goal.
Digo esto porque en mi país de México
I say this because in my home country of Mexico,
no hay opción de libertad para escoger qué tipo de educación recibimos.
there is no educational freedom to be able to choose what kind of education we receive.
Y para mí, estando en este estado,
And for me, being in this state
que se supone que es un estado conservador,
that we believe is a conservative state,
no hemos logrado pasar esta política de dar el derecho
we have not been able to pass this policy that gives a right
a los padres para escoger la mejor educación
to parents to choose the best suited education
para nuestros hijos.
for our children.
Como hispana,
As a Hispanic,
latina nacida en México, San Luis
Latina.
Potosí,
Latina born and raised in Mexico, San Luis Potosí,
soy conservadora
I am a conservative,
y sé que represento más conservadoras hispanas
and I know that I represent other conservative Hispanic women
que creen
that believe
en el derecho de escoger la mejor educación
in the right to choose the best education
para nuestros hijos.
for our children.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness?
Gracias.
All right.
Gracias.
We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
And hold up just 1 second. We're going to let you.
Can we get his name? Just be sure I'm pulling up the right one.
Okay, what's your name?
Gerson Hernandez.
Okay. Chair calls Gerson Hernandez. We show you registered as Gerson Hernandez on behalf of the Libre Initiative and yourself.
Yes,
That's
sir.
fine for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you, members of this committee, for this opportunity to be able to talk to you about this issue that I deeply care about. As a representative of my church for community outreach, yesterday I was touring a public school and seeing how I could partner with them to provide resources that my church has. And in my tour of the school, I witnessed a child walking to the nurse's office, and the nurse wasn't there, unfortunately, and the principal happened to be there. And the principal asked the child, "What's going on? Why are you visiting the nurse?" And he's like, "I don't feel fine. Something's wrong." And then as the conversation went on, the child eventually said that he was bullied and he was beat up. As a parent to 3 children as well, and as a representative of my church and my community, I know that a lot of the Hispanic, the Latino community, they support parents' choice. As of all the people that I've spoken to in my community, which is Irving, Texas, the majority have always said that should they have the right to choose, they would choose private education or charter education if that choice were made available to them. As a taxpayer, we should be able to choose where our dollars go, and I'm supportive of funding students and not necessarily systems. So I am a product of both public and private education, and I am grateful for all the public education that I received. I'm also grateful for the private education that I received as well. And I'm grateful that my parents had those resources to put me for a couple of years in private education. I want to be able to do this for my kids as well. I know that I speak on behalf of other Hispanics and Latinos, that they would also they would appreciate the opportunity to send their kids to the school of their choice.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Just remind him to fill out this.
Yeah.
And she's on it.
You got it?
She's
All right. All right. Chair calls Tiffany Barfield. And then we'll have Levon K. Burton, Ross Izzard, Meg Bakich, Demarion Rutledge, Guy Barr, Michael Fierro, and then Sonia Rivera. Okay, we have you registered as Tiffany Barfield on behalf of Yes Every Kid, testifying for the bill.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Chairman Buckley, Vice Chair Allen, and esteemed members of the House Public Education Committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. I'm the Government Affairs Director for Yes Every Kid, and I'm testifying for House Bill 4340. I'm a proud Texan, a product of Pasadena ISD schools, and a Texas Aggie, graduate of the College of Education. Yes Every Kid is an advocacy nonprofit whose purpose is to enable every family to customize an education that best matches their kids' unique abilities. The bill proposed to this committee today does exactly that, gives the powers to a family, not a system. I have the privilege to travel the country and see how ESAs are crafted and implemented for parent empowerment bills. This year alone, Florida, Utah, Arkansas, and Iowa passed ESA bills, joining Arizona and West Virginia. Sadly, Texas is not even on the map. But you have an opportunity to seize this moment and give education freedom to millions of families living in the state who need more than just what their zip code dictates for their child. This legislation will give children and families unlimited opportunities to create the best journey for each child. Why would we want to dictate anyone's journey or limit their options? Yes Every Kid released a poll conducted by WPA Intelligence on February 13th. The poll reached Texans across the state, from Abilene, Beaumont, Houston, Tyler, Wichita Falls, just to name a few. The results show that a majority of Texans support implementing an ESA program by nearly 3-to-1, 60% supporting and 21% opposing. The poll highlights the positive momentum of putting the power of decisions in the hands of families. It is time we demand a system free of arbitrary constraints, one built to accommodate children, not averages. House Bill 4340 is smart public policy. This bill is the right direction of empowering parents to make decisions as to what provides the most value for their child. We believe that you must take a step or even a leap when it comes to education freedom. Texans deserve this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thanks.
Chair calls Levon K. Burton. Levon K. Burton. All right. We show you registered as Levon K. Burton on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, you may begin.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, my name is Kay Burton, and I'm from Atlanta, Texas. I am a homeschool mom testifying in favor of House Bill 4340. When our daughter Lauren and our son Tucker were young children, my husband Jim and I found ourselves pondering the path we would travel for their educational future. Our conversations centered around which course would be the right choice for our family. We decided that it was our job as parents to educate our children in our home. As homeschool parents, we sought the very best curriculum that we could afford. In those early years, we chose a box curriculum, a one-size-fits-all way of learning, but soon realized that there is no such thing as one size fits all. Both of our children had two totally different learning styles. Our daughter could visually analyze things in her head, while our son had to construct and use his hands to understand. Our story emphasizes how important educational savings accounts would have been for our family should they have been available. Lauren is studying animal reproduction in college and has her sights set on becoming an embryologist. Tucker has found his passion in learning our family business. He thrives most when set free to fabricate and design body panels for our heavy trucks. Our children's educational path could have been even more enhanced if additional funds had been available. Lauren could have utilized the education at the International Embryo Technology School, where her skills in embryo transfer and in vitro fertilization would have grown immensely. ESAs would have allowed Tucker to have graphic design software to learn CAD systems. As a homeschool mom, 4-H leader, and mentor for youth in my community, my heart's desire is to see every child in Texas set free to learn in their own unique way. Every child has a learning style that is all their own. Education savings accounts are for every child, and we want every child to be furnished with the best educational opportunities. In conclusion, I would respectfully ask that you vote for House Bill 4340. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Ross Izzard or Izzard? Ross Izzard. Okay, we're going to show Ross Izzard on behalf of himself, registered for the bill.
Jack, he's also been here twice. If he doesn't register, just stay in there. That's not a big deal.
Okay. All right. Chair calls Meg Bakich. And we'll have Demarion Rutledge, Guy Barr, Michael Fierro, Sonia Rivera, Brenda Howard, Janet Brown, Carl Jones. Okay. We show you registered as Meg Bakich on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay.
The idea for vouchers and tuition tax credits is not an idea that stems from Grassroots America, but rather is an idea that is originated within the Department of Education in concert with the New American School Development Corporation. The popular concept of choice in education via means of government tax dollars will eliminate all choice as private, parochial, Christian, and home schools are quietly merged with the public system to form a national school system complete with national curriculum. All government school choice models, charter schools, vouchers, Title I portability, and education savings accounts are being sold as a means to move away from government-controlled education. However, the government remains in control, which undermines true choice. This bill grows the government bureaucracy and ties all schools to government mandates. This is very important. In 1981, a court case affirmed by the U.S. Supreme Court, the federal government prevailed over Hillsdale College, asserting that when an educational institution accepts students who receive government funds, it is subject to government regulation. Recently, the federal government began requiring all schools receiving free and reduced lunch money to allow boys to use the girls' bathroom and locker room if they identify as a girl and vice versa. This is an example of coercive power of government money. It would be smart to look at Canada. The province of Alberta is a prime example of how government school choice is used as a tool for the government to control curricula and even shut down Christian and home schools at a whim. A spokeswoman for the province's education minister said, "Whatever the nature of schooling, homeschool, private school, Catholic school," which the Catholics need to listen to, "we do not tolerate disrespect for differences. You can affirm the family's ideology in your family life. You just can't do it as part of your educational study and instruction." In August, Abbott was in Dallas and stated loud and clear there will be government accountability when the money follows the child. It is on video, and I'm happy to share it with anyone who doesn't accept when the money follows the child, so do the strings. Do I have a minute or no?
That's it. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Demarion Rutledge. Okay, Demarion Rutledge. Okay, we're going to show Demarion Rutledge on behalf of himself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Guy Barr. We show you registered as Guy Barr on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct,
right.
sir. Thank you so much for letting me share with you today. It's an honor to be here. I'm in favor of this bill. I start with my own story. I was a public school product until 5th grade, at which time I was getting bullied, and Ronnie stole my slush puppy at the lunchtime treat area, and it had been about 3 or 4 weeks, and this had been going on. I went home that night around the dinner table with my dad, and I said, Dad, I would like to go to a Christian school. And my dad made that happen the next day, and I've been in a Christian school ever since. I work at a very unusual Christian school. We're about 60% low economic. I teach, I coach. I'm a six-man football coach, Mr. Harrison, and six-man football is alive and well on Friday nights, even in the private school. We have 60% low economic. Our teachers, again, I make $140,000 less than the superintendent. I was in the public school for 6 years. I gave up. I was about to finish my superintendency, and I gave up a career doing that to work with the kids that I get to work with every day at the Christian school. These ESAs would greatly help us in funding what we do. Speaking to the Hispanics, we've grown. Our school has grown in over 40% in the last few years, and the Hispanic population has just exploded. There would be more Hispanics that would come, and we do run into this financial barrier time and time and time again. When a student comes to us, they're usually at least 2 years behind when they come from the public school. They're at least 2 years behind, most times more than that. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here. Chair calls Michael Fierro. All right. We show you registered as Michael Fierro on behalf of the Blessed Sacrament Catholic School and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
My name is Michael Fierro, and I serve as principal of Blessed Sacrament Catholic School in the Archdiocese of San Antonio. This evening, I am testifying in support of HB 4340, providing families with the opportunity to choose the educational environment that is best for their family. One of our core principles as a Catholic school is that parents are the primary and principal educators of their children. Therefore, parents must be given the right to choose an educational environment that is best for their children and families, whether it is public, charter, private, homeschool, or faith-based. Parental choice legislation, such as HB 4340, would extend opportunities for families in neighborhoods where educational choices may be limited. I remain committed to meeting with every prospective family who is looking at my school as their choice in schools. My very first question in our informational meeting is, what are you looking for in a school as a family? Time and time again, parents answer by saying they are seeking something different. Either a school may not be providing the services they believe their child needs to succeed, or the environment does not match their family's core values and convictions. Despite tuition assistance program and the generosity of our benefactors, families remain discouraged because financial barriers prevent choice. Parents are left with hopes that perhaps one day they will have the extra income or the right street address to give their children the educational equity they deserve, or the ability to thrive in an environment that animates their family's values. Today, you have a choice. You have a choice to extend educational opportunities to those who most need it, or the choice to tell parents that their hopes and dreams are just that, a list of hopes and dreams. As a proud Texan, I know we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can help the challenges in the public schools while advocating choice. Why does it have to be an either or? Please support HB 4340 and enable all Texas parents, especially the poor and vulnerable, to choose the best school for their children. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, Representative Hinojosa.
Hey.
Good evening.
Did you say you're the principal of the Catholic?
17 years.
17 years, okay. So what does your enrollment look like? Do you have spots available?
We are at 175 students. We can comfortably accommodate 225.
You lost population within the last 5 years?
Due to COVID, we dropped down to 156, primarily at our pre-K3, pre-K4, and then we rebounded back.
Okay, last 10 years, I'm here. There seems to be a pattern of our parochial schools losing student body, and I'm wondering if that is your experience?
We are saturated in an environment, so within a 5-mile radius, we have about 6 schools that students can choose. So we're all competing for the same families. We are small by design. We choose not to be a large powerhouse school. I know all of my students' names. I comment on every one of their report cards every quarter. It's important for me that the families understand that we just don't want them to drop off and pick up. This is a partnership.
Have you lost students to charter schools?
We have.
With the growth in charter schools?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
It depends on the charter school. For example, we literally have a charter school right next to us. We do not lose students to them. Actually, we take from them. There are other charter schools that, again, at the end of the day, the parents have to do what is best for their children. Thank you.
All right, members, any more questions? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Sonia Rivera. And we'll have Brenda Howard, Janet Brown, Carl Jones, Oscar Ortiz Duarte, Dr. Patrick Huff, Lisa Martinez, and Olivia Parrish. We'll show you registered as Sonia Rivera on behalf of the Libre Initiative and yourself testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, committee, for allowing me to speak today. I have over 25 years of experience working in grassroots community activism. I have, in that time, I provided counseling, anti-drug and anti-gang counseling to children in urban schools. I'm going to start with this story. Einstein says the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over. We're seeing today the highest prison numbers that we've ever had, and I think most of us know that the lack of education is the #1 indicator of future criminal engagement, and we're seeing our jails overcrowded with Black and brown students and children have grown up in poverty. Now I'm going to share my story. I am the parent of 2 now adult children. My son, from a very young age, we knew that he was going to need a small school environment. I was a single mom. I could not afford that. I did put him in parochial school for 2 years until I could no longer pay the tuition. So we had to put him in public school, and he did not thrive. He struggled for his entire high school, elementary, middle, and high school career. I had to finally send him to a military school where he got the help that he needed. But if we would have had the option to pay if we had had an ESA back then, he would have got the instruction that he needed. He could not thrive in a large environment in an urban school. 8 years later, fast forward, I'm sorry, let me back up a little bit. He was in 3rd grade, and I had to take him to a therapist because he was struggling in his classroom, and so I was referred to a therapist, and they said if I didn't get him help via a therapist, he would be referred to alternative school at 8 years old. So proceeded to go to the therapist, and he was prescribed medications, which turned him into a zombie. I'm going to go really quick, but this was an issue that we dealt with. Fast forward 8 years. My daughter also struggled in 2nd grade, and she lost an entire school year of 2nd grade because she was not behaving, and referred us to a therapist who prescribed her Ritalin, which is an amphetamine, and I refused to give that to her. Fortunately, by that time, we were able to move into another school district. I'll make this fast. Into another school district, and she was immediately diagnosed with dyslexia and got the care that she needed. Again, if we had had the option and the financial means to send her to a school that could identify her needs, we would have avoided all this heartache. So I speak for so many parents. As a grassroots organizer, I've worked with almost 70,000 students.
Please complete your
and I
testimony.
see this every single day. Thank
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Appreciate you being here. Chair calls Brenda Howard. All right. We show you registered as Brenda Howard on behalf of yourself and testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Buckley and members. My name is Brenda Howard, and I am speaking for myself and for HB 4340. I'm an advocate for school choice because I have seen it work in my own life. We moved to Arizona after my husband retired from the military. My son was finishing his junior and senior year in the Metro Phoenix area. There were 2 public schools available for our zip code, and the best school was filled up a year in advance. So my son was going to attend the one that struggled. I wasn't worried about him because he was an Army brat and he had attended some of the worst and best schools our nation has to offer. He could be successful in any school. I unfortunately ignored him when he told me that this was a terrible school, that it wasn't safe, and that it was run by gangs. I told him to buck up because he was a tough kid, and I was a sergeant in the Army, and we didn't have excuses in my home. Near the end of the first semester, my 17-year-old son came to me and said, I have made an appointment with a principal of a different school, and he says I can graduate as a junior. If you know 17-year-olds, you know they do not always show initiative. And when my son did this on his own at a time when I was off work, I knew I had failed him. I had not listened to him. We met with the principal. He transferred and graduated as a junior. My happy-go-lucky kid returned. His joy for school returned. And I was so grateful that Arizona offered school choice. I know that it works. I know that public schools do not die. And I know that it saved my son. It is past time for the great state of Texas to step up and offer options that will empower parents and students. I've included statistics for Arizona, and I am open for questions.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thanks for being here, Brenda.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chair calls Janet Brown. We show you registered as Janet Brown on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. Chairman Buckley and Education Committee members, my name is Janet Brown, and I represent myself. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 4340 regarding establishing parental empowerment programs in the form of education savings accounts. Lately, I have heard concerns from public school advocates about how the Friday night lights will be dimmed in rural areas of Texas by the passage of ESA, or how parents are uninvolved with public schools, or there will be a lack of available funds, a message of loss. I want to share a different perspective on this message. Just because we have a fancy school doesn't mean things don't get messed up. In your packets are excerpts of high schoolers crying out about an unresolved occurrence last year. I have a friend whose daughter attends this high school just down the road from where I live. One afternoon, she shared the story of her daughter who had been sexually assaulted at this high school last year. The puzzle pieces fall into place as the story unfolds, with the parent meeting with school admin who issued stay-away orders twice to the young man who had sexually assaulted her daughter. The young man who was the offender was a football team member. This action in some of our public schools creates a culture of victims that surrounds our daughters. These working parents cannot afford to pull their daughter from school to either homeschool or send her to a private school. Public school is the only option, however unsafe the environment may be. So now this young girl meets with her girlfriends, and they talk about how the school will not stand up for them. No one will believe them if something like this should happen again. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just one story of how good things can get messed up. Thank you for listening as you consider legislative bills which can help all Texas parents with a pathway to be empowered and have choice in the direction of their child's education.
All right. Thank you, members. Any questions for this witness? All right. Appreciate you being here, Janet.
Thank you.
Chair calls Carl Jones. Then we'll have Oscar Ortiz Duarte, Dr. Patrick Huff, Lisa Martinez, Olivia Parrish, Blanca Trout, Mia Ruiz, Jan Stell, Joel Castro, and Brett Allen Osborne. All right, we show you registered as Carl Jones on behalf of TDP Non-Urban Rural Caucus and yourself testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I wanted to speak on behalf of that organization, but also myself. I'm a retired financial advisor, and I want to focus on the financial consequences of this two-tier system of private schools versus public school funding. I want to start out by saying in 2022, 45,000 students transferred out of Houston Independent School District, resulting in a loss of 276 million people, $276 million. In San Antonio, the same year, Northside Independent School District and Northeast Independent School District, about 20,000 students transferred to charter schools, and that was a cumulative loss to both districts of $125 million. That's over $400 million to the loss of those districts. I wanted to say that it's my opinion that vouchers would be one of the greatest transfer of wealth problems in Texas history, from the low income and middle incomes to the richest Texans. And all of this could be an unintended consequence. Their primary concern about allowing taxpayer dollars to fund private religious and private charter schools is there's no accountability, there's no transparency, there's no curriculum standards, and there's no taxpayer representation of the school administration due to the fact that those school board people are appointed and not elected. It could be a big problem. So I'm worried about tomorrow. Public schools have to suffer because the money for this two-tier system of funding has to shrink as more and more people leave the public schools into the charter schools. Right now, we're about 6% of funding, 6% of charter school students get 16% of state education funding. So I think it's going to be a problem to have this dual system of funding for both school districts. So I oppose House Bill 4340.
All right. Thank you, sir. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Oscar Ortiz Duarte. All right. We show you registered as Oscar Ortiz Duarte on behalf of the Diocese of Fort Worth and yourself. And
That's
you're
correct.
testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Members of the committee, good evening. My name is Oscar Ortiz, and I'm blessed to serve as the principal of one of the largest Catholic schools in Fort Worth, Texas. In fact, the largest. Nolan Catholic, serving close to 700 students. I'm here to offer my support for HB 4340. Today, I want to speak from the perspective of a private school principal who's also been a public charter school leader for 10 years. My experience, I believe, puts me in a unique position to speak on behalf of parents because my entire world is to work closely with families, to know them intimately, and to serve them well. You could argue that the success of my job is inextricably linked with my being able to understand and therefore to respond to the needs of parents in favor of their children. And here's what I've learned in the last 10 years working with moms and dads. Number one, there's not a single parent who would be okay with a mediocre education for their children. None. Two, there's not a single parent who would knowingly, and this is the key difference, who would knowingly and therefore willingly choose a mediocre education over a high-quality one if they had the freedom to choose. And lastly, there's not a single parent who thinks it is fair for their child to go to a failing school simply because of their zip code. As a school leader that has worked with thousands of families, I can confirm that HB 4340 is an answer to the millions of prayers made every day by parents who, because of financial circumstances or location, cannot exercise their parental right to choose. Members of the committee, my circle of influence is really limited to the hundreds of parents that come to my school seeking answers. You, however, can make the largest single impact on the lives of thousands of children. I ask that you put our families and their children first by voting in favor of HB 4340. Thank you very much.
All right. Members, any questions? All right. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Dr. Patrick Huff. We show you registered as Dr. Patrick Huff on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Members of the House Committee, I stand here against House Bill 4340. I'm a registered Republican. I'm also a public school educator of 34 years, 30 of those years as an administrator, 11 as a principal in Harris County. I'm not proud of the fact that all of the negatives that people are talking about in our public schools have been led and brought forth by the Republican Party. Reducing teacher-led instruction to the test is Republican-led. Rating schools A through F, which, by the way, is very demeaning for our profession, was Republican-led. The phenomenon of school failure that swept the country due to failure to achieve AYP under No Child Left Behind mandates was Republican-led. Our controversial commissioner that people have spoken of sometimes today was brought in by our Republican governor. And by the way, our commissioner is not rated. We are rated, but he is not. The A through F rating system has been a disaster for our public schools. It has done nothing but ramp up the pressure. So social emotional learning, Common Core, constant benchmark testing to get ready for the next STAR test, comprehensive sex education, porn in the library was all brought in Republican leadership. So Republican leadership created the problem that parents are wanting to escape from. The Republicans have managed the outrage. Republicans now have the solution. I ask you, do the right thing, say no to 4340, and concentrate on fixing our public schools.
All right.
I yield the floor.
All right. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Lisa Martinez. All right.
Hello,
Hi there.
everyone.
We show you registered as Lisa Martinez on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
I'm Lisa Martinez. I am an actor in the film industry. I grew up in Houston. At the age of 16, I was literally homeless out on the streets. From there, I went to Galveston, Texas. On my own, graduated high school. I moved back to Houston later on when I was married and had children, and we moved to Katy because of the school district. And I've noticed today, like, there's been so many people talking, and our energy here is draining, and sometimes it's like that in the classroom. It's like, do I really want to hear this teacher talk? And that's the thing with this choice is, like, kids can just, you know, I want you to support them on their own. So if they feel better, they can do it in private school or online. Let them do it. Let's stand in solidarity for the students, because that's our future. They're not just, okay, do this for the kids. I mean, they're little humans, we're going to be depending on them to do what's best for us. So if we can stand to support them, I mean, now is the time. And I hope I get my point across, because I know this is a lot of talking with each of you, but I mean, nobody knows what happens in someone's home but them and that family. But if we can support these children and letting them know that, not only Friday Night Lights, but hey, getting an education, that's a win for all of us. It's not about the money, it's about our future and these kids who can do better than a lot of us did. And who knows, they might be sitting in your positions or even higher later, Not everybody had a good opportunity in education, just like right now I'm speaking and everybody is elsewhere. And I've seen people come in and out of the room, that's what it's like when you're sitting in a classroom. Not all teachers have that passion and empathy, and I adore teachers, don't get me wrong. But online school or private school, let's just do it for the kids, because that's what matters. So thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much for being here. Chair calls Olivia Parrish. Olivia Parrish. Okay, we're going to show Olivia Parrish on behalf of herself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Blanca Trout. Blanca Trout. We're going to show, pop it up. Did you get it? Mm-hmm. We're going to show, we're going to show Blanca Trout on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Mia Ruiz. Mia Ruiz. We're going to show Mia Ruiz on behalf of herself, testifying for the bill. Excuse me, registering for the bill. Chair calls Jan Stell. Jan Stell. Okay, we're going to show Jan Stell on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Joel Castro. Then we'll have Brett Allen Osborne, excuse me, Tyler Burridge, Laura Yeager, Amy Super, Brandy McDonald, Laney Cady, Terry Kosabud, James Mayville, and Jeremy Newman. All right. We have you, hold on just one second. We show you registered as Joel Castro on behalf of Americans for Prosperity and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Right. Howdy, thank y'all for being here and allowing me to testify. My name is Joel Castro, and as we said earlier, that I'm with Americans for Prosperity, but I'm also a proud product of public school systems here in Texas, Alvin ISD, just south of Houston. And what I learned at public schools equipped me with the tools to be able to, I think, be a productive member of society and hopefully be able to contribute back to the American dream. But the fact of the matter is that public school doesn't work for everybody. Didn't work for my younger sister, and it definitely didn't work for some of my cousins. I'm here to speak in favor for HB 4340. There's a narrative out there, and we've heard it several times, that school choice is public versus private school, or that it's anti-public school. And of course, we know, or at least I know, that that's not the case at all. In fact, that it's pro-Texas students, not anti-public school. Public schools currently have a monopoly, and what Texas should do is break that monopoly, encourage a robust and innovation, and empower parents to be able to have the opportunity to choose which education option is best for their child. We know, and we're very proud as Texans to know that Texas is the shining beacon of light of freedom for across the world. Over 30 states have a successful school choice program, and let's allow Texas to lead the way and show those other states how it's done and pass HB 4340 and get school choice passed here in the great state of Texas. So thank y'all so much for your time.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
All right. Chair calls Brett Allen Osborne. All right. We show you registered as Brett Allen Osborne on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Hi. Thank you, members and chair, for allowing me to speak today. And as you know, my name is Brett Allen Osborne, and I am a student in SMU. And at SMU, I have talked to many different students, but one student who had a really good story about school choice is a man named Will. And Will went to public school from 1st grade to 8th grade. And in his 7th grade year, gangs and opioids and other drugs began to infest his public school. And for his 9th grade year, Will was fortunate enough to be able to transfer to a private school. However, many of Will's friends within the public school were not so lucky and not so fortunate. So they ended up becoming, many of them, not all of them, many of them ended up becoming criminals and drug addicts. And I am here today to support HB 4340, as well as Will, to show that school choice is an option for all of these kids who are less fortunate to be able to have a choice and to get into these really good private schools, charter schools, and even public schools.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here. Chair calls Tyler Burridge. Tyler Burridge. Okay, we're going to show Tyler Burridge on behalf of himself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Laura Yeager. And we show you registered as Laura Yeager on behalf of Just Fund It Texas and yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Buckley, Vice Chair Allen, and members of the committee. My name's Laura Yeager. I'm the parent of 3 Texas public school graduates and the director of Just Fund It TX. We are a bipartisan, grassroots, statewide group of parents and students who have been working for 5 years to improve funding for Texas public schools. We believe that every Texas student deserves better than 48th in per student spending. I'm here today to speak against House Bill 4340 and to express our opposition to any effort to divert funds from our already grossly underfunded Texas public schools. Under House Bill 4340, the state would set aside $500 million the first year and would grow 25% each ensuing year. Meanwhile, as you have heard, Texas is more than $4,000 behind the national average in per student spending, and we would have to increase the basic allotment $1,000 just to keep up with inflation from 2019, which would be $14 billion. That would just keep us where we were in 2019. 48th out of 50 states in per student funding. Current proposals offer only a fraction of that amount, yet here we are discussing funding an additional system of education. If we were to dream of reaching the national average, not first, but 25th, be prepared. It would take $47 billion more this biennium just to be average. I only share this to show how underfunded our public schools are. If we cannot afford to fund our public schools, which is the only real constitutional requirement of the legislature, then we have no business funding an additional system of education, especially a system like we would be creating with House Bill 4340 that has less financial accountability and little to no academic accountability to the taxpayers. Texas kids deserve better, not worse, from the state of Texas. Our public schools are the center of our communities, a pillar of democracy, and parents want them funded. Parents do not want more money siphoned off to yet another system of education, be it through an ESA, a tax credit program, or other. They want tax dollars raised for public schools to go to public schools, and that is what I'm hearing when I talk to parents and students across the state. So I urge the committee to vote against any measure that would divert funds away from our already grossly underfunded public schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Amy Super. All right, we show you registered as Amy Super on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. Okay. Thanks for being here so late. I know y'all are as tired and hungry as I am. Earlier tonight, or today, Representative Dutton asked what happens to the worst of the public school students whose parents pull them out and send them to other schools using ESAs, and I'll tell you what happens to them. They will eventually get dumped by their new school. That would be the school that they were so excited about attending, because those schools are under no enforceable obligation to continue to provide an education to any of the students that they accept. Public schools, while in need of an enormous amount of what my granny would have called fixin', do have to educate every child. And the parts that need fixin' can't be fixed with just more funding. My daughter and my daughter-in-law, both teachers, tell me this on a regular basis. In June of 2020, the large urban district I reside in had more than 83,000 students enrolled. Less than 3 years later, we're under 70,000. This in one of the fastest growing counties in the state, and while this ISD has had more money through its hands than the history of ever. I've lived in this district for 26 years, and the handful of exceptional, extremely expensive private schools located within the boundaries of this large ISD are constantly expanding. I'm observing new charter schools pop up every month. One recently opened just a few miles from where our ISD made the brilliant decision to spend in excess of $30 million on a brand new elementary school, bond funded, by the way, more debt. And now our ISD has just announced they will be closing 5 of our current schools. At the same time, that school will be closing in the fall. Yeah. I'm here because I'm tired. I'm tired of watching well-intentioned legislation get pushed through and then watch as some of those use the same hot topic legislation as re-election talking points. Unfortunately, many of these legislative efforts, laws passed, have turned out being what can only be described as sloppy. As the saying goes, the devil's in the details, and while I did hear some excellent clarifying questions asked by some of you today, and I do mean that sincerely, it's given me hope. It still seems a few of our elected officials are willing to really push to get more answers to those hard questions, and I'm just done with remaining silent on this. I'm asking you to simply do more of truly asking those hard, detailed questions and put an end to passing any more sloppy legislation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Appreciate you being here. Chair calls Brandy McDonald. Okay, we show you registered as Brandy McDonald on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
All
correct.
right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Brandy McDonald, and I am in support of HB 4340. I'm here as a concerned parent and want to share my story. I'm a mother of 2 Texas school children, a 7th grader and a 2nd grader. My children have attended a private Christian school, our local public school, and currently an open enrollment charter school. I've experienced many barriers in my journey to find the right education for my children. Initially, my first choice was private education, but financially this would not work long term. Our second choice was enrollment in our assigned neighborhood school. Unfortunately, we had a very negative experience here where my oldest daughter, as a 2nd grader, was harassed and threatened, prompting our request for an intra-district transfer, which requires current and future principal approval. When I requested an intra-district transfer for my 2nd child to the same school as her sister, my request was denied repeatedly. I was persistent, and just a few days before the first day of school in 2021, I was granted approval for her enrollment. While I was grateful for both kids to attend the same school, the declining academic standards, student performance, and materials allowed into the library made me pursue additional options, and I was left with homeschool or charter school. We did decide to enroll in our charter school. Thankfully, it opened just a year prior, so that was an option that wasn't there before. I am thrilled that school choice is a legislative priority, and I believe will benefit my family and millions of other families in our great state of Texas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Please vote in support of HB 4340 and empower every parent and every student for a bright and prosperous future. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Laney Cady. Did I get that right?
It's Laney Cade, but you're close. Thank you.
Okay. Laney Cade.
All right.
Okay, sorry. All right, we show you registered as Laney Cade.
Cade.
Laney Cade on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Laney Cade. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. I'm here with Americans for Prosperity as well, because I'm a concerned parent and concerned teacher as well. I work for Texas Connections Academy, which is a charter school in Houston ISD. I teach Texas history. I've been a teacher for 24 years. I'm also a Pearland City Councilwoman. First, I want to address the importance of school choice from this teacher's perspective. I have epilepsy, and in 2007, I had a grand mal seizure in my classroom. It was very traumatic for me and for my students. That led me to make a change and to choose teaching online. I've been a virtual educator ever since then. The school choice has been a great gift to me and my family. Since I've been an online teacher, I've seen our public school of choice grow from 750 students to almost 10,000 students. That doesn't happen if there isn't a need or a demand. Part of the demand comes from competition athletes, students from other cultures, students with illnesses and special needs, but sadly, bullying is possibly the main reason we get many of our students. Bullying isn't a new problem, but it is a big problem. When I was in school, my first fight was against a boy that was bullying my little sister. Well, what if my parents could have afforded a different school choice? Maybe my sister's 6th grade year wouldn't have been so terrible, and maybe I wouldn't have gotten pops because I beat up Brian. But whether a student might be a little different in getting bullied, or you're a teacher with special needs, there's a reason why a school like ours is in demand. Why other school options are in demand, it's because they fill a need. When I'm doing my welcome calls at the beginning of the year, I talk to parents who are crying with relief. They are so thankful that we're here for them, that they have the choice of this school option. Parents should be able to choose the best school for their child. Those of you that are voting on this, if you have children, imagine a schooling option that you know would be better for your child, but you can't use it due to cost or accessibility. It's time to put the decision and tax dollars into the hands of the person that knows the student best. Please empower parents to provide the best school for their children. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak to you today on HB 4340.
Thank you. May I add that you're also representing Americans for Prosperity? You mentioned that in your opening. I want to add
Yes,
that
sir.
for the
Thank you so
record.
much.
And then Chairman Dutton has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do they have bullying in private schools?
My school is actually a public school. It's part of HISD. It's just a virtual school.
No, I meant, do you know whether they have bullying in private schools?
I think they probably do have some bullying, but it's less because the teacher-student ratio is so much smaller. There's a more, I think it's got to be much less. I never went to private schools, so I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know whether they have them or not?
I don't.
Okay, thank
I never went.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, members, any more questions?
Hi, how are you? Good to see you again.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair calls Terry Kosabud. Terry Kosabud. Okay, we're going to show Terry Kosabud on behalf of himself, registered against the bill. Chair calls James Mayville. Okay. We show you registered as James Mayville on behalf of Americans for Prosperity and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for being here tonight. I come to you, one, as a concerned citizen. I come to you as a proud product of public schools, a mighty Bobcat of San Angelo Central High, class of 2018. And I come to you as someone who lives in Dallas and every single day is working to connect people to policy. Just last week, I met with two separate families. These families that homeschool their children for various reasons. And there were three things that these families had in common. One is that they chose to homeschool their children to better meet their children's needs. One family pulled out of a private school and one family pulled out of a public school. The second thing that they had in common was that they are faithful citizens that pay their taxes every year, but they don't see a dime bit for their child's education. The third point that they all had in common, that both these families had in common, is that an ESA would make the world's difference in the financial burden they have in curriculum cost, in school supplies. And these aren't big, bad boogeymen. These are everyday moms and dads. In one family, the dad's a pastor. In one family, the dad's a small business owner. These are just everyday folks trying to make sure their child has the best education possible. And it's their tax dollars. These tax dollars don't belong, frankly, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect to this committee. They don't belong to the taxpayer-funded lobbyists we've seen today before this committee. They belong to the families and the parents. The families and parents we've brought to you this evening to share with this committee their stories, their perspectives. And yes, Chairman Dutton, bullying is everywhere. But the point we're making and the point that our folks are making is that it's about access. It's about opportunity. And these ESAs would make that a reality for more families across the great state of Texas. Members, I implore you actually, to vote for this legislation, to get it through the House, to get it to the governor's desk. Not because it's the popular thing happening across the country and it puts us behind states like Utah, Iowa, and Florida, although it might be a good reason to do that. Don't do it because it gives you favor with the governor, although it might be a good reason to do that. Do it for these families, for these parents, for these students, so that each of them has an opportunity at a bright future and an incredible education that best meets their needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions of this witness?
I have a question.
Yeah, Chairman Dutton.
Thank you. Suppose we just limit this to whatever taxes you paid, that's what we'll give you for a voucher. Would you be for that?
What was the question, sir?
Suppose we just limit it to the taxes you paid to what the voucher value is.
Chairman, I support what this legislation
would you be for that?
Mr. Chairman, I'm in support of this particular legislation.
No, but that's not my question. My question is, if we just limit it to the amount of taxes you paid to the voucher, would you be for that?
At this moment, I'm not prepared to answer that question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, members, any more questions? All right, thanks for being here. Chair calls Jeremy Newman. Okay. We'll have Garrett Knox, Laura Unish, Stacy Ward, William Daly, Andrew Alvarez, Tina Viles, Susie Kennan, Jane Cerna, Michael Stevens. Y'all are on deck. We show you registered as Jeremy Newman on behalf of the Texas Homeschool Coalition and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Chairman, members, my name is Jeremy Newman, Vice President of Policy for the Texas Homeschool Coalition. I'm here in support of House Bill 4340. And I want to give you guys a little bit of context first for homeschooling in Texas. The best estimates are that we have around 600,000 homeschool students in Texas. So that's about as many students as charter school students and accredited private school students combined. It's the fastest growing form of education in America and has been for a while. And the best estimates also show that it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 41 to 50% of those homeschool students who are minority students, about 21% of them who are below the poverty level. And in Texas, it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $7 billion with a B that those students save the state of Texas every year. And one of the things that kind of always gets me about this topic is that the situation those families are in right now is that they paid twice for their education. Forget the $7 billion of savings to the state. The individual family has to pay twice. And that's because they pay into the system they don't use, then they pay a second time for their own child. And there's kind of a narrative that we've talked around a few times here in committee that I think we really have to hone in on and address, which is this idea that somehow the improvements that we want to make to the public school system and meeting these needs for families, that these are mutually exclusive ideas, and that we can't do both of these things at the same time. And that rather than pass something like this, we should go fix problems in the public school system. And I guess I really fail to see why that's the dichotomy that we're looking at this under, because I don't think that we lack the ability to solve multiple things at the same time. And the thing that we've heard over and over and over again from the students and the parents coming up here is, if you gave us these choices, here are the problems it would solve for my family. The one thing we haven't heard from anybody is, hey, if you gave me these choices, here are all the problems it would cause for my family. And so to me, what that means is that we have an opportunity here to deliver something to these particular families for whom making this type of switch or change meets their particular needs. And I don't think that that means we have to stop working on the public school system.
Okay. All right. Members, any questions? All right. Chairman Dutton.
Thank you. You realize, you said that there are parents who are paying twice. You realize there are numbers of people who are paying taxes that don't have any children in the school system.
I do realize that. If we wanted to talk about that problem, I'm happy to do that. But
well, no, but it's the same point that you made, that there are families paying twice, but there are some families paying once, but they don't have any children in the school.
Yeah, and yes, I think that's true, but I don't think that alleviates the reality that these families are paying twice and that that's a burden on the education of the child.
Well, but those parents are choosing to do that. The other parents don't have a choice.
Yes, so I think this is I guess the issue that brings for me is that what we're kind of saying is, well, you have this choice, and so once you've made it, you have to live with the consequences, and if you can't afford those consequences, we're just going to leave you there. And to me, that kind of misses the point that we're out to figure out how to best meet the needs of these students. And so if there are major consequences that that choice is presenting for them that they don't need to be suffering under because we have a way to alleviate it, then why not do that? And if we have families who want to make that switch, but they don't have to deal with those consequences because we have a way to solve that, why not do that?
But then that gets you back to the argument about why don't we just fix the public school?
Well, I think the reality is that even if you had absolutely perfect public schools, there's just a computational problem of not being able to meet the needs of every student with the diversity of all of those students and all of their needs. And so perfect public school, you're still going to have some students who need to go somewhere else. And
and even if you have a voucher, you still won't be meeting the needs of every student, I'll bet.
Yeah, and so that, to me, that's why we come back to this point of saying, we might have 10 different solutions that we have to pursue, and we need to move the ball down the court on all of them as fast as we can at the same time, but we can't say we're going to wait on this good idea until we've worked on this other good idea first.
Well, I think that if we fix the public schools and all the schools were doing what we in the legislature would want them to do, I think you might be right. But thank you.
Sure.
Members, any more questions? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Garrett Knox. All right, we show you registered as Garrett Knox on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
Hi, I'm Garrett, testifying in support of House Bill 4340, and I'm also a concerned citizen with Americans for Prosperity.
Hold up. Are you testifying on their behalf?
No, I'm with them.
Okay, you need to, we'll correct it. Have your permission to add that to the record?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm with them. I came with them today.
Okay, all right.
I'm from Manville, Texas, 30 minutes south of Houston. I'm here today to ask you to vote in favor of this bill. I'm 21 years old, and I'm a product of the private school system. I graduated from Bay Area Christian School in League City, Friendswood area. My grandparents sacrificed to put me and my twin brother through private schools for most of our educational careers. I did go to public schools for my elementary. They used their savings and hard-earned money to make sure that we had an education different from what our local public schools provided. I want this option for all of my fellow Texans. I want my fellow Texans to be able to choose where their children are being taught and where their tax money is going. Had my grandparents not stepped in and helped my single mother give us the education she wanted us to have, I would have most likely ended up in the local public school without a choice. Today, I operate several small businesses alongside my family in the South Houston area, and I'm very involved in the community. This is a direct result of my family's choice over the type of education that I received. I want this choice for all Texans, and I am hoping that you will support this bill.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Laura Unish? Anash? Unash. All right. Third time's a charm.
You can call me what you want.
All right. We show you registered as Laura Unash.
Yes.
On behalf of yourself, and you're testifying against the bill. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Unash, and I am a proud public school parent. My 8-year-old has dyslexia, dysgraphia, and ADHD. Before she started public school, I called every private school within a 30-minute drive, and none offered, unfortunately, the dyslexia services that she needed. And I tried, called every single one in the area. My child does not have a choice in where she attends. Right there, you're eliminating 20% of the population, as stated by the Yale Center for Dyslexia and Creativity. It's estimated that 20% of the population, according to them, has dyslexia. Furthermore, 1 in 7 children have been abused in just this past year, according to the CDC. These parents aren't likely to be looking at private schools. These are just 2 groups that will be extremely excluded from the benefits of this bill. Should tax dollars be funding schools that are so exclusive? What does this mean for these two groups? They'll be left behind. Public schools already aren't funded, but now you'll be taking funding away student by student and likely not lowering public school costs if you're just pulling out 1 or 2 students per class. There's no denying that the American public school system has plenty of room to grow. Why don't we instead focus on improving our public schools first by providing additional resources and support? For example, my suggestion for early literacy would be to create an Office of Early Childhood up to 2nd grade. That's one example. Why don't we do this first when there's already competition in charters before we take more funds away from them? Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Okay, you mentioned your daughter
Yes.
is receiving, did I understand she is receiving the services she needs in the public school?
She is. Actually, she's reading above grade level.
That's good to hear.
Yes. Luckily, she was diagnosed early,
Okay.
before 1st grade. I'm a certified master reading teacher, so I knew what to look for, and she's doing great.
Okay, all right.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
you being here. Thank you. Chair calls Stacy Ward. And we'll have William Daly, Andrew Alvarez, Tina Aviles, Susie Kennan, Jane Cerna, Michael Stevens, Mary Elizabeth Castle, then Julie Pujol Carroll. Hi. We have you registered, show you registered as Stacy Ward on behalf of ATPE and yourself testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, and thank you for hearing my testimony on House Bill 4340 and about the negative effects of vouchers on public education. My name is Stacy Ward, and I'm a 5th grade science teacher at Humble ISD, a constituent of Chairman Dutton, and I teach in Mr. Representative Cunningham's district. I'm also the state president of ATPE. As you can see and have heard, there are many educators here today to speak about how vouchers will hurt our already struggling public education system. Chairman Buckley, you and the rest of the committee asked to hear the voice of the public on this issue. Well, despite the fact that you scheduled this hearing on a school day during testing season, teachers have come from all over the state to speak loudly and clearly in one unified voice. No vouchers. Vouchers are not something that we want in our state. Most educators here today will attest to that fact. Vouchers are a ploy that take taxpayer money from public schools and give it to private schools and vendors. The lack of private accountability in any voucher program is asking for mismanagement of financial resources, lacks academic accountability of the schools that receive the private voucher money, and takes funds away from a system that is broken and needs to be fixed. Any voucher program will have a long-term negative impact on our state, teachers, and 5.4 billion Texas school children. Stop trying to privatize public schools. The state legislature has repudiated these schemes for over 25 years. There must be a reason why. According to Raise Your Hand Texas, the last failed voucher bill in Texas was estimated to divert $340 million per year from our public schools. According to the fiscal note that you published, this bill is more than $340 million. It's actually $1.1 billion over the biennium. That money could be used to support much-needed salary and retirement increases for teachers and staff, support tutoring and accelerated instruction for our at-risk students, including those with learning loss due to COVID. Parents have the choice to send their children to any school with an open district where they live. When public funds are diverted to private entities, the public school still has to pay the fixed costs to run the schools. There's no discount to the public school. Class sizes will increase, more teachers will be needed, and we already have a hard time filling those classes with certified teachers as it is. Please vote no to any bills that include vouchers or any public fund diversions.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls William Daly. All right. We show you registered as William Daly on behalf of St. Mary Magdalene School and yourself testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My name is Bill Daly, and I'm in my 11th year as principal at St. Mary Magdalene School in San Antonio. As an urban Catholic school leader, I support HB 4340 because its empowerment of parents would make our school even stronger, and strong urban Catholic schools make their neighborhoods uniquely healthier and safer. This year, we're celebrating our 80th school year and a decade since becoming the first dual-language Catholic school in Texas. In that decade, we've grown from 98 students to 457, from 19 zip codes to 71, from one country represented to 12, and from 51 students receiving tuition assistance to over 300. Our students benefit tremendously from this diversity. For example, our fourth grade class has students who are the children of refugees from Venezuela, recent immigrants from Mexico, attorneys, roofers, doctors, business owners, servers at restaurants, single parents, parents who gave custody to grandparents, and parents who only speak Spanish, as well as much more. The most common zip code of our families is 78201, which is where we are located. According to the Distressed Communities Index, or DCI, 78201 is one of the most distressed zip codes in the country, with a DCI score of 94.5 out of 100. That said, we have numerous families from all 5 of the quintiles of the DCI: prosperous, comfortable, mid-tier, at risk, and lastly, distressed. Such robust socioeconomic diversity is healthy and beneficial for students from every quintile. Back in 2012, when we were in the process of becoming a dual-language school, one of the misconceptions that we had to counter was that of subtractive bilingualism, which claims that bilingual instruction would result in lower proficiencies in both languages. However, studies show the opposite, that bilingualism in a dual-language school is additive, meaning that students' academic proficiency in dual-language setting increases in both languages. I can't help but see the parallels here. I see HB 4340 as additive educational empowerment. A neighborhood with myriad quality school options, such as one with a strong Catholic school, a strong charter school, and a strong public school, will be a stronger, more vibrant, and healthier neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Andrew Alvarez. We show you registered as Andrew Alvarez on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Also Americans for Prosperity.
Okay, let us add that. We have your permission to add that?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Alvarez, and I'm not a taxpayer-funded lobbyist. I'm a taxpayer with 2 children in the public school systems. I'm a product of the school system as well. I am a former instructor in the public school systems, and I stand for support of HB 4340. Many parents spend thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to move to school districts to ensure the safety and the proper education of their children. I did that myself. We do that because the education system is not a one-size-fits-all model. But what about those lower-income families, like the family that I grew up in, that can't afford that change? They're forced to have their children go to a school where there could be violence, because those lower-income families oftentimes have those schoolings in violent neighborhoods. I was part of that. But my parents were able to make that choice. This bill will help parents make that choice to give their kids a proper education and the proper graduation eventually, and the safety. See, I was the youngest, of 4 of my father's sons. I was the only son that was able to go to the quote-unquote good school. I was also the only son to graduate high school. I eventually went to college, and I had to go to work when my dad had his heart attack. This bill helps families do that, helps provide for themselves. The public school system is also a monopolistic system with no real competition. And as a businessman myself, I know that competition in commerce only benefits the consumers. For example, the automaker Saturn had a one price, no haggle model. There's no competition. In 2008, they went out of business. We saw something similar happen to the biggest school district in Texas recently. Because of a failing system, they went under, so to say. And this bill will help create that competition needed in the school systems to provide a higher education system and a higher education platform for our students. Thank you for listening to me. I fully support HB 4340.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here. Chair calls Tina Aviles. We show you registered as Tina Aviles on behalf of Americans for Prosperity and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. I speak in favor of HB 4340. My name is Tina Aviles, and I come today with Americans for Prosperity, but I speak as a lifelong child advocate and mother of 7 truly awesome humans. Some of them came to us by birth, some by placement, and some through adoption. But in addition to that, I also have the unique perspective of having been an educator and a parent in public school, private school, and homeschool. 2 of my children, I did homeschool from the beginning to the end. I'm what they considered a completed homeschooler, so I did it all the way. It works, and for fellow homeschoolers, let me let you know it works and comes out good. But I'm here today because with each child, I have found an educational home that fits that particular child. And for me, this issue is not actually about school choice. It's really about educational opportunity. And my challenge to what I've been hearing today is that when we're talking about taxpayer dollars that have been set aside for education, it's hard for me to understand why that automatically means that those tax dollars are meant exclusively for the public school. Because I believe that the tax dollars are actually meant for the educational opportunity of the children. And so that's a huge difference for me. And that's a really big, that's a big point of everything that I've been hearing today. Look, my children range from 6 to 26. Okay, my oldest is dyslexic. He lives with ADHD even as an adult, and he's left-handed. When he was in kindergarten, I knew we needed to homeschool. My youngest tested in the top 1% academically in her entire school district and goes to a school for the highly gifted.
All right. Please complete your testimony. Please complete your testimony.
I believe that every student should have educational opportunity that is not limited to the zip code that their parents can afford. And I encourage you, because we are on the precipice of swinging the doors wide open for Texas students, and I come here today to implore you, do not lock the doors before they're even open. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Susie Kennan. Okay. All right, we show you registered as Susie Kennan on behalf of Texas PTA, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My name is Susie Kennan, president of Texas PTA, and I'm here to testify against HB 4340 on behalf of Texas PTA, the largest child advocacy association in Texas with more than 400,000 members. Texas PTA is opposed to this bill because it diverts funding away from the 5.4 million children being educated in Texas public schools. We believe there should be accountability standards for taxpayer dollars so there is assurance that children are getting the education they expect and deserve. Creating ESAs would be allowing private institutions to use those dollars without holding these schools to the same accountability standards that we hold our public schools to, such as the administration of STAR or the A through F accountability system. Instead of diverting funds to the select few who choose to attend private schools or use private vendors, we should be continuing to bolster and empower the families and children who depend on Texas public schools. Our public school system is facing unprecedented challenges where teachers and students are feeling overburdened and undersupported. Texas PTA believes we must get behind our public school students, families, and teachers and support them in all the ways through funding, encouraging a positive work culture and environment, and ensuring our teachers and administrators feel valued. While the intent behind ESA programs is to increase school choice for all, the sad reality is that many kids, including our most vulnerable children, may get left behind, including children with disabilities who aren't guaranteed access to private schools or afforded the same protections as in public schools. Our middle income and lower income students who still won't be able to afford private schools even with the ESA, and our rural students who won't have access to private schools. Leaving children behind is simply something that Texas PTA cannot agree to. ESAs drain critical funding from an already underfunded system. We believe the state's focus and energy should be on strengthening and supporting our constitutionally required system of public schools so that together we can provide suitable and equitable resources to meet the needs of all Texas students.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions to this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Jane Cerna. Okay, we show you registered as Jane Cerna on behalf of ATPE and yourself.
Yes.
And you'll be testifying against the bill, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Members of the House Public Education Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. Oh, so sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Jane Cerna, and I am in my 33rd year of teaching. Taught middle school English, high school social studies, college-level U.S. history. I've taught in rural, urban, and suburban districts, and I'm currently teaching dual-credit U.S. History Survey as an adjunct professor at Austin Community College. For fun, I also run a youth soccer league, which will become relevant soon, I promise. The concern that has brought me here today is the push for school vouchers, ESA, or other programs that will take public school funding away from already underfunded public schools. I teach U.S. history, and I have friends and relatives along the entire political spectrum, as do all of you. When my more conservative friends ask me if I teach a traditional curriculum or CRT, I remind them that our curriculum in Texas public schools is crafted by the Texas Education Agency, by committees appointed and approved by people elected by Texas voters. This comes as a bit of a surprise to them, but also a relief. Oversight by elected officials, community standards, local control, all good things, and all things that are ensured in public schools, but not in private schools. In my soccer life, my husband and I started a soccer league 20 years ago because of the increasing unaffordability of youth sports in the United States. And through this experience, I've become aware of a new phenomenon, the sports school. These are started by organizations who want to improve the level of play of soccer, in this instance in the United States. These schools focus on soccer and often use K-12 incorporated online instruction, monitored by a coach or other staff member for 2 or 3 hours a day, and spend the rest of their time practicing soccer. The players and parents hope this will give their children a chance at a professional career, but this is highly unlikely. I mentioned this at a recent visit to an elected official where a staffer said something like, "This is a bad idea, but we want to give the parents the right to make a bad educational decision for their child." I agree with half of that statement. It is a bad idea. Fully fund current programs. Use public money to benefit the most students. Please use public money for public schools.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions? All right, we appreciate you being here. Thank you. Chair calls Michael Stevens, and we'll have Mary Elizabeth Castle, Julie Pujol Carrell, Lisa Sotelo, Taryn Melendez, Marion Stanko, Maria Galavez, and Idana Griffith. All right. So we show you registered as Michael Stevens on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right,
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and the members of the committee. My name is Dr. Michael Stevens, and I am here today to speak in support of ESAs and HB 4340. Professionally, I've spent the past 12 years working across all sectors of our education system. I began my career 12 years ago in a charter school, then worked in public school, and now I work for a private school as a principal. Personally, I'm the father of 3 school-age children, all of whom attend Texas public schools, and I am married to a Texas public school reading specialist. As an educator and as a parent, ESAs are a topic that I feel strongly about because it affects me both professionally and personally. Professionally, I enjoy the freedom to pursue employment where I feel that I can grow, make a difference, and feel at home, whether that is private, public, or a charter school. Personally, I want the same for my kids. The decision of which campus they end up at should not be based on finances or proximity. Rather, it should be based on where they feel most comfortable. Although many are leery of ESAs because of the potential ramification that public schools will lose students and ultimately funding, let me put some of those fears to rest. Professionally, my private school campus does not have the ability to take in an influx of students. Not only are we constrained by physical size of our campus, but also by the needs of our students. Many of my students chose to attend private school for smaller class sizes. They want a smaller student-to-teacher ratio. ESAs would not drastically increase the rosters of charter or private schools, but it would make those schools accessible to all students. Personally, access to an ESA account for my children would not drive me to move them to a different school. I'm going to send my kids to a school that has the best resources to prepare them for the life that they want after high school. I am willing to bet that most parents across the state feel the same way and want their students at a campus that will best prepare them for life. For some, that will be a charter school, for others, a private school, but for most, it will still be a public school. I urge all of you to allow students, parents, and teachers to choose what is best for them. Vote in favor of HB 4340. Thank you all for your time.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Mary Elizabeth Castle. Mary Elizabeth Castle. All right, we're going to show Mary Elizabeth Castle on behalf of Texas Values Action, registered for the bill. Chair calls Julie Pujol Carroll or Carrell. Julie Pujol Carrell. All right, we're going to show Julie Pujol Carrell on behalf of herself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Lisa Sotelo or Sotelo. Okay.
Sotelo, correct.
All right. We show you registered as Lisa Sotelo on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. If I'm not wrong, I'm in Fort Sam, so Your Honorable Steve Ellison, I am one of your constituents of your district, and I am in support of the House Bill of 4340. I want my kids growing up with a better opportunity than I had. I remember growing up in one of the poorest neighborhoods, that's the 78237 zip code, and my parents not being able to send me. My siblings didn't want to go. I wanted to go. I wanted to have that opportunity. We weren't able to. And now our children growing up, we call them our first and second batch. Our first batch that we had were able to go to private school because we went ahead and we decided, you know what, whatever we have to sacrifice, let's do it. So we did. We started with the first, then with the second, and then with the third. By the time that they hit, going into middle school, that's a whole different area of finance. Everything is a lot more going into higher grades. We weren't able to send them, but we did meet the buses where they would meet us halfway to take our children over into the school. And then that ceased because we had to move our children into a public school where they seriously failed. They did. They failed. There weren't opportunities, the same opportunities that they had when they went to their private school. And no matter how much I tried, and I was a big advocate, I still am. That's why I'm here. And now I'm tired of waiting. I'm tired of waiting when they say that, oh, with public schools, we're going to get better. We're going to have this, we're going to have that. When? When? I feel that right now, I'm now in a battle for my children that are now in Fort Sam or whatever other public school they're going to be in. I don't want my children indoctrinated into other things that I am not ready to open them up to, and yet these schools are ready to open them up into so many different things that we haven't even introduced them to. I just want the same opportunities that other children may have. I want to be able to give my children those opportunities. And
Testimony, please.
I'm sorry?
Complete your testimony.
Yes, sir. And I am in favor for Bill 4340. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Taryn Melendez. Taryn Melendez. Okay, we're going to show Taryn Melendez on behalf of himself or herself to be registered for the bill. Chair calls Marion Stanko. Marion Stanko. Okay, we're going to show Marion Stanko on behalf of herself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Maria Galavez. Maria Galavez. Okay, we're going to show Maria Galavez on behalf of herself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Idana Griffith. Idana Griffith. Okay, we're going to show Idana Griffith on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls James Barnes.
He's here. I saw him outside the room.
Chair calls James Barnes. Going once. All right, James Barnes. Okay, we're going to show James Barnes on behalf of himself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Eldon Pearson. Okay. All right, we have you, or show you registered as Eldon Pearson on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
My name is Eldon Pearson, and I represent myself opposing HB 4340. I oppose this bill on behalf of people like my mother, who was many hours ago at work in her public school classroom. It may sound like a cliche, but my mom is one of my greatest inspirations for many reasons, but primarily due to her patience and her commitment. I see her patience because she teaches developmental kindergarten for young children who have gone through cognitive, physical, and social challenges that prohibit them from being ready for kindergarten. Her role shifts from a teacher to a therapist, to a custodian because often her children are not potty trained, to a family counselor and her many experiences with children who are being neglected or abused by their parents, all without adequate state funding for help in the classroom, an adequate salary to compensate her for her work, and even supplies in the classroom. I saw her commitment when growing up. I watched her buy school supplies, snacks, and even lunches on her already small salary for children whose parents either couldn't afford them or cared enough to get them. Excuse me. Passing these bills slaps people like my mother in the face after they've already had to endure the educational challenges that presented themselves during the COVID pandemic. As a taxpayer in the state, voucher or educational savings account programs are not where I want my hard-earned tax dollars going. I want them going to supporting people like my mom, rather than taking away more of the already minute funding we provide our public schools away. I strongly urge the members of this committee to oppose this bill and stand with our public school teachers. Stand with my mother. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we really appreciate you being here.
Coordinator's office would say, just to mention, if you are in an overflow room, come on into this room if we've called your name.
Okay. If you're in an overflow room at this time and I've called your name and skipped past you, didn't mean to, please come on down right now and we'll get you in. Let's go where we at. Chair calls
Let me get to the list.
Manuel Prado. Chair calls Manuel Prado. Then we'll do Ray Panazik, Anna Wynn, David Fincher, Dwight Harris, Tricia Cave, Carrie Griffith, Lori Todd Smith, James Matlock, and then Francesca Leahy. Manuel Prado. Okay, we're going to show Manuel Prado on behalf of the Libre Initiative and himself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Ray Panazik.
You're close.
I botch it every time, Ray. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Pionzik.
Pionzik. We have you registered as Ray Pionzik on behalf of the Agricultural Teachers Association of Texas and yourself, testifying against the bill.
Good evening. Thank you for all of y'all that are still here listening to us and those that are still to come, and appreciate you taking the time to stay with us and listen to our thoughts. I am a retired teacher of 30 years of the public school system. I wouldn't have done it any other way. And my wife is...
Ray, you are testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am against the bill. Just like on the Senate side, when they had two bills on the same day, and as HB 100 laid out this morning as the committee substitute, was supporting public education, now we're going against the grain and looking at another method that goes way against our public school teachers. And my teachers, there's 2,500 ag teachers in the state of Texas, have gone on record to say that they're against any bill that's going to give away public money, whatever form it comes, whatever location it comes from, without the same accountability that public schools have. I would also ask a question here, and there was one representative from, I think, North Texas that stated something about the workforce, and that's what I would ask about private schools. How many private schools are preparing for college or the workforce? Well, by my calculations, I would say more of them are preparing for college. I just contend that private schools are not doing that. I did do a little research, and I did a Google search and asked it how many private schools offer career and technical education. And interesting enough, there were 3 that listed that. And one of them was St. Peter's Catholic School in Galveston. And on their website, I thought it was quite interesting, some facts that they presented right on the front page when I went to the search. And it said 89% of manufacturers face talent shortages, but we only have 3 private schools that are doing that, but almost all the public schools are providing some form of career and technical education. And we already know, here's another fact that was on their site, and I looked and got another figure with that, 94% of students who graduate that are enrolled in CTE programs, and according to TEA, that's actually 97%. Also on their side, it does call attention to the 94% of that go in CTE courses in schools. They go on to seek associates in CTE programs at the higher level. So again, as we send this money to private schools, are they really helping prepare a workforce that we so desperately need? And then my last statement that I'll make, and I just thought about this as we've gone along, and Representative Hinojosa called attention to the dollar amount, and several others have said this dollar amount is maybe a little bit too high. According to 4340, when I would have been in about my 5th to 6th year teacher, where I would have had children, I probably would have qualified as a public school teacher under the $100,000 thing. So that's really sad to say that some of our public school teachers might be able to take advantage of these ESAs, but I bet most of them won't, and they would keep their own kids in public schools. I thank you for your time, and again, I stand against this bill along with our Teachers Association. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, appreciate you being here. Chair calls Anna Wynn. Anna Wynn. Okay, we're going to show Anna Wynn from PFLAG Austin and herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls David Fincher. And we have Dwight Harris, Tricia Cave, Carrie Griffith, Lori Todd Smith. Oh, all right. So Okay, let me hold up real quick, just for 1 second. We're going to show David Fincher, on behalf of himself, registered against the bill. Okay? Now chair calls Dwight Harris. Okay?
Thank you, Chairman
All right.
Buckley. For a minute, I thought maybe you just forgot I was in the room or something.
No, sir. Never forget you.
Thank you,
We show
guys.
you registered as Dwight Harris on behalf of Texas AFT and yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that right?
That's correct. Thank
All right,
you all
sir.
for allowing us this opportunity. And my name is Dwight Harris. I'm a retired teacher and a current lobbyist for the Texas American Federation of Teachers. I started my public schools by attending 5 different all-black schools: Rockdale, Texas; McGregor, Terrell, Mount Pleasant, Gonzales. My dad was a minister in AME Church, and we moved a lot. But in 1954, something really important happened. It was Brown versus Board of Education. Changed a whole lot of things. It was after that, when I was in school, the second semester of my 9th grade year, when I first went to an integrated school, that I learned the difference in those 2 education systems that we had at that point in time. I went 8.5 years in those black schools, and by the way, I had some great teachers there, and I'll tell you a little bit about them in a minute. But when I went to San Marcos High School, as I later taught my students for 27 years, I told them I went from being at the top of my class to just trying to stay in the class. That's when I learned just how unbalanced and unequal those 2 systems were. And I'm fearful that we might be headed back that way, and that's why I'm talking to you this evening. The teachers that I had in those all-black schools, they did a wonderful job with what they knew and what they had. They had very little, though, because most of the times we didn't have up-to-date textbooks. There were lots of other pieces of equipment sometimes that were missing. I never saw a science lab in my science class because we didn't have a lab on that campus. So they were working with what they had, and as I said, they did a wonderful job. I want to pay a special tribute to a couple of them. My English teacher in the 8th and 9th grade probably taught me more about the English language than any other teacher ever taught me in a black school, because she knew her language. Her name was Roy Evelyn Smith, and she's deceased, but may God bless her soul. And the other one was my 2nd grade teacher, Mrs. Lucibel Battles. She gave me my first spanking. Taught me you're going to have to behave yourself, okay? So I want you to know about those 2 people.
All right.
I'm telling you about that experience because I don't want us to go back to that time. Now, following Brown versus Board of Education, lawmakers first spoke about vouchers and setting up all those kinds of grant programs. They used those to try to close down public schools because they didn't want to desegregate the schools. But our Texas Constitution is clear.
Wrap up your testimony, please, sir.
Okay, give me 30 seconds.
Okay.
Our Constitution is clear about our responsibilities, or your responsibilities. It says very clearly in the Texas Constitution, you are to establish and make suitable provision for the support and maintenance of an efficient system of public free education. Vouchers don't belong in Texas, okay? And so what I would ask you all to do in closing is to go back to, I'll say, your first love. Read the first part of the Chapter 7 of the Constitution and just follow those instructions. Fix and put together a great public education system, and you won't need to do any of this other stuff. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Harris. I'm sorry, we have a question for you. Representative Harris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harrison. Chairman, it says you're registered on behalf of Texas AFT and yourself. Is that correct?
Right.
What is Texas AFT?
Texas American Federation of Teachers.
What is that? Can you tell me a little bit about that organization?
That's a teachers organization. It's a teachers lobby.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Harris, you're speaking to the microphone. I apologize.
Sorry, yeah, I lost you after teachers.
It's the Texas American Federation of Teachers, and it is one of the teacher organizations, and I'm a lobbyist for them.
What kind of teachers organization is it specifically?
It's a union.
Okay.
We represent teachers.
Okay, because I hear all the time that there are no teacher unions in Texas.
Well, no, we are a union. We're proud of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harris. Thank you, Chairman.
All right. Members, any more questions for Mr. Harris? All right, sir. Thanks for being here.
Sure.
All right. Chair calls Tricia Cave. Okay. All right. We're going to show Tricia Cave on behalf of ATPE, registered against the bill. Chair calls Carrie Griffith. Okay. We show you registered as Carrie Griffith on behalf of the Texas State Teachers Association and yourself testifying against the bill. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you. I stepped out to have a meal, and you called my name from all day. Carrie Griffith with Texas State Teachers Association, testifying in opposition to this bill because we oppose legislation that is a transfer of public funds to private entities. Texas Public Schools accept all students, and it's the position of our membership that private school choice programs will divert desperately needed funds from schools that serve all to entities that can selectively admit and push out, yet are not held accountable in equal measure. So in particular, our opposition that I'll speak to in my 2 minutes is that this legislation doesn't provide adequate accountability to taxpayers, and we're concerned that ESAs will not adequately serve all students. So regarding accountability, in the bill, the comptroller may audit. It's permissive language, but it's not required to audit. But even more concerning to us is that if they do engage an entity to conduct an audit, there's no requirement that the audited participant or the education assistance organization provide information or documentation. There's no requirement that they engage, that they accept the terms of the audit, so to speak. Second concern around accountability is regarding the assessments. The bill does require the participating private schools to administer a test, but of course they can they can select either a norm referenced or STAR test. We don't support STAR testing. We don't support expanding STAR testing, but to be responsible, you can't evaluate whether vouchers add value to the system if you're not measuring. If you don't have a system set to measure students pre and post voucher or the non-voucher compared to the voucher students. And then secondly, just the third point is that we're concerned that vouchers don't adequately serve students. Many students with disabilities are systemically excluded from voucher programs because they're denied admission. Is that my time?
That's it.
Yeah, okay.
You can finish up.
Yeah. Well, they're denied admission because schools lack services. We heard many of the representatives from private schools today say that they share with their applicants that they don't have services to admit them or because they are counseled out.
All right. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here. Chair calls Lori Todd Smith. All right, we show you registered as Lori Todd Smith on behalf of America First Policy Institute, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Hello, thank you for having us here today. My name is Dr. Lori Todd Smith, and I serve as the director for the Center for Education Opportunity at America First Policy Institute in Washington, D.C. I've had a long career of over 30 years in education, and I'm here today to offer support for House Bill 4340. As a former public school elementary teacher, I saw firsthand that children learn in a variety of ways and how critical it was to teach to the needs of these children. We should not really expect that any one school could perfectly fit and be perfectly tailored to serve the children who also just happen to live in a given area. Just doesn't work that way. So having school choice options empowers parents and to choose the education that best meets their child's needs. And for struggling students to catch up, this chance can be life-saving. I've heard you talk a little about the NAEP scores today, but I don't think anybody's really pointed out a few things that stood out to me. My work at AFPI, I assist states in understanding research and the impacts of education reform. And you know that the NAEP scores nationally are lower than they have ever been in the last 30 years. But what stands out to me about Texas, only 30% of your fourth graders are reading at or above proficient. Black and Hispanic fourth grade students had an average reading score 24 points lower than white students. Your low-income students had an average score that was 30 points lower from middle and high-income households. White students who took the ACT test in high school had an average score of 22.6. African American students who took the ACT had a score of 16.7. These test scores can have powerful consequences for the next generation of children. Reversing these achievement losses will need aggressive action over the next several years. You can change the trajectory of thousands of students by providing more opportunities to access a quality education as determined by their parents. So continuing, I just want to make sure you knew, as far from a research perspective, creating education savings accounts based on sound research. And you've heard a lot about that already today. And you have a great opportunity to build your education system into a system of excellence and greatness by putting students and families first. I have more research in my written remarks as well.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls James Matlock. All right. Okay, we show you registered as James Matlock, registered on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct. I'm also a trustee at Hutto ISD.
Okay. Can we add that? Yeah, may I add that to the registration?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You may begin.
As a school board trustee, I strongly oppose the implementation of these vouchers, ESAs, for several reasons that have already been heard today. Firstly, vouchers would divert public funds away from public schools, which serve the vast majority of students in our community. This would have a detrimental impact on not only the quality of education we provide to our students, but the opportunities that students have to succeed. Secondly, these vouchers, ESAs, would undermine the principles of equal opportunity in education. Public schools are obligated to serve all students, regardless of their background, religion, or their ability to pay. Vouchers, on the other hand, would give some families the ability to choose better schools while leaving others behind. Additionally, many students in the state don't have physical access to a private school near them. This would create a two-tiered education system where only the wealthiest families would have access to the schools. Rather than to segregate and create a two-tiered system, I'm asking to fully fund all districts in the state and allow every student access to great educational outcomes. In Hutto ISD, the average first-year teacher salary is about $51,000, well above that of the first-year minimum created by TEA of about $33,000. This cost deferred for just 5 students at roughly $10,300 would be the difference of a new kindergarten teacher or a new certified CTE teacher, all in a time when teacher vacancies are at an all-time high. Our children, our parents, and our communities deserve better. They deserve more, not less. To conclude, vouchers, ESAs, are detrimental to the impact on public education to our communities. They would divert public funds away from public schools and undermine the principle of equal opportunity. As a school board member, I believe that we must focus on improving public schools and public education and ensuring that all students have access to high-quality education.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Matlock. Any questions for this witness? All right, Representative Harrison.
All right, quickly, thank you, Mr. Matlock. Thank you for your service on the school board. From your testimony, I think you said that school choice would, quote, create a two-tiered education system. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, that's something that's been echoed throughout the other testimonies.
Yeah, where you said, quote, only the wealthy families would have access.
Right.
If you're a rich family in Texas right now, can you send your kids to the school of your choice pretty much?
You can.
Okay.
But
if you're a poor family in Texas, can you do that?
You can.
How?
So, as I believe others have testified today, parents are able to choose where they live. And that, in essence, provides them the educational opportunities, as well as many public school districts do have, whether it's a magnet school or a school within their public school system.
So right now, poor
families. So if we were
families,
able to fund those programs, then they would have that choice.
So poor families and rich families both have the same educational options in Texas today?
No, they don't.
Okay, so it sounds like we already have a two-tier system right now, doesn't it?
So why are we adding to that two-tier and making it more segregated?
No, we're giving the lower tier. The idea behind a bill like Representative Frank has brought is that the lower tier, families who do not have wealth, can have the same or at least similar educational opportunities to families who do have wealth. Thank you again for being here. Thank you, Chairman.
Madeline. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Representative Hinojosa has a question
First
for you.
time. Sorry.
That's okay. You're good. Just,
You know,
good.
it sounded like you're about to say something, and I just wanted to ask, was there something else that you wanted to say?
Only thing I wanted to add was that when it looks like we're at a fork in the road, in my opinion. We have an opportunity to either fully fund, educate public schools, or we can divert those funds somewhere else. When given that opportunity, I don't understand the priority of, with the budget being a moral document, that we are looking to take those funds away from public schools.
Yeah, Chairman Dutton has a question.
Thank you. Now, which school district are you?
Hutto ISD.
Hutto. And
I actually went to school with your son, I believe.
which one?
Peter.
Okay, yeah. That's
We were roommates in college.
one of my 5 sons. Let me ask this. The participation in your district in terms of school board elections, what was it?
Outside of, or including school board, the city, we do have a very low turnout.
Yeah, I mean, what was it? What was the percentage? Was it less than 10%?
I would say around 10%, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So parents who want changes in the school district don't participate in the elections, do they?
I believe like many other districts across the state, we have a vocal majority of parents that are involved. I believe earlier it was discussed that parents need to be involved in
But the
their children's
majority of
education.
the parents don't participate, do they?
They do not.
They don't participate in the election. And yet they come here and they complain about bullying, and they complain about all the things that the school's not doing. But when we give them the opportunity to participate, they are silent. For the most part.
I don't.
Yes, sir.
So one of the benefits that we have in Hutto, we have a parent engagement department that actually goes out and reaches out to those parents. In Hutto, about 40% of our students' body is Hispanic. And so we need to be able to reach out to them, have translators also available. So we as a district have used those funds to reach out to get that increased parent involvement.
Because you all recognize that the parents don't participate.
We recognize the importance of the participation, and we want to create pathways so that they can participate.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
All right, members, any more questions for Mr. Matlock? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Francesca Leahy. Excuse me. Did I get it right? All right.
That's correct.
Okay, we show you registered as Francesca Leahy on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Good evening, Chairman Buckley and committee members. Thank you for taking the time to hear testimony today. My name is Francesca Fraga Leahy, and I am representing myself in opposition to HB 4340. I oppose HB 4340 because this bill would divert my taxpayer dollars intended for the public good to fund private schools with unacceptably low levels of transparency. I am a former teacher with 15 years of experience in education at the classroom and state levels, and having taught in the Rio Grande Valley and in Waco, Texas, and in Austin, I can tell you that schools respond to the communities in which they exist, and communities respond to the resources with which they are provided. And I know that our system of public education thrives because of the community involvement, both that has been provided over the course of decades to ensure that the public education system responds to and reflects the needs of of our society, of Texas as a globally competitive economy. And I know that with additional resources, with additional support, that our public education system can rise to the challenges of meeting the needs of every single student. And there are so many hardworking public servants in public education right now who are trying to do exactly that. And I request that this legislative body divert their attention and our state resources to supporting our existing system rather than diverting my taxpayer dollars and that of my fellow citizens to yet another system that has not had to undergo the decades of investment in public education that our current system has had has developed in order to meet the needs of our post-secondary system, our democracy, as well as our workforce. Okay. So I oppose HB 4340 so that we can refocus our energy and our resources on our public education system, and instead of diverting our resources to another system that would not support my own kids and that of my neighbors' kids to achieve our goals for college, career, and civic engagement. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Joshua Houston, then we'll have Susanna Carranza, Melissa Reed, Paolo Gonzalez Fusilier, Julia Grizzard, Chuck Allman, Lynn Boswell. All right, we have you, show you registered as Joshua Houston on behalf of Texas Impact, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm Joshua Houston. We're opposed to House Bill 4340. Texas Impact is the statewide membership organization for mainline Protestant, Jewish, and Muslim denominations in the state. Our membership opposes any diversion of public funds to private schools for 3 reasons. Our first objection is religious liberty. Public funds should not go to private schools for teaching religion. The teaching of religion is how this program is different from food stamps or disaster relief. The government is taxing a person of one faith in order to raise someone else's child in a different faith. As Governor Oren Roberts explained in 1884, we're a state with many people of different nations and creeds, and it should be beyond the power of their government to compel them to pay to educate children in a religion that is not their own. Our second objection is a lack of equity. We are for every child receiving an equitable education. Even if it were required that private schools take all applicants and enough money was appropriated to cover all the cost of tuition, not just a percentage, rural areas would still lack options. Our third objection is a lack of accountability. We are for public dollars being accountable to the voters. However, as soon as the government starts attaching the strings necessary to achieve that accountability, then there's a religious liberty problem where the autonomy of our religious institutions is diminished. Best would be for government to leave religious education private and voluntarily funded. Thank you, and we look forward to working with you.
Any questions for the witness? Thank you. Chair calls Joshua Houston.
That was him.
Oh, I'm sorry. See, I'm going to give you some more time. See how generous I am? Okay. Chair calls Susanna Carranza. Ms. Carranza, I saw you see that you're representing yourself and that you are against the bill.
Yes, I'm Dr. Susanna Carranza. I'm against the bill, and I'm testifying on my own behalf. I have nothing against private schools and parents that choose them. What I'm against is using our limited public funds to sponsor the schools. If you want to help fund private schools so you can get more students, you can convince business and other organizations to fund them, not public funds. Furthermore, a lot of the money would go to religious schools, which erodes their separation of church and state. Public funds should not fund religious schools. Here we have a legislative body that does nothing or did nothing to increase the school allotment to the levels it's needed to improve schools for all, but keeps proposing ways to divert students from public school, which in turn removes funds from the school as we are funded based on school, student attendance. Here we have a body that refused to support a $10,000 increase in teacher pay, which would help public schools retain teachers. But then we're trying to say that school choice also is a choice for teachers. Well, if you supported teachers, you support a pay increase. Texas has a large surplus this year, yet it failed to use the surplus to fully fund our schools. As mentioned by others before, the public schools will get hurt because even if you're not taking from the same pot of money, every time you remove a student from a public school, that school reduces their allowed fund, but all the costs remain the same. It costs the same to teach a class of 30 students or 29, and the budget will be stretched because there's less money to go by. Why not spend public money on providing more choice within the public school system, like additional access to one-on-one attention to high-risk student, or help parents engage, or to support teachers with extra curricular activities or anything that now the teachers have to do out of their own pocket.
Like Representative Talarico, I'm a taxpayer without kids. I happily pay my tax because I believe as a society we have a duty to help all, but funding private schools is not helping all, it's just helping a few. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carranza. Any questions, members? Thank you. Chair calls Melissa Reed. Melissa Reed. I'll show Melissa Reed as representing herself, and she's against the bill. Paola Gonzalez Fusilier. I'll show Paola Gonzalez Fusilier representing, she's a trustee with Pasadena ISD and herself, and she's against the bill. Chair calls Julia Grizzard. Julia Grizzard. I show Julia Grizzard as Executive Director, Boxar County Education Coalition, and herself, and she is against the bill. Chair calls Chuck Allman. Mr. Allman, I show you representing yourself, and I show you against the bill. Is that correct?
No, I'm for the bill.
For the bill. My error.
That's okay, yes.
For the bill. Thank you.
Yes,
You may
ma'am.
proceed.
Madam Vice Chair and committee, I appreciate y'all listening to me. After driving from Lampasas to Austin this morning, I won't ever gripe about the traffic in Lubbock. I would like to, if this microphone had to be replaced, and we would have to take these screws out right here, and I had my 3-year-old daughter here with my toolbox, and I'd say, daughter, would you give me a screwdriver? And she would give me a screwdriver, and I'd say, well, that won't fit these screws, so give me another one. So I'd get another one. Well, no, that's a square bit. This is a Phillips. So give me a Phillips. Okay, she knows what a Phillips is, so we got a Phillips screwdriver, and it works. The square bit doesn't work. The straight slot screwdriver doesn't work. So we have to have the right tool to do the job. I think it's the parents' responsibility to educate their kids, but the main tool they use is the schools. So y'all have the opportunity to buy a toolbox for these children. I know children are not objects, but it's kind of the same thing. And I would like to, Mr. Talarico, early on today, this is kind of off the subject a little bit, but he brought it up about teachers leaving the teaching profession, having a shortage of teachers. I know 2 reasons that they are. One of them is they're not allowed to teach like they want to teach anymore. They have so much paperwork, so many things to do besides teach. They can't teach because I'm married to one of them. And every day she'd come home, I just can't teach. And now she's able to teach dyslexic kids without having to jump through a bunch of hoops. And she can teach like she wants to teach. She teaches
Mr. Allman,
them.
can you bring it to a close?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And the other thing is there's no discipline. Kids misbehave. They can't do anything to them. I mean, send them to the office. They get a slap on the wrist. I mean, I know the answer to that, but I know it's illegal to do anymore. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the witness? Thank you. Chair calls Lynn Boswell. Lynn Boswell. Ms. Boswell, I see you representing Austin ISD of trustees and yourself, and you are against the bill.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
You may
you, Chairwoman
proceed.
Allen, members of the committee. My name is Lynn Boswell. I'm a trustee of the Austin Independent School District, and I'm testifying on behalf of the district and the board. The district opposes HB 4340. Prior to the legislative session, the Board of Trustees unanimously adopted legislative priorities, including opposition to any programs that divert public tax dollars to private schools that are exempt from state accountability and admissions requirements applicable to public schools. HB 4340 establishes an education savings account program to provide state resources to fund tuition at a private school and provides a premium tax credit to insurance companies as one means to provide money to the fund. The bill creates a voucher program. Texas already funds 2 parallel school systems. Adding a third will not serve students or our state, especially in a state that chooses to underfund our public schools despite the fact that we are a very wealthy state. We rank in the bottom 10% nationally in per student funding, about $4,000 less per student than the national average. Someone earlier mentioned the problems this bill might cause. I'll tell you the problems I see in my own community from the underfunding. Teenage lifeguards in Austin are being paid more this summer than our lowest paid hourly workers. We have people who commute an hour to drive buses because they can't afford to live in our city. Many of our teachers cannot afford to live in the community where they teach. About 1.5 miles from here, there's a middle school. Families live in multi-million-dollar houses, go to a school where the building is crumbling around them. When it rains, there is a pump in the hallway that pumps water out of the hallway. Great things happen in that building. Students do well. They're fantastic programs, but no one should have to go to a school in a place like that. That is our choice as a state. Private schools do not have accountability measures that other schools need to follow. They're not governed by trustees who have to earn the support of their local voters. Their finances are not open to the public. They are not subject to accountability according to the STAR. And the diversion of public dollars to private schools takes needed resources out of a system that serves all, a system that's in our state's constitution.
Ms. Boswell, can you wrap it up?
Yes. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Representative Hinojosa?
Thank you, Trustee Boswell. I'm so glad you're my trustee, and I appreciate you being here. There was a figure raised earlier about how Austin ISD gets an astronomical amount per student, $26,000, I think. That was news to me. I'd like to go straight to the source and ask if that's correct.
We get a little more than $11,000 per student from all sources. That $26,000 figure may include our recapture. This year, we're going to pay more than $900 million into our recapture, and that figure may be including that number.
And so those are property taxes. Do all those property taxes go to our public schools in the state of Texas?
They do not all go to our public schools in the state of Texas. I think the most recent calculation suggested that if they all went to public schools in the state of Texas, it would be an increase of more than $200 per student.
Thank you.
Yes, and our taxpayers are paying that, and that is part of what makes our city so unaffordable for so many of the people who work in our schools and so many of the people who learn in our schools. And as a result, we're also losing families. The proportion of people 18 and under is shrinking in our city, partly because of that expense. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Chair calls Monty Exter. Mr. Exter, I show you Director of Government Relations, the Texas Association, the Association of Texas Professional Educators, and yourself, and you are against the bill.
That's right, Madam Chair.
Proceed.
Monty Exter with ATPE. We are opposed to the bill. One of my members, you actually heard from her earlier today, relayed to me just yesterday a conversation that she had with a Senate staffer where she was told that sometimes parents make bad educational decisions, but that we should that we should support their right to those bad decisions. If educational quality matters so little that we would allow it to just be chucked right out the door and to provide a false sense of choice purchased with other people's tax dollars, as we've heard today, then perhaps the conversation that we should be having is actually about the accountability system or maybe even the existence of compulsory education laws at all. However, I think the reality is that for most legislators and nearly all taxpayers, educational quality does in fact matter. This is one of the reasons why voucher bills like 4340 don't make much sense. Because voucher schools tend to underperform academically, they have high turnover rates, and ultimately have high closure rates. First, let me specify, that private schools and voucher schools are not synonymous. There are many high-quality private schools, both inside and outside of the state of Texas. What we have learned, though, from many years of these programs existing in other places is that the schools that tend to be utilized in these programs are not the stable, well-funded private schools with the reputations of academic excellence. Those aren't the ones that tend to take the vouchers. These schools appear to neither need the government dollars nor necessarily want the kids that are attached to them. The schools that do take vouchers tend to be of two varieties: new schools who come into being for the sole purpose of taking vouchers, or existing schools that are struggling to get by without those dollars. As it turns out, running a successful, high-quality school is both difficult and costly. This is one reason why top-tier private schools tend to charge 2 or 3 times as much as the per-pupil funding for public schools. This is also likely why students in voucher schools tied to many of the statewide voucher programs found elsewhere tend to experience learning loss on par with educational disruptions like COVID or with things like hurricanes. In addition to that, what we have seen through years of research is that 1 in 5, and you heard this statistic earlier, 1 in 5 of those students, in fact, leaves on an annual basis, or in some places it's as much as 2 in 3 kids, which is the research that you saw from Florida. Thankfully, now it sounds like it's 1 in 3 kids instead of 2 in 3 kids. Additionally, of the schools, and wrapping up, yes, ma'am, more than 40% of all the schools that have ever taken a voucher have ended up closing within the next 5 years. This is not a good academic track record, simply because one of the worst things that you can actually have in the academic performance of a child is mobility and instability, which is what these things cause. I'm happy to go further into that, but for right now, I will simply wrap up and say thank you, and I'm open to any questions if you have any.
Representative Harrison.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for being here. Thank you for the testimony. Do you trust parents to make the best decisions for their children's education?
I trust the majority of parents to do what they think is in the best interest of their individual child. Not all parents are in a place to be able to do that, and that's simply reality. We have lots of parents in this state, lots of folks who have had children in this state who are drug addicted, who are alcoholic, who have experienced hardships of their own that have left them ill-prepared to take care of themselves, much less somebody else.
So as a matter of public policy, you reject the notion that the state of Texas should defer to parents in terms of making the educational decisions for their children?
You are putting words in my mouth.
Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
No, I do not agree with that statement. That's not what I'm saying, and that's not what we're saying here. There's a difference between giving folks an option to turn down a public system and an option to divert other people's money towards their private choices.
Let's talk about school closures, because you mentioned 1 out of 4 private schools that have taken some type of...
40%.
40%. Those are private schools, right?
Largely, I would assume, yes.
And they have failed.
Yes.
What happens to private schools when they fail?
They close, and hopefully that's not during the middle of the year.
What happens to public schools when they fail?
Well, theoretically, what should happen to public schools when they fail is
I'm asking what does happen to public schools when they fail. Do they close?
A litany of things happen to public schools.
Do they close?
Ultimately, yes, they do.
Okay.
Under the laws that this legislature has passed.
How many examples can you give to me of us shutting down public schools in the last decade?
We have a very descriptive system of laws that go through a number of things in the accountability regime that ratchet up over time, that end either in a district being taken over, which is what we just saw, that was based largely on one school in a district that has more than 200,000, or you can close the school, or you can repurpose the school. All of these things are not newly laws on the book.
Are all public schools in the state of Texas over the past 10 years successes by your definitions?
All schools in no sector are successes.
Okay. How many public schools that are not successful, since some are not successful by your own words, how many of those have been closed?
I do not have a number because it is not the only option.
Because it's zero. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any other questions for the witness? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
The chair calls Lisa Alverson. Lisa Alverson. Not hearing or seeing Lisa Alverson. Lisa was representing herself. Okay, and she's against the bill. Chair calls Larry McKenzie.
He's here in the overflow room. I'll go get him.
Larry McKenzie, I'll say it again over the microphones, maybe he'll hear. Larry McKenzie. Larry is a teacher representing the Texas American Federation of Teachers and himself, and he's against the bill. Give him a couple of seconds. Can we roll on and then come back to him? Okay. We'll call the next one and then we'll come back to Larry if he comes. Chair calls Vanessa McDougal. Vanessa McDougal. Hearing nor seeing Vanessa McDougal, we'll record her as representing the League of Women Voters of Texas and herself, and she's against the bill. Larry McKenzie? He's not here.
He is coming.
He is coming.
Yes, ma'am. He's
Okay.
on his way.
The chair calls Leslie Rivas. Leslie Rivas. Hearing nor seeing Leslie Rivas. She's representing the Mexican American School Board Association, and she's against the bill. Chair calls Cheryl Tipkins Hurst. Cheryl Tipkins Hurst.
She's also in the overflow room coming.
She's coming?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We got to call the next one. I don't see Larry.
We'll show her.
We'll show Cheryl Tippins Hurst. Shh. We'll go back. Larry McKenzie.
Cheryl Tippins-Hurst is against the bill.
Okay, we'll show Cheryl Tippins-Hurst, a teacher representing the Texas American Federation of Teachers, and showing her against the bill. Keep going back.
To
Hi, Larry.
Hello, how you doing? Dr. Allen. Greetings.
Wait just a minute.
Okay.
Chair calls Larry McKenzie, and Larry is showing you as a teacher representing the Texas American Federation of Teachers and yourself. Is that right? And you are against the bill?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Greetings. My name is Larry McKenzie. I've been teaching since 1995. I've taught in a lot of different areas, and I'm addressing 4340. I'm against all vouchers. I am from Houston, and all of the charter schools seemingly are in the brown and black communities and not in the affluent communities. So it would seem if they work so well, then they would be in the affluent communities also. So with the bill, the way it's stated, I'm against it, period. Because what charter schools do in Houston is they cherry pick the kids, they pick the good kids and the good parents, and they leave the special needs and the behavior kids. I teach a secondary DAEP right now. So I see the behavior kids, and because I live in the community that I teach in, I see the special needs kids also. And my oldest son is AS, so he's on the spectrum. So you have to watch your kids. So I'm voting, well, I vote no in my own mind, like I'm up there with y'all, but it doesn't work. And I've been teaching since 1995. So hopefully everything works out well and we can put some more money in the teachers' pockets and into the schools in my community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much for being here. Chair calls James Dickey. James Dickey. Okay, we'll show James Dick. We'll show James Dickey on behalf of himself, registered for the bill.
She's here.
Chair calls Cheryl Tippins Hurst.
We should get the next handful.
Okay. We show you registered as Cheryl Tippins Hurst on behalf of Texas AFT and yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, hang on just one second.
Okay.
We're going to have Raina Glasser, Paul Colbert, Aaron Perk, Alicia Markham, and Jennifer Lisa Corcoran. You'll be on deck. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for listening to my information. I'm Cheryl Hurst, and I'm a Texas educator, and I have been for the last 27 years. I have 2 degrees, both a bachelor's and a master's degree, and I have many reasons for not having vouchers in our schools, but giving teachers a raise. Teachers spend many hours on training that they are not compensated for. In the last year, I've spent an additional 100 hours outside of my school time to complete the Texas Reading Academy and was not compensated for my time. Other teachers in other districts were. I put my health at risk every day because parents choose to send children to school without on medication, knowing that they're contagious and have a fever. I put my life in danger every day with school shootings on the rise. My job never ends. I have to take work home with me because the 45-minute planning time I get daily is not enough to write lesson plans, make copies, grade work, post grades, make parent phone calls, document RTI, clean my classroom, write lesson plans for RTI, small groups, and so much more. Giving parents a voucher to send their children to a private school sends the wrong message. It sends the message that we do not have confidence in our public schools. It tells parents and teachers that public schools are not important. We are the reason children get an education and can be productive adults. Vote no for these vouchers and yes for raises for Texas public schools.
All right. Thank you, members. Any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Raina Glasser. Raina Glasser. Okay, we're going to show Raina Glasser on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Paul Colbert. All right, you bet. We show you registered as Paul Colbert on behalf of El Paso ISD and yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members, my name is Paul Colbert. For those of you who don't know me, I was the budget chair of education for 8 years while I served in the House. Some of you may also know that before that, I was the research director of Senate Ed for 5 years. And before that, I worked for members in the House, including my very first session in 1975 when I worked for a rural representative who had 27 school districts in his district, the largest of which was Sweetwater. So I have a very strong affinity for for what happens to rural school districts. In my 2 minutes of time, I don't have time to go through everything that's wrong with this fiscal note for you, but I'll do the best that I can, okay? I heard somebody earlier call this a sliver that would be going to the private schools. The sliver in this fiscal note is $3.6 billion over 5 years, which to me is more like a sequoia than a sliver. But that horribly understates what the actual impact would be. And so that's what these two handouts will explain. And if I don't have time, I'd appreciate it if someone would ask me to finish explaining about that so I can go into it. There are about 5 major errors with the fiscal note. And when I was the budget chair, if I had gotten a fiscal note like this, we would have sent it back to the LBB and told them to do it over again. The errors are, number one, it does not reflect the cumulative student growth in figuring out what the cost would be of students who are currently within public schools. It ignores homeschoolers. It ignores the authorization to appropriate general revenue. It makes totally ridiculous assumptions about what private school capacity is, and it overstates what the average cost is of students for the purpose of calculating the vouchers. So let me go through 3 of those things. I'm not going to talk about what happens to schools, to public schools, if a student leaves, because I don't have time to do that. So what this will talk about is how this will constrain your ability as legislators in the future to be able to actually fund public education. If you'll take a look at this, this deals with 3 of those issues. This deals with the impact of cumulative students. It deals with the fact that homeschoolers aren't included in the fiscal note, and it deals with the level of the voucher, the cost of the voucher that's in there.
Okay.
There are.
Conclude your testimony, please.
Okay. I will be glad to answer any questions that the members may have so that I may be able to explain why it will end up costing you about 10 times as much as what the fiscal note says.
All right.
I'll ask him a question.
Okay. Dr. Allen.
Yeah, please explain this quickly to me.
I will explain this as quick. I'll try to be uncharacteristically brief, Chair Allen. I understand. Okay. This thing here is sort of where they got the numbers from that are in that 5 years. And this is basically the amount of money that would be allowed to be diverted from insurance premium taxes. But what it ignores is the fact that it also gives the legislature the ability to divert general revenue to it. So, assuming no kids whatsoever leave public schools, the bill does provide that entering students, kindergartners or first graders who are entering school, can get a voucher even if they've never been to public school. I'm sorry, an ESA tuition grant, even so. There are about 250 to 275,000 students in public schools, in private schools in Texas. There are also, according to the Homeschool Coalition, 750,000 students who are being homeschooled. Roughly, that's 1 million students, okay? So if you figure that 1/13 of those kids are in kindergarten and entering for the first time, and they would have been going to private school anyway, that's about 77,000 students. That's the number you see there at the beginning. What the fiscal note then doesn't take into account is the bill also provides that once you get that voucher, you get to keep getting it. So in the second year, not only are you going to have those 77,000 students now in first grade getting the voucher, but you'll have a new 77,000 students. So in the second year, you'll have 154,000 students, and so on, so that you keep adding students to it. You have to deal with the cost of the cumulative number of kids who qualify for the vouchers who will never have attended a public school, and the fiscal note totally ignores that cost for you. I might add that this also understates it because there's a provision in the bill that says that it's not only for kids who are first-timers in kindergarten or first grade, but it also says that their siblings can. So if a kid qualifies to enter kindergarten under the terms of this bill, and they've got a sibling in 4th or 5th grade who's already in a private school and already paying for it, nonetheless, they get a voucher for that kid as well. But if you take a look at the cumulative cost of that, you will see at the cost that's in the fiscal note for what the cost of the voucher would be by year 13, when that first kindergarten class would have gone all the way through, you are looking at a cost of $10,355 million without a single kid leaving public school. That is the cost for kids who who are already intending to go to private school receiving vouchers. So you're talking about $20 billion for a biennium there. Now, to wrap it up here, Chair Allen, because I know that you definitely want to go home, as do I. You're going to spend $17 billion this year on property tax relief, in new money on property tax relief. So if you dedicate $17 billion this year on property tax relief, and you dedicate even half of this amount of money, $10 billion over the biennium, $11 billion over the biennium, to paying for education savings accounts, vouchers for the kids who are already going to be going to private schools anyway, you're talking about being in a situation where you're going to have at least over $25 to $30 billion that would not be available in a biennium to you in the future to spend on public education. Now, as the former budget chair of education, who was chair during good times and during some of the worst times we ever had in our budget when oil crashed in 1985, 1986, I will tell you that what this will do, if you were to pass this program, will be to shrink our public schools until they are small enough to strangle in a bathtub. So if that is your goal for public education, by all means pass this bill, but I urge you, on behalf of the El Paso Independent School District, but also on behalf of myself, as somebody who has spent 50 years working to improve public schools in the state of Texas, please do not vote for House Bill 4340 or any of its kin. I urge you to vote against the bill. I'd be glad to answer any other questions.
Representative Hefner.
Any additional questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chair calls Aaron Perk. Okay. All right. We show you registered as Aaron Perk on behalf of Northeast AFT and yourself. Is that correct?
As a correction, just for myself, I'm a Northeast AFT member, but not speaking for the whole local.
Okay. We have your permission to remove that.
Please do.
So we have Aaron Perk on behalf of yourself testifying against the bill.
All right.
Okay.
Howdy. My name is Aaron Perk, and I'm a history teacher in San Antonio, testifying against the bill. I'm here today because I'm confused by just how many voucher bills are being considered in this legislative session. It makes me wonder about the motivations for these bills and what particular concerns this body is trying to address. It can't be a concern for public schools because the state has systematically underfunded them and placed onerous testing burdens on them that will not apply to private schools. It can't be a concern for teachers because some people in this building have accrued a lot of political capital by attacking teachers as indoctrinating students and being racist and perverts. It can't be a concern for custodians and cafeteria workers and other staff because last week this body voted to deny those same people, a living wage, much less the basic right to collectively bargain and strike. So it has to be about the students, right? But it can't be about that either, because the same people promoting these bills have also worked to limit the topics students can study, the books they can read, and even what names they can go by in my classroom. So I think it's reasonable to suggest that these bills are really nothing more than a money-making opportunity, that some in this building have backers that stand to make big profits by breaking down and selling off one of our few remaining public institutions. Businessmen, financiers, and other snake oil salesmen will come into these towns and swindle people out of their money and, more importantly, their public inheritance. And so I urge you to vote against this and all other voucher schemes that show up in front of you, because if you don't, it may show your priorities lie less with constituents and more with a few people who are trying to turn a buck. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Appreciate you being here. Chair. Okay. Chair calls Alicia Markham. All right. We show you registered as Alicia Markham on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley and committee members. My name is Alicia Markham, and while I serve as an elected trustee on the Round Rock ISD School Board, I'm here today speaking in my private capacity as the mother of two boys who attend our neighborhood elementary school, and both of whom receive special education services. I am speaking against HB 4340. 10 years ago, my oldest son was diagnosed with autism. As a young mother learning to navigate the education system with my first child, I researched every educational option to ensure I would be giving him every opportunity at success. I spoke to every private and charter school in our area that promoted their campus as inclusive of students with disabilities. Here are some of the responses I received from those private schools. We have reviewed your child's IEP, and we do not have the staff in place to support him. We do take children with autism, but not children like your son. We want our students to have potential in something, and just for good measure from a local charter school. If you choose to send your son here and he has any behavior, we will teach him in a room by himself. Much has been said about vouchers being most helpful for vulnerable populations, like students with disabilities and economically disadvantaged students. The reality is, private schools create systems that help them maintain the demographics they desire, demographics that do not include either of these populations. In addition to tuition costs out of reach for a majority of families, even with a voucher, private schools are not required to provide transportation, a free and reduced lunch program, and they are exempt from adhering to federal protections guaranteed under IDEA. And as private institutions, they have the right to operate this way, but not with public funds. Thousands of public education advocates have asked this legislature to raise the basic allotment by the minimum $900 the Texas Comptroller has stated is necessary to close the inflation gap and allow schools to pay teachers a living wage. And yet we are here again fighting to just keep public funds in our public schools, where unlike private institutions, accountability and financial transparency are required to receive state funding. There was a resounding cheer in the public education community when the House passed the Herrero Amendment. We are grateful.
Wrap your testimony up, please.
And we are asking you to hold the line. Thank you.
I have a question just real quickly. You talked about special needs kids and your own personal situation. How do you respond to those parents like testified earlier today from a private school in my district where that had kids with autism that literally had found just the opposite? That the local school was not providing what they wanted, and they went to a very highly qualified school, and they were being successful, working 2 jobs, and grandparents moving in with them. Is that not worthy of some discussion by this body?
Sure. It's my experience being heavily involved in the special education community that schools like that are very rare. So you are still talking about a very, very small percentage of students who could take advantage of that. And to be perfectly honest, that's really something that should be handled. Like there were several people that came and spoke earlier, I think from Oak Ridge something, that the amount of therapy that they are giving at that school almost should be covered by healthcare versus education, because there is a school in Austin that does provide some of the same services. It's supposed to be inclusive, has a lot of therapy, but they bill out to insurance. And so, yes, but in my experience, there are very, very few schools that offer those services.
Okay, so the level of services are some of our public schools can't provide that level.
Well, I can't speak to that, and I can't speak to their community. That has not been the case. And I didn't get to finish my testimony, but my son is reading now. He communicates. He is communicating his feelings, his thoughts, all things that he was not able to do when he entered public school. It was the only choice for him, and it was the best choice. So I can't speak to other communities, but for our community and for this area, because I explored it heavily when he went into kindergarten, those choices don't exist.
Okay. Do you think maybe that if there was a pathway there, that those choices would begin to exist? If there was a means for more families to afford that type of care?
No, sir, I don't. If you look at the amount of, if you look at the cost of therapies, like if we want to do private therapies, the cost of therapy on top of whatever the gap is you would have to make, there's no voucher that could make up the gap for families that could never afford private schools to begin with. So I don't think that having to pay for private therapy and then make up the gap between what you would get from a voucher and then what the tuition of the school is, I don't know that that would really open up a lot of new opportunities for families.
Okay, well, I know the school personally, and I'm speaking for the parents that have literally been through hell to try to get their kids educated and try to provide opportunities, and I think it's absolutely appropriate to make certain that these kids have access to that type of education and that type of care, and to somehow suggest that there's just no way, there's absolutely no way that this body could provide a pathway for kids and families that are struggling. I don't know. I just find that to be sort of narrow-minded and just not exploring all the options that we need to do for kids and families that really struggle.
And I'm certainly not downplaying that. And what that school offers sounds wonderful and tremendous. And I commend them for the amount of, to have 40 therapists on staff. I have never heard of anything like that before. But that's why I'm saying that it's very, very rare for that to happen. And if we could put the money toward our public schools to provide some of those services in public school, I don't know why we wouldn't want to go that route. So I'm certainly not downplaying that, and I'm not downplaying anybody that's had to fight for services for their students. But I'm just saying the small percentage versus what we could put into public schools in order to provide more services for students who receive special education services is worth something.
Okay. So if we have to just miss the mark on a few kids, it's okay if it's good for the whole.
No, sir, that's not what I'm saying.
That's kind of what you're saying.
It's not what I'm saying
Yeah, it
at
is.
all. And I haven't heard you be quite so argumentative with anyone else's testimony. So I feel like I've hit a mark here because this is a personal testimony for me. These are things that have actually happened. And I think sometimes when we hear from private schools that, you know, they are inclusive and we have 80% of our schools have a special education are for special education services. Well, that's somewhat manipulating the data when you say 80% of schools. That could be one student in each of those schools. That's not saying 80% of our students receive services. So the reality is, and this is my reality, this is the reality of a lot of parents that I've talked to because I have served heavily in my district with the special education community, that the option for special education students, those options just don't exist. And I'm not saying we should miss the mark for a few students. I think that those things could be done from the state, from a funding level, to not necessarily through education, but through healthcare to help provide services for students who aren't getting that in their schools. Or we look at funneling more money into private schools so that our special education students don't feel like they have to go elsewhere. I don't want to miss the mark on anyone. I'm just saying that those options are very few and far between.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your testimony, but I also think, we heard from parents that had just the opposite experience.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that their experience is as valid as the experience that you've had. And I just have always been, for 10 years, longer than that, I've served on a local school board, been very, very concerned about the level of special education services. Lots of reasons why, caps and all that stuff we can talk about, but in the end, you have to solve the problem. And for some of these kids, it just can't wait.
Yes, sir, but the state created the problem with the 8.5% cap.
Yeah. Well, maybe we're trying to solve the problem tonight.
So we created the problem, but we're going to solve it by giving public funds to private institutions. That doesn't make sense.
Okay. Well, you're going to funnel it through parents, and you're going to funnel that. I just feel like that on special needs, especially, that's just important to recognize that there are parents that aren't satisfied with the services that their kids receive.
Sure.
And they found a pathway, and we can't discount that. You know, I mean, these are people I know very well from my community. These are not troublemakers and
mine are
any of
also
that.
people I know very well from my community. I mean, two things can be true at the same time.
That's my point.
Two things can be true at the
That's my
same
point.
time, but you just heard someone talk about the fiscal note for this. That's a lot of money to funnel toward private institutions that have no accountability whatsoever. What does the accountability look like for those special education students? When do we get reports on where that money goes and how they're using those services in the private institutions, and do we see progress measures for that? Because we do in public school.
Mm-hmm. And you can walk into that school any day, and you can see the progress measures on the face of those kids. And okay, so the parents' satisfaction is anecdotal, and bureaucratic testing is the law.
If we're talking
is that what we're talking about?
If we're talking about efficacy and scientifically driven data, then yes, that's an opinion is anecdotal.
Mm.
But if we're setting progress measures that are data that we can follow, that's scientifically driven.
Okay. Well, I think many parents in Central Texas, where I live, that are seeking some additional services for their kids in special needs and special education areas would disagree with that.
Okay.
That's not anecdotal to them, but I appreciate your testimony.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right. Members, any more questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jennifer.
All right. Chair calls Jennifer Lisa Corcoran. We show you registered as Jennifer Lisa Corcoran on behalf of the Texas AFT and yourself testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Just for myself.
Okay. Well, we have your permission to remove Texas AFT from it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You may begin.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley, Madam Vice Chair, and other committee members. My name is Jennifer Corcoran. I've been a public school teacher since 1999, the majority of these years in Huffman ISD. This is my community. Not only do I teach here, but I've lived in this community for more than 40 years. Although I've seen a lot of change here, what has not changed is that we have no large funding, which is brought in from industry such as large shopping centers, manufacturing, or distribution companies. This means the majority of our funding comes from state government and local taxpayers. Our secondary students are involved in athletics, FFA, UIL academics, fine arts programs, as well as many other social and academics clubs and organizations. We also currently offer 9 career clusters with 12 programs of study. Our elementary students have amazing art, music, and STEAM programs. These programs are at risk with the legislation that you are voting on this session. Many of our teachers are working 10 or more hours a day to offer these programs to our students and still have to do what they need to do, since many times they are being asked to cover classes during their conference time because we do not have enough substitutes in our district to cover teacher absences. Vouchers, as well as other sources of funding, such as lowering property taxes and $0 raises, will affect my district and many others in ways that most people are unaware of. My district currently pays our teachers $10,000 to $15,000 less than all of the other neighboring districts because we do not have the taxes available through industry that our neighboring districts do. We have over a 30% turnover each year in staff members, including bus drivers, custodians, maintenance, support staff, as well as teachers, because of this discrepancy in pay. Education is too hard not to be enticed elsewhere for greater pay. Trying to compete in pay will mean raises will have to be given out of local funds. Therefore, to keep a balanced budget in our district, student programs will need to be cut or student-to-teacher ratios will be increased, leading to more discipline, safety risks, lower effectiveness, and student academic outcomes, and even mental health issues, not able to be addressed by staff members. Our students and teachers are too important. Vote no for these bills and support public education.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Amber Feller Landrum. We show you registered as Amber Feller Landrum on behalf of Round Rock ISD School Board and yourself testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. And before I begin, please let me say thank you for the many, many hours that you have spent today. As a fellow public elected official, I know what it's like to sit for hours on end listening to your constituents. So I appreciate you being here and making the commitment to hear us today.
Thanks for being here.
As I stated, my name is Amber Feller, and I'm the current president of the Round Rock ISD School Board. I am not speaking against this bill because I oppose competition. I actually believe in competition, and I think it's healthy. But I also recognize that public school may not work for every student. However, the way this bill is written, you are not creating fair competition. First, money for public education comes with accountability, and rightfully so. This money comes straight out of the pockets of taxpayers. Public education has accountability standards for academics, finances, state and federal programs, transportation, and even the types of food we can serve in our cafeterias. Second, parents already have a choice when it comes to a wide variety of free choices for their children's education. I encourage you to Google TEA transfer report and choose a district. Round Rock ISD currently has over 5,700 students who have already left our district for over 30 entities that they're receiving their public funds. That number does not include students who are attending private school or who are being homeschooled. Third, the system you are considering will not be accessible to all students in Texas, especially those receiving special education services. Please know that these quote-unquote success stories that you have heard about SPED students thriving in private schools are the exception, not the rule. Ask for a breakdown of the disabilities these private schools serve. Ask if they take students with behavior concerns. Ask if the private schools provide all the federal rights afforded to a student in public education. I am sad to say that over and over and over you will hear no. The fact, in fact, if you go to the texasprivateschools.org website, it lists 41 schools. That's 41 out of over 900 private schools in the state of Texas that are known for their focus on special education. However, if you click on the first working link in that pile, it says they do not serve students who have limited intellectual functioning, history of violence or aggression, emotional disturbances or mood disorder, severe autism, drug or alcohol problems, or issues that primarily behaviorally or emotional in nature. I could go on, but if you click on the second link, you're going to get the same kind of thing. They don't treat level 2 and level 3 autism spectrum disorder. Please understand the bills you're considering today do not provide parent choice for all. They are benefit economically advantaged, involve parents and
Wrap up,
typical
please.
learners.
Okay. All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you very
for
much.
your time.
Chair calls Michael Zabo. I think I'm saying that right. Michael Zabo. Okay, we're going to show Michael Zabo on behalf of himself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Michael Tronkale or Troncale. Chair calls Michael Troncale. We show you registered as Michael Troncale on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right.
I was sitting in my classroom last semester right before Christmas grading papers. I teach high school English, so I'm always grading. One of my co-teachers came in looking teary-eyed. I said, "What's wrong?" She said she was quitting and leaving education after decades. The stress and the fear had gotten too much for her. If you read the news, it's happening everywhere. Teachers leaving over pay and intolerable working conditions, and this is a major reason I'm against this bill. About me, I work in Cypress Fairbanks ISD in Houston. I love my job, but it's been a scary year. I know school vouchers take money away from public education, making it harder to retain great teachers like my friend. But I don't want to get into technical details about vouchers. I want to discuss what English teachers are dealing with right now. We honestly feel persecuted with the ongoing book bans and attacks on free speech in the classroom. We were threatened at one point this year, "You are being watched." This message came not from my administration, who is very supportive, but people above them who've never been completely identified. My friend, when she quit, told me that the threat of being watched stuck with her and played a major role in her decision to leave. And it's in all English teachers' minds this year as we now second-guess ourselves at every turn as if we're being spied on. This might not seem directly related to vouchers, but it is. Vouchers make it more difficult to retain or recruit high-quality teachers like my friend, and the people advocating for vouchers are also the ones advocating for book bans and limits on free speech in the classroom, severely limiting our ability to connect classroom topics to the real world. I come here speaking for myself with my fellow teachers and my friends who are leaving education for other fields. I'm here to speak against vouchers and the commodification of public education as a whole. Help us, please, keep teachers in public education, the field we love and where the students need us the most. Vote no on this bill. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Matt Worthington. All right, we show you registered as Matt Worthington on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. Committee, thank you for your time today. My name is Matt Worthington. I'm a data scientist, a public school parent, a former public school teacher, a graduate of Texas Public Schools and Northside ISD, and member of the Del Valley ISD Board of Trustees. I hold a master's in special education and a master's in public affairs. Committee, a strong public education system is at the core of Texas history and public policy. And today we need to strengthen our public schools, not weaken them. To do this, we need serious solutions to our state's greatest challenges in educating 5.4 million students. We have a historic teacher shortage. We have underfunded public schools and an unprecedented concern for the safety and well-being of our students in light of mass shootings. The solutions before us today for vouchers and ESA programs are not serious. Not only because parents are overwhelmingly satisfied with public schools, but because private schools don't exist in a majority of Texas counties. By and large, Texas private schools are urban, and any effort to finance them will result in subsidizing private school education in 4 metropolitan areas of Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, Austin, and San Antonio. According to data from the Texas Private School Accreditation Commission, over 70% of Texas private schools exist in just 10 counties. This is not the same for Texas public schools, where only 47% of the state's public schools exist in those same 10 counties. And the 59% of Texas counties where private schools don't exist, 647 ISDs educate just under 1.4 million students. That's about a quarter of Texas public schools enrollments and exceeds the student populations of 40 states, including Arizona, Colorado, Indiana, Massachusetts, Tennessee, Virginia, and Washington. Private schools to absorb even half of this unserved population, private school capacity would need to roughly triple in size. Critics are quick to suggest a market would easily solve this problem, but history shows this is far from true. In Chile, home to one of the largest
testimony, please.
Universal school choice programs, it took 27 years for private school voucher programs to reach half the capacity of Chile's student population. Where most new private schools open predominantly in urban areas, Chile's experiments also show that vouchers had no positive impact on the quality of education at the national level, and that when increases happened, they were largely due to other factors like class sizes or educational attainment levels of parents. They also skewed towards serving mostly younger grades here in Texas. Wrap up your
testimony, please.
And operating in a religious context. They found that 4% of Texas private schools were standalone high schools, and 71%, which accounted for 82% of all enrollment, had a religious affiliation.
Please wrap up your testimony.
Requiring faith commitments as part of their admission. Okay. Simply put, ESAs would not only be bad for Texas, but they are not serious. And the data only suggests they would increase our education disparities.
Okay. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, appreciate you being here. Chair calls Aaron Walter. Aaron Walter. We're going to show Aaron Walter on behalf of the Texas Unitarian Universalist Justice Ministry and herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Judy DeHaan. Okay, we show you registered as Judy DeHaan on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for the opportunity. I'm speaking from the heart as first a mother, a grandmother, a retired HR and training and development professional, taxpayer in the 3rd largest school district, Cy-Fair, of over 118,000 students, and a member also of Moms for America. And yes, I'm testifying for myself for the bill. What I'm hearing from parents as to why they want the opportunity to choose where their children learn are, they want a say in their children's education. They want a say in where their taxpayer dollars are spent. They want a say in what is taught to their children. They want an avenue for all children to be able to experience the love of learning. Our parents have shared that they are tired of hearing schools need more money. Money hasn't improved the public education outcomes for our school system over the several years and can't solve everything. Can they read? Can they write? Do math? Understand the founding of our country and perform their civic duty? The monopoly is keeping our children chained to the failing system. Let me give you a few examples why our parents want choice. Number one, the academic scores are even lower, even before the pandemic. Incestuous relationship between ISD and the vendors, where the focus on dollars and not the child, selling a product regardless of what the content is. Teachers are overworked due to the TEKS bureaucracy. An increased concern for school safety. Let me give you a couple of examples. We had an assistant principal that was hit trying to break up a fight. We had a bullying incident where a child had major head trauma, hospitalized with 40 stitches, and a tongue had to be replaced. We had grooming of children to dance at strip clubs A child subjected to LGBT gang being harassed in the bathroom and requested then to transfer over to a rural school district.
Wrap up your testimony, please.
Thank you. So honoring parents as the primary educators, as our founders intended, puts this back in the path for success for our children. And I hope that you consider this as a complete opportunity for our parents if you move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you. Thank you. Chair calls Allison Risen. All right, we show you registered as Allison Risen on behalf of Terrell ISD and yourself.
Yes.
To speak against, to testify against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Good evening, or good night.
Yeah.
I have the privilege of serving as literacy director at Terrell ISD.
Okay.
And I have taken so much pride in making sure that our curriculum and our assessments match to the TEKS. Our curriculum team is meticulous about making sure that our teachers know the state standards inside and out. We make sure that our resources that teachers use are valuable and support TEKS-based instruction. This is why vouchers are worrisome to me, because there's not accountability for student learning or curriculum alignment to the TEKS. It is apples to oranges. It is two different standards. For example, my district has to submit early literacy data to TEA. As you heard earlier, there aren't any state sanctions for academic accountability for private schools. As you heard, there's no state A through F system for private schools. I am asking that you not divert public funds to private vendors who are unaccountable to the same TEKS standards that we spend so much time making sure are in our classrooms. I am happy for my tax dollars to go where I know state standards teaching is held accountable. I urge you to vote against 4340.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here. Chair calls Alexis Dennis. All right. All right, we show you registered as Alexis Dennis on behalf of on behalf of Terrell ISD and yourself to testify against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you
so much. Again, my name is Alexis Dennis, and I'm a proud public school principal of 720 students and 73 staff members in Terrell ISD. As the principal of the building, I'm held accountable each and every day for my campus, as I hold my staff accountable as well for maintaining classroom expectations and delivering high-quality instruction to each student every day, no matter who enters our building. I have poured into my staff day in and day out, building capacity, sharpening their skills, and strengthening our relationships. For every 9 students my campus loses to vouchers, it is equal to a teacher's salary. When I think about this possibility, I don't think of it as a number. I think of it as a Megan Acevita, who is a phenomenal 3rd grade ELR teacher. I think of it as a Linda Wofford, who is a highly sought after kindergarten teacher by many families in our community, and a Bailey Travers, a life skills teacher who teaches our most vulnerable students. At a time when our schools are already in a critical phase of a teacher shortage and Texas ranking in the bottom 10 nationally in public funding, why are we considered taking away funds that could be going towards improving public education in areas we adamantly know need improvement? I'm here to ask you to vote against House Bill 4340 or any voucher bill that has taken money away from the 5.5 million students in Texas.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Teresa Thomas. All right, we show you registered as Teresa Thomas on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I'm going to change it up a bit. The concept of parental choice has been well covered here today. So if I may, I'd like to share with you an American story. On October 16, 1780, Hannah Hindy's life was shattered with a scream. Her Vermont settlement was under attack by the British Army and the Indian Alliance. Her husband told her to run to the neighbors with their baby and young son, but she was intercepted. Her young son was snatched from her hands, and as her crying son was dragged away from her, she screamed, "Give me back my son." Hannah, carrying her baby, walked approximately 20 miles before reaching the British camp, where she demanded her son's release, just to be told that the payment was given to the Indian supporters. The child was payment, and they wouldn't release her son. She continued to plead. Would the British Army engage in taking away a parent's choice to save their child? The officer finally relented and told her to take her son. But when she looked to the huddled boys, the other boys that had been stolen, and demanded they come with her, she, with 8 boys and her baby, walked back to their village. She could not leave them behind. Children have been pawns in political battles since the foundation of this country. They were fodder in the Revolutionary War, and it would appear that they may be continuing that today. Our country and freedom are synonymous. The freedom to choose a child's destiny is the right of the parent. Parents of today love their children no less than Hannah Hindi. The Founding Fathers knew education was a pillar of the new America and the parent's right to direct it. When did the parent become a bystander and the government be given the authority over their children? How can another human being, not the parent of a child, be allowed to say they know best? As you sit on this dais, yielding the power and control over the lives and the future of over 6 million Texas children, I beseech you to keep them as the priority. My children are grown now.
Wrap up your testimony, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. My children are grown, but like Hannah, I can't leave behind the other Texas children. This is your choice. Ironically, you as legislators get the choice that the parent does not have.
Okay.
Please render that carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any question for this witness? All right, appreciate you being here. Oh, okay. Never mind. Sorry, I thought you were plugging in. I thought you were hitting the button.
Okay.
All right, thank you for being here. Chair calls Megan Bahoon. It's being.
You got it?
Okay.
We're seeing each other frequently enough, I guess.
That's right. I'm getting the name down. All right. We show you registered as Megan Bahoon on behalf of yourself testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
All right. Good evening. My name is Megan Bahoon, speaking against House Bill 4340, as well as any similar bill that seeks to remove funding from the public and place it in the hands of private groups who are not accountable to Texans. I'm a nonprofit education professional, a parent to Texas public school students and graduates, a rural Texas public school graduate, a child of a Texas public school teacher, and a constituent of Representative Allison's District 121. Choice programs can't lead to a mass exodus of public school students, as you've heard. There aren't enough seats in these exclusive schools for all of Texas's over 5 million public school students. What it can do is weaken the ability for schools to fund solutions for all students by balancing the needs of students who may cost more or less to support. We see this cost balance in many areas of how our public systems work, with bike riders paying for roads that 18-wheelers use, medical care funding in public and private settings, and so many other examples. Additionally, we're not comparing like numbers. I can assure you as a former private school development director that dollars spent are not the same as tuition dollars charged to parents. With grants, church mission funds, annual funds, a common fundraiser, and other funds bolstering those tuition dollars. What a program like this does not do is provide equitable access for all students, leaving students refused by exclusive private choice schools, students without advocates such as involved parents, and all others outside of this choice system, creating an inequitable system, not an efficient one. We hear repeatedly from folks from out of state who tell us their states are faring well with school choice. I would ask you to consider, would you like Florida Man to be replaced in the news by Texas Man? This is one purpose of our educational system, to promote the general welfare, which is why my tax dollars don't only pay for my children's educations, but for that of all Texas children. It was asked earlier how many Florida schools have closed. None, it was stated. But each of those schools now carries less funding to operate this same campus for over 90% of the population. Please vote no on all of these bills.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here. Okay. Chair calls Dan Micciche. M-I-C-C-I-C-H-E. I think it's Masichi. Wait, what is it? Mitch K? All right, Dan Mitch K. All right. We're going to show Dan Mitch K on behalf of himself, registered against the bill. All right. Chair calls Alex Mead. All right, we show you registered as Alex Mead on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members. Alex Mead for myself against the bill. I've been to plenty of these hearings on plenty of topics, but I felt particularly impelled to be here today, especially considering the testimony we've heard about autism and special education, because I'm autistic myself, and for a couple of years, I was a special education student. And as I heard the testimony of Dr. Hansen earlier in the day from Oak Creek Academy, I was reminded of some of the interventions that I got myself. I don't remember all the details, but things like preschool programs for children with disabilities, later speech therapy alongside a mainstream placement, and the common thread through it all was a robust collaboration between my parents and the educators and teachers in my public school system. Thanks in part to all their support, I ended up skipping 2 grades and earning a master's degree in public affairs, so I think I'm doing okay. But this bill is predicated on the premise that none of that's possible. The kids like me are just too expensive to educate, so it takes money away from the dedicated professionals working to do just that. In other words, members, if you pass this bill, you're giving up. You're giving up on our public schools, and that means you're giving up on the kids in those schools. I'll be the first to tell you every autistic person's experience is different, and I know that we haven't always done right by our special education students. We heard that from Representative Hinojosa during the budget debate on Thursday. But in this building, we have to think about unintended consequences. And I think we should really ensure that we don't play into what the representative rightfully described earlier today as a zero-sum game, where we put money into our private schools and in turn leave less and less for our public schools. So thank you all very much, and I urge you to stand with all of our students and stand against this bill.
Thank you. Members, questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Kathleen Fredrickson. Kathleen Fredrickson. We're going to show Kathleen Fredrickson on behalf of Upward Hope Academy and herself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Chris Fredrickson. Chris Fredrickson.
I think they're together.
I think they may be. We're going to show Chris Fredrickson on behalf of Upward Hope Academy and himself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Kevin O'Brien. All right. We show you registered as Kevin O'Brien on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, and also on behalf of my wife, Bree, and my daughter, Dory, and my daughter, Mary, who has Down syndrome.
Okay.
Yeah, he's testifying on behalf of himself.
Okay.
On my family.
Very good. All right.
So first of all, I want to congratulate all of you for being successful politicians. Obviously, you've all won your races. Part of that in your skill set is you guys need to negotiate. You've negotiated a lot of different things. That being said, I'm going to tell a story. I found out my daughter had Down syndrome before she was born. We chose to have her born. It was a very long, long pregnancy. We chose to have her, and I know that even those that aren't pro-life or pro-choice, I think you would appreciate that choice that we made. When we went to school, we had all sorts of therapies for her. We got into education. One of the things that I wasn't aware of, but my wife was what an ARD was. I wasn't familiar with what an ARD is, what an IEP is, or what a PIP is, or all those different things that have to do with special education. Now, when I go into an ARD, I've got to sit down with 6 or 8 or 10 different bureaucrats looking at me. Thank God I had a wife who was a teacher, who I affectionately called a special agent, because she was a teacher and she was also advocating for her child. Now I'm in there, I'm negotiating what her IEP is going to look like. What I don't have, and what all of you have, and because you're negotiators and you're really good at this, is leverage. In a lot of situations, a lot of meetings that you guys have, you can stand up and turn around and walk away to another option. Now, I have an option. This particular bill won't help me, but an education savings account concept will. It'll give me the opportunity to, when I'm in an ARD, talking about an IEP, to negotiate. I'm sorry, I'm going to ask for a couple extra seconds here.
No, you're good.
So, thank you. So, what I think that's what gives me. It gives me the ability to negotiate. And you know what? There are other parents who have the ability because they have money. I even spoke with somebody earlier. They had the option to send their kid to special education. That didn't work. They sent their child back to a public education. If that works, that's awesome. They had more options than I do. I don't because I'm limited in my funds. So what I hope is that you guys give me leverage. Give dads leverage. You want dads to get more involved? You want parents to get more involved?
Wrap up your testimony.
Give them leverage.
Okay. All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Amelia Fulbright. Amelia Fulbright. We're going to show Amelia Fulbright on behalf of Pastors for Texas Children and herself, registering against the bill. Chair calls Ruth York. Ruth York. We're going to show Ruth York on behalf of Tea Party Patriots of Eastland County, Texas Family Defense Committee, and herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Matt Long. Matt Long. We're going to show Matt Long on behalf of himself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Jean Lehman Lopez. Jean Lehman Lopez. We're going to show Jean Lehman Lopez on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Chair calls Catherine Kaiser. Catherine Kaiser. We're going to show Catherine Kaiser on behalf of Access Education, Round Rock ISD, and herself, registered against the bill. There you go. All right. Chair calls Perla Munoz Hopkins. All right, we show you registered as Perla Munoz Hopkins on behalf of Moms for America, Texas State Director, and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Perla Munoz Hopkins. I'm the Texas Director for Moms for America. I am a mother of 3 children, all in public schools and colleges. I'm also a certified public school teacher, a product of public school, and a proponent of public school, and all of our students, 5.1 million plus in the state of Texas. Today, I am representing Moms for America and the thousands of moms in our organization who simply want to participate in their children's education and have our God-given parental rights honored. Education freedom bills put parents in charge of their children's education and places our families back at the center of our community schools. Parents all over the state felt helpless in being granted the right to monitor our children's educational materials, and worse, unable to take action against apartheid, obscene, and objectionable material given to our children. These educational bills put parents back in control, and moms around the state are very grateful for it. Be it curriculum, counseling materials, school programming, data collection, parents will be armed with the notification and right to review and affect meaningful change when it comes to what their children are learning. In addition, the nearest public school is not always the best choice for us parents and our children. I myself have raised 3 kiddos, one of which still attends high school in Leander Independent School District. This bill and the framework it creates is a great start on the road to allowing Texas parents to explore which school can benefit their child most and gives them the resources to make that a reality. We support parental choice in education and encourage the members of this committee to search for further tools to safeguard our children. As we enter the era of freedom and transparency in our education system, we must ensure that homeschool children and private education are not subject to new restrictions that prevent them from educating children in the way that they know is best. Arizona, Florida, South Carolina
testimony.
proposals that I've provided to you serve as models and gives us here in Texas the opportunity to draft the best ESA framework for the rest of the nation. Thank you for helping me ensure that my children and all of our children can achieve their American dream.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Okay. Chair calls Jean Lehman Lopez. We show you registered as Jean Lehman Lopez on behalf of yourself and be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
My name is Jeannie Lehman Lopez, and I'm against HB 4340. I moved to Texas from Indiana with longstanding school choice, and I'd like to share with you all my experience. I have 3 kids ranging in age from 8 to 23. Safe to say I've had kids in school a long time. Vouchers began in Indiana in 2011, and we left for Austin in 2020. When vouchers passed, my daughter was headed to 6th grade, and it sounded awesome to be able to have more options. I was a nurse in school at the time and learned quickly that I would have to provide transportation if we chose a private school, which I couldn't manage, and the closest private school in our area did not accept vouchers at all. So it turns out I didn't have a choice. In the next 6 years, what we went through turned me from a nonchalant public ed parent into a fierce public ed advocate. I quickly realized there was no healthy competition, but more like a shell game of education dollars. 3 separate school systems, public, charter, vouchers, funded on the same dollars that previously supported only public schools. Prior to vouchers, I'd never recall our district having to pass referenda bonds here in Texas. Yet since 2016, we voted on referenda every 2 years to patch funding holes. Private and charter can access private funds to fill holes, although this year I'm hearing the charter schools in Indiana have been lobbying to allow sharing of referenda dollars meant for the public school districts because they are also now coming up so short. Here's what happened. Our district had an IB program for all grade levels when we started, which was abandoned at all but the high school due to cost. Elementary schools lost foreign languages as well as almost no days of art and music. Class sizes ballooned and staff dwindled, similar to what most schools are facing now, but this was long before the pandemic. Facilities went without repairs and extracurriculars started disappearing while the costs for the ones that remained went through the roof. I spent thousands of dollars a year on public school activities. By then, my older son was in elementary school and his book fees were around $150 a year. My daughter's high school book fees varied from around $500 to almost $700 one year. My daughter had no teacher at all for half the year in her Spanish class and was part of 3 combined classes for calculus. Imagine learning calculus with little to no personal support. Finally, the voucher program that passed in 2011 is completely different now. Income limits are well into the 6 figures and other stipulations that originally existed are gone. I'm so worried that I'm now going to have to go through all of this again with my son's schools. Please consider how this bill and others like it will negatively impact Texas families like mine, and beyond that, the future of our state. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Deborah Carter. Deborah Carter. Okay, we're going to show Deborah Carter on behalf of herself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Loretta Lang. Loretta Lang. And we're going to show Loretta Lang on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Zelda Morgan. Zelda Morgan. Okay, we're going to show Zelda Morgan on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Karen Marshall. We got to take her. Okay. Okay. We show you registered as Karen Marshall on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Education is mandatory for all children in this country, but in this country famous for freedom, why do we make it a restriction? The current system sentences disadvantaged children to particular schools, effective or not. According to the TEA, in the Harlandale School District in San Antonio, only 33% of third graders can read at grade level. Only 22% of Harlandale ISD third graders are at grade level in math. In the South San ISD, merely 27% of third graders have learned to read at their grade level. 17% of South San third graders can perform at grade level in math. These school districts are on the south side of San Antonio. Also in this area are St. John Birchman School with $5,850 annual tuition, St. James Catholic School, which has $5,000 annual tuition. Cornerstone Christian School is between $8,000 and $10,800 annually per student, depending on how many siblings attend. Holy Name Catholic School, which has $4,950 annual tuition, New Life Christian Academy at $4,700 annually, and others within an 8-mile radius. If this education savings account program were available, doubtless some parents in those particular districts would love to have a chance to enroll their children at one of these. And the fact is, not everyone's public school meets their needs. My friend Crystal and her husband Joe are raising their 2 children in the house in the Harlandale School District in San Antonio, where Crystal was raised. Carol Bell Elementary School rated a C in 2019 and a C in 2022. Knowing this school as well as she does, Crystal would like to be able to send her children to another school. If a low-income family has a student not doing well in their current designated school, and there is a local private school which would accept this student through this program, or if the family would homeschool their students if it would be made possible by this education savings account program, then why would we deny these children better educational situations for their needs, better chances, and better futures?
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Chelsea Nemec. Thank you. Chelsea Nemec. N-I-E-M-I-E-C. We're going to show Chelsea Nemec on behalf of Regina Kaylee Homeschool Hybrid and herself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Judy Nichols. Okay. We show you registered as Judy Nichols on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
I speak for over 100,000 kids that I've employed over the last 40-plus years as a frontline employer and as a first end user of the product of our school systems. And I'm here today to ask that you vote to move towards a free market in education and break the inefficient monopoly of our current system. Article 7 states that general knowledge is essential to the preservation of the liberties and rights of the people. Without the right to have the liberty to choose how parents seek to educate their children, we fail to model the essential edict found in Article 7. What in our current top-down, over-bureaucratized system sets the example of liberty our state was founded upon? That same article charges this body with the provision of an efficient system. Efficiency is a product of a competitive market. Monopolies are the enemy of efficiency, and you all know this. As a people, we hold dear these principles of free markets, and they are inalienable rights, creator-given and inviolate. Freedom is what makes us unique as a people. We are not passing that knowledge to our children, and they are ill-equipped to retain it. Innovation is also a product of free markets. We must compete globally, and yet we do not value competition in education. We cling to our current monopoly harder than did Ma Bell. We owe it to our children to break the monopoly of our current education system to unleash the innovation they deserve. The fellow from Florida spoke eloquently on the myriad of options and innovation that choice produces. The U.S. spends more money per pupil than all but 4 other developed nations, but our results are not on par with that spending. More money does not produce more efficiency, competition does. Competition drives down costs and generates additional choices. I must strive for excellence in business, and so does our schools. As a frontline employer, I've had a front row seat to the ongoing decline of our educational system. The data is in. We're not competitive on the world stage. The real life result is difficulty in hiring today's students for a simple fast food job.
Please wrap up your testimony.
I could provide you with a bunch of examples, but I've had to spend my own money to send good potential managers to Mathnasium because they didn't have third-grade math skills enough to do inventory. Okay. Trust seems to be in short supply these days, but I'm asking you as hard. But I implore you, trust in freedom, trust in our children and their parents. It works every time it's tried. Our children deserve it. Article 7 mandates it, and no one in this room knows more than parents about what their children need. Trust in them. Thank you for your time, and thanks for staying
You bet.
tonight.
Thank you. Hold up just 1 second. Members, any questions for this witness? We'll make sure.
No
all right,
time
now.
for questions. They all want to go eat, too.
Yeah, all right. All right, thanks for being here. Chair calls Carol Bernhard. Bernhard. Carol Bernhard. Pardon me.
Mr. Chairman and
Howdy.
members.
All right, we show you registered as Carol Bernhardt on behalf of yourself.
Yes.
Testifying for the bill.
Yes.
Okay.
And for my family as well.
Okay.
I grew up in this public-private debate. I had a grandfather in Kerrville that was a superintendent, and my other grandfather that owned the newspaper was dead set against us. And I've watched this for 30 years. I was here
Speak into the microphone now, please.
when Milton Friedman came. I was here fighting for it, and I've watched y'all. And it's just not right. God gives us. This is a God-given right to educate our children as we want to educate them. I have 3 grandchildren in Round Rock ISD. We left AISD when my oldest, at 7, came home and told me that they told him he needed to choose whether he was a girl or a boy. So I sold my business property and I bought a house in Round Rock ISD. Now, accountability. Let's talk about accountability. I have a relative who in about 1972, the school ag barn fell on him and crippled him. And it went all the way to the state Supreme Court. And they ruled that a school district, it's not in the public's best interest. So they paid the medical bills. They moved on. But every time, it seems like families get the short end. The people get the short end. The mothers that are fighting for their little cubs get the short end. When I was a young mom and my daughter went to a brand new school in Round Rock ISD, I'll wrap it up quickly. She came home with headaches and blurred vision, and my mom, who was a teacher, 87 now, fighting for school choice too, still at 87, it turned out there was high levels of formaldehyde and CO2 in the building. I'll wrap it up. Anyway, bottom line is they made the decision to send the teachers home, the pregnant teachers, but didn't tell the parents. And so we got the superintendent fired, but later, not knowing who I was, he told me, "You're not one of those crazy people who fought for your kids." So that's where we rank as parents. That's where we rank.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Alex Fairley. Alex Fairley. We're going to show Alex Fairley on behalf of himself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Eve Margolis. Eve Margolis. We're going to show Eve Margolis on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Cheryl Sanders. Cheryl Sanders. We're going to show Cheryl Sanders on behalf of herself, registered for the bill. Chair calls J. Allison Chapin.
Good evening.
All right. Hi, we have you, we'll show you registered as J. Allison Chapin on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is. Thank you very much. I am a proud Houston ISD teacher. I teach 2nd grade. I have 4 special ed students. I have 2 504 students. I'm pretty clear on special ed and public ed. How amazing it would be if you fully funded our schools. How amazing that my students, my 6 students that I have to take care of, I am mandated by law to give them accommodations. How wonderful it would be if they had a special ed teacher and pull-out programs available to them because my school could afford it. Right now, my principal is looking at losing 6 teachers because of funding. She asked me if I want to teach science in another district. She could find me a job. I'm in for the fight. I'm here today, again, fighting against this bill, fighting for full public funding. And I've heard many things said that really upset me today. But how amazing would it be if you took all those private contributions that corporations are willing to give for education and you put them into a public school? What could you do then? What if you took those taxpayer dollars and you actually put them into the public school? That's all I have.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, members. Any questions for this witness? All right, Chairman Dutton.
What campus are you at?
Scarborough Elementary.
Scarborough, and how long have you been there?
I have been at Scarborough Elementary for 8 years.
And they asked you to go to another school?
Yes. I don't think she was happy with me.
The principal
Protesting.
was not happy with you?
I've been very vocal about getting our parents on board, you know, to become active in our school, because parent apathy in my school, parent apathy is a huge thing. You were asking earlier about parents running for the school board and being active.
I wasn't asking about running. I was asking about participating.
Participating,
School board
yes.
elections,
You're right. And so anyway, it's very low. And I also wanted to answer your question. I was bullied in a Catholic school, worst 4 years of my life. And I went to public high school because I couldn't take it anymore.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hold up just 1 second. Representative Hinojosa has got a question for you.
Thank you for coming here and testifying. Are you in a teachers union?
Yes, ma'am.
I asked you that question because I think that it's, when I was on the school board, I so appreciated the teachers who would buck their supervisors and come forward to tell us what was really going on a campus. With so many campuses, especially in our urban districts, it's hard to know. And the administration doesn't always tell you because they want to look good, right?
Yes.
But the teachers that came forward knew that they had the backing of the teachers union who wouldn't let them be retaliated against for speaking truth to power and telling what our kids need. So I just want to say I appreciate that, and I'm glad you feel empowered to speak truth.
Thank you so much.
Members, any more questions? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Jerry Davis. Jerry Davis. All right, we're going to show Jerry Davis on behalf of himself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Brunella Davis. Brunella Davis. We're going to show Brunella Davis on behalf of herself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Gary Teal. All right, we show you registered as Gary Teal on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
My name is Gary Teal. I drove in from Hill County, speaking only for myself. During the past 2 years, I've been a constituent of Representative Harris and then of Representative Allison, and now it's Representative Orr. And I don't think that any of the three of you have supported this, and I want to speak to you as a constituent. I was very privileged to have a fine Texas public school education in Abilene, where my parents were public school teachers. I believe in public schools, but I ended up rearing 2 kids in Washington, D.C. So I spent about $1.5 million sending them to some of the best schools in the country, different schools for each kid. I'm broke now, but I'm not sorry about the money that I spent. For 30 years, I had a front row seat to the implementation of school choice in Washington, D.C., which is a community far more liberal than Austin. It works for every kid and for every family. The public schools in D.C. have improved over that time. There isn't a jurisdiction where school choice has destroyed the public schools. I could afford to buy my kids the best education available anywhere. But some of my kids' classmates were recipients of the D.C. Opportunity Scholarship Grant introduced by John Boehner, signed into law by President Bush. The schools always found scholarship funds to make up the difference between what they were given under that grant and what it actually cost. I got to know those families and those kids, and they were thrilled to have that opportunity. Any of these choice programs under consideration will have a smaller impact on enrollment numbers than they currently experience from the normal flow of relocating families, about 1 in 100 students. Shrinking districts will continue to shrink. Growing districts like NEISD will continue to grow, but you'll have happier parents and happier families that vote.
All right. Members, any questions for this witness? Yeah, Chairman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gary, thank you for being here. You said you were from Whitney?
I am.
Okay.
Well, I'm from Abilene. I live in Whitney.
You live in Whitney. Good deal. Well, I know that Representative Orr is watching as well. We both appreciate you being here to testify tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, members, any more questions? All right, appreciate you being here. Chair calls Jennifer Drabant. Jennifer Drabant. Okay, we're going to show Jennifer Drabant on behalf of herself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Stephen Jordan. All right, we show you registered to Stephen Jordan on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
Members of the committee, thank you for being here today, especially so late. I'm a parent of 7 kids, 6 of whom are currently enrolled in a public charter school in San Antonio, and the other has already graduated from a geographical public school. My wife and I were both raised in homeschool families and never expected to be part of any school system, but when our second set of twins arrived, we realized we were going to need help. We didn't want to send our kids to local geographic public schools, and we couldn't afford private schools, so we kind of thought we were stuck. But a couple of friends of ours had recently sent their children to a local charter school and told us about it, and effectively we were referred by a happy customer, so the free market works, right? My kids loved it. We were happy with the choice we were able to make because we were able to choose a school that we trusted with our children. And 2 or 3 years later, we decided the drive was a bit too far, and several kids from church, along with my nephews and nieces, were going to another charter school, which was closer to the house, which matters when you're driving your own kids back and forth. So we exercised our parental prerogative and simply changed schools. Since charter schools are regular public schools paid for by the state, we were able to afford to do that. And we're happy with our charter school. And that's because we were able to choose how and where our kids would be educated. And our school teaches our children our values, and we and other parents watch them like hawks. If that changes and they start to teach our kids something that we disagree with, we'll be leaving. Because in case you missed it, they're our kids. Not every parent in Texas has a great public charter school 10 minutes from their house, and not every Texas parent has a great geographical public school in their neighborhood, and not every parent can afford private school. So not every parent has the choices that we have. This bill goes a long way towards fixing that problem. So I'd like to ask that you please end the monopoly of school funding by sending some of the money we're already collecting for our kids with them to the school of their parents' choice. Thank you for your time.
All right. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here today. Pernetti, all right. Chair calls Michaela Pernetti. Michaela Pernetti. Okay, we're going to show Michaela Pernetti on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Becky St. John. Becky St. John on behalf of Grapevine Colleyville ISD as a trustee and herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Michael Walton. All right, we show you register as Michael Walton on behalf of the Justice Foundation and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank y'all for being here. Y'all work hard. This is hard. I'm tired. I know you're tired. So thank you for what you do, and I know you don't get paid much for it, but you have a big responsibility on your shoulders. You have a large mantle that you carry. The future of our children is literally sitting on your shoulders. And there's a lot going on in Texas right now, isn't there? If you look around and look at the statistics and the polls that have been taken, last year in the Republicans alone, 88% of parents all across Texas say they want school choice. 75% of parents across the United States say they want school choice. We have to ask why. Why is this happening? Why is this such a big deal? Is it a fad? Is it something that seems like a trendy thing to do? That's the issue that I haven't heard addressed too much today, and so I want to address that for just a minute. We have a mountain of mistrust in Texas of our public schools right now. Now, I speak to you, the Just Foundation, but I've been a teacher. I was a teacher in 97% at-risk charter high school. I love working with those at-risk kids. I can go there. I've trained foster parents for 8 years. I've been a youth pastor for 14 years. I love kids. But what we're seeing happen right now in the state of Texas with several of our schools, not all of them, because there are some wonderful exceptions, is that we are having indoctrination take place that is greatly upsetting many of the parents who feel that their values, their traditional values, are being violated. And there are some people who think that it's okay for those values to be violated because, after all, the kids are at school, they belong to the school. Well, that's not the truth, and I don't think anybody on this panel would necessarily say that. But this mountain of mistrust is the reason that we're here today. If we open the door to competition, we're going to talk about real accountability, because the schools will be accountable to every single family. And that is energy for positive change. And when we open up the doors for competition and unleash innovation, we're going to see a transformation, I believe with all my heart, take place in the state of Texas. Imagine school choice being passed to some degree, and then teachers being set free to start individual private schools with whatever they want to do, special ed, whatever the case may be. I firmly, as a parent, as a teacher, advocate and speak up for this bill, and I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Jill Ferris. Wow, yeah. All right. Okay, we show you registered as Jill Ferris on behalf of yourself testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
For the bill, yes, sir.
Okay.
I've been listening to public education committees and school boards discuss education for decades, literally decades. And the problem's changed, but the solution stays the same. And the solution is always more money. We have to stop throwing money at big education. Public schools have no incentive to fix what is broken because our children are captive to the system. I'm just a stay-at-home mom. My kids will not qualify for this bill. I'm not a teacher, or superintendent, or lobbyist, or consultant, but I am in the trenches, and I've spent thousands of hours volunteering in our public schools in our district. And I can tell you exactly how the sausage gets made. You want to know details about any of it? Feel free to ask. I've heard a lot of talk about public schools and accountability, and so let's talk about accountability. In Round Rock ISD, the goal for third grade literacy is 35%. That's the goal. Where's TEA? Where's all this public school accountability I keep hearing about? Because we are failing 2/3 of our African-American third graders. You don't even want to know what the math goals are. It's ridiculous. And yet, Round Rock ISD's accountability rating is an 89. We've gotten a B+. And so let's talk about some STAR testing. STAR testing metrics are just smoke and mirrors. And I know this because I pulled all 3 of my children's 6th grade STAR test results. And even though my son missed significantly more questions than my daughter, he scored as a master's grade level and she scored as meets grade level. And when I tried to dig into the data, I couldn't because on the back end, TEA gets to adjust all the metrics, and there's no way, there's no accountability there because it's not transparent. And so you can't trust data that isn't transparent or anyway, our public schools are broken and money isn't going to fix it. We know that money isn't going to fix it because money has never fixed it. Parents are super mad about the nonsense going on in our schools, and we've got to give parents a choice. I guarantee that most of these public schools have the money, they just don't choose to spend the money where it matters, and nothing is making them. School choice would make them.
All right. Thank members. Any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here. Chair calls Mary Bone. Okay, we show you registered as Dr. Mary Bone on behalf of yourself.
Yes.
It says
that's
an
my-
engineer and Round Rock ISD trustee?
Yes, and I'm just here for
Okay.
myself.
Okay. Okay. So Mary Bone on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm a proud public school mom, and I serve on the Round Rock ISD Board of Trustees. I'm here speaking for myself, and I am for the bill. Before I was a trustee, I didn't have a strong opinion on educational savings accounts, even though I had sent my kids to private school at one point. But what I have witnessed as a parent and a trustee has made me a strong advocate, and I hope you all are too. I have seen parents from the dais disregarded and serious concerns regarding children ignored by the majority of my board. Many of these parents have no choice. My parents didn't have a choice, and they are stuck in the school system, and I have to watch that from the dais of my school board. I have seen special education parents settle large lawsuits and be gagged so they can't speak. They can't be here and speak about the failures of the school district with their children. And we've talked about school choice and how public schools have to take all kids. Well, recently our district decided to close our structured learning classes, our structured learning center classrooms at an elementary. So those kids are gonna have to move. They're not getting to go to their local neighborhood school. Is that school choice? I've seen parents that thought their public school board had their children's best interest in mind, but then something happens, and then they do get engaged and they try to support their children. They find that they are battling a system that has $500 million budget and sometimes are more interested in protecting the system over the parent's child. I've seen trustees know that we're holding children hostage in our schools because the parents have no choice. These parents need a choice. All Texas parents need a choice. And I've said here today, and I've seen big education and districts spending taxpayer money here. From my viewpoint, this is all about protecting power and money. It's not about protecting students, and I see it from the dais. And I need your all support. We need to pass school choice. It will make our public schools better. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions?
Yeah, I got
We
a
have
question.
Chairman Dutton.
Did you say you were on the Round Rock School Board?
Yes, sir.
And you're for the bill?
I am for the bill. I think I might be the only trustee today that testified for the bill, which should be interesting.
And I assume you're for it because you think it provides a fix to broken in some of the schools?
Yeah, thank you, because I have a PhD in systems engineering. I study big systems. That's what I do for a living. And if you put a small perturbation in systems, sometimes you can get big impacts. And as I've looked at other states that have put these small perturbations, right, you see, oh, it's just a small percentage of kids move out of the system, but then you see other changes. And I know, people have tried to dig in and figure out what is the causation. But for me, what I see on my school board is that lots of times we hold our parents hostage because they don't have a choice. But if those parents sitting in front of the school board had a choice and they knew that money might be going, it would give my other trustees maybe it would give them a little incentive to actually be for the parents.
So do you think it'll be fixed over in the private school? Whatever's wrong with public education, do you think it'll be fixed over in private school?
I think it'll be fixed by school choice. My kids actually went to private school. So my kids were in private school. And so I understand the pros and cons of private school. And yes, the education in my child's private schools that they went to were better than in the public education. When my child came into public education in 5th grade, she was bored for about 2 years. She was at a 7th grade level.
Let me ask this question quickly. As a board member, why don't you do in Round Rock what you find is better in the private school?
So I ran for school board, and I have tried to do that. But this actually goes...
So you think the school board's a failure?
So actually, 2 of my other trustees were here, and you guys actually asked about these trustees, most of them. I think some of you have served on boards, and you've talked about superintendents. But, we should talk about trustees. Lots of trustees get on the boards because they have personal things that they want, and they're not interested in other people's children. The one difference about me is that I am a strange person in the fact that I will sacrifice my own children for everybody else's children because I am a Christ worshiper, and I believe that's what we are called to do. But I haven't found that in a lot of other people, no.
So you really think that this whole experiment with the school board is a failure?
I think there's multiple reasons that it's a failure. One of them is that TEA accountability and our local DAs and county attorneys. So yes, I think there are many, right now, there's many controls, sir, that are failing in our government. It's TEA, county as attorneys, district attorneys.
No, I'm asking you about the school board, though.
Yes, that's what okay, so it is our school board. So our school board arrested 2 dads. Our school board has done things personally to me. And these other systems that are supposed to hold the school boards accountable are failing. And so there's no controls right now that are working to hold the school boards accountable for the parents, for trustees like me who are trying. I have a PhD in systems engineering. I want all kids to do whatever they want to do. And that's what I'm trying to get the other members of my board to do. But they're more interested in getting favors for their children or for their child's high school than doing what's best for all the children. And you all see that in the STAR numbers. And you saw that the lady that spoke right before me, my board voted for goals in the 20 and 30 percentiles for our African-American students, for our dyslexic students, which my child has dyslexia. They actually lay it out there for the public. But then the public is just a free-for-all, like, hey, be my friend, and can I get you deals? Can I get you a deal? You want a deal? You want a deal? And systems don't work that way. And there's a lot of parents that until something fails, right, until their kid has a failure and they need something from their school board, they don't even know this is happening. They think everything's great.
So you don't think you've been effective on the school board, right?
I would say actually I've been very effective on the school board as a minority in the school board.
Okay, has it changed then?
Has our school district changed?
Yes.
You know what? They're going to have to do something because you heard the other trustees that were here today talking that our people are leaving our school district. So the parents are leaving.
But it hadn't changed at this point.
It'll take time, right?
Yeah.
But in that time, we're failing kids. And that's where you all come in. So you guys can either shorten that time or you can make that time longer. And I'm asking you to shorten that time and vote for school choice.
Well, maybe, is there another solution other than school choice? Like the state taking over your district or something?
Well, I mean, I would be more than happy for the state to come in and do a big takeover. And maybe that would be better. I don't know. Because, we're failing a lot of students.
Yeah, okay. And because that's what concerns me, because you're on the school board, and we give you the responsibility the state has the ultimate responsibility, but we give it to school boards to perfect this whole education delivery system. And you're saying that's broken.
Right, I think you saw it.
To the point that you want to do something else other than have the school board running.
I would love if all of the control mechanisms that you all have in place, many of the laws that you guys write that are in play, that are supposed to manage the school boards and make sure and ensure, I call them guardrails, right? You guys put the guardrails in, the boards are supposed to be in that guardrail. Those guardrails do not work. Lots of them, the county attorney has to prosecute or the district attorney, depending on where you're at, and they do not do it. So yes, sir, those guardrails do not work. I believe you're from Houston, if I understand correctly. You've seen it in your own district. TEA, I think they're overwhelmed. In fact, if you go to put in a complaint on TEA's website, they actually say we're overwhelmed with complaints about school districts. So they're not able to get to them.
But the answer, and I just want to conclude this, but the answer you believe is for this committee to pass this bill, you believe that's the solution to what's going on in Round Rock?
I believe it is one of the solutions that will help solve what's going on in Round Rock. Yes, it will actually take away a part of the power from the school board trustees, and it will give it back to the parents. And now the trustees are actually going to have to negotiate with the parents.
Okay, thank you.
Free market.
Thank you.
Members, any additional questions? All right, Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Bone, for being here. I want to thank you at the top for your courage. Thank you for your commitment to parents. Thank you for your commitment to students. Thank you for your commitment to improving education outcomes for students in the great state of Texas. You said you are a trustee. Are you here on your own time?
Yes.
Are you here on your own dime?
I am.
Is anybody paying you to be here?
No, in fact, I'm losing money because I wasn't able to work today.
Okay, yeah. The Texas Association of School Boards, who purports to represent you, they were here earlier. Do you think their lobbyists were here on their own dime?
No.
No. Do your constituents pay the Texas Association of School Board?
Yes, we pay them.
Does the Texas Association of School Boards represent your views?
They do not represent
Do you think they represent parents' views?
Most of the parents that I know, no, they do not represent their views.
Is it a high priority for the Texas Association of School Boards to improve education outcomes in the state of Texas?
No, it's to protect big education.
Let's talk about accountability for a second. What, in your opinion, as an expert on a school board trustee, what is greater accountability? An arbitrary government-mandated A to F system, or the ability for parents to leave if a school is not serving their child?
The ability for parents to leave, to take their children.
What do you think the effect of competition would be on public schools like yours in terms of education outcome within those districts?
I think specifically for a school district like Round Rock, because we are a fairly wealthy district, we have highly educated parents. Our school board is highly educated trustees. I think they would immediately start understanding that they're not going to be able to play some of the games that they play with the numbers and the parents, and they're going to raise the expectations. You're going to start seeing outcomes very quickly. It's going to push them to excel just like you see in free market.
Do humans, you said you're a systems engineer, do humans generally respond to incentives?
Yes, they do.
No. Do you think competition would align incentives towards the one thing that truly matters, improving education outcomes?
Yes, it would.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Members, any more questions of this witness? All right. Thanks for being here.
Thank you all.
All right. Okay. Chair calls Hillary Hicklin. All right. We show you registered as Hillary Hicklin on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay.
I am Hillary Hickland. I'm testifying on behalf of myself as a mother of 4 in a rural Texas community. I'm for this bill. I have a bachelor's degree from Baylor University and a master's from Boston University. I value education. I shouldn't have to violate my conscience to send my children to school, not just based on values, but based on what is the best education for my children. When I became a mother, I realized this is the most important thing I will ever do. And like any parent, I want the very best for my children. My family chose public education for 13 years. For numerous reasons, it is no longer the best choice for my children. In the case of my oldest daughter, she loves school. She wants to be a teacher. She plays school with her siblings at home. One year, she got a perfect score on the STAR test. She loves reading, but I'm concerned about the books and the curriculum that she is exposed to at public school. There are many days that she would call me to pick her up early from school. Public school is not right for our family. We chose a private Christian school with a classical education curriculum and a university model with 3 days of in-class instruction and 2 at-home days. For the first 2 months, she thanked me every day. Tuition for this school is under $6,000. We are privileged to have options. Not every family has that due to money, and that is wrong. I listened to testimonies today, and we've heard legislators, administrators, school board trustees, pastors, and even the Texas PTA concerned with classroom size, STAR testing, the government infringing on religious liberties of institutions, getting the most for our tax dollars, strict fiscal accountability, the need for parent engagement, failing scores. These are all very good things. And coming from the mere conversation of school choice. School choice is already working, and it's only in concept. Imagine when it becomes reality.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, appreciate you being here. Chair calls Ken Zarifas, or Zarifas. All right. Ken Zarifas. We're going to show Ken Zarifas on behalf of Education Austin and himself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Genesis Nerio. Genesis Nerio. Okay, we're going to show Genesis Nerio on behalf of herself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Graham Fry. Graham Fry. We're going to show Graham Fry on behalf of himself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Myra Flores. Myra Flores. We're going to show Myra Flores on behalf of TPPF and herself, registered for the bill.
That's all I have.
All right. Believe it or not, is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4340?
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Come forward, please.
Oh, somebody.
All right. Can we? Hold on. We need to get you registered. Hang on. Or did we skip you?
I might have skipped.
Okay. What's your name?
Gina Castaneda. Did you register on a kiosk? Yes. Oh, okay.
Okay. We'll get you. Hang on.
Gina Castaneda.
Castaneda. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Was there anyone else that needed to come up?
Okay. We're gonna have to we don't. Well, I don't have you on this. Maybe did you maybe register for another bill?
It might have been another bill.
Okay. We're gonna need to get you registered on this bill.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Just a second here.
All right. How do you fill that out? Sure. Come to the beginning. No, 43.
All right. You do Emily's?
Sure.
Chair calls Emelise Figueroa.
Is she here?
Okay. What do we for?
Let's see, it's representing herself.
Okay.
And she is for the bill.
Okay, we show you registered as Emelise Figueroa on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may begin.
I attended multiple public schools in the state of California. I would say that large schools are generally not good for at-risk children. Growing up in the California public school system, I found that kids from broken homes all flocked together. The more broken families there were in a school, the more behavioral and academic problems shaped the learning environment as a whole. Greater funding for I say this as a former at-risk student who failed academically before moving to Texas, where I had the opportunity to attend a small faith-based homeschool coalition for my last 2 years of high school. I was the lucky one. Many of my former friends, all at-risk former public school students, are now dead or in prison. Even just 2 years of a Christian classical liberal arts education gave me hope for my future and a vision for my role as a citizen. My secular public school experience couldn't teach me to have hope, to believe there's a higher purpose, a reason to orient oneself towards what is ultimately good. That's all I have.
That's fine.
The anecdotal.
No, that's fine. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we thank you for being here. Chair calls Gina Castaneda. All right, We show you registered as Gina Castaneda on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, committee members. My name's Gina Castaneda. This is my 5th legislative session involving school choice. I have been testifying here before. I'm not going to go over what a lot of other people have testified earlier, but I will tell you that there are, and I do want to state facts. Facts are, most of the people that have testified today that are against the bill are either teachers or union representatives. If you take a note of that. It's about them. It's not about the kids. It's not about our children being taught. They're afraid that we're going to take money away from them. We are not. Because the money will follow the kid like it follows the kid right now. If they stay in public schools, money will stay in public schools. If they go to charter, the ADA money will follow the child. The M&O will always stay in the district that you live in. There's 2 differences. You will not lose, the districts will not lose money because the M&O will always stay in that district. So if the child goes to a private school, the district receives all of the money. So it's important that we get facts right. Now, in my area, there was 4 school districts that were taken over by TEA. 1, failing of schools. There was 1 school that I did research on in Houston.
Wrap up your testimony.
13 years of failing schools. The feeder schools from elementary, middle school to high school failing. So we got to do something. We have to do something. We need to give parents the right for the child to be taught correctly. I am a mother of 3. 1 went parochial, 1 went public, and 1 went homeschool. So I've been there and done that. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Okay. All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4340? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Frank to close on the bill.
Thank you very much, members. I pledge to you right now that you will never hear me complain about the length of a Human Services Committee hearing again. I will wrap up in less than a minute. Thank you. There are so many people that came, and I really appreciate the interest on both sides. I just want to say just a few things. One, we know that schools and kids do better when parents are engaged. We know that, and regardless of what you think of this bill, we have got to find ways to get parents engaged. I do think this and the ability to choose the education option that best fits their child is a fantastic way to get engagement. I think something that needs to be considered very seriously. And Chairman and committee members, I appreciate you doing this. To be real clear, I am not pro-private school. I am pro-best fit for every child and realizing that every child is different. Please allow these choices for these kids that most of us in this room can make without any help. Look forward to working through this bill. Happy to answer any questions, and I'm out.
All right. Members, any questions for Chairman Frank? All right. Seeing none, the committee substitute is withdrawn. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending.
Thank you very much.
Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending.
I'm getting breakfast.
All right.
You should.
All right. 1 down. All right. Chair lays out House Bill 3781 and recognizes Representative Jeton to explain the bill. The chair offers a committee substitute.
Thank you, Chairman and members. I know that you have been here for a long time. This is a 61-page bill, and so I do want to take some time to go through my whole layout of the 62 pages, but I will make it as quick as possible. This bill provides a substantial update to the way we fund special education in Texas. As Vice Chair of the State Commission on Special Education Funding over the interim, we heard testimony from many school districts, parents, and advocates on the discrepancy between how the state pays for special education and the actual cost schools pay for staff, transportation, diagnostic tests, compliance with federal law, and more. The Commission on Special Education Funding produced a report of recommendations to better fund special education in Texas. House Bill 3781 is based on the recommendations that received the majority of the members' support in the commission. House Bill 3781 instructs the TEA to develop 7 tiers of support for students participating in school districts' special education program. The tiers will be predicated on a service intensity-based system to more closely fund the district's special education program based on the services students will receive, as opposed to current singular allotment for students with disabilities. The DEA will collect information on special education services provided to students to begin funding based on the intensity of services model in the 2026-2027 school year. Public schools, including school districts and charter schools, will submit information to the TEA and may receive technical assistance to ensure the successful transition in funding formula for special education. The tiers will require a transition period for the 2025 and 2026 school years, during which districts collect and report data on which the services their students will need. House Bill 3781 will increase transportation allotment for students with disabilities from $1.08 to $1.13 per mile. This rate can also be adjusted depending on the funding appropriated for this allotment. House Bill 3781 authorizes additional funding for schools to pay for certifications for special education teachers and diagnosticians. The bill instructs the TEA to provide grants to public schools to increase the number of qualified credentialed staff, including paraprofessionals, special education teachers, evaluation personnel, and related service personnel. These grants can be used to assist an individual in becoming licensed, credentialed, or certified to work in a district or school. It will also create a grant for schools to hire retired teachers to teach special education or provide special education services. The grant funds can be used for the cost required of contributions for the employment of a retiree or functionally eliminate financial penalties for hiring a retired teacher. The bill also authorizes funds to cover the initial diagnostic assessments for students, provides funding for regional education service centers that make day placement programs available, requires the TEA to establish a list of approved residential placement facilities, which must provide cost information to the TEA to acquire contracts. Adds Section 48.1021 special education service group allotment for regional service centers to maintain core services for purchase by school districts, including training and assistance. Requires parental notification of the local intellectual and developmental disability authority for the region. Updates language around camera statute to be better reflect classroom designations. Authorize CEA to obtain criminal history records information about a tutor or employee of a teacher service if they are seeking approval to receive funds distributed as part of an ESA. House Bill 3781 clarifies that the Supplemental Materials Program, formerly known as SSES, is parental directed for students receiving special education services. Students may receive one grant unless the legislature approves funds for additional grants. House Bill 3781 clarifies that the services received are supplemental services and not special education services, removes the sunset provision for the program. The bill establishes an education savings account for children already participating in school district special education program. ESAs enable parents to identify and participate in alternative education sources that may better fit the unique educational needs of their child. ESAs can fund tuition and fees for private schools, institutions of higher education, online education, and trade schools. They can also fund purchase of required classroom materials such as textbooks, fees for classes at public schools, tutoring services, educational therapy services, transportation to and from schools, and the standardized exams like advanced placement tests and college admission tests. This fund also applies to other miscellaneous items required for education, like uniforms and breakfast or lunch provided by the schools. ESAs can also be used towards cost of technology deemed to be useful in facilitating the education of a student by a licensed service provider. The funds are administered and deposited by the commissioner every 3 months, beginning in September. The commissioner also has the authority to audit accounts and ensure that the recipient is in compliance with the program's requirements. In the event of fraud, the commissioner can refer to the Attorney General for investigation. Details about the program will be listed on the TEA website. The bill touches parts of the education code that predated the passage of the federal IDEA law. The bill cleans up phrasing in such sections to match the current phrasing of procedures that comply with federal law. These changes do not modify current practices. Examples include section 29.001, 29.003, and 29.010. This bill is a comprehensive update to the way we fund special education services in Texas. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I reserve my right to close.
All right, members, questions for Representative Chatan. All right, Representative Hinojosa.
Representative Chatan, I haven't seen your committee sub, so I'm going to ask you questions about the original bill.
Sure.
You removed the caps from the supplemental assistance, is that correct?
It's for the supplemental, the SSES program, as it is right now, it's $1,500, and it allows for a second or additional grants to be offered to a student if appropriated by the legislature.
Okay, so in the original bill, you took out $1,500, but then you put it back in this, on page 21 in the original bill, you took out $1,500. And you took out not to exceed 30 million.
And just to clarify, the main difference between the original bill and the committee sub is the Ledge Council drafting on it. And so it's almost word for word the same. The intentions of the funding still should be $1,500.
So if you look at line 10, page 21, you cross out in your version. In line 13, you cross out the cap of 30 million.
Yeah, and so it references the 48305, which I believe identifies it as 1,500. Yeah, and so if you go to page 59, it references section 48305, which is the parent-directed services for students receiving special education services.
Which bill are you in?
If you go to,
you're in the supplement. You're in the original or the?
Right, and so where it crosses out the not more than 1,500, it says in the amount, the part that's added in there is amount provided under section 48.305. If you go to page 59, that is where we're adding in section 48.305, and that is where it identifies that they're entitled to receive an amount of 1,500 or greater amount provided by appropriation.
So you just moved it. I want to understand what this bill covers. It's a $7,250 entitlement for anybody who has a kid in special education or 504. Is that correct?
That's correct.
No income caps, no income.
So there's an additional, so $7,250, yes, and then the $1,500 is for the educationally disadvantaged, which are those on free and reduced lunch or qualify for free and reduced lunch.
Okay. And so is it just for tuition, or is that $7,250 for any, can that go towards, for instance, some kind of computer program for my child in dyslexia?
It would be used towards, it would all have to be at the approval of the commissioner, approval of TEA, and so it'd have to be certified, and I think that you can find that on page. Short answer is yes. It can be used for qualified hardware and software used to educate a child.
Okay, the money's put in the account, and then at that point, the parent can access it, or not?
For qualified expenditures, yes, that the commissioner or the TEA would have to approve.
So each time the parent pulls from their own account, they have to get permission from the TEA?
It would have to be for qualified expenses,
But they have to get permission?
Yes, because it would go towards tuition or towards a tutor or towards whatever they decide to use it for, but that whoever that money goes to would have to be someone that's qualified.
Okay, but so they get the $7,250 into their account. They can only pull out for qualified expenses, but at the end, they can sweep that money for college tuition.
Right, it builds up. Whatever's left over in that account continues to build on top.
So for me, and I, don't have financial need for this, but I would qualify under your bill for my child.
Sure.
And so I could get $7,250, spend $25 on a subscription to some kind of online service for reading help for my child, keep the $7,250 for years because I'm saving up for college at that point, sweep that money for college tuition at the end. That's how I read it.
So no, it would have to be used towards an accredited private school. And so when I talk about the hardware and software, that would be something that's in addition to or works in collaboration with the private school that's accredited.
Okay, so that is specific to tuition.
It's tuition and those things that go along with it, yes. And so it may be food, it may be transportation, it may be uniforms, all those type of things that are directly tied to the private school or towards that tuition.
Okay, so everything else in this bill is geared toward public schools, but then you have a section that is just for private schools.
So there's
That's the
two sections. So you have the as it currently is, the SSES, which is those supplemental services, and then you have the SA component, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, members, any additional questions? All right, we'll, seeing no more questions, we'll move on with testimony. And okay, this all right. Chair calls Lucia Froling. Lucia Froling. Okay, we'll show Lucia Froling on behalf of herself, registered for the bill. Chair call Stacy Cumbest. I say that correct?
It is.
We show you registered Stacy Cumbest on behalf of the Texas Commission on Special Ed Funding and yourself.
Yes.
And testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you.
Good evening, members. My name is Stacy Combest, and I chaired the Texas Commission on Special Education Funding. I served with 6 wonderful legislators who were very committed to finding real-world solutions to very complex funding challenges for the SPED student population. I am sure that you have read our short report, which created the legislative recommendations for the SPED funding bill. We had 8 hearings and listened to many testifiers. These recommendations are all based on the testimonies that we heard and extensive research. First, of course, we recommend changing the current funding formula to an intensity-based funding formula that considers each student's educational arrangement and the specialized services that they require. We recommend this formula have, as Representative Jeton laid out, 7 intensity of service tiers and 4 service groups. Each tier generates a higher dollar value based on the student's needs because the intensity of service increases with each tier to meet the needs. Many students need additional services. This is where the additional service group funding comes in. And I would refer you to page 7 of the report for these details. We also recommend funding for the full and individualized initial evaluations. They can cost from anywhere from $250 to $1,000 per evaluation. We also recommend an increase in the rate per mile for special education transportation from $1.08 up to $1.28 to $1.38. For our non-funding formula-based recommendations, recommend providing funds to cover the retire-rehire penalty for teachers who want to return to the field within 12 months of retirement, provide funding for special education teacher certification exams for the first attempt, funding for salary stipends for full-time special education teachers and paraprofessionals, funding for grants similar to Grow Your Own program, increase funding for supplemental education services, increase funding for the college career military readiness outcome bonus for SPED students, and of course this would service the higher functioning SPED students. Funding for grants for nonprofits to work with SPED students in public schools, continue to fund dyslexia and autism grants. Ensure parents of SPED students seeking residential care receive accurate information regarding state-supported living centers in ARD meetings as a residential choice for their son or daughter who qualify. I'll speak more about that in just a moment. Funding for increased capacity for non-public day program, and consider education savings accounts. And of course, the word there is consider. The Commission recognizes that it is the legislature, not the Commission, who should determine the political path forward for ESAs. So in going back to the parent getting the information, or SSLC, high-cost pool SPED student hearing, we had a hearing for that in September. Our high-cost pool SPED students are the smallest group, but they are the highest cost and the most fragile. Currently, there are 6 TA residential facilities across Texas for students who are too severe, usually due to behavior, to attend on-campus settings. The cost of these private provider facilities range anywhere from $130,000 for day hab a year to $440,000 per year for full residential care. The hearing in September, since that hearing, I have had 7 SPED students referred to me, where I have had to engage 6 state senators to get these students immediate life-sustaining care of our SSLCs. 1 SPED student was tied to a gurney in our Texas Children's Hospital, and another sits in a jail at this time in San Antonio. So I want to thank you, members, for the committee to hear this bill at such a late time in the day as well. This is not an easy issue. As our commission understood, aspirational thinking will not address real problems. Our report and House Bill 3781 provides these real-world solutions. We understood that one-size-fits-all approach is not appropriate, and we were committed to address the needs of each SPED student, no matter their severity or their zip code. Passage of House Bill 3871 will provide real funding solutions with more options for parents across the continuum of special education students in Texas. Thank you very much for hearing this.
Representative Hinojosa has a question.
I want to thank you for all the work. I can tell you really care about this. I want to thank you for all the work you put into figuring out these solutions. Our kids really need it. And so thank you. I want to reassure you, too, that regardless of whatever happens to this bill, this committee has already put forward a bill that encompasses all of the recommendations that you all made, absent the ESA. But thank you so much.
I want to thank you guys for your commitment as well. I've watched these testimonies throughout the day, and you guys are, I have just an amazing amount of respect for those legislators that served with me on the commission and for those that I see here. Thank you very much for coming together for this.
Members, any more questions? All right, thanks for being here. Chair calls Laura Colangelo. We show you registered as Laura Colangelo on behalf of Texas Private Schools Association and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. And you'll be happy to know I will not be testifying on all the bills. I have just as much interest in getting home tonight as y'all do. So this will be brief. We are grateful to all the legislators who have filed bills. Representative Jeton, we are for HB 3781. It's based on the incredible work of the Special Ed Funding Commission. I was privy to some of those discussions. They were thorough and thoughtful, and we were glad they felt the need to include an ESA as a possible recommendation. I won't go through the ESA. I feel like we've beaten that particular horse. If we want to go back, we can, but we did just do 14 hours on that. I do want to mention a few things that may or may not be in the committee sub that are important. In the SSES funds, which I think we're now calling supplemental services, I would, if we could include some religious liberty language and some language that the schools that participate would not be recipients of federal financial assistance. More private schools would participate in this program. This is for public school enrolled kids, so they go to camps or, summer reading institutes or those sort of things. More schools would participate if we had that language in the bill, so I would add that to the text. I also would caution legislators about the required time in public schools to be eligible for the program. I think this bill right now requires only 6 weeks in a public school, and we want to be very careful that we don't incentivize a disruption in a child's education. We don't want it to incentivize switching kids back and forth from different kinds of schools. We want their education to be whole and not going back and forth. So I would just caution that. That's something we can work on later on, and so that's it.
All right, members, any questions for this witness? All right, thanks for being here. Chair calls Edgar Pacheco. Will you move the mic? Just pull the mic down. There you go.
Yep.
All right. We show you registered as Edgar Pacheco on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
Correct. Can you guys hear me there?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank
Go
you
ahead.
very much. Mr. Chairman, members, great to see you all again tonight. It's been really a pleasure just hearing all the testimony back and forth on 4340 and really just getting to read the substance of this bill that brought by Representative Jeton. And I want to be very clear because I work with a lot of you on a lot of different issues, and special education is one of my passions. That being said, the reason it's one of my passions is because I lived through it myself. And I am a graduate of a public high school, class of 2019. But before that, I was in private school, homeschool, parochial school, and a whole lot of different educational options here, that I utilize across the state. The reason for that is because at that point in time, my public school had failed me. And my parents, feeling forced or being forced to pull me out of that educational system that they were fighting day in and day out. They at one point had the means to put me in a private school, but once those means were not available, we went back into fighting day in and day out to the point where I almost did not graduate high school because of the failure of my local school district to provide me the appropriate accommodations and services with special education. That being said, I cannot be remiss and not mention that the bill that we are looking at with regards to ESAs don't provide for the same IDEA protections that public schools guarantee currently. Now, that being said, I do not believe that ESAs are a harm to children with special needs. If I had the opportunity and my parents had the opportunity to choose and be able to take advantage of an ESA opportunity, then things might have been different. I might have gone to an Ivy League school, or I might have gone somewhere else, but that wasn't the case. And so that being said, members, do not let this block the big picture, because ESAs and other alternatives are there to help students across the broad special education continuum. And my recommendation would be to keep working with each other and with stakeholders like myself to continue moving forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Edgar. It sounds like you've experienced the full gamut of services.
Oh, yeah.
and that you're a powerful witness. what's going on in Texas.
Appreciate
We
it, Mr.
appreciate that.
Chairman.
Members, any questions for Mr. Pacheco? All right. As always, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Mr. Chairman,
Thanks for
thank
staying
you.
up late with us.
Thank you.
Chair calls Michelle McCord. All right, Michelle McCord. Okay, we're going to show Michelle McCord on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Tara Myers. Oops. All right, Tara Myers. We're going to show Tara Myers on behalf of the American Federation for Children and herself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Cassandra Halsey. Cassandra Halsey. We're going to show Cassandra Halsey on behalf of Texas Association of School Psychologists and herself, registered on the bill. Chair calls Walter Behringer. All right, we show you registered as Walter Behringer on behalf of Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD and yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
My name is Walter Behringer, and I am the Executive Director of Secondary Services in Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD. I'm also the parent of 2 students who have served in our public education system here in the state of Texas. I have a 10th grader who is a Winter Guard performer, Morgan Camille, and then my son, Jackson Leonard, is a 7th grader. As I reflect on the voucher bill that you guys are considering today, I think about a saying that I have on my desk that I try to have guide the thoughts that I have when I'm making decisions for our students. And it is, whatever you did to the least of these, you did unto me. I consider the effect of these bills would have on not only my own children, but also the 5.4 million children across the state of Texas, and then just over 600,000 receiving special education services. One of these students is my son, Jackson Leonard. Jackson is served under the special education umbrella as a student with epilepsy, specific, the Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, and also an intellectual disability. The bottom line effect of any voucher program is the reduction in funding available to public schools. And for students receiving special education services, a move to private school means elimination of federally protected rights and state accountability. My son is required by law to receive a free and appropriate education. And then FAPE requires a school to assess his needs and then provide him with an individualized education plan to make sure that his needs are met. Every year, my wife and I have an annual meeting to review the progress, and then changes that need to be made are made to his IEP. The school district is responsible to ensure that his needs are met. If there's an issue, I have an obligation and a chance to be able to address that with the school, with the district, with TEA, and then ultimately court if necessary.
Please wrap up your testimony.
Jackson is blessed to be born in a country with those rights, which protect him from ineffective and/or discriminatory actions. Therefore, the question emerges, why would our state consider giving public dollars to fund private school tuition where those rights are lost? It is the choice of each non-public school to offer special education services or not.
Please wrap up
which
your testimony.
means Jackson could simply be disallowed from attending school just because of his disability. I ask that you guys consider serving all of our students, not just those that are wealthy, but also the least of these. Thank you guys for your time.
All right. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Mary Lowe. Then we'll have Adrian Johnson, Michael Lee, and Charles Cooper.
Actually, we do have one more invited witness that just got here.
Okay.
So we can just try.
Thank you, Chairman Butler.
All right, we show you registered as Mary Lowe on behalf of Families Engaged and yourself testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct,
All right,
sir.
thank you.
So, we're doing this long enough, I've begun to recognize these vendor bills. And I recognize this as a vendor bill. This is a vendor bill. My presumption here is it's for Class Wallet, which we already use. and that's how the education savings account is going to be handled. And more, what we see are these crony deals through education. And we're asking the committees and the elected body in every area to stop the cronyism and to end the vendor bills. Third-party vendors are one of the hottest areas of parent complaint that we see, and it's one of the areas of great distrust, and where we run a rye of quality education. The second thing that I'd like to call to your attention is that we have a Texas Education Agency that, although the legislative body does not seem to admit, is not operating well and is not doing its job at holding any category accountable. And I believe, Chairman Buckley, you and I have met specifically about some of those issues. But this bill over and over again references TEA shall, Commissioner shall, TEA shall, and that they will verify this and they will verify that. That sort of language has to end, coming from any body in regards to education. You have got to put somebody else over these things that you're trying to implement, regardless of whether it's good. And I happen to see that additional assistance to special ed students is a very great need in our state. The other thing is that there's data collection that goes along with the ESA. And so we're always going to be opposed to the ESA because of the data collection. And data collection is, again, one of the largest things that we see happening in the public school and in the private school. And we need it to stop.
Wrap up your testimony, please, Mary.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here. Who's the next invited?
Paul Van Allen.
Okay. Chair calls Paul Van Allen. We show you registered as Paul Van Allen on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for hearing me today. I'm here representing my kids and their story. Just want to let you enter into the three-dimensional world of what it's actually like to have special needs kids. So my second daughter, Layla, was born and handed to us as a perfectly healthy kid, but over the first couple of years, it became clear that she was not developmentally on track. We would come back from living overseas to get her at 3 into the system, and she was diagnosed with a very low IQ and speech impairment. She's 14 now, and she's very difficult to understand, but she never stops talking, which makes it really hard as a parent, actually. When she was 5, we made the hard decision of having a third kid. We were at the stage of life where we were watching our parents decline, and we started thinking hard about the future and didn't want the burden of our oldest daughter having to care for 2 aging parents and 1 special needs sibling. So we had a third pregnancy, and at 20 weeks, we were told that our little boy has Down syndrome. And so my wife, who is the steadiest person alive, melted, fell completely apart. But with the conviction of faith in the Lord, we went forward with that pregnancy, despite a less than subtle nudge from the doctor to terminate it. And we welcomed Henry Van Allen into the world. He will be 8 on Saturday, and he would be here, but I'm glad I didn't bring him because it's really late tonight.
Sorry about that.
No problem. I want you to just enter into where it is to be a parent, especially at those younger developmental ages. When you find out that you have a special needs kid, you obviously start to learn, read, take on all the information you can. And one of the things you pick up is that the early years matter the most. Neuroplasticity, the brain is malleable in a way in those early years. And we were told even by 7 and 8, you will start to see that the effort doesn't pay off as much. So we just came to the conclusion, we spend their college money now as their kids. Okay, but here's a problem. How many families have the college money saved up when their kids 3, 4, and 5? The Rise School in Austin here, which we were able to get Henry into because of some generous help from people in our community, takes kids at 12 months of age. We sat with a couple who just found out they were pregnant with their first child that had Down syndrome on Saturday in our living room with tissues, crying and talking and giving hope. And we pointed them to the Rise School. At 12 months, get that little guy in there. That's hard. And here's the other part. Every dollar I spend on Layla and Henry's education now, I'm taking that away from how are they going to eat after I die? Who is going to take care of them? I have to do that at the same time. Those are the things that may not be obvious in the bill before you, but when you have to make choices for your kid between whether they will eat 20 years after you die or whether they will learn to talk, that's not an easy choice to make. I want to point you to one other, this sort of like three-dimensional real life situation, and that is how to pick a school when you don't have options. We've actually been in charter schools, private schools, home schools, and 3 ISDs, Austin, Round Rock, and now Pflugerville. And some of that was moving with needing more houses. We actually have 4 kids now. Believe it or not, we went a 4th time, same logic. Worked a little bit better the 4th time as far as the strategy goes with little Ruby. But try to even pick a school out for your typical kid where you can see the little ratings and stuff. Well, where's the rating for special education? Where is that? It's not there. So you're flying blind. You move, you get your kid into a school, and what if it's not good? What are you going to do? Sell the house, move again? That's more money. That's more money that's not there for down the road. Even when you do get into a school and it is good, and we have had some good experiences in the public school, it changes quick. When your 14-year-old daughter, who is not able to tell you about her day when she comes home because she is barely verbal, little girls with intellectual disability are 7 times more likely to be sexually abused. 7 times more likely. She's not able to tell me how her day went. One change in staffing, one new kid could represent a real threat for her. One day, the teacher had to take the day off. The substitute was in. The law that I had laid down of you never leave Layla alone for a second was violated. The teacher stepped into the hallway for literally 1 minute and Layla was punched in the face by a full-grown man, physically sized man, a 8th grade kid. That happened to my little 14-year-old girl. What am I supposed to do? Get a new house, a new ISD? That's my testimony. Thank you.
Sure. All right. Thank you. Members, any questions? Mr. Van Allen, it sounds to me like that when you're dealing with the struggles in education that you have, that it really requires what I'd call kind of an all-hands-on-deck approach.
Right.
That you need multiple options. I thought it was powerful how you talk about things changing day to day, week to week, and the ability to navigate that. And could you maybe give us just some ideas of the out-of-pocket expenses, and not, you don't have to be super detailed, but what families had to spend, if you will?
It's incredible. We don't have health insurance, so not typical health insurance. We have a cost-saving thing. So all therapy comes out of pocket. With Layla, it's like going up to a forest fire with a thimble full of water every time we do speech therapy. So, but with Henry, it's different. The Rise School was the best bang for the buck. We also have had Layla in the Capital School of Austin, which is a speech-based school. We've thrown a lot at them. That was $15,000 a kid, and that was just the tuition. So, a huge percentage of our income was going into that, and that's not including for, all the times that we were doing other things as well.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Members, any additional questions? All right. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you. Okay.
Going back chronological.
Okay. Chair calls Adrian Johnson. Adrian Johnson. We're going to show Adrian Johnson on behalf of Hearn ISD and himself registered against the bill. Chair calls Michael Lee. Michael Lee. We're going to show Michael Lee on behalf of TARS, Texas Association of Rural Schools, registered against the bill. Chair calls Charles Cooper. Charles Cooper. We're going to show Charles Cooper on behalf of himself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Charles Luke. Charles Luke. We're going to show Charles Luke on behalf of the Coalition for Public Schools and himself to be registered against the bill. Chair calls Kevin Brown. We show you registered as Kevin Brown on behalf of Texas Association of School Administrators and yourself testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you, Chairman Buckley, members of the committee, and thanks for staying in there so late this evening. I appreciate it. My name's Kevin Brown. I'm Executive Director of TASA. I'm a 28-year educator, teacher all the way through superintendent, and I'm here testifying against this bill. Although there's some good things in this bill related to special ed, and I appreciate some of the recommendations that are on there, there's 4 reasons I'm against the bill. And I'm just going to, so this is the Texas Education Code. This body is a deliberative body that's created this code over 147 years. This is the rules of the game that public education has followed for 147 years. Faithfully, our education, admissions of kids, curriculum, protection for children, due process rights, IDEA, all kinds of things are in this book that we follow and that you have created for us. One reason I'm against this bill is that it basically eviscerates this education code for people that attend private schools. Almost none of these rules will apply to children that go to private school, but we send the money, but none of the accountability, none of the responsibility, none of the rules. That's very troubling to me. It's not the parents' choice of what school, it's the school's choice. And we don't do that in public ed. We take everybody, we give them our best. And that's what public education is about. It's paid for by all, it's available to all, it's accountable to all, and it's transparent to all. The funding part of this, we're shorting special ed funding in Texas by $2 billion, and we're 43rd in the nation. This has a fiscal note of $1.5 billion. We could use that money to go into special ed to provide services for our schools. I go on Taxpayer Without Representation and talk to you about schools in other states and what they tell you, but I'll finish my 2 minutes.
Members, any questions for this witness? Or is there any circumstance where setting that gargantuan book aside would provide the best for children?
Well, if you want to set this book aside, we would be okay with that in public education. There's a lot in here that we like, and there's things that we don't like. But this is the rules of the game. Yeah. If we're going to have a level playing field, if we're going to accept all children, admissions, if you can pick and choose which kids you get to serve, which we heard from the private school folks, they get to pick and choose. They're not going to change their admissions policy. They're not going to take the children that have life skills issues, that need an aid, that cost $150,000 to educate. It's going to be speech-only kids. It's going to be children with dyslexia. Are there a few isolated schools that do a good job in the private sector? Of course, I'm sure there are. But by and large, that's not the case. When I was a principal and worked on a campus that focused on special needs children, it was a one-way door. Kids coming to us out of the private sector because they didn't have the resources. And we heard that. Well, I don't have the resources to help and serve all children, or it's the right fit. You hear that? Well, it's just not right fit. What that means is we don't want to pay for the services that you're going to need because we don't want to commit those resources. A public school is available to all children. We pay for it. We don't ask how much a child costs. We provide the services. It's required by law. It's free, appropriate public education for all children, and that's a responsibility that anybody that accepts public money should be required to do.
So there's no instance you'd support parents of special needs children receiving some assistance to take their child to an environment where the child might be served in a better way?
If you required the same things, they have to take all children. They have to follow the curriculum that I think is going to be passed by this body. if they have to take the same assessments that this body requires, including those with special needs children, rate them on an A to F, which is the last time I heard somebody from Florida come here was to tell us that we were going to have A to F. So if they do all those things, then I think it would be open for conversation.
Okay, so all the things that you feel like have made it difficult for our public schools, how much litigation is involved when it comes to special needs kids in Texas schools?
A fair amount.
A lot.
Sure.
Not a fair
Because
amount,
parents
a lot.
have due process. They have a right to go through all kinds of things. You're not going to see that in a private school because all they have to do is tell you have to leave, and you can't appeal it.
Yeah.
That's it. You're gone. You're out. You have to go back to your public school. And you have to go through all of the hoops that have been created by the legislature and the federal government that says this is how we treat children with disabilities. These are the things that we have to do. As somebody that champions special needs children, I covet those rules. I think you have to follow that. You have to work with parents, you have to work with the teachers, and you have to figure out what's right for that particular child. Sometimes you can't do that, and you actually have to contract with a private provider, oftentimes 6 figures of what or above that it costs to provide an intervention for maybe 6 months or a year or something like that. And that's required by law.
Or are special ed teachers buried in documentation?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would be all
Federal
for
required
cutting back documentation for teachers, and that is within the power of this body.
I'd really love to have a discussion with you and your group and others about what we
Absolutely.
can do to better serve special needs kids.
We'd be happy to have that conversation.
All right, members, any other questions? All right, thanks for being here.
Thank you very much. Sleep well tonight, or tomorrow morning.
Chair calls Georgia Head. Georgia Head. We're going to show Georgia Head on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Amber Dankert. Amber Dankert. We're going to show Dr. Amber Dankert of Oak Creek Academy Board of Directors and herself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Barry Hainish. Barry Hainish. We're going to show Barry Hainish, Texas Association of Community Schools, registered against the bill. Chair calls Tracy Hansen. Tracy Hansen. We're going to show Tracy Hansen, Oak Creek Academy and herself, registered for the bill.
We have a duplicate of her, so we need to put on the record we delete the duplicate.
Okay, we'll take care of that. Okay. All right, Chair calls Taryn Melendez. Taryn Melendez. We're going to show Taryn Melendez on behalf of herself to be, registered for the bill. Chair calls Angela Richardson. Angela Richardson. We're going to show Angela Richardson on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Deborah Rawlings. Deborah Rawlings. We're going to show Deborah Rawlings on behalf of herself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Kevin O'Brien. Kevin O'Brien. We're going to show Kevin O'Brien on behalf of himself, registered for the bill. I need the next one. It's not on my screen here. Chair calls Marcy Galley. Okay. We're going to show Marcy Galley on behalf of families engaged in herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Grace Mashinko. Grace Mashinko. We're going to show Grace Mashinko on behalf of herself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Lynn Davenport. There we go. All right, we show you registered as Lynn Davenport on behalf of yourself, and you are testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, I got a really good parking spot tonight, coming in late, so that was one bonus. Okay, so the Amplify technology came in through the pandemic, kind of slid in, And I'm seeing that the same thing happened with this class wallet. And a previous testimony from Mary Lowe said that this is a vendor bill. And it is a vendor bill. And this is an expansion of education savings accounts, which came in using special needs children as a means to get this camel's nose under the tent. In looking at, I've done quite a bit of research on Class Wallet. The company is headquartered in Hollywood, Florida. And if you look at the growth in this company and how much they have made over the last decade or so, it says, and just looking at 2022, in fiscal year 2022, the company booked more than $1.1 billion in business, representing 59% growth. Year over year, transaction volume increased 158%, with the company processing $585 million in payments versus $227 million. I could go on and on. You know, there's all this money in education. It's not going to the teachers or the students. It's going to vendors and special interests and public-private partnerships and such. If you look at the Texas Education Agency, the priority is not the children, and especially special needs children. If you look at Texas, special needs children have been victims of the 8.5% cap, which was set in, I think, 2004 through the legislature. I know who set the cap. He admitted to me on audio. I will release that eventually. We are here again and again and again, and parents are again and again and again asking for help with their special needs children. It's so sad. And the money and the priorities are not in the right place. And I don't believe that this is the solution. I think we need to prioritize the children in the
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Appreciate you being here. Chair calls Erin Hatley. Erin Hatley. We're going to show Erin Hatley on behalf of the Vine School and herself testifying for the, registered for the bill. Chair calls Julie Lawrence. We show you registered as Julie Lawrence on behalf of yourself testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
I am Julie Lawrence, and I'm testifying against the bill. I'm not a member of a teachers union. I'm not a teacher. I'm just a mom. And I've advocated for children who've been left behind in special education for over 10 years. It is a great affront to me that friendly witnesses come before these boards and characterize the people that are against what you're voting for as being just a lump sum of people that don't like us. I couldn't believe when the TASA spoke, and I agreed with everything he said, because TASA has spent, as long as my kids were in school, 20 years, teaching my school board how to vote against me. So please, put our children first. When they use Class Wallet, it's not about providing public money to public school kids. It's about taking public school kids' money and providing it to public-private partnerships for a limited set of people that they can purchase from and a limited set of services that they can provide. And those services aren't provided with any of the legal requirements of the IDEA or the Texas Education Code. And I'm appalled that we're willing to take the most vulnerable of our students and put them in a situation with no protections.
Okay.
And I rest myself. Okay. Are there any questions?
All right. Members, any questions of this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here. Pull it up. Where is it? Evan Bear. Oh, there it is. Chair calls Evan Bear. Okay. All right. All right. We show you registered as Evan Bear on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vice Chairman Allen, members of the committee, thanks for having me and listening. My name is Evan Bear, and I'm a proud resident of Austin, Texas, where my wife and I each run several businesses and raise our 4 children. The hardest thing I've ever encountered in my life was losing my brother in a tragic car accident, the kind of news I got by a phone call from a sobbing mother in the middle of the night, my mother. The second hardest thing I've encountered in my life was learning that my own dreams for my son, Scott, might not come true, that his life might not play out as I had envisioned. I learned about this, well, over time. A few things didn't seem to add up. Teachers kept making comments. He kept falling more and more behind. Later, we'd learn of serious neurological delays, the formal diagnosis being ring of fire, ADHD, that describes an abnormal blood flow in the brain due to prolonged exposure to environmental toxins. It kind of all came together for me one night, just crying with my wife, that my dreams for what my son's life might look like weren't probably going to shake out. What haunts parents of special needs children is this question: have I done everything possible to help this little boy have a shot at achieving his dreams? We're a very lucky family. We had the resources to secure special help for him at a school mentioned earlier tonight, the Rise School, an unbelievable community that changed his life and our life. I want every child simply to have their version of the Rise School. Our system today says that the Rise School is great for kids that can afford it, but that for poor kids because of where they grew up or what their parents do for work, well, the Rise School just isn't an option. It isn't a fit. The measures for parent empowerment that you guys are voting on tonight gives parents like me around this state the ability to rest at night, to confidently answer, yes, I have done everything possible to help little Scott achieve his dreams. You know, 50 years ago, there were people standing at the doors of public schools saying no to the poor black and brown kids that wanted to come into those schools. We called those people bigots. And today, there are people standing at those same doors, at those same public schools, who look at the poor black and brown kids and they won't let them out. I'll let you guys decide what adjective or noun we should call them. What I want is that together, by empowering parents, we can help every little Scott around this state have a shot at his dreams. Thanks.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Yeah, she was in there twice. Take care of that. Chair calls Tracy Haynes.
She's not here. Not everybody's a late night out.
All right, we're going to show Tracy Haynes on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Lynn Kistler. We show you registered as Lynn Kistler on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Hello, I'm Lynn Kistler. I'm a co-owner of Monarch Prep, which is a private school for students primarily with autism. Thank you to the committee for the consideration of House Bill 3781, particularly as it relates to allotment under the Foundation School Program for certain children with disabilities. I stand for this bill. My career prior to opening the school in March included 8 years as a non-attorney special education advocate and 30 years in the public school system as a special education teacher and an educational diagnostician. As you may already know, the prevalence rate for autism is on the rise, and as of a few weeks ago, it was recently published by the CDC that as many as 1 in 36 children are being diagnosed. Therefore, the need for this bill that is inclusive of students with special needs is urgent. I have been in the trenches and I've seen firsthand how well some students with special needs have been served, as well as how some students have been permanently damaged by special education staff and public education system. And when things go poorly, there's no one within the system to help these parents understand the law and the rights of their child, resulting in these kids often falling through the cracks or not receiving a proper education. There are federal laws in theory that protect this population, but the reality is there is no one within the system to support and advocate for these students. I have spoken personally with many families who want to place their children in a private school, whether due to seeking more appropriate education it can provide or for religious reasons. However, parents of the special needs populations are already at a financial disadvantage due to the struggles with medical bills from doctors, therapists, that their children need to help treat these diagnoses. In my experience, private schools want to provide support for special needs students. However, they do not have the funds or resources to do so without families of the recipients paying an astronomical amount for tuition. So an educational savings account provided through this House Bill 3781 would help alleviate the financial burden for these families and help make educational opportunities truly equitable for all.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, Representative Harrison.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kistler. I just wanted to see if I read this right. You came in from Tyler, is that correct?
That's correct.
Drove here this evening?
No, I drove this morning, or last night.
Last night, yes. Well, we just started the hearing just about last night, didn't we? Well, thank you for being here. I know that Representative Schaefer is not able to be with us on the dais tonight, but I know it's an honor for him to represent you. So on his behalf as well as mine, just thank you for being here and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, and thank y'all for listening.
Any more questions, members? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Meg Bakich. Meg Bakich.
Again, not everybody's signed out.
We're going to show Meg Bakich on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Rebecca Japko. Rebecca Japko. We're going to show Rebecca Japko on behalf of PART and herself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Carl Jones. Carl Jones. We're going to show Carl Jones on behalf of TDP, Non-Urban Rural Caucus, and himself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Dr. Patrick Huff. Dr. Patrick Huff. We're going to show Dr. Patrick Huff on behalf of himself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Christy Fruge. Did I get close? Oh man, I never knew I wanted to go. There we go. Okay. All right. All right. We show you registered as Christy Fruge.
Fruge, yes.
On behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
So I just want to thank all of you, Chairperson Buckley, for meeting with me tonight. You know, having the freedom to choose my child's school and the implementation of these education savings accounts are paramount to my child's success regarding his education, and his social development, and his emotional protection, his safety and security. I'm going to basically shorten down some of my testimony to get into the 2-minute time frame. However, the main things that I want to let you know is, you know, the experiences that we've had at our government-assigned public school, I would say, are extremely frustrating, disappointing, and ultimately terrifying, to put it lightly. So I'm a parent of a 9-year-old who has autism. He is verbal. However, he is also classified as low on the spectrum because of his extreme hypersensitivity to sensory input that causes him to have overreactions, and he basically just cannot cope. So many of the behaviors that he would exhibit at the public school included elopement out of the classrooms, elopement off of school property, aggression towards himself or others, harming himself, severe agitation, screaming, crying, throwing objects. His behaviors led him to start being placed in an alternative behavioral room. That's a location where they did not have like a calming zone. So this alternative behavior room started off in 10 to 15 minute increments, but progressed over time to multiple placements per day, 4 to 5 days per week, and at times 2 to 6 hours of the school day. The final straw happened with us as parents. He eloped off the property in response to being overstimulated, and he did not have his noise-canceling headphones on, and he actually eloped from the school property. He was chased down by several employees, and eventually one of the employees got him on the ground. What ultimately happened is some footage that we requested showed that he was kicked by 2 staff members, one in his abdominal area and the other in his upper leg. The footage showed my son crying, screaming. Sorry. And the fear seen on my child's face is utterly indescribable. During his last attempt to run away from them, one of the staff members grabbed him. He was running. One of the staff members grabbed him by the hood of his sweatshirt and just planted her feet. And that caused his body to just literally abruptly stop, fly backwards, and slam down on his back. He suffered bruises to the entire circumference of his neck, his upper back, shoulders, his pelvic hip bone, and his leg. So in response, what we did is we enrolled him at a private school specifically for autistic children. And I heard a lady say earlier that there aren't options for kids with autism that work. I can tell you it works for my kid, because at my kid's school, they believe that everybody deserves the opportunity to succeed academically, socially, and emotionally. So I can tell you the difference in their schools, but I won't get all into that. What I want to tell you is his progress. So since his enrollment 1.5 years ago, he has not had any episodes of meltdowns, and he was having them multiple times a day at the public school, but he has not had any. He has not had any episodes of elopement. And that's because, and he's also caught up academically from being 2.5 years behind when he entered their institution. Because he's in the right learning environment with teachers trained to understand his needs, he is thriving, he is growing, he is learning. He has friends for the first time in his life because he's not the school pariah. And he loves school for the first time in his life. As his mother, I am so incredibly thankful to God that he is in the very best learning environment for him. And what I'm asking for you today is I am actually pleading with this committee to allow me the freedom as his mother to choose the best school for him. In addition, I also ask that you pass the education savings account because his tuition at his school is higher than most other private schools, but it does help offset the cost. So I want to thank you for your time.
Sure. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Appreciate your testimony, and sorry for what you had to go through as a family and for your son.
Thank you.
It's unacceptable.
Yes,
And
it is.
I'm glad he has landed somewhere that's meeting his needs, and he's thriving
He is.
and learning, has friends.
And I'll tell you, he got his last report card 3 days ago, and my child had 8 A's on his report card,
Yeah.
straight A's, which is,
And the big book that was waved around at that podium a little bit ago didn't do him any good, did it?
no,
Not at all.
no.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Jan Stell. We're going to show Jan Stell on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Jane Hodges. Jane Hodges. We're going to show Jane Hodges on behalf of herself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Amy Super.
Again, not everybody stays out.
Okay. Amy Super. We're going to show Amy Super, on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Andrea Chevalier. Andrea Chevalier. Okay. There was actually another Andrea Chevalier, though, the other.
No, she's fancy.
All right, I apologize. We have you registered as Andrea Chevalier on behalf of Texas Council of Administrators of Special Education, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you. Yes. Good night. I'm Dr. Andrea Chevalier with TCASE, represent directors of special education and school districts. Very much appreciate Representative Jeton and all of the SPED Funding Commission recommendations in this bill. We are against the education savings account in the bill, and that's our reason for being against it. In terms of the other parts of the bill, so again, I mentioned the Funding Commission recommendations, thumbs up. The SSES part, we do have some recommendations for that. We'd like to remove the ARD committee responsibility to notify the parent about the SSES program, but centralize that so that the district is providing that information and take that out of the ARD committee meetings, because it does end up taking up valuable time that could be spent on looking at the child's progress towards their goals. But also within SSES, like to refine the definitions to make sure that parents are fully aware that they do have the right to all of the things that should be provided to their child under a free and appropriate public education, and making sure that they understand the funds used for SSES would be supplemental to that. We also would like to suggest for the SSES program that there's a batching and an application cycle so that we can actually have a prioritization of low-income children in that program. As for the ESA, we are a little bit confused about the funding. It says in the bill that no federal funds can be used for the education savings account. So I'm assuming that that means that no IDEA funds would go towards the amount that the child could take with them to use elsewhere. So I have a question about that. Also have questions about the parent survey. I think it would be important for parents to be able to include information and feedback on their opinion of how services were provided to them. And then I also think that we should track leavers. And I also think that we should have any school who takes ESA funds to require them to have a dispute resolution process similar to what we have under IDEA, so that if the parent feels like they are not receiving, their child's not receiving the services that they should be, there's a process for them to go through, and have some other recommendations as well. But
all right, thank you, members. Any questions of this witness? Chairman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ms. Chevalier. So and I could just be tired, but listening to your testimony, it sounds like you have some legitimate issues with the bill that you would be willing to work out with the bill author, not just an abject rejection of the bill.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Any more questions? All right. Thank you very much for being here. Chair calls Laura Unash. Laura Unash. We're going to show Laura Unash, on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Alexander Oberly. There. All right. Okay, we show you register as Alexander Oberly on behalf of yourself.
That is correct.
And you'll be testifying for the bill, is that correct? All right.
Good evening. My name is Alexander Oberly, and I am speaking on behalf of myself as an alumni of a private middle and high school, and as the son of a private school math teacher and public school dyslexia specialist. In previous Senate testimony, I have heard fears that if an ESA program is passed, students with special needs will either be rejected en masse, or worse, private schools will accept these students, take their tuition fees, and then leave them to flounder academically without any assistance. I was a special needs student. In the summer before first grade, I suffered a traumatic brain injury which caused me to struggle with speech and fine motor skills. In second grade, I was diagnosed with ADHD and Asperger's, which among other things means that I struggle with tasks that require long periods of constant focus, like test taking or writing papers. When I was accepted by St. Stephen's Episcopal School, a private middle and high school, they took those diagnoses and went, great, let's make a plan for you to succeed. They gave me accommodations like extended time on tests in a reduced distraction environment, and extensions on paper due dates. Beyond those accommodations, I also benefited greatly from smaller classes and an increased emphasis on teacher-student interaction and class participation. All of these factors helped me to flourish academically in ways that I couldn't in a public education setting. Unfortunately, the private school I attended was not capable of providing all of the services I needed. However, under the Proportionate Share Funding for Children Parentally Placed in Private Schools provision of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, my family received the funding needed to provide me with the same services that special needs students in public schools have access to, like speech and occupational therapy and technological assistance. In essence, the idea that students with special needs will be denied accommodations if they attend private school is a myth. The vast majority of private schools are willing and eager to work with special needs students, and federal law provides funding for special needs students for the purposes of accessing services that a private school may not be able to provide. Given these facts, providing the tuition support through ESA for these students will give them the same opportunity to succeed as I had. Even in the worst case scenario, where a private school is completely uninterested in working with a special needs student, under an ESA program like the one outlined in this bill, that student will always have other choices, whether that be another private school that is willing and capable of providing for the student's needs, homeschooling, or of course, our amazing public schools.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, Alexander, thank you for your patience all day. Great testimony. Thanks for coming out. Appreciate it.
He's here.
Okay, chair calls Charles Cooper. Okay, we show you registered as Charles Cooper on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Yes, correct, sir. Thank you for being here late. Appreciate it. Sure. There's been a lot of stories tonight. I want to tell two stories that I'm very familiar with. My family places service dogs for severely disabled people. And we recently placed a service dog to a girl that had been removed from public schools who has severe Tourette syndrome. They completely violated her ARD and 504s and IEPs to where they were placing her by herself because of her outrageous outbursts to the point she would self-harm to the point of disfigurement. And this happened continually and continually and continually. Another story is a school administrator in the same school district who had a severely autistic son that had auditory difficulties. She had to remove him from the school because he would continually leave the school and stand at her car because of how he was horribly mistreated. So you may be asking why I'm against this bill. I'm not against the concept of this bill and the potential good that can come out of this type of horsepower being geared towards special education, but against a vendor-approved bill where it's there's severely restricted based on what services they can use. It needs to be revisited. So please do that. Thank you very much.
All right, appreciate your testimony. Members, any questions? All right, thanks for being here. Chair calls Kara Simmons. All right, we show you registered as Kara Simmons on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Hello, Chairman Buckley and committee members. My name is Kara Simmons. I'm a homeschool graduate. I am testifying on my own behalf in favor of House Bill 3781 by Representative Jeton. Growing up, I was blessed to have a dad with a good job and to have both my parents be financially wise and to have relatively few financial emergencies as a family. Many of my friends, however, were not so blessed. My friends' parents made many financial sacrifices to give their children what they believed to be the best education they could give them, which in their cases was homeschooling. Some of my friends, however, needed educational therapies that were simply too expensive or complicated to be done at home. These families ended up being basically forced to go to the public school system, where my friends did get the educational therapy they needed, but the classroom environment was harmful to them. They ended up being socially ostracized and so forth. HB 3781 would help lighten the financial burden on families in order to help them get the educational therapies they need outside of the public school system so that they could do the best thing for their children in other areas. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions of this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Anna Nguyen. Anna Nguyen. We're going to show Anna Nguyen on behalf of PFLAG Austin and herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Dwight Harris. Dwight, oh, there's Mr. Harris.
This won't take very long.
That's all right. Okay, we show you registered as Dwight Harris on behalf of Texas AFT and yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Right, and I'll make it really brief and just refer to the fact that our general position is always going to be is we don't want to see you taking money out of public education and using it in any other kinds of fashions. We really just encourage you to do the one thing that I think this will be the third time I've said, just fix the public education system so that you won't have to try to find other locations to do these services. We should have a system already in place. If we were doing what we were supposed to do, you would already have a system in place that these special need kids could get everything they need in a public education system. That's what you're supposed to do. That's the system you're supposed to fund. That's the system you're supposed to staff correctly. That's the system that's the only system that the Constitution of this state says you are responsible for. So all I'm saying is act in a responsible way. Fix this system. You have the ability to do it. You have the finances to do it. You have the intelligence to do it right here. You guys can start it. Fix it. And then you won't have these parents, the teachers, the students complaining about what they can't get here, what they can't get there. They should be able to get everything they need in a perfectly funded, perfectly staffed public education system. Because the Constitution again says you need to design a system that is suitable so that you can educate all of the kids. So do that. All right.
Thank you. Members, any questions? All right, appreciate you being here. All right. Chair calls Mark Terry. Mark Terry. We'll show Mark Terry on behalf of the Texas Elementary Principals and Supervisors Association and himself registered against the bill. Chair calls Jason Liewer. Liewehr. Jason Liewer. We're going to show Jason Liewer on behalf of himself registered against the bill. Chair calls Kevin Carbo. Kevin Carbo. We're going to show Kevin Carbo on behalf of Mesquite ISD and himself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Gene Mayer. All right, we show you registered as Gene Mayer on behalf of Pflugerville ISD, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
So I know it is very late, and thank you very much for all of your time and attention, especially at this hour after all this testimony. So good evening. I am the vice president of our school board. I'm also family faculty member of Texas Parent to Parent for our medical training program. I am a mentor to other families, special needs families, and I have a podcast and community called Moms Talk Autism, and unfortunately a reluctant expert in this arena of navigating special education for my child and other children with special needs. It is an incredibly complex process, one with a major learning curve to navigate. I tried the private school route with my autistic child, whom I have shared about previously. I will also state not all special needs parents are monolithic, and there were details omitted from testimony provided today from those that were attending these special schools, and I can elaborate more if you ask questions. Those opportunities failed my child, and I encourage you to ask why. There has always been the choice for private placement through the ARD committee process, which follows suit with accountability measures already in place. Hard enough. I fear this makes it only harder because of the bureaucratic measures inside of this bill. While the ARD process is automatically a contentious process by design, it provides safeguards and accountability that protects our kids and empowers parents once they are able to learn how to navigate the process. And that is where our effort needs to be directed, is empowering the parents to learn how to navigate this process. There's not being efforts poured into that, and that is why the litigation is the way that it is. That is one of the reasons. There are disparities on both sides of the fence. That doesn't mean we resort to a third lane funded from the same pot and fracture the system even more. So I do appreciate certain provisions in the bill. To grant a program to reimburse school districts for the cost of their required contributions for rehiring retired teachers is good. So is the provision stipulating the commissioner establish a list of approved public and private facilities that would ensure school districts would not be paying desperate prices for similarly situated students.
Begin to wrap up, please.
I'm almost done. For a 61-page bill, there's not enough time to go through all the troubling provisions, so I will mention what I can. The revision calling for districts to have public meeting on TEA-approved performance indicators related to CCMR seems punitive given to the state as underfunded special education by $2 billion. In my district alone, we are spending $27 million more on special education services than is granted by the state funding. The state is severely underfunding my district and so many others. And while I appreciate the ESA bill has accountability, it is adding more bureaucratic problems to the equation. And meanwhile, the private schools really don't have the means, even with the backing of the IEP, to meet the least restrictive environment. I am not done, and I will get the same compassion that some of these other parents that have been given this evening.
Whoa, wait, just.
Without this, the right to exercise the procedure safeguards are placing them in terribly vulnerable, likely oppressive situation. The margin of students in special ed is very small margin for this to seem to be a viable option. At the end of the day, this bill encourages the use of state dollars for private use, and I cannot in good measure support it. It increases financial malfeasance opportunities. Now I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Oh. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Members, any questions? Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Joshua Houston. Joshua Houston. We're going to show Joshua Houston on behalf of Texas Impact, registered against the bill. Chair calls Paulo Gonzalez Fusilier. Paulo Gonzalez Fusilier. Okay, we're going to show Paulo Gonzalez Fusilier on behalf of a trustee for Pasadena ISD and themselves, registered against the bill. I'm sorry, there he goes. Chair calls Monty Exter. We show you registered as Monty Exter on behalf of the Association of Texas Professional Educators and yourself testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So much as TK's testified earlier, the vast majority of this bill we actually support. The commission did some fantastic work. We also would be on just the SES grant, or what used to be the SESS grant. There are some things that we'd like to clean up a little bit about it. We have some language. We'd be happy to work with the author on that, and we've worked with some other stakeholders. Basically just to clean up and make sure that we are, in fact, being supplemental with those particular dollars and going above and beyond FAPE. We are opposed to the ESA, and special education vouchers are actually their own breed and their own thing. In that, the way special education law is set up, a voucher is always going to undercut what parents actually deserve. Even parents that want to go or should be going to a private setting. Special education law indicates that you ought to be paying 100%, not cutting off their rights and giving them a partial amount of the payment to get the free and appropriate public education they need. They are entitled to 100% of the funding, even in a private setting. In addition to that, when you do that through IDEA, you have accountability that's following along with the child. All of the rights that they have under IDEA, follow them to a private setting when you go through that particular law to fund it. So that's the issue there. The last thing that I'll say in wrapping up about that, we have issues with special education in this state. Respectfully, the issue with special education in this state is you all. Not just you on this particular dais, But the legislature, there are extremely nuanced laws to protect special education kids. We have dramatically underfunded them in a way that is not comparable to any other part of public education. And that is completely on y'all. Thank you.
Any questions for this witness? Thank you. Chair calls Lisa Alverson. Lisa Alverson. We're going to show Lisa Alverson on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Larry McKenzie. Larry McKenzie. We're going to show Larry McKenzie on behalf of the Texas American Federation of Teachers and himself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Leslie Rivas. Leslie Rivas. We're going to show Leslie Rivas on behalf of the Mexican American School Boards Association, registered against the bill. Chair calls Cheryl Tippins Hurst. Cheryl Tippins Hurst. We're going to show Cheryl Tippins Hurst on behalf of the Texas American Federation of Teachers and herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Paul Colbert. Okay. All right, we show you registered as Paul Colbert on behalf of El Paso ISD and yourself, registered against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members. A couple of real quick things. One of them is your biggest problem in special education. First of all, I agree with almost everything that Monty just said. I think he did a perfect summary of what is the actual legal responsibility of the legislature and of school districts, and we're shirking our responsibility with respect to that. The biggest problem we have in special education is the funding structure, and I'm the person who created that funding structure. In 1984, when I wrote the bill creating the weighted pupil system, we funded special education based on the way we provided special education at that time, which was based on instructional arrangements. We haven't done that for 2 decades now, but that's still been the way that we've been funding it. That was compounded by, as a number of people have mentioned, my former colleague in the legislature who quietly got TEA to establish an illegal 8.5% cap on qualifications for special ed. The result of that was my special needs son got kicked out of his special ed program, and I didn't know why until a half a dozen years later when the Houston Chronicle did their investigative reporting and found out what had happened with respect to that. The problem that you have with this bill is the ESA section of it. And let me tell you from my personal experience with respect to it, in addition to my special needs son, who, by the way, has, as a result of the fact that the law gave us the ability to advocate for him and get him the assistance that he needed, and the result is he's a college graduate, he's successful, et cetera. Our granddaughter, who happens to be on the spectrum, tried private education for a while, and the result of that was she lost a year's worth of education. I can't remember when it was now, maybe 8 or 10 years ago, I killed the virtual voucher bill when I testified on her circumstance. But basically, the state paid about 5 times as much money as was the cost of providing the education quotes that she got that year. She got nothing. She literally lost a year's worth of education because you have no I'm wrapping up. Because the provisions currently and under this bill would provide no protections whatsoever for special education students who are in private settings. You can't just turn this over to private schools and say, let the buyer beware. And that's exactly what the ESA process would do. Shoulder your responsibility, provide 100% full funding for kids through their education programs, even if that involves private placements. Last recommendation would be 2 quick recommendations. One of them is when you restructure the funding system to make it based on intensity tiers, you can't do it at the current level of funding because that current level of funding was keyed to the level of funding based on the old system. It wasn't providing enough money. That's why school districts are getting $1.8 billion, less than what they're spending on education. The other is you need ombudsmen's in all of the regional service centers to advocate for these kids because right now they don't have anyone to help them, them or their parents negotiate the system.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any questions? All right. Thanks for being here. Chair calls Alicia Markham. Alicia Markham. We're going to show Alicia Markham on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Jennifer Lisa Corcoran. Jennifer Lisa Corcoran. We're going to show Jennifer Lisa Corcoran on behalf of the Texas AFT and herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Amber Feller Landrum. Amber Feller Landrum. We'll show Amber Feller Landrum on behalf of Round Rock ISD School Board and herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Aaron Walter. Aaron Walter. We'll show Aaron Walter on behalf of Texas Unitarian Universalist Justice Ministry and herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Allison Risen. Allison Risen. We'll show Allison Risen on behalf of Terrell ISD and herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Megan Bahoon. Megan Bahoon.
You know, when I took the name, it took me a while to learn how to pronounce it. You did it faster than I did.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Congratulations.
We show you registered as Megan Bahoon on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right.
Good evening again. My name is Megan Bahoon. I'm here speaking against House Bill 3781. We've already kind of covered who I am and why I'm here, so let's cut it a little shorter. This bill purports to support special education students. Schools struggle to provide sometimes even basic services to students who qualify for special education services. Getting even the required ARD 504 IEP meeting can already be tricky, with many schools unable to ensure smooth services with the required notifications, justifications, and processes. I'm heartened to hear that this committee is committed to increasing supports for students, taking into account the feedback from parents, teachers, administrators, and experts working on those supports on a day-to-day basis. My issue with this bill rests in the ESA provision. Private schools lean on public districts to provide services, materials, and other federally and state required supports available through the public free education system. Public schools carry a requirement to support all students, where private institutions and organizations carry no such requirements. As a parent who has sought services for my students in Texas, who has experience with families seeking those services in private and homeschool environments, the difference is night and day with public and private education. Private schools are aware they can turn away any student at any time and treat families accordingly, often refusing to support students with anything more than the lightest of needs and leaning on the public school system to provide even those supports. Why would these schools be an alternative to an accessible education for all Texans? Nothing in this bill bars private schools from continuing to lean on public schools for those required federal supports and services or state support and services while taking public money for other educational services. Each of these bills contains a focus on a different segment of the population, showing just how complex the need for education is statewide. Again, I ask you, please do not pass any of these or any similar bills for the future of all Texans.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thanks for being here. Chair calls Ruth York. Ruth York. We'll show Ruth York on behalf of the Tea Party Patriots of Eastland County and Texas Family Defense Committee and herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Jean Lehman Lopez. Jean Lehman Lopez. All right, we're going to show Jean Lehman Lopez on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Did I do this one? Okay. Chair calls Catherine Kaiser. Catherine Kaiser. We'll show Catherine Kaiser on behalf of Access Education Round Rock ISD and herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Ashley Ford. Ashley Ford. We'll show Ashley Ford on behalf of the ARC of Texas, registered against the bill. Chair calls Becky St. John. Becky St. John. We'll show Becky St. John on behalf of Grapeville-Colleyville ISD and herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Michael Walton. All right, we show you registered as Michael Walton on behalf of the Justice Foundation and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, in favor of the bill. I've been a special education teacher, certified EC through 12. I've worked in alternative charter high school with at-risk kids, and have seen examples in the public school system. You know, the public school system has done a great job of addressing a lot of issues as far as special needs are concerned, but it's never perfectly addressed all of them. And that's something that we have to keep in mind. This is why we need more diversity as far as what's available to parents who have special needs kids, so that they can take a specific service that may be just the key that they need to unlock a door so that that kid's potential can come real. So I can't violate any confidentiality, but I've seen some real specific cases where parents had to make a decision to remove a child from a public school, and they found something that was an answer and a solution. I've also adopted and have a special needs child. There have been times I would love to have had the opportunity to pull some specific funding to help with things regarding therapy, things like this that she's needed, that we've had some things provided for, but that later on was not covered by Medicaid and other things like this. I think giving more options to our parents with special needs kids is a step forward in saying, look, we want to do more and have more available to you so that you can do the job that you're doing. And I do appreciate a lot of what our public schools have done with special education.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions of this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. All right. Two more. Are we here? Oh, sorry. Is that it? We're still so, okay. Chair calls Ken Zarifis. Ken Zarifis. Zarifis. All right, we're going to show Ken Zarifis on behalf of Education Austin and himself, registered against the bill.
That's all.
Are we sure? Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3781? Okay, come forward. Are you registered?
No.
Okay. All right. All right, let's get you registered. All right, got it? Let me see. All right. What's your number? What are we doing over here?
Oh, 5225. Big button. There we go.
Okay. Oop, that it?
That's the one
Is that it? Shane? Shane, okay. All right, chair calls Shane Oberly. All right, we show you registered as Shane Oberly on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
I am the parent of a child who has been here all day, and I am a public school elementary dyslexia specialist and the parent of this young adult that has ADHD, traumatic brain injury, and autism. Elementary school was incredibly difficult for my son. Despite the school's best efforts, they could not meet his need for smaller class sizes and intense teacher-student interaction and engagement. We were very fortunate when my son was accepted at St. Stephen's Episcopal School. They gave him accommodations like extended time and tests and reduced instruction environment. Beyond these accommodations, his greatest benefit was smaller class sizes and increased emphasis on teacher-student interaction and class participation. All of these factors helped him succeed in ways that he could not in a public school setting. Unfortunately, his private school was not able to provide all of the things that he needed, but we were able to share in funding through IDEA with the child provision. He was able to get those services he needed, and on top of that, benefit from small class sizes and from intense teacher interaction. The opportunity for parents to have the financial freedom to provide the best possible scenario for their child is incredibly important to help all students achieve their fullest potentials, not just those that fit into the public school box. I'm a public school dyslexia specialist. I see students every single day who need something beyond what I can provide in a public school setting. And I implore you to give parents the option to be able to provide what each child needs, not just what we can provide in a public school setting.
All right. Members, any questions for this witness? What prevents you from providing those additional services in the public school setting?
Students don't learn the same ways. There's students that need smaller class sizes. There's students that need more intense interaction. There's students that need more time than what we can give them in a 40-minute period in a class day. I have students every single day who need to learn the same thing over and over and over, and I can't do that because I have to move on to the next class setting. And to be able to go to a smaller school setting, to smaller groups, they're able to get those same services that I provide in 40 minutes. They're able to get that throughout the entire school day, especially in the elementary setting. And I, every day, struggle with having to literally let a child go out that I know needs more time with me, and they have to go back into a room with 23, 24, 27 students when they really need a classroom with 4 or 5.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it. Members, any more questions? All right. Thank you very much for being here. Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3781? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Jatan to close on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman and members. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to lay out this bill, which I think does a lot to ensure that we're increasing funding to our public education, especially for our special education students, but also providing incentives to have more teachers in the classroom, specializing in SPED, but also providing parents with opportunity to take their child where they can get the best education. I can tell you as a parent of an 11-year-old that is currently a SPED student, he has had the extreme benefit of having a Miss Ingersoll in his classroom to help him get caught up and excel in his classroom. When we're talking about over 8,000 school districts or schools across the state and every grade level needing to have that level of expertise, we know that there are children that are falling through the cracks that are in our special education realm that have unique needs. And I can tell you, in addition to that, I know it's brought up the IDEA option, the issue. When we talk about what is happening across the country when it comes to educating special needs students, a lot of it all points back to IDEA, which is all federal. The state of Texas matches what that federal law is, and Congress isn't willing to change that. They're not willing to fund it. What it has led to is issues in the classroom with the ability to educate and provide for all the different IEPs in a classroom. And students that need those special services that are not able to get in their classroom should have the ability to get it elsewhere, whether that is using a supplemental service or using an education savings account we have an opportunity for private schools to be able to offer specialized services when it comes to autism, dyslexia, the different specific needs of our special ed students. And so with that, I'll close. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise,
Sure. Okay. Representative Hinojosa.
Representative Jeton, did
Yes.
I hear you correctly? Are you saying that it's not our responsibility or fault, the problems we have in our schools, it's the federal government, and we just match what they do, and they're not willing to change? Is that what I just heard you say?
what I'm saying is when it comes to a lot of the regulations around, the IDEA was brought up a lot today, right? And we're talking about the rights of special ed students in the classroom. All that comes from the federal level. And that is not something the state of Texas can wipe away or pretend doesn't exist. And so when we are looking at services that we want private schools or alternative schools to be able to provide, handcuffing them to those same regulations isn't necessarily the right thing to do. The main difference between public schools and all those alternative options is that a parent gets to choose to go to those alternative options. They get to enter into a contract with those alternative options to determine whether or not that school can provide the services that they're seeking for their child and ensure through that contract that those services are being provided. That is the reason you don't need IDEA to burden those private schools. When it comes to our public schools, I would love to see the federal government make changes and alter IDEA so that it makes sense and works in our schools today.
What I heard today were parents testifying that there are rights afforded. You call them burdens, but they're real rights that protect our children. Now, granted, in too many instances, we're not, we are not meeting, we are not complying and honoring those rights because this body has decided that we're going to cut corners and not appropriately fund our special education population. But I've not heard parents complain about the rights the federal law affords them today.
So I think when you talk about the funding aspect, that is something that we can definitely address. The idea that we're going to provide the same excellent service in all 8,000 plus schools at every grade level is not achievable measure.
Isn't that our responsibility, though? Isn't that our duty, constitutional duty, and our job? And in fact, in statute, we say it, and the federal government tells us as well. Isn't that exactly what our responsibility is?
I think that is absolutely our goal when it comes to our funding and the laws that we put in place. But in practice, the idea that you can have excellent people in every single school and every single grade level to meet the specific needs of every single special ed child is not an achievable goal. And that is this fact. There are individual needs that a child has, and we heard testimony on this. And some of those children need the opportunity to go to another school that can specialize and meet those specific needs. And that's what the Education Savings Account here allows those children and those parents to be able to do. So.
All right. Thank you. Members, any other questions for Representative Jeton? Excuse me.
All right. I close. Thank you.
All right. The committee substitute is withdrawn. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 619 and recognizes Representative Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chair Buckley, Vice Chair Allen, members. Good morning. HB 619 is a parental choice in education bill that allows parents to choose the school that best meets the needs of their children while using zero public education dollars. As this committee has been wrestling with tonight, the challenge for parental choice has always been how to enable parents to choose the school that best meets their unique needs without sacrificing public funding. The concern that many have with quote-unquote voucher programs is that the public school funding follows the child to a private school, reducing public school funding. Others are concerned that under voucher programs, the state may start inserting itself into the affairs of private schools. So House Bill 619 is a parental choice in education bill that addresses these concerns because it provides scholarships for K through 12 students that are 100% funded with tax-deductible contributions. No dollars come from public education. There are four major components to the bill. The first is the legislation establishes a $100 million scholarship fund financed solely with tax-deductible contributions. Secondly, the bill directs the comptroller to select a nonprofit entity, a 501c3, to administer the program, process applications, and award scholarships with these non-public education dollars. 3, children who are eligible for the scholarships include the needy, children with special needs, children in our foster care system, and the parents of children who serve in the military. And then 4th, as far as accountability of the private schools, in order to be eligible to participate in the scholarship program, must execute a notarized affidavit with the supporting documents providing the school's qualifications, be accredited by TEA or the Texas Private School Accreditation Commission. And they also must annually administer a nationally norm reference assessment instrument, or the STAR. I believe the concept of parental choice in education has a significant level of support in the state of Texas and in the nation. The problem has always been how to implement a program such as this without taking away public school dollars. HB 619 allows parents to meet their child's unique needs while also holding the private schools accountable and does not impact public school financing. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions and reserve my right to close.
All right. Members, any questions for Representative Shaheen? All right. Representative Hinojosa.
You've said 2 times it does not impact public ed money. I don't understand. Can you explain?
Yeah, so the legislation calls for a $100 million fund to be created. And
How?
It's totally financed by contributions by corporations and individuals. And they have the incentive, they get tax breaks, both federal and from the insurance premium tax the state of Texas applies.
Are you aware that 25% of our insurance premium tax goes to the foundation school program?
Yes, we've had a couple of conversations with the comptroller to that effect. So 25% goes to school foundation program, 75% goes to GR. The intent of this legislation is only to apply the tax credits to that 75%. We're actually going to get clarifying language from the comptroller on that.
Okay, I look forward to seeing that. Thank you.
You're actually welcome to join our meetings if you would like.
Okay, thanks.
Since we're working together on another education bill.
Don't push it.
Members, any more questions? All right. Seeing no questions, we'll proceed with testimony.
Thank you, sir.
All right. This us? Sorry. Chair calls Michelle McCord. Michelle McCord. All right. We'll show Michelle McCord on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Charles Ramirez. Charles Ramirez. Okay, we'll show Charles Ramirez on behalf of Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD, registered against the bill. Chair calls Mary Lowe. All right. We show you registered as Mary Lowe on behalf of families engaged in yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
I guess if there's a bill that I'm going to testify on and not take a position on, it probably is going to come closest to this.
Hold up now. Are you changing your position to neutral?
No, I'm still against it. I'm just going to say if there's in general, I'm hard and fast against every one of these bills that redirect any amount of money away from government education, the public schools.
Okay.
And this one does do that. I just want to say I appreciate Representative Shaheen. We spoke, I guess what you'd say in off-season perhaps, and he did listen to us. However, when you still demand the STAR test, you're basically dictating that whatever facility this goes to is going to teach in the same manner that the government ed is. So you're not creating a different channel. And so that would be just in short substance that, it does divert some money. The other thing that really concerns me is when you have these nonprofits contributing money, I look at a lot of what's happening into education, and there are a lot of nonprofits that are lined up in education in and in particularly in Texas, and a lot of them have to do with technology. The gates are behind a lot of these things. And so I think that you have to have a clearinghouse as to who is even going to, make the donations to the nonprofit. I mean, money has strings. Whether it's a donation to a nonprofit, there's strings. And so I don't find that this bill meets the litmus test of which the Republican Party adopted school choice, which was to have no strings attached. So I do not find this bill to be something that the Republican platform should support either. Thank you.
All right, thank you, members. Any questions for this witness? All right, appreciate you being here. Chair calls Adrian Johnson. Adrian Johnson. We'll show Adrian Johnson on behalf of Hearn ISD and himself registered against the bill. Chair calls Michael Lee. Michael Lee. We'll show Michael Lee on behalf of the Texas Association of Rural Schools registered against the bill. Chair calls Charles Cooper. Okay. We show you registered as Charles Cooper on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
A view from the classroom of today would astound onlookers that mental health and social, emotional, and behavioral interventions have replaced academics. Because of this shift mandated through state and federal laws that have already been passed, our education system is now not only failing Texas students, but is doing great harm to them. Now the answer by many to fix public education is the various forms of school choice or vouchers legislation. Proponents of legislation that make public education funds available for use in the private education sector have incredible marketing slogans. Fund students, not systems, they say. The accompanying mantra that parents should be able to take the money that belongs to them and choose what education is best for their child offers hope to droves of desperate parents looking for an easy exit to an incompetent system that seems hell-bent on indoctrinating their kids. Unfortunately, those same proponents who are very vocal when it comes to supposed benefits of ESAs and vouchers are eerily silent when it comes to being honest about the strings attached to public money or nonprofit donated money. It could be used to bring regulation into private and home schools. Did you know one of the key players who has testified in front of you over the past couple of weeks, Mr. DeAngelis, is the face of the school choice movement, who is traveling the nation and appearing in the media to advocate for these types of bills to be passed, has recently been discovered to be an expert for UNESCO's Inclusive Policy Lab and a member for their E-Team, Education and Digital Skills. The purpose of UNESCO's Inclusive Policy Lab is to help design and deliver more inclusive, equity-weighted, and social development goals, considering that passing these bills would assist in making UNESCO's vision of regulating private education become a reality. It begs the question as to why Mr. DeAngelis is involved with both. Many of you behind the dais are moms, dads, and grandparents. I have some questions for you to contemplate as you're voting for or against these government-regulating school choice bills.
Wrap it up, please, sir.
School access to needs of school children along private homeschool to be brought into the government-regulated education system that is controlled by federal, state laws and have already been passed. Thank you appreciate your time.
Members, any questions? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Charles Luke. Charles Luke. We'll show Charles Luke on behalf of the Coalition for Public Schools and himself registered against the bill. Chair calls Georgia Head. Georgia Head. We'll show Georgia Head on behalf of herself registered against the bill. Chair calls Angela Richardson. Angela Richardson. We'll show Angela Richardson on behalf of herself registered against the bill. Chair calls Marcy Galley. Marcy Galley. We'll show Marcy Galley on behalf of Families Engaged and herself registered against the bill. Chair calls Margarito Estrada. Margarito Estrada. We'll show Margarito Estrada on behalf of Lockhart Independent School District and himself registered against the bill. Chair calls Lynn Davenport. All right, we show you registered as Lynn Davenport on behalf of yourself testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to say. I am opposed to all school choice bills, anything that would divert funds away from public education into private hands. I do believe that of the school choice bills, this one is probably the least complicated, but it's still complicated. And I don't understand, if you were to create a voucher bill, why wouldn't you create one that does not have all of the crap that is imposed on our public school kids? So why do you have any kind of commissioner ties to anything? Why do you have a norm reference test? Like, if you're going to give the parents money, just give them the money. I don't know why there has to be all these other things to it. But again, I am opposed to it. But if you could create one that was maybe, I don't know, where you could just give maybe it never leaves your house. Maybe it never leaves your property taxes, and the money, you could actually use it the way that you see fit to use it, but I haven't seen anything that looks like that. So that's all I have to say. And I think it's interesting that Corey DeAngelis is in the room right now, and he does have ties to UNESCO, and he is the poster child of the school choice movement. I don't even think he has children. I don't know where he came from, but it's amazing that he's here in Texas, and he always looks all fly. And he goes to parties and things and posts. Anyway, I'm done. I'm tired. Good night.
All right. Any questions, members? Any questions of the witness? All right. Thank you for being here. All right, lost my train of thought. Sorry. Okay. Chair calls. Oh, sorry. Chair calls Julie Lawrence. Excuse me. Julie Lawrence. Okay.
Thank you all for being here so late. This is probably the one bill. My name's Julie Lawrence, and this is probably the one bill that I really wanted.
Oh, excuse me. I am sorry. Excuse me. We show you registered as Julie Lawrence on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
I was still reeling.
My questions are purely rhetorical. They're just my style of working. Asking you to think about a 20-page bill full of references, not words that define law. I have both my bachelor's and my master's in the antiquated field of industrial engineering management systems. In my years at General Dynamics, I worked in a group named Technology Modernization. We designed code for legacy systems to provide management reports to make engineering changes efficient and effective for overhead. Today, it would be called data analytics, same process. I tell you this because this bill reads like computer code. If this bill reaches the House floor for a chamber vote, will the representative be able to keep up with the language for every member of the House to understand exactly what they are voting on? What is a designated contribution? Who are educational assistance organizations? Currently, the TA defines four, and they alone have the ability, according to their organization's charter, to award scholarships or pay additional education expenses for students who qualify. What students qualify? Elementary or secondary students who meet the requirements of education codes. What codes? Meet attendance requirements. What requirements? Don't violate federal laws. There are currently 25 autism programs and schools approved on that TEA list. And that's what this is really about. The bill goes on in the same fashion to decide net savings, credits, the condition of state premium tax liability, and program funds. Just tell us what you're trying to say. And when the accepted certified organization shall treat the funds as program funds until the comptroller notifies the organization that made the contribution failed to apply for a credit properly. All this to say that the TEA can change any of these definitions on the fly. There's no accountability, and our money will be spent for who knows what, because Mike Morath does this all of the time.
Okay. All right, members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Tracy Haynes.
Sleeping.
Tracy Haynes. We'll show Tracy Haynes on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Shannon Jaquette. Shannon Jaquette. We'll show Shannon Jaquette on behalf of the Texas Catholic Conference of Bishops, registered for the bill. Chair calls Meg Bakich.
Sleeping.
Meg Bakich. We'll show Meg Bakich on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Carl Jones. Carl Jones. We'll show Carl Jones on behalf of TDP, Non-Urban Rural Caucus, and himself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Dr. Patrick Huff. Dr. Patrick Huff. We'll show Dr. Patrick Huff on behalf of himself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Jan Stell. Jan Stell. We'll show Jan Stell on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Amy Super. Amy Super. We'll show Amy Super on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Susie Kennan. Susie Kennan. We'll show Susie Kennan on behalf of Texas PTA, registered against the bill. Chair calls Meg Airney. Meg Airney. Boom. Good. All right. Did I get that right?
It's Arnie.
Arnie.
Yes.
Darn. Okay. We show you registered as Meg Arnie on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members. My name's Meg Arnie. I'm here testifying on behalf of myself in support of HB 619 for a couple reasons. The first being that it provides options. I come from a family with 10 siblings, and so I know firsthand that kids learn differently. What works for one of my siblings doesn't work for all of my siblings. I have siblings in private school, siblings who are homeschooled, siblings in public school, so I've seen firsthand a lot of the different types of educational programs because my siblings have been involved in them. And what I've learned is that what works for one of my siblings, great and perfectly, could be a complete disaster for one of my other siblings because each of my siblings learns differently. What this bill does is it provides options. I'm not in support of school choice bills because I think public schools are terrible and awful. Rather, I recognize that kids learn differently, and so expecting public schools to be able to meet the needs of every single kid out there is simply unrealistic. Instead, these options give parents the ability to go somewhere else where that kid's needs are better met. This will also ensure better education for kids because, as many people have said today, there isn't a one-size-fits-all, especially when it comes to education. I was actually just talking to my mom this past weekend. She brought up a situation with one of my sisters. She was struggling with some school stuff, and I gave my mom some tips. I wanted to be a helpful big sister and threw out some things that I thought she could maybe try. And my mom looked at me, and her response was, "Meg, those would work great on you because that's how you learn. That's not how your sister learns." And that just showed me that it is necessary to provide options by breaking financial barriers to ensure better education for everyone. Thank you, and if anyone has questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right. Thank you, members. Any questions of this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Anna Nguyen. Anna Nguyen. We'll show Anna Nguyen of PFLAG Austin and herself registered against the bill. Chair calls Dwight Harris.
I promise this is going to be the last time I'm going to make y'all have to endure this. But
All right.
all right. The rest of it, but I promise I won't.
All right. We show you registered as Dwight Harris on behalf of Texas AFT and yourself testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Right. And I'll make it as brief as I can. As I said earlier, anything that is moving money away from public education, we're going to be opposed to it because we really think the answer is to fix public education. Now I'm going to tell you how to fix it, okay? I'll tell you how to fix it. The first thing you need to do is you need to go back and rethink some of the things that have come through this legislature that get in the way of having a quality public education system. Let me tell you some of the things you all have done. You've made it very easy for people to become teachers. Shouldn't do that. It should be very difficult to become a teacher. I'm going to tell you what happened when I became a teacher. I already had a degree from college. I had a business degree. I worked for an insurance company, Liberty Mutual. I worked at the University of Houston as assistant payroll manager. I'd been in the military. None of that had me prepared to teach school, okay? So when I got ready to teach school, because of the rules that you all had in place then, which were great, there was only one way to do that. Go back to college, go through the only way you could get certified to be a teacher, which was through one of those college programs where you had to go through and take all of the education courses, even the ones that you thought you didn't need, you had to take them anyway. And after I took them, I understood why I had to take them. Because one thing, a great teacher, and I'm going to call myself a great teacher because my students call me that, okay? One of the things that a great teacher knows is that you have to be fully prepared to go into that classroom and stand in front of those kids. Because if you don't know what you're doing, they'll know you don't know what you're doing. But if you know what you're doing, they'll appreciate that. By the way, one of my former students testified here tonight, okay? Right. So I'm going to tell you that I went back through that program. But what you all have done, and I say you all, I'm talking about this legislature, because some of you weren't even here. When times kind of got a little rough and you had difficulty filling those classrooms, what was happening was it's because you started losing teachers. You know why? Because they weren't getting any respect in the classrooms. They weren't getting paid exactly what they thought they were going to get paid. People weren't listening to them. So they started leaving. And the problem was and they weren't getting any respect. And we know they get beat up and all that kind of stuff. And people were seeing that, and they stopped going to school to become teachers. Okay? Yeah. So I'm going to be there in about 30 seconds.
All right, I'll give you 30 seconds.
All right. And so what you need to do is to go back and strengthen those requirements for teachers, make them get fully certified, pay them, give them the respect. You'll get that stuff going back again. You'll fix this system.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Members, any questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Chair calls Joshua Houston. Joshua Houston. We'll show Joshua Houston. Oh. Nope. We'll show Joshua Houston on behalf of Texas Impact registered against the bill. Chair calls Paulo Gonzalez Fusilier. Paulo Gonzalez Fusilier. We'll show Paulo Gonzalez Fusilier on behalf of Pasadena ISD Board of Trustees and themselves registered against the bill. Chair calls Lisa Alverson. Lisa Alverson. We'll show Lisa Alverson on behalf of herself registered against the bill. Chair calls Larry McKenzie. Larry McKenzie. We'll show Larry McKenzie on behalf of Texas AFT and himself registered against the bill. Chair calls Cheryl Tippins Hurst. Cheryl Tippins Hurst. We'll show Cheryl Tippins Hurst on behalf of Texas AFT and herself registered against the bill. Chair calls Raina Glasser. Raina Glasser. We'll show Raina Glasser on behalf of herself registered against the bill. Chair calls Jennifer Lisa Corcoran. Jennifer Lisa Corcoran. We'll show Jennifer Lisa Corcoran on behalf of Texas AFT and herself registered against the bill. Chair calls Amber Feller Landrum. Amber Feller Landrum. We'll show Amber Feller Landrum on behalf of Round Rock ISD School Board and herself registered against the bill. All right. Chair calls Jaime Puente. Dang, got one. All right, we show you registered as Jaime Puente on behalf of Every Texan and yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you all members. I know it is early in the morning. I will be back here again for State Affairs. Hopefully y'all aren't too long on the floor. One of the things I am going to say tonight is that public education is a tie that binds Texans and Americans together. And bills like HB 619 threaten those ties. They threaten to dismantle those ties by taking public education dollars and putting them into private pockets, private schools, private vendors. And one of the things that we know is that we've been here before. We've done this before. We've tried it before ever since 1956, right? Governor Shivers, the 1956 Commission on Segregation in Public Schools, one of the recommendations from that was to create an ESA to continue segregation. And if we allow bills like HB 619 and other voucher bills that we've heard today to go into effect, we will be reinstating a form of segregation in Texas. And so I ask you to say no to this bill, say no to vouchers. And, quick aside fact, those of you who might remember this, you might have been here in the 85th. This was very similar to HB 1184 that was not heard by this committee by former member Dwayne Bohack. So just a little fact about this particular bill.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, members, any questions? All right. Thank you very much for being here. Chair calls Aaron Walter. Aaron Walter. We'll show Aaron Walter on behalf of the Texas Unitarian Universalist Justice Ministry and herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Megan Bahoon. Megan Bahoon. We'll show Megan Bahoon on behalf of herself, registered on the bill. Chair calls Ruth York. Ruth York. We'll show Ruth York on behalf of the Tea Party Patriots of Eastland County, the Texas Family Defense Committee, and herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Kent Grusendorf. Kent Grusendorf. Okay, we'll show Kent Grusendorf on behalf of Liberty for the Kids and himself, registered for the bill. Chair calls Jeannie Lehman Lopez. Jeannie Lehman Lopez. We'll show Jeannie Lehman Lopez on behalf of herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Catherine Kaiser. Catherine Kaiser. We'll show Catherine Kaiser on behalf of Access Education Round Rock ISD and herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Becky St. John. Becky St. John. Chair call, we'll show Becky St. John on behalf of Grapevine, Colleyville ISD and herself, registered against the bill. Chair calls Monty Exter. All right. We show you registered as Monty Exter on behalf of the Association of Texas Professional Educators and yourself, testifying against the bill.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? Thank you.
Yes. Call enough names, somebody will come up.
Yeah.
Three very quick things. First of all, just amen to everything that Dwight had to say about the benefits of rigorous preparation for our teachers and some of the ills that we're experiencing now because of the fact that we've made that too easy. On this bill, because that's not so much, two quick things. One, we've heard about this particular bill and other legislation about how it's not coming out of the FSP and therefore it somehow doesn't impact education dollars. I just want to remind everybody that we fund the FSP out of GR. And so anything that impacts GR impacts not only the FSP, but the entirety of the Texas budget in terms of your ability to fund other priorities. As education is a rather large priority within the Texas budget, anything that decreases GR certainly impacts education funding, including this particular piece of legislation. The other point, the last point that I want to say about this particular type of voucher is just to consider from an efficiency standpoint, anything that puts in place the third-party organization that you've got in here where you're going to funnel dollars through and allow them to skim 10% off the top, basically for themselves. So that may not sound like a lot, but when you're talking about a $100 million fund, you're allowing them to skim off $10 million. And that's just a start because there's always the expectation that anytime you put a program like this in place, the amount of money that you're going to flow through it is going to grow over time. And so that skim is going to grow over time as well. Happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you for being here.
Last one.
All right. Chair calls Ken Zarifis. Ken Zarifis. All right. We'll show Ken Zarifis on behalf of Education Austin and himself registered against the bill. That it? Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 619? If not, Chair recognizes Representative Shaheen to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, well, that actually wasn't all that bad. It was faster than I thought it would be.
We're moving.
Who's Corey D'Angelo, by the way?
I have no idea.
Just joking. Let me close. I know it's late. Look, Texas has some great schools. We have the most blue ribbon schools in the nation. We have some of the highest graduation rates. I have a school in my county that has a 100% graduation rate. The problem we have as a state is the reality is the needy, the low income have lower graduation rates in the state of Texas than the rest of our state. It's just a fact. This bill helps address that. I have visited some of the schools that our low-income students go to. They literally have to go through parking lots where there's used needles and other disgusting things. And so there's some moms and dads that don't want their children to go through that environment, but they can't afford, they don't have the financial ability to send their child somewhere else, and this enables them to do that. Some of the opposition to the bill is on an issue that doesn't exist in this legislation. So let me say one more time, this doesn't use any public education dollars. It's 100% funded by contributions. And so I want to do something that I never do in a budget layout. At your convenience, take a look at the fiscal note. You will see a benefit of $40 million to the Foundation School Fund. It's because we're not taking any dollars out of public education. And so because we're funding the education with contributions, it actually benefits the Financial School Fund. Look at the fiscal note, and you'll see it's to the tune of $40 million a year. With that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. Members, available to answer any other questions, but I close.
All right. All right, members. All right. Thank you, Representative Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr.
Appreciate
Chairman.
it.
Thank
There's
you.
no objection. The bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending. He's right there. Chair lays out House Bill 4969, recognizes Representative Schaefer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last time I was here, I was clean shaven and Tallarico was still in high school. So, thank you for all the work that y'all have done today, listening to all this stuff. I've been able to listen to much of it online, and I appreciate everything that's been said today. This bill takes a different approach to what you've heard today. And Mr. Chairman, you talked about laying out some concepts. I'm here to lay out a concept for you all. I do support ESAs, but I also believe that, particularly out in our rural areas, that an ESA doesn't give them anything. It gives them potential. There may be some rural schools where some church starts something, maybe a private school eventually opens. But, you know, a lot of those schools, they want to have a football team, they want to have this and that, and you know, you only have so many students. So an ESA out in a rural area doesn't do a whole lot for you in the near term. But I believe that we ought to provide an educational benefit to all students in the state of Texas. And so what this bill does is it says that all students in every public school would get a $1,000 parental supplement. And you stay in your public school, whether you're in a little rural town with 2 stoplights like I grew up in, or you're in Houston, you get $1,000. And those parents can use that $1,000 to support the education of their child. Now, in the rural area, maybe that's the family that their son wants to have an animal in a livestock show, but he can't afford to buy the animal, and he can't afford to pay the feed store. Maybe that's that mom in urban Houston who wishes she could get her daughter a ballet class, but can't afford it. Or those young men out in the shop who they learn stuff out in the shop, but they don't have any tools to go home and work with in their own garage. Maybe it's tutoring, maybe it's a summer camp, maybe it's starting a robotics program, all sorts of things. But under this bill, the schools can be a vendor. So out in our rural areas, they got the ag programs, they've already got the facilities. Maybe they want to do horse riding lessons, we can do that. Maybe in the urban area, you get a group of parents together at the PTA, and they say, you know, we want that Western civilization course. We want that robotics course. We want you to do this. We want you to do that. And they say, you know what? We can provide that. And the teachers could maybe make that money. The school districts could get that money. And oh, by the way, if the parents decided not to participate in this, they could just hold the money and the student could use it for college later on. So what I like about this idea is twofold. One is you give something tangible to all students that they could use for their child's education to supplement something for them. Two, you heard a lot today about parental involvement and how schools sometimes struggle to get parents to get involved. This would create parental involvement because the school districts would now be in a position where they're looking at those parents and saying, well, they have monies that they can use and we can provide them something. We've got to talk to them to find out what it is. And just like our universities and our colleges are constantly trying to adapt their coursework and what they provide to the students. You know, you got their core curriculum, but a lot of those programs, they're constantly studying student engagement. Universities are just having an insatiable appetite to know what the students want to learn, and then they try to provide those programs. And if students stop taking a certain type of course, they want to know why, and they go find out what they do want. So our schools could be able to have that type of responsiveness to our families. And with that, members, I'll take any questions. And
all right, members, any questions for Representative Schaefer?